Chapter 1. Extraction? Synthesis? The ants? Chain gear. Our cultivation techniques have been distributed. Would you like to take a look first? In a somewhat rudimentary tent, a young man clad in coarse linen and wielding a spear poked his head through the curtain and asked. Mu Qing, who was reclining on the bed, turned over and sat up, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. As a torrent of memories surged into his mind, Mu Qing's gaze quickly regained clarity. It's Ahu. Tell everyone to wait a moment. He'll come out to check soon. Okay. Ahu withdrew his head, as he still needed to keep watch for Qing gear outside. Mu Qing felt a bit disoriented. His name was indeed Mu Qing, but he had arrived in this strange place thanks to a mud truck that had transported him through realms. During the crossing, he had glimpsed that mud truck flickering with images of different worlds, the most terrifying of which was a realm known as Warhammer 40K, which nearly frightened him to death. Fortunately, he was not ultimately transported to that world. The original owner of this body was also named Mu Qing and was currently en route to a border military camp. Everyone from Yu's hometown had been conscripted, with all eligible young men required to enlist. As the sole educated young man in Yu's hometown, the original owner bore the hopes of the entire village, destined to become the leader of the local soldiers. In the original owner's memories, they resided in a remote little country, perpetually plagued by incursions from nomadic tribes. Thus, conscription was a common occurrence. Everyone had grown accustomed to it, as only by repelling foreign invaders could their families cultivate their lands in peace. Mu Qing felt an overwhelming pressure. To think that from his hometown alone, 50 able-bodied men had been gathered, all now subject to his commands. This meant that with a single order, he could determine the fate of these fellow clansmen. Damn it, I was merely a deputy foreman on a production line in my previous life, assisting and managing a mere dozen individuals. No wonder he had taken advantage of the original owner's moment of weakness. It seemed the previous occupant had succumbed to overwhelming pressure. If these 50 men were unfamiliar soldiers, it might be bearable, but they were all his kin, his own people. Mu Qing could empathize with this pressure. Why did Xian Yu ultimately choose to end his own life at Wu River? Not because he could not return, but because he could not bear to face the consequences. He had brought his own kin along if they perished under his command. How could he face the elders of Jiangdong upon his return? With a sigh, Mu Qing leaped off the bed. This was not a historical period of the Eastern Kingdom, but an unknown world, rendering his historical knowledge utterly useless. Moreover, he sensed a tearing sensation in his mind, a dull ache lingering. Fear not, I shall do my utmost to bring your kin home, Mu Qing murmured softly. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he fleetingly perceived a young man with his hair tied back bowing before him. Thank you, brother. When Mu Qing regained his senses, he found nothing before him. The dull ache in his head had subsided, leaving him feeling refreshed. Simultaneously, he seemed to perceive a token of gratitude left by the other, or rather, two abilities bestowed upon him, originating from something called a fine barrel. One was named blood extraction, and the other, fusion. Blood extraction. After slaying a creature, extract and refine its essence from the remains. It can strengthen oneself or be gifted to others. Fusion. Consume a significant amount of vitality to fuse 3 identical items into one, enhancing its quality. Mu Qing learned through memories that this was an unexpected boon acquired by the original owner while foraging for herbs in the mountains, yet the inherently kind-hearted original owner had shunned this evidently nefarious opportunity, leaving it untouched until now. Oh, quite principled, aren't we? Mu Qing chuckled. How fortuitous. While this might pose a threat to others, it is perfectly suited for me. I am no paragon of virtue. A fine barrel, a system perhaps, or a synthesis system. Mu Qing was acutely aware of his self-awareness and the environment he found himself in. If he adhered to the original owner's way of doing things, he would inevitably meet his demise on the battlefield. Indeed, he feared not death, but he dreaded the thought of causing the demise of those who placed their trust in him. As Mu Qing contemplated the two abilities, a sudden realization struck him. One can extract, and the other can synthesize. Quite intriguing. Can I synthesize all identical items into a higher tier? If so, wouldn't I become invincible as long as I have time to develop? A boon? It was more akin to a golden finger, for there was no mention of others possessing such abilities in the original owner's memories. The original owner had experienced some worldly wisdom during his studies outside. Reflecting on Ahus's earlier words, Mu Qing stepped outside. As soon as he took a step, he suddenly felt a surge of information. Invisible, intangible, and inaudible, yet he received it nonetheless. With his last step, he had crushed 6 ants, triggering blood extraction, allowing him to choose to extract their essence. Mu Qing was taken aback. What essence could an ant possibly possess? Nevertheless, he opted to extract, driven by curiosity and a desire to test this newfound ability. Blood extraction from 6 ants yielded. Ant strength 6. Ant strength? Mu Qing instinctively recalled the incredible strength ants possessed relative to their size. It is said that ants can lift objects weighing 400 times their own body weight and can carry loads over 1,700 times their weight. Could this be applicable to him as well? However, Mu Qing refrained from immediately applying it to himself. The 6 units of ant strength were just enough for 2 syntheses. Abilities require experimentation. He promptly chose fusion, and in that fleeting moment, Mu Qing felt something within him dissipate, while the 6 units of Ant's strength transformed into 2. Ant King's strength. After synthesis, it has acquired a new name, and it seems there's no further room for enhancement. The dissipated essence must be my vitality. To think that synthesizing the essence of just 2 ants could require such a cost now, I must see how effective this Ant King's strength truly is. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Mu Qing's eyes. If he could indeed possess the strength to lift 400 times his own weight, wouldn't he be invincible? He immediately absorbed the 2 units of Ant King's strength, and in that instant, he felt a surge of power course through him. Mu Qing's expression fell slightly. The enhancement he had envisioned did not manifest, and the increase in strength was negligible. Moreover, this Ant King's strength was not infinitely absorbable. He sensed that he could absorb this essence only up to 100 layers. Feeling the newfound power within him, Mu Qing realized that even at full capacity, it would only double his current strength. A commotion arose outside, and Aha's head poked in once more. Qingir, our men have clashed with those from the neighboring village. You should come and take a look. Mu Qing's brow furrowed immediately. What transpired? Ahu replied in a deep voice. It seems the techniques they received were slightly superior to ours, and our men are dissatisfied. Leading to a confrontation, it looks like it might escalate to violence. Mu Qing spoke sternly. Ahu, you go help me there shortly. Tell our people that while fighting is acceptable, they must not be at a disadvantage whether at home or in the army. Whoever loses will face dire consequences. Ahu replied, all right, they'll go and make them pay. With Ahu hastily departing, Mu Qing's gaze fixated on the ant mound on the ground. My apologies, but enhanced strength is still an enhancement. Oh insects, today I shall enlist your aid in my cultivation. Chapter 2. Strength doubled. Mu Qing himself had not anticipated that his first battle upon entering this world would involve squashing ants. Each ant yielded a minuscule essence of ant strength. Now, he required 99 more units of Ant King strength. This meant he needed a total of 993 ants. For a mature ant mound, dispatching 300 ants was a trivial task. The only issue now was how to swiftly draw the ants out of their nest. In a mere moment, an idea struck him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a hard bread roll, breaking off a piece and placing it at the entrance of the ant hole. The entrance was already bustling with ants, who quickly detected the delicious offering that had fallen from above and hurried back to summon their companions. A swarm of ants poured out from the hole. Mu Qing lifted his leg and stomped down forcefully, simultaneously thrusting the spear he had leaned against the bed into the ground to reveal even more ants. Ha ha ha! Mu Qing instinctively let out a villainous laugh before quickly covering his mouth. Such laughter could provoke others to retaliate. He stomped down again, ensuring to crush them thoroughly to make their demise as gentle as possible. As he felt the essence of Ant's strength being extracted, Mu Qing wasted no time and chose to synthesize immediately. 100 layers of Ant King's strength perfected. Feeling the surge of power within him, Mu Qing took a deep breath. Indeed, righteous methods may not always be ineffective, but the allure of nefarious paths is undeniably exhilarating. If ants alone could nearly double his strength, what about other creatures? What about bulls? What about tigers? What about bears? And what about humans? As we prepare to depart for the frontier camp, it is imperative that we engage in lethal actions. Mu Qing stood upright, intending to step outside, when he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head. Having synthesized so many Ant King monstrosities, although each consumption of vitality was minimal, the cumulative effect had rendered him slightly weakened. To put in perspective, it was akin to having undergone 2 strenuous sessions in a single night. Without delay, Mu Qing proceeded to exit. As a young man in the prime of life, enduring 2 such exertions was manageable. A good night's rest would suffice for recovery. Currently, the pressing matter at hand was to address the issues concerning his fellow townsfolk. After all, he was responsible for their safety out in the world. These compatriots were his true kin, bound by blood and ties, and it was crucial that no mishap occurred. Not far from the tent, an open space was occupied by 2 groups of individuals engaged in a scuffle. The commotion had drawn the attention of the conscription officer overseeing this recruitment. He stood at the entrance of his makeshift tent, observing the ruckus in the distance, flanked by two fully armed guards. "My lord, shall we merely watch as they create such a ruckus?" One guard whispered. "Should we intervene to restore some order?" The conscription officer shook his head. "Why should we quiet them? Each village is contributing 50 men. We must wait for the other teams to arrive. Let them occupy themselves." He had no fear of the disturbance, but was wary of them clustering too closely together. The relationships among the townsfolk were inherently close-knit, which was beyond his control. He too had his own kin. Yet if the two groups grew too familiar, he would find it difficult to sleep peacefully. "I fear they may come to blows. Keep an eye on them. The losers will bear the cost of today's meals, and then be subjected to 5 lashes as punishment. Ensure no one is harmed." The conscription officer instructed. "Rest assured, my lord, we understand." The two armed guards were resolute, unperturbed by the civilians who had yet to embark on their training. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the arena had begun to grow tense. The tension between the two sides was palpable. "Wang Lair, how dare you? Do you not see the state of your own people? By what right do you presume your techniques to be superior? Mugo Dan, to hell with you. Do you not understand the order of precedence? Go back and relieve yourself. Ha ha ha. Curse you. What precedence, you wretched leg? Why are you so eager to partake in my excrement? Regardless, we have seized the techniques. You should simply practice diligently. While we train with bows, you will merely wield spears. Ha ha. Indeed, where is your scholar? Do you even consider if he possesses the metal for it, still dreaming of becoming a top scholar? How embarrassing. Insulting my Qingge. You shall pay dearly." As the verbal spat escalated to include Mu Qing, Mu Hu immediately lost his temper, seizing the offender and delivering 3 swift punches to his head. Even after this, he remained unsatisfied, roaring as he hoisted the lad high above. "Hu Shatzi, what are you doing? Put him down." The leader of the Wang clan, a burly man, rushed over to confront Mu Hu. "Let go if you can catch him." Mu Hu hurled the dazed individual at the burly man. The lad, having been knocked unconscious by Mu Hu's blows, crumpled to the ground like a limp rag. Others quickly rushed to assist their comrade. The burly man was infuriated. "Hu Shatzi, are you trying to kill someone?" Mu Hu glared, shouting, "So what? To hell with it. Charge." The burly man bellowed, and the Wang clan members surged forward. They had no choice but to engage, otherwise leading their team in the future would be impossible. "They'll beat you to a pulp." Mu Hu roared, lunging forward, and the Mu clan members followed suit, resulting in a chaotic melee of nearly 100 individuals. "My lord, a fight has erupted." "Indeed, I see it. They are merely men venting their energies. It is better than losing their lives carelessly on the battlefield, where those barbarians are far more formidable than their compatriots." The conscription officer remained indifferent to the brawl between the two factions. In fact, the disparity in martial techniques was perhaps his design. One reason was to sow discord between the two different groups of soldiers, and another was to give them something to occupy their time. A large gathering of young men with idle hands could easily birth a fool with a reckless idea that might lead to disastrous consequences. Under the watchful eyes of one officer and 2 guards, Mu Qing emerged from his tent, striding directly into the fray, where he seized 2 individuals locked in combat and forcibly separated them. Gripping one by the neck, he released his own man, while the opposing fighter received a swift slap that sent him crashing to the ground. Leaving the 2 bewildered, he continued forward, plowing through the chaos. Along the way, members of the Wang clan received a sharp slap from him, awakening them from their stupor. Upon witnessing Mu Qing's formidable presence, the Mu clan members felt invigorated. As he bulldozed through, he found Mu Hu engaged in a fistfight with the opposing leader. Mu Qing grasped both their arms, applying force that widened their eyes in astonishment, particularly that of the burly man. He attempted to extract his arms, but found them immovable. What incredible strength! Wasn't this Mu Qing supposed to be a delicate scholar? Chapter 3. A Scholar Week? What nonsense is this? Qingge, is truly you. Qingge, why have you come? With Ahu present, it suffices. There is no need for you to sully your hands with these ruffians from the Wang clan. Indeed, allowing Qingge to engage with such ruffians would tarnish his reputation. The Mu clan members were exceedingly enthusiastic, and Mu Qing could clearly see their genuine respect for him. The Wang clan members, witnessing this, were not to be outdone. Ridiculous. Clearly, he ambushed us when we were unprepared. Indeed, he may appear scholarly, but behind the scenes, he engages in such sordid deeds. Let us settle this unknown. The leader of the Wang clan concealed his anxiety, secretly laughing at his predicament. From the sheer strength he felt, he recognized he was no match for Mu Qing. Previously, he had merely heard rumors of Mu Qing's prowess, but never expected him to possess such remarkable strength. Mu Qing grinned, his tone unsettling. "Some mere scholar. And you think you can engage in discourse with me? Chingu, why waste your breath on them? Release me, and I shall pummel them. Muha's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixed his gaze on the burly man. The two had been evenly matched moments ago, but now were fueled by their anger. Mu Qing released his grip on Mu Hu. Calm down. Ah Hu, let's not forget our purpose. He turned to the burly man. Hand over your techniques, and we shall let this matter rest. What say you? Impossible. The officer has declared that there are only 2 techniques. Whoever seizes them first claims them. The burly man was naturally unwilling to acquiesce. When I offer you suggestions, it would be prudent to heed them, for this is my most gentle approach. Mu Qing chuckled softly. The choice between an active exchange and a passive one after I deliver a beating should not be difficult, should it? Upon hearing these words, the crowd from Wang Jiaxiang erupted in outrage. If you have the courage, come at us. We will not exchange, and do you dare to take a life? They scoffed. This concerns our lives and deaths after entering the military. How could we possibly consider an exchange? And you, who claims to have read the classics, do you truly believe that the sages would endorse such acts of forceful acquisition? The people of Wang Jiaxiang, filled with fervor, vowed to defend their martial arts. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, indicating that there was nothing left to discuss. No matter, he declared, as long as I can bring all of you to your knees, I shall still obtain what I desire. Mu Qing slowly raised his other fist in the face of the opponent's terrified gaze. The burly man continuously attempted to free his arm, yet he was unable to succeed. Mu Qing's strike was not particularly swift. He attempted to block, yet failed to do so. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the burly man was struck squarely in the face, toppling backward and bringing those behind him crashing to the ground. The fervent townsfolk of Wangjia seemed to be suspended in time, as even the people from Mu's hometown were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Mu Qing's strength. Mu was exceedingly exhilarated. Yes, indeed. Just like that. Strike them down. Mu Qing was somewhat astonished. Although his strength had nearly doubled, it seemed rather outrageous, did it not? There could only be one explanation for this situation. His original power was indeed substantial. Mu Qing instinctively began to delve into the memories of his original self, only to discover that he had misjudged the situation. While it was true that his original self was a scholar, he did not conform to the conventional image of a bookish individual lacking physical prowess. Rather, he was the type who traversed mountains and rivers alone, bearing a burden on his back to reach the capital for examinations. His most glorious moment came when he single-handedly confronted a band of brigands, managing to overturn more than half of them through sheer physicality, agility, and cunning strategy. Mu Qing. No wonder the people from Mu's hometown regard themselves as the sole hope of the entire village. And no wonder the clansmen from Mu's lineage heed his words so intently. On one hand, it is due to his scholarly background and extensive knowledge. On the other hand, it is because he possesses genuine prowess in combat, having single-handedly outmaneuvered dozens of bandits in their own territory, including their formidable leader. He even sought a bounty at the local county office afterward. Mu Qing suddenly realized that the foundation left by his former self was far from weak. This was quite intriguing. With an understanding of the situation, Mu Qing glanced at the people from the Wang family, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Anyone who still felt unconvinced could step forward. Although he was a scholar, he was well aware that in the military, the principle of might held the utmost significance. Mu stood behind Mu Qing, leaning his large head forward. Brother Qing, why bother talking to them? A good beating would make them behave. Mu Qing could not help but stifle a smile, yet maintained his composed demeanor. Every utterance from Mu Hu revolved around the notion of striking. Defeating them was ultimately Mu Hu's objective. Hu made a valid point. The victors are revered while the vanquished are scorned. After all, their lack of strength had led them to this predicament. Indeed, Brother Qing, we must determine a victor. The officials are observing us from yonder. Should we falter, we shall reap no favorable outcome. In my view, the cultivation techniques are not of paramount importance. The opponent's methods may not be significantly superior. Their skills merely lend themselves to marksmanship, while ours are honed for prowess with the spear. The crux of the matter lies in subduing them. The people of Mu village engage in lively discussions, yet they refrain from making unilateral decisions, while the inhabitants of Wang village harbor their grievances but dare not voice them. Mu Qing knocked out their leader with a single punch, exuding an impressive aura of intimidation. He proposed exchanging martial arts techniques, followed by instructing the officials to inform them of their defeat, thereby bringing the matter to a close. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. as it would merely involve delivering a few dozen more punches. Mu Qing's expression turned cold. He understood the implication of the conscription officer's words, which was to wait for a clear victor among them. Whether in the previous world or this one, the military does not fear skirmishes, but rather the shame of defeat. Soldiers must possess a certain valor, especially since they had not yet fully integrated into the border camp. Although there were regulations, they were not overly stringent. Observing their leader who had fallen asleep at once, the people of Wangjiaxiang turned their gaze towards the imposing Mu Qing, the bewildered Mu Hu, and the spirited residents of Majiakang. Ultimately, they dejectedly retrieved their martial arts manuals. In total, there were 5 volumes, or 1 for each group. 10 individuals formed a group. 5 groups constituted a squad, and 2 squads made a battalion. Such was their organizational structure. Mu Qing and that strong man are both team leaders. Mu Qing picked it up and examined it, yet he could discern no significant difference. However, since he was able to serve as an archer, he naturally opted against becoming a pikeman. He promptly instructed his subordinates to discard the techniques associated with the pikemen. Satisfied, he approached the conscription officer, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and bowed. "Esteemed sir, I have emerged a bit late, which has caused some disorder. I humbly request your judgment." Mu Qing adopted a rather humble demeanor. Although such matters were tacitly acknowledged by all, it was essential to show due respect. Prior to arriving at the frontier camp, the conscription officers were indeed their immediate superiors. Mu Qing would never establish an adversary for no reason, especially not over a mere exchange of words. After all, he still had to confront foreign tribes on the battlefield in the future, an endeavor that bore significant implications for both his own ascendants and that of the entire Mu family. Such actions could only be attributed to one who had lost their sanity. Chapter 4. The scholar on the brink of the Jinshi examination. The conscription officer slightly raised his hand, signaling Mu Qing to rise. "Are you a scholar?" he inquired. Having overheard the raucous clamor of the crowd and, upon seeing Mu Qing's appearance, his interest was piqued. Mu Qing, recalling the memories of his former self, once again clasped his hands in greeting. The latecomer studied at the county academy of Chu County. The conscription officer began to mentally search for the location of Chu County, though his expression remained impassive. "Oh, a Zhongxiu talent? Have you ever participated in the provincial examination?" The title of Xiucai refers to the second stage of scholarly achievement, the first being Tongxing. Only those who have successfully passed the Tongzi examination can be referred to as Xiucai. A Xiucai is also known as a Shengyuan, a student of the county academy, marking the initial step towards the pursuit of official distinction. Mu Qing wore a faint expression of shame. This year, he indeed participated in the triennial provincial examination, yet he unfortunately fell short of success. The conscription officer instantly adopted a serious demeanor. This indicated that the individual before him was not merely a scholar, but had nearly achieved the status of a successful candidate. The phrase "fell short of success" implied that the one referred to, Sun Shan, had indeed passed, while the speaker, regrettably, had not. This rendered the situation rather intriguing. The conscription officer straightened his posture, and his tone softened slightly. "Why not continue your studies? I observe your extraordinary eloquence and composed demeanor. Although you did not succeed this time, the next opportunity may indeed bear your name. Are you not aware that scholars are exempt from conscription? While a scholar may hold no official title, it nonetheless grants a certain social standing. The exemption from corps labor and military service is merely the most fundamental benefit. After all, one can never guarantee that a scholar's classmates will not ascend to the ranks of the successful and enter the officialdom." Mu Qing glanced back at the eager faces of his fellow townsfolk, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though his tone carried a hint of regret, it was devoid of any sense of remorse. Coming from a humble background, having lost his parents at an early age, he was raised by an elder sister and nurtured by the collective kindness of the villagers who had supported him in his educational pursuits. Mu Qing's expression was earnest. "Sir, I am eligible for an exemption from military service, but I cannot rest easy knowing my fellow townsfolk are vulnerable. I willingly enlist. For 3 years must pass before the next provincial examination, and the barbarian invaders will not wait for me. Before my departure, the elders of my clan entrusted these compatriots to me, and I shall lead them not in pursuit of glory, but solely to repel the invaders and serve the court. The next provincial examination lies 3 years hence. Only by quelling external threats can I hope to take my examinations in peace." The conscription officer nodded slowly, acknowledging the sincerity of Mu Qing's heart, his courage, and cunning qualities that are indeed rare. He had witnessed Mu Qing's earlier display of strength, which was no ordinary attribute for a scholar, coupled with his status as a licentiate, as long as he did not act recklessly. He would not be cast aside as mere cannon fodder in the border camps. In truth, the officer's position was not much superior to that of the scholar, ultimately. He too was merely a lowly clerk. Mu Qing was reluctant to offend others recklessly, and he felt the same way. Mu Qing, on the other hand, dared not speak further. Your Excellency Xie, I am deeply honored by your praise. Although I have perused a modest amount of the classics, to engage in battle requires a fresh start. Whether in literature or in military affairs, I remain but a student. I humbly request your continued guidance in the future, for which I would be profoundly grateful. Mu Qing respectfully performed a gesture of greeting customary among students. He discerned that this conscription officer had received some education, although it was likely that he had not achieved the status of a scholar. Mu Qing's flattery greatly pleased the conscription officer, who assisted him to his feet. Mu Qing, there's no need for such formality. Along the way to the camp, you may feel free to be more familiar with me. By the way, have you acquired the technique for bow shooting? When we arrive at the next depot and collect our weapons, be sure to visit Warehouse B, where a fresh batch of 7 dobos has just arrived. His voice lowered slightly for the latter part, ensuring that those outside did not overhear. Mu Qing respectfully clasped his hands together, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your esteemed favor. I shall forever cherish it in my heart. The conscription officer smiled faintly, uttering no further words, and turned back to his tent. To him, this was merely a small act of kindness, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Mu Qing felt quite satisfied. Having done nothing, he had secured benefits simply by sweet-talking. What could be more effortless than this? Creating enemies? Absolutely not. Flattering? Indeed. What purpose does it serve to indulge in momentary verbal triumphs? Tangible benefits are the only true rewards, even if no advantages were gained. What if one inadvertently offended someone? How would they navigate a joint expedition then? The reason behind unspoken rules being unspoken is precisely because their open acknowledgement is deemed unacceptable. The people of Wang's hometown faced punishment. Not only were they responsible for today's provisions, but their leader, a burly man, would also receive 5 lashes. To be frank, those 5 lashes were hardly significant. The 2 soldiers would not strike with lethal intent. However, this symbolized that Wang's hometown was indeed inferior to Mu's. While the humiliation was one matter, upon entering the main camp, favorable tasks would inevitably be selected by others first. The people of Wang's hometown wished to voice their grievances, yet the thought of Mu Qing's formidable power rendered them too fearful to act. They could only acquiesce to this reality. The people of Mu village returned to their respective tents with an air of triumph, as if they had just emerged victorious from battle, their tails nearly reaching for the heavens under the watchful gaze of the somber faces from Wang village. Mu Qing returned to the tent, clutching 5 volumes of martial techniques in his hands. The name of this particular technique was Swift Wind Strength. It appeared to possess a certain degree of prestige, however. Mu Qing understood that it was merely a rudimentary body refinement method for archers. Indeed, archers, too, require physical conditioning. Only with a robust physique and formidable strength can one draw a more powerful bow. It could be said that archers represent the elite among foot soldiers. This was precisely the rationale behind the recruitment officials' actions. 2 factions, and the victors would become archers, without a shred of doubt. The 7-do bow allocated to the new recruits was merely the minimum standard for archers, which Mu Qing calculated to be approximately equivalent to around 90 pounds in modern terms. At the very least, an untrained ordinary person would be incapable of drawing it. Furthermore, the swift wind strength technique, even when cultivated to its utmost potential, would only allow one to draw a 3-stone bow, translating to roughly 360 pounds. Mu Qing gazed at the martial arts manual in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was a fundamental technique. Yet, it mattered little. All 5 volumes were identical, which meant he could amalgamate them into a single tome. At worst, he could devise a plan to report the loss later. Mu Qing held 3 identical martial arts manuals in his hands, having utilized the process of refinement. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings as he once again sensed a depletion of his vital energy. The 3 manuals of the Swift Gale technique gradually intertwined, merging into a singular, entirely new manual. This newly forged technique bore the name The Initial Break of the Swift Gale. As Mu Qing perused the introduction of this new manual, he discovered that both the difficulty of cultivation and its upper limits were significantly superior to those of the swift gale technique. The practice was simpler, and upon reaching its pinnacle, one could draw a bough of 5 stone, equivalent to 600 pounds. Such strength would render one an elite within any army. It is essential to note that this formidable power not only enabled one to draw a bow, but also to wield a sword effectively. Chapter 5, A Bandit Crisis? What a fortunate turn of events. Having mastered the martial arts manual, Mu Qing summoned Ahu. Brother Qing, you are as formidable as ever. My strength pales in comparison to yours. Mu hefted the long spear and wiped his nose with his sleeve. Mu Qing gazed at the robust Mu Hu, suddenly filled with a sense of reflection. Strictly speaking, this unexpected beginning was rather promising. With a golden opportunity at hand, he possessed the credentials of a scholar and the prowess of a fighter, commanding a legion of 50 men. Furthermore, with Mu Hu by his side, it could be deemed a fortuitous start indeed. Mu Hu was originally not named Mu Hu. At the age of 10, he suffered from a severe illness that left him with a brain condition, trailing behind Mu Qing. These two boys became an extreme contrast. One possessed remarkable intelligence, while the other was dull and foolish. After Mu Qing embarked on his scholarly journey, Mu Hu awaited his return at the village entrance. Though he had crossed the threshold of 20 years, his mental acuity remained akin to that of a mere 10-year-old child. Subsequently, Mu Qing, with the consent of Mu Hu's parents, bestowed upon him the name Hu. He sought nothing more than for him to grow as robust and vigorous as a fierce tiger in the mountains. The state of his intellect was of little consequence. Health was all that truly mattered. Ahu, do you trust Brother Qing? Mu Qing beckoned Mu Hu to come forward. Mu Hu widened his eyes and exclaimed, Qing Gur, speak up. Whom do you wish to strike? Mu Qing, I do not mean to harm anyone. What I intend to convey is that Brother Qing wishes for you to possess an equally formidable strength, but it necessitates a complete liberation of your mind and spirit. Do you understand? Mu Hu scratched his head, a hint of determination gleaming in his eyes. Is the person I am to confront named Xian Shin? Mu Qing, never mind. Just close your eyes. Oh, Mu Hu tightly shut his eyes. Although he was uncertain of what to do, he remembered his parents' words as he left home. Whatever Qing Gur asks you to do, just do it. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qing could not help but smile broadly. The essence obtained from the process of fusion and synthesis could indeed be bestowed upon others, albeit under certain conditions. The most fundamental requirement was that the recipient must completely open their mind and spirit. This essence is indelibly imprinted upon the soul. Any trace of resistance would prevent its application. Once one surrenders entirely, the matter of life and death lies solely within Mu Qing's thoughts. If he desired the other's demise, it would be but a fleeting moment. While others from the village may not comprehend this, Mu Hu undoubtedly harbored no doubts. Mu Qing lowered his head and once again stumbled upon a nest of fortunate ants, lifting his foot to crush them beneath him. He continued to forge and synthesize. As the formidable strength of the 100-layer ant king struck Mu Hu, Mu Qing's legs buckled, and he found himself seated abruptly on the ground. After an exhausting series of extractions and syntheses today, albeit involving merely the smallest units of ants, the sheer volume proved overwhelming. This was akin to subjecting himself to a relentless force 4 times in quick succession. Had he not possessed the robust physique of a bandit capable of swaying half a mountain, he would have faltered under the strain. As the immense strength of the 100-layer ant king bore down upon Mu Hu, an almost imperceptible luminescence enveloped his form, ultimately converging upon his arms. Mu Hu felt the surging power within him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Mu Qing sitting on the ground, his face pale. With a loud cry, he exclaimed, Qing Gur, oh my dear Qing Gur. Mu Hu believed that Mu Qing had bestowed his strength upon him. Observing Mu Qing's slightly pale complexion, Mu Hu was overwhelmed with sorrow. As Mu Qing regained his composure, he was immediately struck by the mournful voice of Mu Hu, causing his expression to darken. What on earth are you wailing about? Are you trying to send me off? Should I provide you with a swana to accompany your lamentations? Enough of this. Mu Hu immediately covered his mouth, yet tears continued to flow, while snot erupted from between his fingers. Mu Qing took a deep breath and rose from the ground. Ahu, I'm fine. Please, I beseech you, stop crying. Your tears frighten me. It feels ominous. Only upon seeing that Mu Qing was truly unharmed did Mu Hu wipe away his tears and snivel. Mu Qing said solemnly, Ahu, you must not speak of this matter to anyone, not even your parents. If you do, Qing Gur will perish. Mu Hu was instantly taken aback, nodding vigorously. I absolutely won't say a word. Mu Qing pondered for a moment, concluding that it was still not secure and could only continue to elaborate. Do not trust anything anyone else says. You need only believe me. You must not disclose to anyone that your strength is connected to me. Just insist that it is a divine gift of your own. Do you understand? Even if others attempt to intimidate you by invoking my name, do not believe them. Mu Hu nodded emphatically. I understand. If no one speaks of it, not even my parents, what should I do if someone presses for answers? Mu Qing broke into a smile and said, strike him. Mu Hu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. All right. Mu Qing patted him on the shoulder, his smile radiating brilliance. Although the circumstances were somewhat unfavorable, he felt a sense of relief that Mu Hu possessed the mentality of a mere 10-year-old. Though immature, this innocence rendered him less susceptible to deception. He was acutely aware that standing alone rendered one vulnerable. Assistance was imperative. Even the formidable warriors Xiang Yu and El Bu had their share of allies. Xiang Yu was supported by his loyal Jiangdong compatriots, while El Bu commanded the valiant cavalry of Bingzhou. In the chaos of battle, individual valor is undoubtedly significant, yet it is not the paramount consideration. A vivid memory surfaced in Mu Qing's mind from the film The Blade of Spring, where Ding Beiying witnessed soldiers relentlessly charging forward. Their expressions a blend of bewilderment and despair. The prowess of martial experts is indeed formidable, yet 300 cannot be contained by merely 3,000, nor 30,000, nor 300,000. Human endurance is finite, and in the face of true warfare, even the most skilled practitioners can prove negligible. This is particularly true now that ordinary soldiers are capable of cultivating martial arts. Even the most rudimentary techniques can be astoundingly formidable. Cultivation. Mu Qing instructed, later. Please gather everyone together. I shall provide a comprehensive explanation of the martial arts techniques, as this will expedite the process. Mu Hu wiped his nose and stepped outside. Mu Qing rubbed his fingers thoughtfully, contemplating what he should extract next to enhance his own being. This endeavor was not without its limitations. Both body and mind possess a threshold of endurance. He sensed that with his current physical prowess, he could withstand the essence refined from a maximum of 5 distinct creatures. The first choice was the ant, selected primarily for its accessibility and the unique strength it offered. The subsequent 4 selections warranted careful consideration. In warfare, the fundamental requirement for a noble clan is an abundance of formidable strength, remarkable agility, and a keen intellect. Thus, he resolved to focus on enhancing his power and agility. Creatures like tigers and bears would undoubtedly be the most advantageous. Yet such beings are elusive and scarce, making the pursuit of higher quality essences a formidable challenge. At this moment, Mu Qing found himself rather eager to swiftly enter the frontier encampment. The borderlands lay upon the vast steppe, where the cattle of the nomads appeared quite robust. Moreover, the steppe was teeming with packs of wolves, which also seemed formidable. Within the confines of his homeland, the slaughter of cattle was strictly prohibited. However, the act of dispatching the nomadic beasts posed no such moral dilemma. The strength of the nomadic cattle, perhaps? Mu Qing felt that he might find a way to venture out early in search of a cow. It was rumored that banditry was rampant in the vicinity. Chapter 6. I shall ascend the mountains and earn my fortune. That very evening, the people of Mu's hometown gathered within Mu Qing's tent to hear him expound on the martial arts techniques. This was something that neither the conscription officers nor the residents of Wang's village could contest. After all, Mu Qing was a scholar, and he possessed that privilege. Envy served no purpose. Those who envied him could simply strive for academic distinction themselves. The effects of the swift wind technique were indeed superior to those of the most rudimentary practices, being both accessible and comprehensible. Following Mu Qing's elucidation, all but Mu Hu from Mu's hometown were able to autonomously engage in the practice. Mu Qing did not mention that this martial art had been upgraded, nor did the people from Mu's hometown inquire about it. To put it plainly, the villagers were utterly indifferent to such matters. Their sole hope lay before them, and these robust, simple-minded individuals had little concern for intricacies. The following day, another contingent failed to arrive for the rendezvous. Instead, they were met by the local county magistrate. The conscription officer, accompanied by 100 soldiers from 2 villages, stood in the makeshift encampment, having received new orders. Their task was to eradicate the nearby bandit threat. The reasons remained unclear, yet the magistrate indeed presented orders from the frontier troops, signifying that the new recruits from these villages were to temporarily heed the magistrate's commands. The conscription officer, though a minor official, found himself in a precarious position, for his status paled in comparison to that of the magistrate. A look of concern crossed his face. "My lord, these individuals have yet to undergo any training. They only received the martial arts instructions yesterday and are ill-equipped. To recklessly confront the bandits may very well result in disaster." The magistrate, however, was not an aloof figure. Perhaps the primary reason for his urgency was the understanding that these men were merely under temporary command, serving in a supportive capacity. He was acutely aware of the situation, knowing that the county's garrison had already been dispatched to the border, and the local constables were scarcely sufficient to maintain order. Thus, he felt compelled to act. Since the operation was intended to protect the county from bandits, the necessary supplies were to be allocated from the county's resources. Yet, the urgency of the mission weighed heavily upon him. The bandits, numbering only a few dozen, were holed up in the mountains, making their eradication a manageable task. The magistrate spoke through gritted teeth. "Those scoundrels have colluded with the barbarian tribes beyond the borders. That is the very reason for the directive to eliminate them." The conscription officer immediately adopted a serious demeanor, contemplating the perilous path ahead. He cast a glance at the two lines of soldiers behind him, clearly sensing their hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qing promptly stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. "My lord, provided that our military supplies are sufficient, I am willing to lead the charge against the bandits." He could easily discern the difficulty faced by the conscription officer, for this was indeed a command that could cost lives. Furthermore, should all his men perish, returning to the encampment would yield him no favorable outcome. Seeing someone willing to lend a helping hand, especially Mu Qing, who had left a positive impression the previous day, the conscription officer's expression visibly relaxed. "Mu Qing, you must consider carefully. The mountains and forests are familiar territory for those brigands. Do you feel assured?" The implication of the officer's words was clear. He was inclined to assign this task to Mu Qing, who was equally keen on the idea of venturing into the mountains. Now, not only could they collaborate on this endeavor, but they could also procure a cache of military supplies, all while earning favor with the conscription officer. Naturally, Mu Qing would not shy away from the opportunity. "Rest assured, my lord, during my previous participation in the local examinations, I encountered bandits and managed to subdue a significant portion of them single-handedly. I assure you, this will not hinder your affairs." In truth, Mu Qing did not regard the several dozen bandits as a formidable challenge. Given the right time and space, he could easily make those ruffians submit to him. "Excellent. This task of eradicating the bandits shall be entrusted to you, Mu Qing. I shall not interfere in the process, but will only observe the outcome, allowing you full freedom to exhibit your capabilities. Do you dare accept?" The conscription officer stated with solemnity. Mu Qing replied without hesitation, expressing his willingness to alleviate the concerns of the esteemed one. The county magistrate, indifferent to who would take responsibility, solely desired the demise of those foolish bandits who dared to collude with the barbarous. "Mu Qing, if you require any military provisions for this campaign against the bandits, do not hesitate to inform me." Mu Qing, fully aware of the impossibility, still ventured to ask, "Sir, is there a possibility of armor?" The county magistrate promptly dismissed the inquiry, stating, "Even if you were to enter the frontier camp, you would not possess the qualification for armor. In my humble county, we naturally lack such armaments." Mu Qing, undeterred, inquired, "Sir, shall we proceed with 50 steel blades, 50 hand shields, 9 7-draw bows, and a quantity of arrows?" The county magistrate nodded in acknowledgement. "Is that all?" Mu Qing affirmed with certainty, "This is all there is." "Very well. The military supplies you require will arrive by noon. You shall set forth immediately upon their arrival. Is there any issue?" "Rest assured, my lord." Mu Qing's tone was imbued with confidence, further accentuated by his powerful physique, which rendered his words remarkably persuasive. The county magistrate was also in high spirits, as he no longer had to command the few soldiers stationed in the county town. The people of Mu village stood resolutely behind Mu Qing, exhibiting a seemingly blind trust in him, which left the contingent from Wang village feeling rather incredulous. One of them contemplated stepping forward, but, upon glancing at the hesitant expressions within his own ranks, he lost his confidence and ultimately chose to remain silent. At noon, 50 knives and 50 shields arrived punctually, accompanied by 9 bows and 9 quivers of arrows, each containing 20 shafts. Under the gaze of the Wang village onlookers, Mu Qing distributed the weapons and equipment, ensuring that each individual was provisioned with enough sustenance for 3 days before setting off. The conscription officer harbored no concerns about them becoming deserters. This was precisely why they had not been dispersed. Once a monk flees, the temple remains. Deserters would face repercussions that extended to their hometown. Are you truly so confident in that, Mu Qing? Queried two armored men, observing the young lad. The conscription officer shot them a sidelong glance, retorting, "What? Would you prefer to lead the charge instead? If you too wish to accompany him, you may do so after shedding your armor. I have no desire to witness it adorning bandits." The two armored soldiers chuckled sheepishly. While they had no fear of heading into battle clad in armor, the thought of removing it was another matter entirely. Along with the military supplies came a cartographic map, delineating the approximate location of the band of marauders. Mu Qing led the team at the forefront, and the morale of the people from his hometown was remarkably high. Mu Qing grasped a 7-do bow, and with a slight exertion, he effortlessly pulled it to its full draw. After gently releasing the tension, he clutched 3 bows and chose to merge them. A flash of golden light enveloped the bows, intertwining them in a harmonious dance, and as the brilliance faded, they melded into a brand new bow. The standard 1-stone bow, refined, emerged from the 7-do bow, requiring an impressive 120 jin to draw. Undeterred, he proceeded to combine the remaining 6 7-do bows once more. Now he possessed 3 1-stone bows. He continued to opt for fusion. Another gleam of gold illuminated the scene as the 3 1-stone bows entwined, ultimately crafting a bow of exquisite craftsmanship. The standard stone 5 bow, finely crafted, was the result of this second fusion, unmistakably a superior weapon. Mu Qing exerted a slight force but was unable to draw the bow. Only when he truly summoned his strength could he fully pull it back. This, it seemed, would suffice. The stone 5 bow required a draw weight of 180 pounds, which was not Mu Qing's limit. However, he could not expend all his energy solely on drawing the bow. Furthermore, this fusion had transformed the originally crude bow into a finely crafted weapon. As long as one possessed talent, hitting a target from 100 paces would pose no challenge. Mu Qing licked his lips, hoping that those bandits possessed some valuable treasures, allowing him to earn money while standing. No, it was essence. Chapter 7. We are here to engage in battle with determination. As a scholar, merely studying is insufficient. Even in a county school, Mu Qing's education encompassed the noble gentleman's 6 arts. However, he was acutely aware of his limited aptitude in circumstances, thus selectively specializing within the 6 arts. He particularly emphasized archery, horsemanship, calligraphy, and mathematics. As a student who traversed mountains and valleys in pursuit of knowledge, he devoted as much effort to his archery skills as he did to his studies. The notion of hitting a target 100 paces away was mere exaggeration. He did not possess such a fine bow, yet he was confident in his accuracy within 30 to 50 paces. This was especially true after he practiced the initial break of the swift wind. A single night of training could hardly yield significant results, yet it would enhance his archery skills to some degree. Nevertheless, Mu Qing understood that once he entered the army, the focus would not be on who could shoot accurately, but rather on who could shoot farthest. Precision archers would have dedicated individuals responsible for that, while the majority of bowmen would engage in collective volleys. Mu Qing merged 9 bows into one, considering that for his fellow townsmen, providing them with a bow was less advantageous than equipping them with swords and shields. The training costs for archers are substantial, and the time required for them to develop combat effectiveness is lengthy. They are entirely distinct from crossbowmen. Mu Qing applied for 9 bows, to which the county magistrate would respond, "Is that all?" Had he requested 9 crossbows, the magistrate might have sent Mu Qing straight to the dungeon. Crossbows and armor are classified as strategic resources. Until nightfall, Mu Qing, accompanied by his talented companions, arrived at the foothills where the bandits were known to roam. "Brother Qing, shall we advance under the cover of darkness, or wait for dawn?" Someone approached Mu Qing and quietly inquired, casting a glance towards the dense forest not far away. Mu Qing squinted at the dark, dense forest before shaking his head. Venturing inside would only lead to deeper darkness. Lighting a torch would spell certain doom. It would be wiser to wait until dawn to enter. For now, he should find a place to rest. Very well. Mu Qing reminisced about his memories of the map, stating, "I recall that not far ahead lies a village. If we wish to confront the bandits, we must first seize that village. Inform the brothers to remain silent. We shall stealthily enter under the cover of night, striking swiftly and without mercy." "Brother Qing, are we not here to eradicate the bandits? Why must we resort to actions against the villagers?" Mu Qing cast a glance at the speaker, whose name was Mu Shi. In terms of familial ties, Mu Qing ought to address him as sixth uncle. This village lay at the foot of the mountain, marked on the map. Though it had faced incursions from bandits, the intensity of such disturbances was relatively low. I often interacted with these brigands, and it was common for villages like this to have connections with the bandits residing in the mountains. After all, they were not regular soldiers. The act of slaughtering villagers was a matter Mu Qing needed to clarify. Indeed, Brother Qing, you possess knowledge in these matters, and following your counsel is wise. However, should the county magistrate discover that we have harmed the villagers, might we face repercussions? There are always innocents caught in the fray. Whatever Brother Qing says is to be taken as truth. Just be careful, or I might give you a sound thrashing. Before Mu Qing could utter a word, Mu Hu immediately expressed his displeasure. Mu Sherdun was momentarily taken aback. Ahu, you are indeed a true tiger, utterly disrespectful. I am your sixth uncle. Mu Hu stared wide-eyed. Mother said, whatever Qing Gur says is to be taken as truth. That is the way to survive. Mu Qing broke into a grin, saying, all right, Ahu. After halting Mu Hu, he smiled ominously. We are not here to investigate a case. An investigation requires evidence. But eradicating bandits merely necessitates a location. As for those villagers, Ahu and I will enter first, while you guard the mountain pass. If no one goes to inform the bandits, we shall spare them. But if there is, what shall we do then? Shall we eliminate them all? Listening to Mu Shi's words, Mu Qing declared with righteous fervor, how could it be us who slaughters them? It is clearly those despicable bandits who conspire with the savages that commit such heinous acts. We seek vengeance for the villagers and eradicate the bandits. That is the true act of justice. Mu Shi gazed at Mu Qing, who seemed to shimmer with an aura of righteousness, and blinked. Goodness gracious, no wonder the clan leader instructed us to heed your every word. You possess quite the cunning intellect. Mu Qing reined in his smile and spoke solemnly to his fellow townsmen. We are now soldiers, armed with steel blades and shields. What lies before us is the brutality of battle, no longer the tranquility of the fields. Once we draw our swords, it is a matter of life or death. Whether it be suppressing bandits or dealing with the villagers, these are merely preliminary skirmishes. Our true destiny awaits us on the battlefield. Mu Qing's expression turned solemn. One must possess a ruthless heart. Only in this manner can we achieve greatness and return home alive. In that fleeting moment, Mu Qing felt as though he was no longer himself, but rather his original self. The souls from two disparate worlds harmoniously merged at that instant. Mu Qing did not perceive this as a misfortune. Without the original self, he would not dare to take a life, not even that of a chicken. All of this was a gradual dissolution of the original self, paving the path for him, guiding him to embrace every facet of his being. Qing Gur, we understand. Indeed, Qing Gur, in our home, we adhere to familial hierarchies. But now that we are in the military, let us abide by the military's order. You are our team leader. Give the commands. The townsfolk spoke in unison, their words echoing an unwavering trust in Mu Qing. Mu Qing stated that it is disingenuous not to be moved. However, what he said holds true. The best course of action is to return with their essence intact. Very well, Mu Qing promptly declared, according to the plan, Ahu and I will enter, while the rest of you guard the exit. We must not allow anyone to escape and alert the bandits. Understood. If any villagers attempt to inform the bandits, we shall show no mercy with our blades. Ahu, remember to protect your brother Qing. Mu Hu scratched his head and exclaimed, oh, whoever dares to touch Qing Gur, I shall strike them. Mu Qing nodded. Very well, from this moment on, silence is paramount. You all proceed cautiously. Ahu, follow my lead. The others immediately dispersed, encircling towards the direction of the village. Mu Qing strode boldly down the path, with Mu Hu trailing closely behind. Mu Qing, wielding a sword and shield, with a longbow slung across his shoulder and a quiver of arrows on his back, strode confidently down the narrow path towards the village. At this hour, the village lay shrouded in silence, with every household's door firmly shut. The arrival of the two stirred the dogs, which began to bark, prompting flickering lights to illuminate the darkened homes. The village, constructed of mud bricks and timber, revealed its modest size and population. Mu Qing estimated that this small village had no more than a few dozen households. In such a diminutive settlement, with bandits lurking in the nearby mountains, it was indeed quite audacious to sleep soundly. He made his way directly to the heart of the village, where he noticed the villagers discreetly observing him. Mu Qing's lips curled into a grin. Village chief, step forth. We are soldiers from the county, here specifically to eradicate bandits. In Mu Qing's mind, he had already sentenced these individuals to death. Moreover, with all exits thoroughly blocked, he felt no trepidation about revealing their presence. This was precisely the purpose of his arrival. Chapter 8. This is all a ruse. How could you still take it seriously? Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, the surrounding houses were filled with distinct rustling sounds. Moments later, an elderly man sporting a goatee cautiously emerged. Upon seeing Mu Qing and Mu Hu clad in standard-issue knife and shield, he instinctively recoiled. However, upon realizing that only the two of them were present, he subtly exhaled in relief. Esteemed soldiers, I am indeed the village chief, and I have long awaited your arrival. The village chief approached, clasping his hands in greeting, his face alight with joy. Old chief, we have traveled all day and are quite famished. Is there anything to eat? Mu Qing commenced his performance. Indeed, as long as the military gentleman does not mind the humble offerings, we must ensure he is well fed. Old woman, quickly stoke the fire and prepare a meal for the military gentleman. The village head shouted into the house. Mu Qing's lips curled slightly as he followed the village chief into the house. An elderly woman wiped her hands and, feeling somewhat awkward, greeted them, saying, I have met the two military gentlemen. Mu Qing raised his hand, reassuring the elderly matron, rest assured, we are merely taking a moment's respite here. You, good lady, ought to prepare a meal for the soldiers. They are surely famished. The village chief admonished her. Indeed, I shall attend to it at once, the old woman replied, making her way to the corner stove to kindle a fire. With no tables or chairs in the humble abode, Mu Qing seated himself directly upon the earthen kong, while Ahu stood by, clutching his sword and shield. The arrival of the soldiers to quell the bandits is akin to the dawn of a brighter day. However, the soldiers must exercise caution, for those brigands are quite ferocious, the village chief observed, his eyes reflecting a blend of joy and concern. Yet, there are only two soldiers. Upon hearing the elder's apprehension, Mu Qing laughed heartily. Fear not, esteemed village chief. My brother and I are merely scouting the way. The main army shall arrive by tomorrow. When they do, the mountains will be sealed off, and those mere bandits will be but insignificant pests. Mu Qing expressed his concern, saying, Your village is perilously close to the bandits. It must be quite difficult for you, I presume. Mu Qing's words instantly brought tears to the village chief's eyes. With a voice choked with emotion, he lamented, It is not merely difficult. My youngest daughter has also been taken by those bandits, and now her fate remains unknown. Time and again, these marauders descend upon us to pillage our belongings. Were it not for the fact that our family has dwelled here for generations, we would have long since relocated. The county has promised to eradicate the bandits, and we await the day when we might witness their heads severed, even in death. We would find solace in closing our eyes. The old man wept there, and Mu Hu joined him in sorrow. It is truly tragic. I must avenge those bandits. Mu Qing. However, Mu Hu's genuine display of emotion serves as the finest disguise, and Mu Qing pays him no mind. Gentlemen, do enjoy your meal. It is imperative that you eat to your heart's content, for only with a full belly can one summon the strength to vanquish bandits. The old village chief said, wiping away his tears earnestly. Mu Qing nodded firmly, assuring, rest easy. Even if there are a few bandits, none connected to them will escape. The old village chief felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, yet lacked any evidence. Please, esteemed sirs, take a moment to sit. I shall return to the village to fetch a dish for you. Mu Qing nodded, then we shall not be polite. The village chief took a moment to compose himself before stepping outside. After a brief interval, he returned, cradling a jar in his hands. It contained the fruit wine brewed from grapes previously harvested in the mountains, though much of it had been ravaged by bandits. Now, only this single jar remained, and he hoped the two military gentlemen would not look down upon it. Mu Qing stood up, seemingly filled with astonishment. Is there still wine? The village chief brought over 2 bowls, filling them for Mu Qing and his companion. The two gentlemen should moisten their throats first. The meal will be ready shortly. Once you have feasted and quenched your thirst, we shall deal with the bandits. Mu Qing lifted a bowl of wine, poised to drink, yet ultimately extended it towards the village chief. How could he assume such a responsibility without having achieved any merit? Come, let us drink together, he urged. The village chief hastily declined, saying, I am but an old man, and my sole desire is to witness those bandits bow in submission before I depart this world, preferably catching another glimpse of my dear daughter. Please, enjoy your drink. A distant clamor wafted in from outside the village, and Mu Qing seemed to discern Mu Shi's voice. The village chief's expression shifted subtly, yet Mu Qing remained composed. Why did the elder refuse to drink? Was it a reluctance to grant this young man a favor? Or did he harbor suspicions of poison in the wine? The village chief feigned calmness, saying, "You jest, esteemed sir. How could I dare such a thing? In truth, the village is impoverished, and I can only present my best to honor you." Mu Qing set down the bowl and rose to step outside. Listening to the clamor beyond the door, feeling a tinge of regret. In the dead of night, why would the villagers venture into the mountains? Are there not bandits lurking there? Alas, I have had too many encounters with bandits. Your petty antics truly lack any significance. Mu Qing's words caused the village chief's complexion to pale, followed by a fleeting glimpse of ferocity on his face. He rolled up his trouser leg, drew forth a dagger, and lunged towards Mu Qing's vulnerable back. "Dare to touch my brother Qing." Mu, who had yet to emerge from his earlier emotional turmoil. Upon witnessing the audacity of the old man to strike at his younger brother, he was instantly consumed by rage. With tears streaming down his face, he brandished his long knife and brought it crashing down upon the old man. The room was quite small, and how could Mu Qing be unprepared? He charged forth, while the old man was swiftly dispatched by Mu Hu's lethal blow. The elderly woman, who had been busily preparing a meal, was left utterly stunned. Clutching a kitchen knife in her hand, she had intended to assist her husband, yet she was taken aback by the sheer force of Mu Hu. Mu Hu, tears streaming down his face, cast a fierce glare at the old woman. "You dare to ask for a knife to start a fire? I will hammer you to death." Mu Hu Pu swiftly ended the life of the elderly woman with a single stroke of his blade. Mu Qing gazed at Mu Hu, who had just dispatched two individuals. Still lost in thought, his face fell into a frown. "What are you pondering so earnestly? The story was clearly intended to amuse you. How could you take it so seriously? It's truly tragic." Mu Hu sniffed audibly. "Mu Qing, though the situation is dire, it does not deter you from dispatching these elderly couple, does it? If they dare to lay a hand on you, I shall crush them." The clamor of battle outside grew increasingly intense. It was evident that those attempting to alert the bandits had been intercepted, and a confrontation had ensued. One by one, villagers emerged from within, armed with farming tools or rudimentary weapons. Remarkably, these villagers possessed the audacity to collude with the bandits, as Qing Guer had asserted. "Do not hold back. Showing mercy to them is akin to inflicting cruelty upon ourselves. Let all rebels be eradicated." The voices of Mu's fellow townsfolk echoed from outside the village. A few villagers, upon spotting Mu Qing and his companion exiting the village chief's abode, rushed towards them. In terms of numbers, it was apparent that Mu's compatriots were somewhat outnumbered. Yet, each of Mu's townsfolk wielded a blade and a shield, clearly a cut above the makeshift weaponry of their adversaries. Moreover, with intent fueling their actions, the blade struck swift and true, painting the ground with splashes of crimson. "With my sword and Ahu's bow, we shall eliminate these traitorous villagers." Mu Qing removed his longbow, knocking an arrow, his gaze imbued with indifference. Chapter 9. We swear to follow Brother Qing to the death. In the dim light of the villagers' homes, the glimmer of blades danced ominously. They numbered merely 50, yet they were prepared to fight with all their might. The villagers roared in desperation. They were soldiers sent to eradicate bandits. If they allowed them to escape, the entire village would perish, fight to the death, slay them, and claim it was the work of bandits. With a sudden gasp, the speaker's eyes widened in terror as a sharp arrow pierced deeply into his back. As he fell, in that fleeting moment, he glimpsed two figures charging into the throng. The first, wielding a large saber, seemed invincible, with none able to stand against him. The second, following closely behind, drew his bow, each arrow dispatched claiming a life. Such strength, such swiftness in the bow, the man slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to silence. Mu Qing could discern that although Ahu possessed immense strength, he lacked any semblance of combat experience, relying solely on his raw power to strike. Fortunately, sheer strength can often overcome finesse. His natural might, amplified by the formidable power of the Ant King, rendered the villagers unable to contend with him. Conversely, the situation for the other residents of Mu's hometown was not as fortuitous. While they were not entirely at a disadvantage, they also failed to gain a significant upper hand. Their sole advantage lay in their superior weaponry and equipment. Mu Qing understood that the key to breaking the deadlock lay within himself and Ahu. With a swift stride, he ascended the stone mill in the village, positioning himself to shoot from an elevated stance. A flurry of cold glints shot forth, accompanied by the anguished cries of the fallen, as if the king of hell himself were calling names. Ahu brandished his large knife beneath the millstone, attempting to thwart the villagers who dared to charge forward. However, in a matter of mere breaths, the villagers were thoroughly demoralized. Though they had engaged in a back-and-forth with those from outside, they were ill-prepared for the deadly arrows raining down from behind. With each breath, Mu Qing felled yet another adversary. Among them were both the elderly and the young, and regardless of age or gender. Anyone who dared to rush out was met with his unrelenting resolve. Collaborating with bandits, especially those who allied with the barbaric tribes, was a grave offense. The most lenient punishment was exile to the frontier as a slave, while a swifter, more merciful end was execution. The nation itself bordered on tribal lands. And while banditry might not warrant death, colluding with the barbaric tribes was a certain path to demise. The status of Han women among these tribes was such that they could genuinely partake in meals at the table, a testament to their precarious position. After enduring the initial turmoil, the people of Mujia village began to adopt a more ruthless approach. Were it not for those accursed barbarians, they would still be toiling from dawn till dusk, surrounded by their wives and children in the warmth of their homes. Now, they are not only forced to distance themselves from their homeland, but also compelled to venture into perilous battlefields, igniting a simmering fury within their hearts. We surrender. We are willing to surrender. As comrades fell around them, the archer remained unflinching, instilling fear in the hearts of the villagers. With over 50 households and more than 100 souls, more than half took up rudimentary weapons to resist, yet the slain exceeded 20. Not including those butchered by Mu Hu and others. Several children cried out in terror, while the women exhibited palpable fear, filled with unease and trepidation about their impending fate. All laid down their arms, raising their hands above their heads as they knelt on the ground, and any who dared to move would face dire consequences. The blood and corpses strewn across the ground did little to affect Mu Qing when he went to claim the bounty. He even carried the severed head of the bandit leader, Fear, with the bandit's head in hand. The reward of 50 taels of silver would suffice to cover an entire year's worth of spring plowing, summer planting, and autumn harvesting tools, rice seeds, and even purchase a pair of oxen while providing new clothes for the children. In modern terms, 1 tael of silver equates to nearly 3,000 yuan. A 5-person household in Mujia village earns merely 3 taels annually. The burdensome core of labor and taxes render the common folks' lives unbearable. Yet, amidst such adversity, Mujia village managed to support Mu Qing's education. Thus, that 50 taels of silver was never intended for personal use. It was entirely reinvested into the welfare of the villagers. To put it plainly, had it not been for that bounty, he would have had no inclination to deal with the bandits. Now, with the essence of his former self, Mu Qing could assert, without exaggeration, that he understood the bandits better than anyone else. No one knew better how to handle them. Bind them all, regardless of age or gender, and let them witness the fate that awaits such scoundrels. With a commanding voice, Mu Qing directed the people of his hometown to immediately gather ropes. In the absence of ropes, they tore their coarse garments into strips to ensure that these individuals could not escape. General, we deserve our fate. Please spare the child, for he is innocent. A woman knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Mother. Beside her, a small boy of about 6 or 7 years old looked on in terror at these fearsome figures. Mu Qing handed the shiwagong bao to Mu Hu and strolled over with great interest. Oh, the bond between mother and child. Look at this lad, plump and fair. He certainly appears sturdier than the young ones in our village. Where does all this nourishment come from? Mu Qing surveyed his surroundings and remarked. Our entire village cannot muster a single jar of wine, yet you, a mere handful of households in this small hamlet, manage to present wine for hospitality. Surely, you wouldn't claim it was blown here by the winds? I am unaware of his misdeeds, but I am certain he has reaped the benefits and protection afforded by the bandits alongside you. After the officials' homes were raided, their womenfolk were consigned to the brothels. How much more precious is your son compared to them? Mu Qing shook his head, disregarding the woman's pleas for mercy. His orders were executed with precision, and all survivors, regardless of age or gender, were bound tightly. The sounds of despair and piercing screams filled the air. Many women, inevitably touched during the binding, stirred the passions of these men who had left their homes and wives behind. Brother Qing, what shall we do next? Shall we deliver them to the authorities or proceed directly? Mu Shi made a gesture of cutting his throat. Time was of the essence. First, they would silence them, rendering them unable to utter a sound. Then, they would make their exit and wait for the arrival of the governmental reinforcements. These individuals would be left to the hands of the constables. This was what he conveyed to the villagers. Mu Qing intended to use the villagers as bait, with the bandits being the fish he sought to catch. Once everything was arranged, he departed from the village, creating the illusion of returning to the county town. In truth, he lay in ambush around the village. Fashioning a rudimentary cloak from vines and leaves, he sprawled on the ground, nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. The others followed suit, wrapping themselves in vines as well. Silence enveloped the area outside the village, though the occasional whisper of conversation could still be heard. A few women stood out, robust and well-endowed, clearly capable of bearing children. What a pity it would be if they could be utilized. Such thoughts seemed justified in the face of those bandits. Hush! Young Qing is a gentleman, and would never condone such behavior. I merely mention it, for I have yet to find a wife, and remain ignorant of the experience. Mu Qing, having completed the essential tasks, I shall devise a plan for you. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to Brother Qing. Chapter 10. Such excruciating torture? Under the cover of night, Mu Qing and his companions seized the opportunity to rest. If the bandits atop the mountain were astute, the commotion below would not escape their notice. Even if the scene was obscured, the faint shouts from the valley could still be heard. It was inevitable that they would descend to investigate, and Mu Qing had laid a trap for the bandits who would come down. Lying in the grass, Mu Qing fell into contemplation. He seemed to have discovered alternative applications for the two abilities bestowed upon him by the system. Remarkably, the villagers he had personally slain could also yield a form of essence. Endurance, a slight enhancement to physical constitution. The essence was similarly derived from others he had shot down. Moreover, Mu Qing sensed that had he chosen to extract and synthesize directly earlier, he would not have needed to expend his own vitality. The vitality of those he had slain was remarkably abundant, more than sufficient for his needs. However, he held little regard for mere endurance. While the enhancement of physical constitution appeared foundational, its insignificance left him in doubt. He had personally taken the lives of 16 individuals, each contributing to his endurance. Mu Qing chose to embark on the synthesis process using 3 instances of diligence. Resilience, an upgrade derived from diligence, provides a modest enhancement to physical attributes. This subtle essence has indeed captured my attention. With 13 instances of diligence remaining, he can synthesize 4 instances of resilience, enough to glimpse what lies beyond it. He then selected 3 instances of resilience for another synthesis. Tenacity, an advancement synthesized from resilience, significantly fortifies the body and greatly enhances physical prowess. Mu Qing felt a sense of satisfaction with this essence of tenacity, and he sensed that it had yet to reach its synthesis limit, indicating potential for further enhancement. There was no urgency in the matter, so Mu Qing decided to apply the tenacity to himself. In that instant, he felt a wondrous force washing over his body. Health, strength, and vitality surged within him. This was his immediate perception, and he even felt a slight increase in his strength, allowing him to wield the stone bow with ease. The results were impressive, achieved at the cost of 9 lives. However, Mu Qing felt no pangs of guilt. In his view, this was akin to slaying monsters for loot, with the only difference being that the loot was an essence. Evil, after all, is not the power itself, but rather the wielder of that power. Not to mention the mere act of extraction and synthesis granted by the system. Even if given a soul banner, Mu Qing would not hesitate to take it. Although his original self was well versed in the 6 arts of a gentleman, he was no impoverished scholar. He was acutely aware of the heavy hopes resting on his shoulders from the entire Mu clan. As for Mu Qing himself, to put it plainly, he could not tolerate others lecturing him from their self-righteous moral high ground. With the original self having fallen from grace and feeling that he had let down the hopes of his fellow villagers, compounded by the pressures of conscription, he ultimately succumbed to the weight of it all. Mu Qing seized the opportunity to take control of the body, merging seamlessly with the original's memories. There was no sense of one consuming the other. Rather, it was a grand amalgamation. Remaining steadfast, Mu Qing placed his hand atop Mu Hu's head, bestowing upon him a gift. As dawn broke, the villagers of Mu Jiaxiang, taking turns to monitor the village, roused Mu Qing from his slumber. "Brother Qing," they said, "approximately 3 to 5 individuals have stealthily entered the village. They are likely bandits from the mountains come to scout." Mu Qing slowly opened his eyes. After a night of rest, he had replenished the energy and vitality consumed by the synthesis. We cannot let them escape. We are relying on these individuals to guide us. The others, hearing the commotion, also stirred from their slumber, for at this hour, none could sleep soundly. Quickly, we blocked all exits. Ahu and I will proceed inside. With a command from Mu Qing, the villagers of Mu's hometown, who had been conserving their strength throughout the night, sprang into action. However, Hussein immediately sensed that something was amiss upon entering. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and soon he beheld the tightly bound villagers and the corpses strewn across the ground. The villagers, upon seeing their arrival, began to make muffled sounds, but their mouths were gagged, rendering them voiceless. Hussein rushed forward and tore the cloth from one person's mouth. What is happening? Brother Hu, the officials are coming to exterminate the bandits. They have discovered our connection with the mountain. The village chief sent us to deliver the warning, but they intercepted us. They are returning to gather troops to hand us over to the constables. The village chief has also been killed. Those officials are brutal, sparing not even the children. Hussein's heart sank as he witnessed the decapitated head of the former village chief. How were you discovered? Did you slip? That is not the point now. I will free you. Follow me up the mountain and explain everything to the leader. Understanding the urgency of their situation, Hussein quickly instructed his companions to untie the ropes. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing one man's shoulder, eliciting a cry of anguish. It's an ambush. Hussein swiftly drew his knife, only to turn and find an archer aiming directly at him. Brother Hu, it's them. They haven't left. Of course. I am not blind to this trap. Hussein's brow furrowed, and a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he lunged forward. Moments later, he crouched on the ground, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers. Mu Qing, with an air of authority, lightly tapped Hussein's face with the blade of his knife. Will you continue to fight? No more, no more. A brave man spares my life. Hussein's eyes were clear and innocuous. Fight. What a joke. After one clash, my hand is numb. The three individuals were taken to separate rooms for interrogation. I shall personally oversee this matter. Once completed, I will compare their testimonies. Any discrepancies will result in increased punishment. Mu Qing rotated his wrist. Allow me to elucidate the nature of the punishment, which is rather simple. The instrument of torment is a bamboo skewer, inserted through the fingers and then subjected to a relentless tugging motion. Do not underestimate this bamboo skewer. It has myriad applications, be it for fingers or toes and so forth. As Mu Qing spoke, not only did the three bandits tremble, but even the local villagers could not suppress a slight shiver. Second brother, if anything were to happen to me, you must grant me a swift end. I fear not death, but I truly cannot endure this. Rest assured, I too would find it unbearable. Merely hearing of it is overwhelming. However, if it were to be used on others, it does seem to possess a certain morbid fascination. Third uncle, are you serious? Chapter 11. I have claimed. No one understands bandits better than I do. No, 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 that is not necessary, esteemed military officer. Please feel free to inquire. I assure you, I would not dare conceal anything. The faces of Hussein and his companions turned pale with fear. If they were to receive a cut or two and utter a sound, they would no longer be considered brave men. Indeed, if one were to be slain by a single stroke, they would not fear it. For a true man can rise anew after 18 years. Yet, to have bamboo skewers pierced through two sensitive areas, and to endure the ensuing tugging. What kind of malevolence could conceive such a wicked form of punishment? It is not merely cruel, it is utterly despicable. No, 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 we must conduct separate interrogations. The testimonies must be verified thoroughly. Mu Qing waved his hand, instructing others to escort the two individuals away. Now, tell me, what manner of brigands are you? Hussein swallowed hard, gathering his thoughts before speaking. We are not brigands by nature. It is merely that this matter shall be set aside. We are soldiers, not officials, and have no concern for your affairs. Military, sir, perhaps you could offer some guidance so that I might know what to articulate. Mu Qing, without a moment's hesitation, began to enumerate the number of individuals, their positions, strengths, routes, traps, escape paths, and the connections between you and the barbarians. Hussein immediately shuddered. No wonder such formidable foes had come this time. It appeared that their collusion with the barbarians had been exposed. We number 56 in total, including one chief and 5 sub-chiefs, collectively known as the 6 Great Titans, currently situated in the Heishui Gorge of the Funyo Mountains. Among them, the chief possesses the greatest strength, wielding a formidable blade. There are 3 routes into the mountains, each laden with traps. The escape route lies deep within a cave, where a hidden river flows, leading to the outside world. As for communication with the barbarians, this lowly individual is unaware. My own abilities are insufficient, relegating me to the position of a mere sub-chief. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow and inquired, since you are merely a minor leader, how did you come to possess knowledge of this escape route? Perhaps sensing Mu Qing's skepticism, Husan hastily clarified that it was mentioned inadvertently during their drinking session. Many on the mountain were aware of it, yet none knew the precise location of the exit. Thus, there was no fear of it being disclosed. Mu Qing nodded and then turned to the villagers. This village serves as your stronghold, does it not? Husan glanced at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, realizing the futility of denial, and chose to confess outright. Indeed, they are responsible for keeping watch. We come intermittently to feign a raid. And the village chief willingly sent his daughter to the mountain. She is now the little concubine of the great leader. They also lure passing merchant caravans, drugging them to incapacitate before we take over. In return, we provide them with certain benefits. He chuckled. It appears we have not erred in our judgment of them. Mu Qing let out a mocking laugh, then reached down to pick up the steel knife that Husan had dropped, idly toying with it. Casting a glance at him, he casually remarked, given the circumstances, I trust it will be effortless for you to guide us and devise a way to lure those bandits out, correct? Without a moment's hesitation, Husan readily agreed, exclaiming, as long as the military officer refrains from using bamboo skewers, I shall lead the way, and I will do so with utmost diligence. I am certain I can trick the chief and his men out. Such eagerness? Mu Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled. Surely you do not intend to seize this opportunity to return to that cave and inform your chief, only to escape through the underground river? Husan's heart skipped a beat. How could this lad be so astute? Yet, he displayed not a hint of concern on his face. How could that be? My lord, the army is about to encircle the mountain and exterminate the bandits. I would not dare. Mu Qing let out a derisive laugh. I have heard far more sincere words than yours countless times. Allow me to be frank. The higher authorities were initially indifferent to your petty squabbles, but your collusion with the barbarians has altered the situation. If you lead the way voluntarily, I shall consider it a merit on your part. Should you manage to lure out that formidable chieftain and his cohorts, the bounty shall be yours, while the credit will accrue to me. With that sum, you could easily procure 2 beautiful maidens and acquire a couple of acres of irrigated land, transforming yourself into a wealthy gentleman. Meanwhile, I too would advance a step further owing to this achievement. Husan forced a bitter smile. Yet a hint of derision flickered across his face upon hearing the mention of the authorities. Military, sir, if the government truly adhered to reason, we would not have resorted to becoming bandits. It is precisely the years of oppressive taxes and continual conscription that have driven us to this plight. I have aged parents to support. My brother has perished on the battlefield, and my sister-in-law has been forcibly taken by vile men. When I reported this to the authorities, they merely punished me and cast me into the streets. My land has been seized by those same ruffians. Tell me, military sir, do I have any other path left to tread? Mu Qing cleared his ears and remarked, I have heard you. In light of your relative cooperation, I shall inform you that this campaign against the bandits is unrelated to the government, as your collusion with the savages has already been entrusted to our border troops. The government dares not overlook the merits and rewards due to our border forces. Do you understand? As for the matters you mentioned, Mu Qing let out a derisive laugh. If you manage to rid the world of that villain and corrupt official, I would consider you a true man. But what is the outcome? You become a bandit, preying upon the very people you vowed to protect. You are nothing more than a self-proclaimed hero, a pitiful wretch. Let me be clear. Either you lead the way and lure your chief out for a bounty, or you face death, begging for a better life in your next incarnation. Husan's expression fluctuated between despair and anger, for Mu Qing's words struck deeply at his heart. Ah, it seems you just mentioned. You still have parents? Do you not? Mu Qing spoke softly. Husan suddenly raised his head. I have done it. My parents are unaware of my descent into banditry, and I cannot implicate them. Mu Qing's face broke into a warm smile. Ah, how could you say such a thing? We are soldiers, not bandits. The essence lies in clear rewards and punishments. If you accomplish the task, it will be a significant achievement. Upon your return, you shall be hailed as a hero for eradicating the bandits. Do you need me to instruct you on how to convey that? Husan gazed at Mu Qing in disbelief. Does the military officer understand even this? Mu Qing smiled modestly, declaring that no one understands bandits better than he does. Hussein remarked, "This young man is truly formidable." After a brief moment, the testimonies of the other two individuals were also obtained, and upon comparison, they proved to be identical. "Hussein," he said, "you may return now, but remember your mission." Mu Qing patted Hussein on the shoulder and said, "If you fail to bring those individuals to the designated location tonight, I shall return these two and inform your chief of your treachery, while ensuring the safety of your parents. Take a gamble. The destitute may rise to affluence. Reflect upon it carefully." With that, he struck down, causing Hussein's shoulder to bleed anew, the pain making him grimace in agony. "Rest assured, General," Hussein declared, "I will keep my word." With gritted teeth, he departed. Mu Qing and his companions had agreed upon the ambush location in the mountains. However, Mu Qing's greatest concern now was the possibility of the bandits fleeing. If they managed to escape, there would be no recourse. Let the two of them lead the way. We shall venture into the mountains to prepare. Mu Hu, akin to plucking up chicks, directly tugged the other two individuals as he made his way outside. "Qinggur, shall we leave these villagers here for now?" Mu Shi whispered beside Mu Qing, "I will await you at the foot of the mountain for the duration of an incense stick. Ensure these beasts are dealt with thoroughly." Mu Qing gazed upon the villagers with an expression akin to that reserved for swine or hounds. Chapter 12. What truly constitutes a soldier? Many youths from Mu's hometown sparkled with eagerness in their eyes, volunteering to remain behind. Mu Shi cast a glance at Mu Qing and, upon noticing the complete absence of expression on Mu Qing's face, he instantly comprehended the situation. Mu Qing paid no heed to this matter. "The few of you remaining, remember, if you do not return to the ranks within the span of a single incense stick's burning, you shall face military discipline." Mu Shi issued a warning before departing alongside Mu Qing. The group of young men exchanged glances, their faces suddenly breaking into an unspoken smirk. They observed the younger individuals, their excitement palpable as they approached and led them into a nearby dwelling. The scene was beyond what the word tragic could encapsulate. Surely, the tormented souls who had suffered at their hands would find a modicum of solace upon witnessing this spectacle. Outside, those who remained listened to the piercing cries that echoed, their eyes betraying a sense of despair. They all understood the grim fate that awaited them as they traversed the path into the mountains. Mu Shi leaned closer to Mu Qing, a note of concern in his voice. "Brother Qing, do you think it wise to allow those young men free rein? They are still but boys, and if they lose their way, it could spell trouble." Mu Qing's expression remained unchanged. "We are conscripted soldiers, and our pay is pitifully meager. If we are not allowed to vent our frustrations, it is only a matter of time before something goes awry. Just now, Hussein mentioned that the villagers have committed numerous atrocities in collusion with the bandits. In recent times, the number of people harmed by their cooperation has surpassed even that of the bandits on the mountain. What fate awaits them? Regardless of the turmoil, they are deserving of their fate. Uncle Liu, I have witnessed this many times. The families of the bandits I captured before ended up in prison, and their fate was hardly better." Mu Shi let out a sigh. "We were merely humble farmers before, never having witnessed such a scene. What sixth uncle said is simply a matter of unfamiliarity. Soon, we shall be soldiers." Soldiers. But what truly defines a soldier? Mu Qing paused slightly, contemplating. Does my sixth uncle believe that this would be too cruel for those individuals? In truth, it is not merely that. I have no intention of sparing the three guides as well. The government has never issued any bounties, although we have yet to step into the border army's main camp. Having departed from the Mu family's homeland, we are considered part of the border forces. Suppressing bandits is a soldier's duty, and eliminating marauders is also a soldier's task. Ensuring that the people of Mu family's homeland can cultivate their lands in peace is equally a soldier's responsibility. Mu Qing embraced Mu Shi's shoulder, gazing at his slightly younger sixth uncle with earnest intensity. "Sixth uncle, kindness is reserved for the virtuous. For the wicked, no cruelty can be deemed excessive. Our mission, beyond safeguarding the realm and its people, is to ensure their safe return. Trust in me." Mu Shi took a deep breath and remarked, "I find myself somewhat perplexed. Of course, I trust you. After all, you are the only one from our Mu hometown who nearly became a scholar. Any of us could encounter misfortune, but you must not. You are the hope of our Mu community." Mu Qing chuckled. "Uncle Liu, just moments ago you claimed to be unaware of what a soldier is. Yet last night, when you confronted those individuals at the village entrance, you fought with exceptional fervor. I witnessed it all." Mu Shi's expression darkened immediately. "Nonsense. Who told you to be in the encirclement with the Hu?" Every single person from the Mu family was anxious last night. Mu Qing refrained from saying much more. The younger boys were manageable, but it was rather disconcerting to see someone like Uncle Lu, who had been working the fields just days before, now thrust into the role of a combatant. Yet, Mu Qing paid it little heed. The rugged customs of the northern lands were such that men transitioned from hunting in the mountains to tilling the soil, and conflicts between villages over irrigation rights were not uncommon. With a modicum of training, the denizens of the northern territories became formidable warriors. What truly required transformation was their mindset. The mountain where this band of outlaws resided was steep and densely forested. Husan, clutching his shoulder, stumbled up the slope with haste. His pallor was a testament to his blood loss, and his steps wavered. Halt! A sudden shout pierced the air, prompting him to freeze. Is that you, Luer? It's Husan. Quickly, inform the chief. There's trouble below. A burly man suddenly descended from a tree, his eyes widening upon seeing Husan. What has happened to you? Who? Where are the others? They're gone, and the village below is lost. We must alert the chief immediately. We cannot remain here. Husan gasped, gesturing for Luer to assist him. Hurry, my legs have turned to jelly. Luer promptly supported Husan as they navigated through the traps they had set, eventually arriving at the cave. Inside, chaos reigned. Some leaders were drinking. Others were entertaining women, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil outside. The chief was engaged in a duel, overpowering his opponent, who appeared quite displeased. What has transpired below, Husan? Asked the fourth officer. Soldiers have come. Old Li's village has been compromised. When I arrived, they were slaughtering indiscriminately, and arrows flew at us. Had I not fled swiftly? Oh, if I hadn't run fast, I would have met the same fate. And my parents? A gasp echoed as a woman emerged from the depths of the cave. It was the daughter of the village chief, sent for refuge. Old Li has been beheaded. Those men are ruthless, far beyond what the previous constables could muster, chief. Husan's face bore the marks of terror, his pale complexion, the arrow embedded in his shoulder, and his blood-soaked garments rendered him a pitiful sight. Upon hearing this, the chief's amusement evaporated. He rose, his expression fierce. Soldiers? How many? He sat regally on a stone bed, draped with a bear pelt. Husan swallowed hard. I caught a glimpse, at least 50. Oh, then why did only you return? Were you captured? The chief squinted his eyes, fixating on Husan, who promptly fell to his knees. No, great chief, Husan pleaded. As soon as the soldiers discovered us, they shot arrows. I ran swiftly and was struck by only one. You know my speed. The chief scoffed coldly. Let them come. 50 soldiers are of no consequence to me. Great chief, we overheard. Those 50 are merely scouts. A larger army is sealing off the mountains, intent on annihilating us. Nonsense. Before the chief could respond, another leader, intoxicated, interjected with a curse. They would seal the mountains for just as few? Have you lost your mind over women? Chapter 13. Where do you miscreants intend to go? Husan sighed deeply, collapsing onto the ground. It's our dealings with the outsiders that have been discovered. The military and the barbarians are already at odds, and now they know about our affairs. Surely, they will unleash their wrath upon us. His tone bore a hint of reproach. Our mentor warned us. Robbing and pillaging is permissible. Consorting with women is also acceptable, but we must never engage with the outsiders. Yet, they insisted on establishing contact, and now that our mentor has departed in secret, an army is on the verge of sealing the mountains. We are doomed. At the mention of the mentor, the assembled leaders felt a surge of anger, yet restrained themselves, clearly feeling somewhat culpable. Enough of this fear. We can simply escape through the underground river. We shall reinvent ourselves and start anew. With an escape route at hand, the chief felt reassured. The underground river. Husan interjected, his pale visage tinged with despair. The mentor warned us not to spread this information. The villagers have already divulged the existence of the river. We have no retreat left. Impossible. Only those from the stronghold know of the underground river. How could the villagers possibly know? Did you disclose it to your father? The chief's gaze turned sharply towards the woman, still ensnared in her grief for her deceased parents. I may have mentioned it, but what use is it if they do not know where the exit is? The woman stammered, startled. Wretched girl. The chief sprang to his feet, delivering a resounding slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Take her away. Beat her until she dies. The woman was dragged out amidst the raucous cheers of the bandits. Husan observed this scene with a chill creeping into his heart. In such dire straits, they were still preoccupied with petty matters? Could such a motley crew truly stand against their adversaries? The fool was right. If the soldiers are unaware of the exit, what could they possibly do? The chief finally grasped the situation. Although the soldiers were unaware of the exit, the only obstruction outside was a vast river. The soldiers could establish patrols along the way, but given the cavalry's speed, escaping through the underground river would lead to certain demise. The behavior of these individuals solidified Hussein's resolve to achieve merit and distance himself from these foolish imbeciles. How could there be enough time and manpower for the soldiers to manage such a wide river? The other leaders furrowed their brows, sensing the gravity of the situation. Our collusion with the bandits could turn into military merit. Those eager to gain accolades had their eyes gleaming with greed, and even the villagers suffered dire fates. Hussein once again doused their optimism with cold water. How come so many bandits have turned against us? The chief cursed vehemently, while the two women, with vacant expressions, displayed a flicker of twisted satisfaction. You wretched women, what sort of gaze is that? He spat. Let us dispose of these two as well. Take them away to their end. We shall eliminate them all today. The two lifeless women offered no resistance, their eyes fixed on the chief with a deadpan stare as the exuberant bandits carried them away. What shall we do? The younger leaders questioned, unease creeping into their hearts. We cannot simply wait for death here. Hussein, the sole survivor among them, was met with expectant gazes. His astonishment was palpable. Me? What can I possibly do in my state? He gestured to his wounds, swallowing hard. You were once close to the master. Think of a way. Once we escape, we shall divide the treasures equally. The chief waved his hand grandly, feigning generosity. Hussein inwardly scoffed. The riches. Had they not already been stripped clean by these rogues? Hussein fell into contemplation, with the army sealing off the mountains. Their focus would surely be on the underground river. We must take the opposite approach and traverse the mountains, moving stealthily to seek refuge among the nomads beyond. Once we leave this mountain, the sky would be the limit. There is some merit to that. Shall we depart at dawn? It is said that vigilance is at its lowest just before daybreak. The chief stroked his beard, deep in thought. Hussein promptly countered. That may not work, chief. The bandits, who are also keen, will anticipate our move, so we should rather take the opposite route and leave at midnight. I believe the generals are astute enough to understand that vigilance wanes at dawn, thus they will likely intensify their efforts at that hour. This is our only chance. Hussein pressed his hand against his wound, analyzing the situation. As for the specifics, I implore you to make the final decision, chief. As others gazed upon Hussein, they seemed to perceive the resolute gentleman he once was. Very well, at the stroke of midnight, let us embark with our brethren, following the Dingzi route, the most treacherous, yet paradoxically the easiest to escape. The chief, no longer hesitating, promptly made a decision. Attend to your wounds first, apply the finest healing ointment. We must depart, for retaining these burdens serves no purpose. Thank you, esteemed chief. Hussein, supported by Luaire, rose and made his way outside. After escorting Hussein back to his shelter, Luaire hastily ventured out to join the queue. The others were indifferent. But it was primarily the daughter of the village chief who concerned them, as she had once been the chief's concubine, seated cross-legged on the ground. Hussein observed the commotion outside and the cries for mercy from the village chief's daughter. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely yanked the arrowhead from his wound. Fortunately, it was merely a common pointed tip, devoid of barbs, making it manageable. Had it been barbed, he would not have dared to pull it out. As the moon ascended, over 50 figures traversed the rugged mountain path. The activity below did not resemble that of an army besieging the area. Of course, does a large military mobilization not require time? Now that the soldiers had arrived, and the village below lay ravaged, sealing off the mountains was merely a matter of time. This place was no longer safe. The sooner they departed, the better. The chief, not entirely convinced by Hussein's words, dispatched other trusted individuals to investigate. They indeed witnessed the village, utterly decimated, with women violated and then slain, a grim testament to the brutal tactics of the marauding forces. In the well lay two bodies, dressed as the remaining companions who had descended the mountain with Hussein. Only then did the chief fully believe. These routes were all suggestions from the former gentleman, devised as precautions against unforeseen circumstances. And at the most perilous juncture, a shadow loomed, armed with a blade, with the army sealing off the mountains. Where do you rabble think you are going? Chapter 14. Mu Sandao Mu Qing advanced step by step, brandishing his knife, towards the bandits along the narrow path. To pass through, they would have to subdue Mu Qing. Hussein, I curse your grandmother. The leader, in a fit of rage, turned to strike Hussein. only to realize that Hussein had already lagged at the rear of the group and was now retreating. On the hillside, shadows descended swiftly, blocking the bandits' escape route. "General, the bandits are all here." Hussein, noticing Mu who's standing at the forefront and recognizing him as an ally of the young man, hurried over. Behind him, Mu sure confirmed, "Well done, but are you certain all the bandits are present?" Hussein pointed to the burly man wielding a large knife at the front. "They are all here. That fellow is the leader, and the others behind are his subordinates." Mushir raised his thumb in approval. "You have accomplished something." Hussein was overjoyed. "Do you think your group can stop us? You underestimate me far too much." The chief, unable to contain his anger, seized a large blade and swung it fiercely at Mu Qing. "Has no one ever told you to act with caution? To stand in the way alone comes with consequences." Clash. The two blades collided, sending forth a shower of sparks, as Mu Qing skillfully parried the powerful strike with a single-handed grip on his weapon. "You speak too much. In the realm of bandits, you would be considered weak." Mu Qing lifted his foot and forcefully kicked his opponent back, initiating a fierce duel between the two, each wielding a knife on the narrow, winding path. This path was destined to accommodate only one. Behind them, Mu swiftly dispatched Hussein Shao, who was still lost in the thrill of the moment, with a single strike. Shield in one hand to protect his body and knife in the other, he relentlessly slashed forward. The bandit minions, constrained by the narrowness of the path, could only confront Mu Hu one by one. Astonishingly, none of them could withstand even 3 of Mu Hu's strikes. The first blow left their hands numb, the second rendered their arms weary, and the third came crashing down upon their heads, all the while Mu Hu remained unflustered and unbriefless. Next, 3 strikes. Next, 3 strikes. Next. The people of Mu village followed Mu Hu, eager to lend their assistance, only to realize that they were utterly incapable of intervening. How could the fool possess such immense strength? It is common knowledge that even a fool can wield great power. How could you be unaware of this? I was merely noting that this fool, Mu Hu, had not displayed such formidable strength before. Furthermore, there is Qing Gur, who single-handedly reduced that notorious bandit leader to a state of utter folly. Mu Shi, standing behind Mu Hu, turned and reprimanded, "Silence. What kind of occasion is this?" Ahu had been closely following Qing Gur, and his growth was evident for all to see. "You all ought to reflect on yourselves. Perhaps you've been visiting Qing Gur less frequently of late. In this situation, we are unable to intervene. With Qing Gur and Ahu, the two of them have effortlessly encircled this band of brigands, and we are quite anxious about it. Indeed, sixth uncle, we wish to assist, but there is no opportunity. Just look at Ahu. Within this short span of time, he has already dispatched 3 foes, showing no signs of fatigue. Mu Shi, never mind. Let us sever the heads of all the bandits and take them back. This will certainly be the merit of young Qing." Mu Shi had little opportunity to offer assistance. He could only decapitate all the bandits that Mu Hu had slain. It was truly unsettling. "Spare me your words. I did not hear you utter such disquieting remarks when you were indulging those women this morning. Now get to work." Mu Shi was immediately enraged upon hearing the complaints of those young rascals. It was Ahu who had taken lives, and it was you wretched boys who had toyed with the women. Now, when asked to perform a task, you begin to express your discomfort. I warn you, do not use your brazen faces to provoke the soles of my shoes. Mu Shi is arguably the individual with the highest authority in the team, second only to Mu Qing, and those who have been rebuked by him find it difficult to hold their heads high. Mu Hu was blinded by rage, completely oblivious to his surroundings. His sole focus was on the figure of Qing Gur ahead. He was determined to cut through the bandits and reach his target. The bandits, however, were acutely aware of their dire predicament, caught between the relentless advance of a wolf and the fierce onslaught of a tiger. Their chieftain was retreating step by step, each injury he sustained accumulating like a grim tally, and he appeared on the verge of collapse. Behind him, a reckless youth known as Sandao added to their troubles, leaving the bandits in a state of despair. "We surrender," one of them cried out, witnessing his comrades fall one after another to the blade, and with impending doom approaching. He collapsed to his knees in anguish. With a swift motion, his life was extinguished, his head severed in an instant. Mu Hu strode forward, unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. "Madman, lunatic," cried the bandits, their morale shattered after witnessing their leader's throat sliced open. The lesser leaders contemplated surrender, yet the resolute blade of Mu Hu chilled their resolve. They were outmatched, despite the fact that the young warrior's knife had dulled. It did not lessen their sense of defeat. Surrender was not an option, whether it was in front or behind. The manner in which he dispatched his foes was strikingly efficient, a testament to his skill. Was this the might of the border troops? As Mu Qing advanced relentlessly, the lesser leaders desperately yearned for an opportunity. To hell with it, let's fight. The first small leader brandished his weapon and charged forward, only to be met by two swift strokes and a powerful kick from Mu Qing, sending him crashing back. Two cuts shattered their desperate hopes, and a single kick awakened their instinct for survival. Spare me, sir. I possess evidence of the chief's collusion with the savages, and I am aware that other factions and officials are involved, pleaded the leader. Please, I will divulge everything. Seeing this, the other leaders quickly echoed his cries. Yes, yes. I also know that a strategist who previously fled orchestrated these dealings. Capturing us and bringing us back would yield greater benefits than merely killing us. Think it over, sir. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow upon hearing those words, gazing at the small leaders who had all knelt before him, clicking his tongue in disbelief. With such a pitiful display, do you dare to ascend the mountain and assert your dominance? If you wish to preserve your lives, cast down your weapons and kneel properly upon the ground. With Mu Qing's utterance, the remaining bandits instantly knelt upon the ground, fearful that any delay in their submission would lead to the misconception of their defiance. Subsequently, upon witnessing the sudden prostration of his adversaries, Mu Hu struck decisively with his blade, aiming for the neck. However, as the weapon had dulled, the cut did not sever the head. Instead, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere, while the unfortunate victim clutched his throat in agony. Oh, no further strikes? Mu Hu also came to his senses, glancing at the remaining bandits kneeling on the ground, scratching his head. Let us take them down first. These few worthless rogues pose no threat to us any longer. Under the moonlight, Mu Qing cast a glance at the scene, recalling how he had vanquished the notorious leader. Meanwhile, Mu Hu, with a mere 3 strikes, had dispatched a significant portion of the bandits. Now, Mu Hu stood entirely drenched in blood, his face splattered with the crimson remnants of his foes, wielding a serrated blade that appeared particularly fearsome in this moment. It was no wonder that the bandits quaked in fear. Anyone would be intimidated by such a sight. Chapter 15. We have come to eradicate bandits. Nothing else matters. Yet, Mu Hu maintained an innocuous demeanor, his gaze towards Mu Qing imbued with an unusual sense of wisdom. In that instant, Mu Qing felt as though he were witnessing a husky finally experiencing a heavy snowfall. Collecting the heads of those bandits would symbolize our triumph. Mu Qing issued a reminder, gathering all the bandits' weapons before instructing Mu Hu to lead them away under guard. The group descended the rugged mountain path with increased haste. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the sky had begun to brighten ever so slightly. He allowed everyone to take a moment to rest and recuperate, as preparations were made for their return to report. At this moment, Mu Qing felt somewhat fatigued. However, he was relieved that the indomitable essence, which had manifested only after 2 syntheses, significantly enhanced his physical recuperation. After all, the foundation of this synthesis line was rooted in resilience and perseverance. Qing, are you planning to return with these individuals to claim your accolades? Mu Shi approached, retrieving a water bottle and a piece of hard cornbread. Mu Qing shook his head and said, No, if we take them back, it will bring us a host of unnecessary troubles. Once we have rested, let the young ones deal with them. It will be good practice for them. Mu Shi was somewhat taken aback. Why do you say that? Did not those individuals claim that there were others behind the scenes? If we managed to uncover them all, it would indeed be a significant achievement for us. Mu Qing gradually consumed the soft dumpling, savoring it with water, and patiently explained, if we were to eliminate all of them and return with their severed heads, it would be a significant achievement. It is preferable that we take nothing else with us, remaining oblivious to all else. While bringing back survivors may superficially enhance our accolades, the more individuals we involve, the greater the peril we face, not only for our mere dozens, but even if we were to consider the entire population of Mu's hometown, it would still prove utterly insufficient. Mu Qing smirked and whispered, Sixth uncle, it is common knowledge that officials protect one another, and engaging in smuggling with the barbarians can yield substantial profits. This was originally our merit. We must not allow such trivial matters to turn us into the scapegoats. Mu Qing naturally possesses patience. These individuals form the foundation of his aspirations. Only through their swift development can he find solace. Growth necessitates guidance, and he is determined to be that guiding force. By nurturing these individuals, he also aims to provide an opportunity for those among his kin who have not yet faced adversity to hone their skills. As for Mu Hu, Mu Qing has already set him aside in his considerations. The mentally impaired possess their own advantages. Their lack of thought leads to fewer complications. However, such individuals should not be in excess. Otherwise, they may become dependent on others, relinquishing control over their own destinies. Mu Qing will not permit such a scenario to unfold. Mu Shi was indeed a suitable candidate, possessing a high lineage and a willingness to contemplate deeply. Mu Qing was also inclined to nurture him further. The surrendered bandits, upon witnessing the Mu clansmen raising their steel blades, immediately realized that their adversaries had no intention of sparing any lives. In their despair, they erupted into a torrent of curses. Deceitful and treacherous, how could they dare to strike at those of us who are unarmed? What sort of heroes do they claim to be? Even we, the outlaws, understand that loyalty comes first. You soldiers, you are even less honorable than us bandits. Ha ha. Unjust individuals will inevitably face retribution. We shall await your downfall in the shadows. The words of those men caused the faces of the Mu clansmen to flush crimson with indignation. Mu Shi was the first to wield his knife, striking fiercely at the mouth of the loudest bandit, causing blood to gush forth, as if the adversary had lost half of his face. Mu Shi brandished his long knife with fervor, decisively severing his opponent's head. He held the lifeless head aloft, blood cascading onto the ground. You rascals think you're well fed, do you? Is it amusing to listen to bandits curse and swear? Why do you remain idle? He glared at the boys, who, having been shamed by the bandits' words, seemed reluctant to act. They were indeed bandits, deserving of 1,000 cuts. Did they truly believe themselves to be noble heroes dwelling in the mountains? Mu Shi erupted in a furious tirade. Each one of you shall face the consequences. This is an opportunity presented by Qing Ge for you to witness the reality of bloodshed. Do not disgrace yourselves here. Mu Shi's few words swiftly dispelled the influence that the bandits had cast upon the young men of his hometown in their final moments. Mu Qing observed the performance of his sixth uncle with considerable satisfaction. With further experience, he could undoubtedly serve as his deputy. As for Mu Hu, it would be best for him to accompany Mu Qing as a personal guard, which would allow him to utilize his abilities without facing undue risk. Although Mu Qing could extract essence from the individuals he had slain, he opted to let the younger members of his clan encounter bloodshed, ensuring they would not be intimidated when they truly faced the battlefield. While they had witnessed violence during their dealings with that village, the villagers posed little threat. These bandits, however, were instructed to resist without being armed. If they could not overpower unarmed bandits, even with blades and shields, Mu Qing would not hesitate to deliver a few resounding slaps to awaken their fighting spirit. Fortunately, the unarmed bandits stood little chance against those well-equipped with weapons. Although there were instances of unarmed individuals attempting to disarm their opponents, such occurrences were unlikely in the present situation. Facing a dagger, even unarmed, was perilous. After engaging in combat, the young men successfully subdued their respective foes and, at Mu Qing's insistence, severed the heads of the bandits. Thus, the total count of heads, including that of the chief, reached 56. Mu Qing was quite pleased with the outcome. With 0 casualties and the bandit den taken, it was nothing short of perfection. Let us return to the main camp. 50 individuals, including Mu Qing, were smeared with blood, each holding the severed heads of the bandits as they commenced their journey back. After all, they still needed to reach the border military camp, and time was somewhat pressing. My lord, it has been 3 days, and there has been no news from there. Do you think Mu Qing can handle it? At this moment, the conscription camp was already overcrowded, with another team arriving, also from 2 villages, though with fewer numbers. The atmosphere felt heavy. My lord, look. Your 2 villages' men were diverted to quell the bandits on the way, resulting in a 1/3 reduction in force. If Mu Qing's team suffers significant losses, we may find it difficult to explain. 2 soldiers exchanged their concerns with the conscription officer. However, the officer remained unfazed. You were asked to accompany them, yet you did not go. What use is it to speak of such things now? Both of you have been assigned to assist me with conscription, yet you show no progress, he remarked, patting the armor of the 2 soldiers. I have great confidence in Mu Qing. He addresses me as my lord here. Once outside the camp, he will be recognized as a young talent. Among the 3 teams in this camp, there is none comparable to him. Just wait. I believe Mu Qing will bring me good news. Chapter 16, Quelling Bandits? Is it not a matter of having hands? My lord, such words may invite hostility towards Mu Qing. Indeed, my lord, since he is a young talent, should we not prepare for him in advance, elevating him so high? What if, The two soldiers could discern their superior's admiration for Mu Qing, yet they could not grasp why such sentiments were voiced in this context. Was it not a clear case of flattery leading to downfall? How would the other three teams perceive him if this word spread? The conscription officer stroked his beard and glanced at the pair. What do you understand? What is our status? Merely minor officials. If he truly succeeds in quelling the bandits, and if the casualties are minimal, it will be a significant accomplishment. Once he reaches the main camp, as long as there are no unforeseen events, his achievements will not be insignificant. We only have this period before reaching the main camp to build a good rapport with him. Although he is a scholar, he wields a sharp sword, unafraid of standing out, but rather fearful of obscurity. Understand? The two soldiers exchanged perplexed glances, both recognizing the confusion in each other's eyes. Did you understand? No, and you? If I had that kind of intellect, would I be assigned here? Those assigned here, do they possess intelligence? The two clapped their hands, gazing into each other's eyes filled with wisdom, astute. The conscription officer, Mu Qing, accompanied by the people from his hometown, was approximately 2 to 3 hours away from the makeshift camp. The heads of the bandits were wrapped in their clothing, their necks smeared with dirt, and they no longer bled profusely. The blood on the bodies of the group was washed clean by the small river at the foot of the mountain. However, the bloodstains on their clothes were more difficult to remove, though the group paid it little mind. The sight of these 50 formidable men, stained with blood, as they traversed the path was quite a terrifying spectacle. As they continued along the official road, the number of people increased, and upon seeing Mu Qing and his companions, they hurriedly sought to avoid them. This even drew the attention of patrolling officers who questioned them. Nevertheless, Mu Qing and his companions were clad in the blue uniforms of the border army, preventing them from being mistaken for wrongdoers. Descending from the official road and following the foot of the mountain for about 2 hours would lead them back to the makeshift camp. Along the mountain path, they came across a tea stall. It was not unusual to find such small businesses near the official road, catering to hunters, herbalists, and passing merchants in need of a temporary respite. While not exactly remote, these stalls were generally established beyond the official road, as the thoroughfare was meant to remain unobstructed. Brother Qing, shall we take a moment to rest? Mu Shi suggested. We have been traveling for several hours now, and we are all weary. Mu Qing observed the weary expressions of the young lads and nodded slightly. Very well. After all, the bandits possess considerable treasures, sufficient for our needs. In his school days, Mu Qing often took respite at such small stalls during his journeys, hence was quite familiar with these establishments. A throng of travelers passed by, causing two itinerant merchants, previously enjoying tea at the stall, to hastily gather their burdens and depart. Hey, did you pay before leaving? The attendant quickly pursued them. The proprietor, recognizing the military uniform of the border troops, felt no fear and approached with a welcoming demeanor. Esteemed soldiers, would you care for some tea and a moment's rest? Mu Qing extracted a handful of silver coins and placed them in his palm. Tea and pastries, please. As swiftly as possible. The innkeeper, understanding the urgency, promptly retreated to the kitchen to give instructions, and soon returned with a teapot, pouring a generous serving for Mu Qing. Has the military gentleman just returned from the battlefield? He inquired. Eliminating bandits, came the reply. Mu Qing, feeling parched, lifted the cup and tested its warmth. Finding it bearable, he swiftly drained its contents. The innkeeper, invigorated by this, expressed his enthusiasm. Indeed, it was a fortunate turn of events, for the bandits had been particularly rampant of late. But thankfully, the soldiers had arrived. With that, he called out to the back, San Yang, prepare something substantial for the soldiers. Mu Qing felt entirely at ease. Prior to entering, he had consulted the map. This establishment was marked on the map, signifying it as a legitimate business registered with the authorities. There was no trace of the kind of establishment that Sun Ernyang operated in water margin. Although the court believed that years of warfare abroad had led to a relative relaxation of control over domestic affairs, it certainly did not allow such establishments to persist. While black markets undoubtedly existed, they would typically attract the attention of officials after only 1 or 2 openings. Moments later, the proprietress emerged, carrying a steaming basket of baked pastries, and her eyes brightened upon spotting Mu Qing and Mu Hu seated side by side. Instantly recognizing them as survivors of the recent anti-bandit campaign, she was no longer startled by the bloodstains on their attire. Come, do try the pastries I've made. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she first offered the pastries to Mu Qing and then to Mu Hu, brushing her arm against his face, releasing a fragrant breeze, while her body intentionally and unintentionally grazed against him. Mu took a bite of the sesame cake and then, with a fierce demeanor, declared, "If you dare to brush against me again, be wary of my wrath." Sanyang replied, "What on earth are you saying, young Master Jun?" As she leaned forward to pour the tea, the scenery was quite enchanting. Mu gazed with his wise, large eyes and declared, "I am not a child. Should you continue in this manner, I shall strike you." Sanyang retorted, "Ah, strike, strike, strike." Truly lacking in romantic understanding, such a waste of this robust physique. "What? Are you to forge iron? Always babbling about striking." With a sense of exasperation, Sanyang twisted her waist and departed, distributing the remaining pastries as she went. Mu Qing and the others from Mu's hometown bit down hard on their sesame cakes, stifling their laughter. Sanyang extended an invitation, which Mu declined, expressing a desire to give her a good thrashing. Had it been anyone else from Mu's hometown, they would have readily accepted. However, Mu was entirely oblivious to this. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group finally set out, returning to the temporary camp with a surge of energy. They were back. As Mu Qing and his companions emerged, they were promptly spotted by the patrolling soldiers. The conscription officer hurriedly approached, flanked by 2 armored soldiers. He rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the group several times over. Not a single one missing. How could this be achieved? He contemplated raising a question. Yet upon observing the blood-soaked attire of the individuals, evident signs of having endured battle, their jagged steel blades spoke volumes. "My lord, all 56 bandits have been eradicated, including the heads of their formidable leader." Mu Qing waved his hand, and the crowd immediately unfurled their bundles, revealing a collection of grotesque heads. The conscription officer, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes. "How did you manage to eradicate them all without sustaining a single injury?" Mu Qing stared at him in astonishment. A mere 50 bandits could easily be subdued by a single student, not to mention the presence of so many fellow villagers. This was not the first time the students had engaged in bandit suppression. It was hardly a daunting task. Suppressing bandits? Was it not simply a matter of having hands to do the job? It was a task that could be accomplished with effortless ease. Of course, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. One must maintain a facade of seriousness, though not excessively so. Chapter 17. Surely, you haven't committed murder to claim credit, have you? Another conscription officer gazed in disbelief at the 50 severed heads. You can't possibly have resorted to murder for merit, can you? The officer who had accompanied Mu Qing and the others was suddenly displeased. "I say, old Lin, what do you mean by that? Is this scarred face of your so-called good citizen an indication? This fellow's visage is so brutish that his very death is more intimidating than his life. Surely, he must have taken the lives of at least 100 or 80 people to end up like this." The conscription officer clearly would not tolerate such remarks about his recruits. Each officer was responsible for conscripting from 2 villages, and at that moment, the temporary camp housed recruits from 4 villages along with 2 conscription officers. "Old Jung, I'm not suggesting anything, but even if a squad from the border army were dispatched here, they wouldn't be able to eliminate so many bandits without sustaining injuries, let alone these untrained new recruits." The Lin officer said calmly. "They may be new and unaware, but we both know the consequences of murder for merit," the Zheng officer replied, looking at Mu Qing earnestly. "Mu Qing, please explain how you accomplished this feat, and enlighten these shallow-eyed fellows." Upon hearing such remarks, the people of Mu's hometown were already displeased, especially after having just taken a life. The palpable aura of violence emanating from them was difficult to suppress as they glared menacingly at the Lin family conscription officer. The 2 soldiers behind him instinctively tightened their grips on the hilts of their swords, ready to step forward and shield their master. The 2 soldiers following Old Zheng positioned themselves directly in front of them. "Brother, what do you intend to do? Are you prepared to draw your blades? Is this a game you wish to play?" The 4 armored soldiers stood in a tense standoff, with Old Zheng's men evidently exuding a more formidable presence. Their faces obscured by helmets, yet betraying an ominous intent. Even though they had fallen to the role of conscription, clad in armor, they possessed the qualifications and strength that came with it. Mu Qing gazed into Lao Zhang's unwavering eyes and raised his hand to halt the restless Mu Hu and the locals from the Mu family. Did he not realize that once the label of killing the innocent and usurping merit was affixed to him, his entire village would be doomed? They had not even entered the barracks yet, and this farce had already begun. Mu Qing's body trembled slightly, filled with anticipation. He maintained a humble expression as he clasped his hands in salute to Old Zheng. "Yes, my lord. regardless of the circumstances. He vividly remembered the unwavering support of old Zheng and the two soldiers who stood steadfastly by his side. This loyalty compelled him to ensure that he honored old Zheng's dignity. Subsequently, he recounted all that had transpired, from their departure and the unsettling discoveries in the village, to the village chief's attempts to mislead him and his companions into alerting the bandits, and ultimately, their realization of the danger, leading to their hasty exit from the village. However, Mu Qing chose to conceal a portion of the truth, specifically the part where they had dealt decisively with the villagers. He stated instead that the bandits, fearing exposure, had opted for a path of murder to silence witnesses. He himself had captured 3 informants, employing the might of their army to intimidate the adversaries, and lying in wait along the treacherous paths under the cover of night. Did you hear that? The village is right there. Indisputable evidence lies in its existence. And the bandit stronghold is also situated there. Old Lin, do you still dare to suggest that our men committed the heinous act? Old Lin, undeterred by old Zheng's self-satisfied tone, responded earnestly, there exists a significant flaw in your narrative. Even if you manage to ambush them, given your capabilities, it would be impossible for you to eliminate them without sustaining injuries. I am aware of the notorious reputation of their chief. How did you accomplish this feat? You lack the strength. Mu Qing gazed at old Zheng and remarked, My lord, in the military, discussions are often settled with fists. Perhaps. Old Zheng, observing Mu Qing's unperturbed demeanor, suddenly broke into a smile. Very well, let us have a contest then. Old Lin, select one from your conscripts whom you deem formidable, and let the facts speak for themselves. The conscription officer, surnamed Lin, nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the way. Zhang Long, come forth and give it a try. But do be mindful of the balance. We must not disrupt the harmony. A towering figure emerged from the crowd. My lord. Mu Shi gently nudged Mu Hu and whispered in his ear, Hu, go and help Qing go. Frustrated for quite some time, Mu Hu did not wait for Mu Qing to speak and charged out, colliding fiercely with the burly man. Initially, Mu Qing had intended to intervene himself. However, upon seeing Mu Hu spring into action, he straightened his posture. The opponent reacted swiftly, throwing a punch directly at Mu Hu's face. Mu Hu had no inkling of the concept of evasion. Instead, he raised his fist and struck forward. Accompanied by 2 resounding thuds, Mu Hu stumbled back from the impact, while the burly man was sent sprawling, collapsing into unconsciousness. Mu Hu straightened his body and spat out a mouthful of blood before suddenly bending down to grasp the robust man's clothing, lifting him effortlessly. Damn! His voice boomed like thunder as he hurled the man away as if he were a mere sandbag. The arena fell into a profound silence. Although Mu Hu's left cheek was swollen, his eyes glinted with fierce determination, fixated intently on the conscription officer named Lin. Doubt the young master again, and I shall crush you. Old Lin. Old Zhang. Excellent. 2 armored soldiers, indeed. The people of Mu family village. Excellent. Mu Hu returned with an air of triumph, striding forward with a carefree demeanor that seemed to disregard all familial ties. Mu Qing once again clasped his hands in salute. Addressing the gentleman, Esteemed sir, my younger brother has brought shame upon himself. It was indeed him and I, flanking our adversaries, that led to the demise of more than a dozen men at his hands. Old Zheng appeared exceedingly delighted, his laughter resonating heartily. Ha ha ha, splendid. Upon our return to the main camp, I shall certainly inform the general and commend your efforts. Old Lin first glanced at the condition of the dragon under his command, confirming that it had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. He then regarded Mu Qing and his companions with a complex expression. Old Zheng, you have indeed stumbled upon fortuitous luck this time. You have discovered a promising recruit, and correspondingly, the conscription officer shall receive due rewards. However, should any deserters arise, they too shall face the appropriate consequences. Ha ha ha, well said. Old Zheng laughed heartily, his joy evident as his smile nearly stretched to his ears. Mu Qing, please take them to wash up first, and then ensure they rest adequately. Once you have regained your strength, I shall seek you out for further conversation. At this moment, Old Zheng's demeanor was notably more humble. Thank you, esteemed sir. Mu Qing, after bowing once more, led his clansmen to freshen up. The group traversed through the soldiers from 3 villages, and all unconsciously parted to clear a path. The residents of Mu's hometown stood tall with pride. Although the primary efforts were made by Qing Gur and Hu, they functioned as a cohesive unit, sharing in the glory. After cleansing themselves of the bloodstains in the well and washing their garments, the people of Mu's hometown returned to their tents. Moments later, Old Zheng entered, accompanied by 2 armored soldiers. Mu Qing, he said, I have dispatched someone to report to your county. How do you feel? In response to the inquiry, Mu Qing could not speak casually. He rose to deliver his report. My lord, in our endeavor to ambush those bandits, we suffered considerable losses of arrows and bows. Fortunately, we recovered a fine bow and some valuables from the bandit lair, which can be considered a modest gain. Mu Qing presented all the valuables retrieved from the bandits, along with the stone bow he had fashioned himself. Old Zheng picked up the bow, examining it from side to side before attempting to draw it. Well, whether it was good or not remained uncertain, but he certainly could not pull it back. With a composed demeanor, he set it down again. In the endeavor of eradicating bandits, it is the personnel who represent the greatest wealth. After all, once the bandits are dealt with decisively, any minor losses are hardly worth mentioning. This bow appears to be significantly superior to those stored in the warehouse, and you are in need of a fine bow. So do keep it. As for these valuables, Old Zheng fell into contemplation, seemingly pondering deeply. Mu Qing remained silent, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would leave the decision entirely in the hands of others. He unwrapped the parcel and selected 3 strands of exquisite jewelry, placing 2 of them into the arms of the 2 armored soldiers. While the army's encampment forbade the possession of gold and jewels, it did permit the carrying of weapons. Mu Qing, do you have any thoughts? Since we have yet to depart, I can take the liberty to exchange these for weaponry and supplies for you. According to regulations, such valuables were not meant to be squandered. This was also the reason why he chose to bestow 1 strand upon each of the 2 soldiers to silence their tongues. The majority of the treasures were intended for Mu Qing, a decision that was undoubtedly clear in its intent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Mu Qing naturally comprehended the implication behind this gesture. The other party presented these 3 strings as a means to convey their solidarity, assuring him of their unity. This was a genuine expression of sincerity, reflecting upon the prior trust bestowed by Old Zheng and the unwavering stance of the 2 soldiers as they confronted the opposition. Mu Qing understood clearly. The other party was making an investment. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing did not feign ignorance, but graciously bowed deeply to Old Zheng. As a representative of his hometown, he expressed gratitude on behalf of the Mu clan for the trust and assistance bestowed upon them. Instantly, a smile graced Old Zheng's face as he helped Mu Qing to his feet. Let us not stand on ceremony between us, he said. Now, speak freely. What kind of weapon do you desire? In truth, the funds at hand could even finance the creation of a complete suit of armor. Yet only the Ministry of Works is authorized to forge such armaments. Otherwise, crafting an entire suit of armor would be the ultimate goal. Old Zheng preemptively cautioned Mu Qing to guard against any unrealistic demands. Mu Qing is certainly not so foolish. A first-class armor is worth 3 crossbows, and 3 first-class armors can lead one directly to the underworld. Those who frequently court death are well aware that the quickest way to ensure a swift passage for themselves or their family is to reveal the possession of a hidden suit of armor. Therefore, I kindly request that you assist your humble student and his younger brother in crafting a suitable weapon, while the remainder may be exchanged for standard steel blades. As many as possible. Mu Qing summoned a hu, gesturing helplessly at the battered, serrated steel blade he wielded. After a single battle, it seemed this knife was rendered useless. The lad intended to be more precise, thus he would need to trouble the Lord. This matter truly required his attention, without military orders. Mu Qing and his comrades were not permitted to leave the temporary camp at will. You indeed display remarkable valor. Having a fine weapon at your side will provide additional assurance upon your return to the border troops. Observing the nearly ruined steel knife, Old Zheng could not help but exclaim about the sheer strength of this lad. Although the steel blades of the county officials could not compare to those of the border troops, they were still valued at over 30 folds. Yet, one skirmish against bandits had rendered it completely unusable. Truly formidable. Please wait, my lord. I shall sketch the weapon I intend to forge and present it to the blacksmith. Mu Qing felt an urge to paint, yet soon realized that the tent was nothing more than a large communal space, devoid of even a table, let alone paper and brushes. Come to my place. I have them, Lao Zheng said with a smile, extending an invitation. I shall intrude upon you, then. Mu Qing was no longer as reserved as he had initially appeared. Politeness was essential, and he still needed to extend the necessary courtesies. His newfound ease indicated his awareness that everyone was now aligned on the same wavelength. while his courteous demeanor reflected his character as a person who values gratitude and reciprocity. As a newcomer, Mu Qing was in the process of establishing his persona. Upon entering Old Jing's tent, he promptly sketched a formidable weapon on paper, a massive blade, towering at the height of a person, with hands gripping its dual edges. He even meticulously annotated its dimensions and thickness. Truly, as a scholar who almost achieved recognition, his artistic renderings were quite remarkable. Mu Qing has skillfully blended traditional Chinese painting techniques with modern artistic methods to create an intricate illustration of weaponry structures. Lao Zheng, a cultured individual himself, could not help but express his admiration upon witnessing this work. A young talent like you should diligently revise your studies and earnestly prepare for the next provincial examination. To be here in this military camp seems somewhat beneath your capabilities. Mu Qing handed the schematics of the foreign blade to Old Zheng, and then smiled as he spoke. Knowledge residing within the mind is never diminished by the call to defend one's homeland. The sage once remarked that reading thousands of books is not as enlightening as traversing myriad paths, whether one achieves success in officialdom or dedicates oneself to the battlefield. The fundamental aspiration to safeguard the realm and its people remains unchanged. It is merely the path chosen that differs. Mu Qing's demeanor exudes a noble and selfless spirit dedicated to the nation and its people. This demeanor indeed commands respect from Old Zheng and his companions, particularly from the two soldiers, who, despite being aware of the exceptional conditions Mu Qing possesses, cannot help but admire his character. His ability to understand the nuances of advancement and retreat, coupled with his courteous nature, suggests he maintains commendable interpersonal relationships. Should a fellow classmate achieve success, he might receive a helping hand, propelling his future to boundless heights. In light of these circumstances, his resolute decision to enlist in the military, without a trace of disdain towards the rugged soldiers, is truly commendable. It evokes a profound warmth within. Old Zheng gazed at the blueprint in his hands, which outlined the approximate weight of this weapon. The hefty blade weighed around 20 pounds. Wielding such a formidable weapon might prove challenging for prolonged combat. Just as he contemplated offering his counsel, the memory of Mu Hu's audacious act of discarding the dragon emblem flashed through his mind, prompting him to retract his thoughts. Mu Qing and his brother, should they wield such formidable blades in battle, would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the border army. At that juncture, he would accrue yet another commendation. How delightful! Rest well. I shall attend to matters in the county town for you. Old Zheng is also aware of the regulations. Yet since this is an investment, he does not mind the inconvenience. This outing has also yielded a string of jewels, providing a perfect opportunity for some relaxation. My lord. We, two armored soldiers, gazed earnestly at Old Zheng. Without hesitation, he declined. For this time, you shall remain behind. Next time, it will be your turn. Otherwise, I fear that rascal Old Lin may harbor ulterior motives. You are well aware that he is not one to be underestimated. Remain vigilant. Should you encounter a situation that requires cunning, consult Mu Qing. We are all allies now. I truly have little faith in your wits. Chapter 19. Testing the waters. The people of Mu's hometown gained fame for their prowess in combating bandits, albeit only within this temporary camp. After Old Zheng reported to the county, it was only natural for the authorities to dispatch personnel to verify the claims. Meanwhile, the camp awaited confirmation from the county. Old Zheng, seizing the opportunity, ventured to the county to procure weapons for Mu Qing and his comrades. He was certainly unperturbed by the effort, as it directly influenced the magnitude of his accolades upon returning to the camp. Additionally, he had procured a string of jewels through Mu Qing's endeavors. After locating a renowned craftsman in the county, he eagerly immersed himself in the pleasures of the local tavern, resolutely determined to indulge in music. Today, he must listen to the melodies. Although Old Zheng could be considered somewhat educated, his extended tenure among border troops had left him yearning for such delights. Opportunities were scarce, and with the current turn of events, his admiration for Mu Qing only deepened. Indeed, he was a fortunate general, having not only vanquished the bandits, but also facilitated additional earnings for himself. With benefits piling upon benefits, Old Zheng was more than willing to assist Mu Qing in these matters. The following day, he arrived at the county office. Due to Mu Qing and his comrades' efficient handling of the bandits, the county had promptly completed its verification, necessitating Old Zheng's report back to the authorities, especially since he had received military orders. This time, the county magistrate personally greeted Old Zheng, accompanied by the county vice magistrate. Upon his arrival, he was offered a warm cup of tea. With the mission concluded, the relationship between them shifted from one of subordination. Old Zheng belonged to the border troops, a distinct entity from the local county administration. The county had verified that both villagers and bandits were indeed found at the foot of the mountain and on its slopes, and the numbers matched. The threat of banditry had been eradicated from the mountains. The county magistrate, a middle-aged man with a long beard, donned an official robe and wore a genial smile. However, the massacre of the villagers at the mountain's base had taken the county by surprise. Every man, woman, and child had been slain, with several female corpses discovered within their homes, bearing signs of violation. Truly despicable acts. A somber expression graced Old Zheng's face. Indeed, bandits are devoid of compassion. Those villagers, seeking peace, had instead encountered peril. Fortunately, the magistrate acted swiftly, preventing a greater calamity. The magistrate nodded, acknowledging. The soldiers you summoned are indeed formidable, exhibiting ruthless tactics and decisive actions. It appears none were left alive? To which Old Zheng confirmed, indeed. I have brought all the heads of those bandits. Your Excellency may inspect them in detail. The good families harbor a deep-seated hatred for these bandits, and thus, their strikes were naturally fierce. A flicker of lament crossed the magistrate's face. Regrettably, had we managed to capture even one or two alive, we could interrogate them regarding their connections with foreign savages. Now, with the trail gone cold, it complicates matters. Old Zheng expressed his regret. Your Excellency, your reasoning is astute. Those brash youths had no foresight, and thus, they were all dispatched without thought. This aligns with our border troops' operational style, and the generals will undoubtedly appreciate it. The recent military campaign against the bandits resulted in significant losses in armament. However, fortunately, there were no fatalities, allowing me to return with a clear conscience, expressed Lao Zheng with palpable relief in his tone. The county magistrate waved his hand dismissively, saying, all this is for the purpose of eradicating the bandits. What do mere military supplies matter? Rest assured, I shall commend your efforts. Lao Zheng rose, clasping his hands in respect, and replied earnestly, Thank you for your kind words. My lord, I shall take my leave now. Take care, the magistrate said, lifting his teacup and skimming off the froth atop the tea. Once Lao Zheng exited the county office and mounted his horse, his expression grew somber as the midday breeze swept over him. He realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, what a mess. These scholars can be truly ruthless. He silently cursed, making his way directly to the blacksmith shop. As a recruiting officer traversing various counties and towns, he was acutely aware of the implications behind those few exchanged words. The persistent inquiries regarding whether all bandits had been exterminated were aimed at discerning if any had been left alive. Why such inquiries? It seemed there was a genuine intent to interrogate any surviving bandits to uncover potential hidden influences behind them, thus enabling further commendations. However, a serious county magistrate would not entertain such thoughts. He had already learned that this group of bandits had been operating for a year. Why was their eradication only occurring now? It was undoubtedly due to the exposure of their collusion with the savages. Thankfully, Mu Qing acted decisively, executing all the bandits. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Lao Zheng sighed, reflecting on how far people would go to silence others. He could surmise that the magistrate was complicit, and he was aware that the magistrate had superiors, though the extent of their involvement remained unclear to him. This was of no concern to him as a border officer. His immediate task was to forge the weapons and return to the main camp, delivering these promising recruits to the border troops. He had no desire to entangle himself in any further trivial matters. Once he reached the border army, the identities of those behind him would hold no significance. After all, the border troops were the most formidable fighting force in the nation. In the meantime, Mu Qing and his companions were not idle. Aside from eating and sleeping, they gathered in Mu Qing's tent, engrossed in his teachings of the swift onset of chaos. In the village of Mu, anyone with uncertainties may directly seek guidance from Mu Qing. This has facilitated a swifter initiation for them, allowing for a more profound comprehension of the martial arts techniques. Conversely, Mu Hu finds himself entirely disconnected from this cultivation process, as he cannot grasp the concepts at all. Thus, he stands at the entrance of the tent, clutching his blunted steel knife. The other two villages have also delineated their martial practices. The village where Zhang Long resides has successfully acquired the foundational archery technique, Swift Wind Force. However, lacking literacy, They can only interpret the training through the illustrations provided. This is the advantage of the Border Army's foundational techniques, which can be learned through images, except for those like Mu Hu, who remain utterly oblivious. Moreover, upon discovering that Mu Qing is a genuine scholar, they shamelessly approach, eager to listen to his explanations. Mu Hu brandished the steel knife, his eyes wide and fierce like bull's testicles. "Come closer, and I shall strike you." Mu Hu became renowned after a single battle. With him guarding the gate, Zhang Long and his companions dared not approach, retreating instead to their respective areas to whisper among themselves. The two armored soldiers under Old Zheng stood at a distance, weapons drawn. As long as their adversaries remained still, so too would they. Simultaneously, they felt a twinge of envy for the people of Mu's hometown. When they enlisted, no one had ever broken down the martial arts techniques and fed them in such digestible portions. Within just a few days, the transformations among Mu's compatriots were strikingly evident. Coupled with the camp's provisions, though of mediocre quality, they were ample enough to satisfy hunger. The synergy with their martial arts had rendered the folks from Mu's hometown robust and vigorous. How fortunate to have a capable scholar leading them. Chapter 20. The mysterious blade. Old Zheng returned after 4 days. He had set off alone on horseback, but now he was accompanied by a lad from the blacksmith shop pulling a cart. Upon it lay 2 massive blades, unmistakably the 2 mysterious knives requested by Mu Qing. In addition, there were numerous single-handed steel swords, all crafted in the style of the frontier troops, characterized by a curvature that widened at the front and tapered towards the back. Upon returning to the main camp, Old Zheng called out to Mu Qing. Old Lin's expression was far from pleasant. "Old Zheng, this seems rather irregular, doesn't it?" Old Zheng cast a sidelong glance. "These were awarded by the county magistrate. If you disagree, feel free to attempt to annihilate a band of bandits unscathed." Old Lin's countenance darkened further. His own squad had participated in the bandit suppression, albeit against a different group on another hill, suffering casualties that exceeded 20%. Any accolades were out of reach. Merely returning to Daeng without facing repercussions was already a concession in light of his efforts against the bandits. Come, Qingge. Try these 2 mysterious knives and see if they are to your liking." Old Zheng had now begun to address Mu Qing as Qingge. "Humph. Such massive blades weigh over 20 pounds. They may be manageable to lift, but how does one engage in battle with them?" "Old Zheng, you've lost your senses." Old Lin scoffed. "I know that lad possesses great strength, but wielding such a large sword while advancing and fighting is nothing short of a fantasy." Old Zheng's brow furrowed, his displeasure rising. "I ask you, does this concern you? My men have yet to voice a word, and here you are, chattering away. Whether the sword is heavy or light is of no consequence to you. Are you to carry it? If you wish to watch, then do. If not, go back to sleep. Must there be so much idle talk? Now come, Qingge, give it a try." Old Zheng's words left Old Lin utterly discomposed, his face darkening as he stood silently by. Mu Qing, having long held a disdain for this individual, chose to disregard him entirely. Since he had chosen a side, he would do so wholeheartedly. With determination, he grasped the hilt of the enormous sword, which towered over him. The robust handle was wrapped in spirals of hemp rope, providing not only a non-slip grip, but also enhancing tactile sensitivity and offering a degree of shock absorption. The thickness of the handle was perfectly suited to his grasp, and even the 20-pound blade felt somewhat weighty in Mu Qing's hands. Excellent. Mu Qing gazed at the gigantic blade, perfectly balanced between the blade and the hilt, and could not help but exclaim, "Come, Ahu, take your turn." Mu Qing swiftly tossed the strange dagger from his hand, while Mu Hu stepped forward, catching it effortlessly with one hand. He spun around, creating a gust of wind. "Brother Qing, this is splendid. This is precisely what I desire." Mu Hu wiped his nose and held the unfamiliar knife close to his chest. "It was crafted for you. From now on, you may strike whomever you choose." "Oh." Mu Qing and Mu Hu each wielded a formidable broadsword, their robust physiques coupled with the enormous blades exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Indeed, the ability to wield such a hefty weapon, weighing 20 pounds, is intrinsically linked to the immense strength and unyielding determination akin to that of a 100-layered ant. In contrast to the conventional swords, typically weighing merely 2 to 3 pounds, this 20-pound broadsword clearly belongs to the category of lethal weaponry, capable of inflicting grievous harm with the slightest touch. Upon witnessing Mu Qing and Mu Hu effortlessly brandishing these colossal swords, the expressions of all the soldiers present shifted dramatically. As one of the most representative heavy weapons in the Tang army, the broadsword epitomizes the remarkable metalworking craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty to a significant extent. However, these particular swords appeared somewhat rudimentary in their construction. Indeed, you are truly exceptional individuals. Once we reach the camp, I must recommend you to the general. Old Zheng beamed at Mu Qing and Mu Hu, unable to contain his delight. In stark contrast, Old Lin's expression was as grim as Old Zheng's was radiant. My gratitude to you, Lord Xie, for your support. Mu Qing grasped the unfamiliar saber in his hand, for the first time experiencing a sense of security that was tantalizingly close. Come, let me introduce you to this weapon. Old Zheng eagerly pulled at Mu Qing's arm. The blade is forged from fine iron, crafted through the method of steel infusion and meticulously tempered, featuring a double-edged design, making it ideal for cleaving. The hilt is fashioned from rosewood, intricately carved and polished to reveal its natural grain, and wrapped with hemp rope, though slightly coarse due to the brief period of creation. This does not detract from its prowess as a formidable weapon. Old Zheng had not always resided in the brothel. After leaving the county office, he spent his time observing the craftsmanship of these weapons at the blacksmith shop. He was, of course, well-versed in the art. These sabers are quite exceptional. All crafted by the finest blacksmiths in the county. They are more than sufficient, Old Zheng remarked, gesturing towards the sabers on the ox cart. I apologize for the trouble caused to the esteemed one. The student is immensely grateful. Mu Qing gazed at the eager Lao Zheng and promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. To speak of such matters between us feels rather distant. Let your brethren take these blades instead. Lao Zheng waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned. Thus far, Mu Qing's significance in his heart had transformed entirely. After all, he had meticulously selected this exceptional steed for the border army. Whether it be in humble reverence or in untamed spirit, Lao Zheng believed such was the demeanor befitting a remarkable horse. He was certain that once these two brothers joined the border forces, they would undoubtedly incite a fierce competition among the generals, each vying to claim them for their own. The villagers of Mu's hometown hastily removed the steel blades from the ox cart. Although they were indeed envious of those two massive swords, they were acutely aware that wielding them was an entirely different matter. To merely grasp the weapons was one thing. To engage in a fervent battle with them was quite another. Take your time to familiarize yourselves. The camp will soon be on the move, and we must return to the border troops without delay. Old Zheng patted Mu Qing on the shoulder and, with hands clasped behind his back, hummed a tune reminiscent of bygone days as he strode back to his tent with an air of indifference. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to a certain departed friend, igniting a deep-seated resentment within Old Lin. Glancing back at the eager faces of the two village's conscripts, Old Lin scoffed. Humph, what is there to gawk at? In the border troops, we speak with our fists. If you envy them, you should strive to catch up. What good is mere longing? When we took you to hunt down bandits, you were timid and fearful of injury. The more you dreaded the blades, the more they seemed to chase after you. Upon joining the border troops, you must set these two as your goals, train diligently, and practice fervently, so as not to disappoint your parents and kin. With that, Old Lin cast a final glance at Mu Qing and Mu Hu before departing. The spark of determination reignited in the eyes of the conscripts from his two villages, and their gazes towards Mu Qing and Mu Hu were no longer filled with fear. Mu Qing cast a slightly astonished glance at the old man Lin. He had anticipated that the latter might resort to some rather irrational actions in the struggle against Old Zheng. However, upon hearing his words at this moment, it became evident that he was not a man consumed by jealousy. Such contradictions left Mu Qing somewhat perplexed. Chapter 21. What I desire is to shine brilliantly. The temporary camp officially set out the following day, proceeding along the official road towards the frontier. For villages, comprising fewer than 200 conscripted soldiers, formed four small groups, lined up in an elongated procession. Two conscription officers led the way at the front of the line, followed closely by the four armored soldiers. The inhabitants of Mu's hometown walked at the rear. Those steel blades, though scarce, were distributed so that each person possessed one. Moreover, Mu Qing ingeniously amalgamated several of these blades to forge an exceptional weapon, which he bestowed upon Mu Shi. This method of synthesis rendered their intentions less conspicuous and difficult to detect. The process involved transforming 9 ordinary, crude steel knives into one refined blade. The exterior of the newly crafted weapon exhibited minimal alteration, yet it radiated an aura of sharpness and prowess. Upon completing the synthesis, Mu Qing conducted a comparative test between the refined steel knife and a standard blade. The ordinary knife sustained a significant gash, while the refined blade remained intact and razor-sharp. Having seen the world, Mu Qing recognized that even in broader society, this exquisite steel knife would surely elicit admiration as a superb weapon. Naturally, Mu Shi, as a key figure of development, received this formidable armament. On the battlefield, weapons and armor are akin to a soldier's second life. No further incidents transpired along the journey. Perhaps seizing the opportunity presented by the conscription, the local brigands were thoroughly eradicated, leading to an improvement in recent security. Consequently, the travelers along the official roads expressed a more favorable disposition towards the government, refraining from covertly lamenting the families of officials. Overall, the current political climate remained relatively stable. Although the populace faced heavy taxation, they managed to subsist. The sole source of turmoil stemmed from the incessant raids by northern tribes, necessitating continuous conscription. However, viewing the situation through the lens of a modern individual, Mu Qing understood that this so-called stability was merely a fleeting illusion. In this land, warlords vied for dominance, and conflicts between nations persisted. The Yin Kingdom, where he resided, was situated in the northern part of this territory, bordering the tribes of the grasslands. The entire realm encompassed roughly the area of 2 modern provinces, with a population of merely 1 million and a fighting force of approximately 50,000. Among these, the most formidable were the 10,000 border troops stationed at the frontier, while the remaining 4 armies were strategically positioned in various directions, facing off against neighboring nations. Additionally, there were several thousand troops designated for the defense of the capital. Mu Qing perceived that the current situation bore a striking resemblance to the Warring States period, albeit following a time of great unification. After the fall of the unified dynasty, incessant conflicts erupted among the various feudal lords, each unable to dominate the other, ultimately resulting in a transient equilibrium manifested through fragmentation. However, Mu Qing understood that unification was the inevitable trajectory. Any sovereign content to dwell in a small corner would eventually be supplanted. Once this delicate balance was disrupted, it would usher in chaos that would engulf all. In such tumultuous times, only those possessing formidable strength could safeguard themselves and their homeland. Thus, Mu Qing recognized that the imperial examination was a viable path, albeit one constrained by the prevailing balance. Conversely, the military route, fraught with peril, promised greater safety once unrest commenced, as the army would be the most secure haven. Realizing this, Mu Qing resolved to fully unveil his potential. His initial step towards this ambition was the campaign against bandits and the aspiration to become a formidable general. Prior to the advent of firearms, the starting point for a general of great stature had never been low. Even during the zenith of the Tang dynasty, the number of such generals was limited. The only regret for Mu Qing lay in the fact that this campaign had yielded no valuable quarry. No tigers, bears, or bulls were found. Had he encountered such game, he felt he could have advanced further. The chaotic essence and synthesis he acquired could hardly be deemed useless. Rather, they were of limited assistance unless one amassed 100 layers akin to the Ant King's strength. Moreover, the enhancements provided by the twice synthesized tenacity were nearing the potency of that 100 layers of Ant King strength. Tenacity improved overall physical quality, inherently including strength, while the Ant King's power merely augmented raw strength. If one were to solely enhance strength without improving physical constitution, a single punch could result in one's arm being unable to bear the strain. This brings forth the question of the essence's quality. One type originated from the essence of ants, while the other stemmed from an adult human, representing disparate levels of existence. 100 layers of Ant King strength required merely 300 ants, whereas 100 layers of tenacity demanded 900 lives. Furthermore, tenacity could continue to be synthesized. What does 900 lives signify? According to the current military structure of the Yin Kingdom, 10 men constituted a squad, 5 squads formed a team, and 2 or more teams made a brigade, amounting to hundreds or even thousands. Multiple brigades formed a regiment, comprising thousands of individuals. At the brigade level, the officers were often referred to as school lieutenants, while at the regiment level, they were known as captains. Above them were the commanding generals. At this moment, Mu Qing held the position of team leader. The clan system was particularly flourishing, necessitating the amalgamation of these individuals to select the highest ranking among them, enabling them to act as an extension of his will. At this moment, Mu Qing and his 3 companions formed a single unit, poised to be assigned under the command of a certain lieutenant upon entering the border army. Mu Qing harbored no concerns regarding this. He possessed ample confidence in his ability to ascend swiftly within the ranks. On the battlefield, the paths to glory were few, slaying generals, seizing flags, being the first to charge, and breaching enemy lines. It was solely in the theater of war that he could elevate his resilience to the highest level without depleting his vitality. Furthermore, it was only amidst the chaos of battle that he could discreetly forge superior weapons without arousing suspicion. The original self was reluctant to engage in combat, particularly not alongside his kin. He feared not death, for he had already dared to wander alone among bandits. What he truly dreaded was the prospect of causing the demise of his brethren through his own blunders, leaving him speechless before his elders and fellow villagers. In contrast, Mu Qing was unencumbered by such worries. Given time, he believed he could empower all 50 of his companions into extraordinary beings. All of this hinged upon the battlefield. If he could imbue each individual with a full 100 layers of resilience, those 50, under his command, would be capable of breaking through any formation. He was not merely contemplating the essence of his strategy, he was also devising methods of combat. The initial gust of wind had evidently not yet reached its synthesis limit. If the essence represented external force, then the combat techniques were foundational. Techniques that had been synthesized even once exhibited remarkable effects. And should he refine these techniques to their utmost potential, providing his kin the opportunity to cultivate them would yield undeniably potent results. As they marched, Mu Qing's mind raced with thoughts of essence and synthesis, rendering him somewhat absent-minded. Fortunately, after days of travel, the border army camp was now within reach. Chapter 22. The Grand General did not contest Mu, who the border army camp lay at the northernmost edge of the Yan Kingdom, with its series of military encampments arranged in perfect order. Every 100 paces stood a watchtower, and the formidable barricades fortified the camp like an impregnable fortress. The sentinels patrolled with a fierce intensity, adding an air of solemnity to the military grounds. After a swift inspection, the group was finally permitted to enter the camp. Even with the 2 conscription officers, Old Lin and Old Zheng, leading the way, the remaining individuals were required to verify their identities in succession. In the Yan Kingdom, civilians were not permitted to leave their hometowns at will. They needed documentation signed by the local authorities to exit legally, and could only travel to the location specified in the documents. Along the route, patrols conducted inspections, and failure to produce the necessary paperwork could result in imprisonment. Even students like Mu Qing, wishing to study or participate in examinations elsewhere, required official documentation from their academies. Without such credentials, they could easily be mistaken for bandits and face lethal consequences. Thus, the notion of a wandering hero was utterly impractical in the Yan Kingdom. Without documentation, one would be treated as an illegal immigrant. Historically, those who defied the law through martial prowess faced severe repercussions, and any prior criminal records would render obtaining official documents akin to walking into a trap. Such stringent regulations were not without cause. They were primarily established to prevent foreign spies from infiltrating and to maintain population stability across counties, facilitating governmental oversight. The individuals selected from 4 villages were reputable, and their identities were swiftly verified. They soon found themselves in the new recruit's large tent. The accommodations were substantial, featuring a communal sleeping area lined with straw and furs, ensuring warmth against the cold. However, the bloodstains in the corners hinted at the tent's tumultuous past. With 2 rows of bunk beds, it was ample enough to house an entire squad of soldiers. After their arduous journey, the Mu family members could finally rest for a moment. Old Lin and Old Zheng departed to report back, and it was evident that Old Zheng strode with an air of confidence, his nose nearly elevated to the heavens. He had informed Mu Qing that the Grand General highly valued talent and would likely summon them soon, advising them to be prepared. Indeed, within the span of 2 incense sticks, a messenger from Old Zheng arrived to call for Mu Qing and Mu Hu. Ahu, ensure you have your weapon ready. Stay close to me, and refrain from speaking out of turn. As they made their way to the general's tent, Mu Qing cautioned his companion. He was uncertain of the general's temperament, and whether he would take offense at the insolence of someone as simple-minded as Ahu. Thus, he felt it necessary to offer a prior warning to Ahu. What the future held was uncertain, but for the moment, it was imperative not to provoke the general. The military camp was vast, and as they tread upon the lush green grass, Mu Qing and his companions walked for nearly half an hour before reaching the general's tent. The tent itself was not particularly remarkable, merely larger and more opulent than the others. Before the entrance stood a grand flagpole, upon which a large character for D fluttered in the wind. Mu Qing learned that the general's surname was D. At the entrance stood 2 personal guards, one of whom entered to report before ushering the 2 inside. A robust middle-aged man sat behind a table, engrossed in reading, only setting down his book after the 2 had entered the tent. Mu Qing bore the shuagong upon his back, an arrow pouch hanging from his waist, and wielded it in his hand, presenting an impressive and formidable appearance. Mu Hu trailed closely behind Mu Qing, tightly grasping his identical broadsword. Upon encountering the scrutinizing gaze of the general, his lips moved as if to protest, but he ultimately chose silence, recalling Mu Qing's admonitions. Instead, he squared his shoulders and widened his eyes defiantly. It is you 2 who encircled and subdued over 50 bandits, compelling them to kneel and surrender? The general observed the pair with keen interest, particularly Mu Hu, whose indomitable spirit intrigued him. Noticing the general's attention, Mu Qing discreetly stepped forward to shield Mu Hu and respectfully declared, "My foolish younger brother suffers from a lingering ailment from his youth. I hope the general will not hold it against him." The general rose and slowly approached the 2. "Do not fret, I am not a man-eater. Zheng Tsang has sung your praises to the skies, and it seems he was not mistaken. You are indeed 2 remarkable steeds." He reached for Mu Hu's broadsword, eager to test its heft, yet Mu Hu widened his eyes and clutched it tightly, refusing to relinquish his grip. A struggle ensued, with one pulling and the other resisting. But ultimately, the general's strength prevailed, lifting both Mu Hu and his broadsword effortlessly. Mu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, is this the strength a human can possess? Mu Hu, standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing around 180 pounds, plus the weight of the broadsword, should have weighed close to 200 pounds. Yet he was effortlessly hoisted like a feather, and with one hand, observing the general's unfazed demeanor, Mu Qing was truly bewildered. Was the world outside so vast? If so, what utility was there in education? Or perhaps, scholars have their own paths, but he was simply too impoverished to discover them? In that moment, Mu Qing found himself utterly lost in thought. Suddenly, a heavy thud snapped Mu Qing back to reality. Mu Hu had delivered a punch to the general's torso, producing a dull thump. "Mu Hu, what are you doing?" Mu Qing maintained his composure for several days before finally succumbing to a breakdown. In the beginning, as he entered the army, my younger brother struck the general of the border troops. "Ha ha ha, what a spirited lad, what immense strength." The general roared with laughter and released Mu Hu. Ultimately, he could not withstand Mu Hu's tenacity. "Brother Qing," he exclaimed, "he came up to seize my weapon." Mu Hu wore an expression of defiance, yet he was relieved that nothing had been taken from him. The general merely wished to inspect your weapon, not to claim it as his own. Upon encountering the Grand General, Mu Qing felt a sense of relief upon observing the absence of any signs of anger or irritation. The weapon before him was indeed of an unusual design, and even the officers within the camp could not assure that they could wield such a heavy armament. The Grand General did not contest Mu Hu. However, Mu Qing offered his own dagger to him, thereby providing a means of descent from the situation. Possessing such strength without any training is a promising sign. "What do you say? Shall I take you on as my personal guard?" Mu Qing had anticipated that the general would show some favor, yet he never expected such generosity, which, for a moment, felt somewhat surreal. However, he quickly regained his composure. The general had extended his goodwill towards my brother and me. It was only natural to reciprocate. Yet, I was apprehensive for my fellow townsfolk. To be candid, I owe my education to the collective sacrifices of my community, who worked tirelessly to support my studies and examinations. Thus, I felt a deep responsibility to safeguard the well-being of my kin. A faint blush of shame adorned Mu Qing's face, as if he felt a twinge of remorse for having declined the kindness extended to him. Chapter 23. The Imperial Guard Camp. The general suddenly realized his oversight. He had almost forgotten that you, young man, are still a scholar, and according to Zheng Tsang, you were quite close to passing the imperial examination. It is indeed a rarity to find such a talented individual, adept in both literary and martial pursuits, who also possesses a deep sense of gratitude and loyalty. How about I appoint you as a military scribe for the time being? It would not be a squander of your abilities. Recalling Zheng Tsang's introduction of Mu Qing, the general felt a surge of admiration for talent. "General, I am here to safeguard our homeland and ensure the peace of the people. On my journey of learning, I have encountered no fewer than 150 bandits and robbers who have perished at the hands of students. I am eager to lead the people of Mu's hometown into battle. Mu Qing's face shimmered with a thirst for blood. Hey, you rascal, you truly are a peculiar genius. The general felt a genuine sense of curiosity. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a bloodthirsty scholar. Dare to insult my brother, Qing? I shall strike you down. Upon hearing the insult directed at Mu Qing, Mu Hu's eyes widened in shock. The general sighed. Forget it, forget it. I shall not be vexed by a fool. Now, where do you wish to go? In light of my appreciation for talent, I shall grant you a choice. Mu Qing was about to express his intention to head to the front lines when he suddenly heard the sounds of cattle and sheep outside, and his eyes lit up. The Firehead Army. The students are heading to the Firehead Army. The general, who had been stroking his beard, nearly yanked it out in surprise. He furrowed his brow and gazed at Mu Qing. I did not catch that clearly. Could you repeat it? Mu Qing hurriedly clarified. The students excel in the art of butchering, and during their leisure time, they can assist the Firehead Army in slaughtering livestock. In times of battle, the students rush to the front lines to engage in combat. Indeed, Mu Qing had set his sights on the cattle and sheep outside. While the sheep were of little concern, it was primarily the cattle and horses that piqued his interest. The presence of such animals is most suitable for extracting their essence. Cattle possess great endurance and strength, while horses are swift. If one were to extract the essence from both cattle and horses, combined with the substantial number of livestock within the Firehead Army, would that not lead to a rapid accumulation of power? Why does Mu Qing wish to venture to the front lines? Is it not due to the abundance of inexpensive cattle and horses in this region? Is this truly the nature of scholars in our country today? The general finds it rather challenging to comprehend Mu Qing's intentions. If that is the case, then let all of your compatriots be incorporated into my personal battalion. To speak candidly, my battalion achieves success the fastest and enjoys the greatest freedom. You may indulge in the art of butchery, yet it is also the unit that suffers the most casualties, as I have always preferred to lead from the front, charging into battle ahead of my men. Are you not eager to join the front lines? Do you possess the courage to accept this challenge? Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Qing declared absolutely. We are here to vanquish the barbarians. He understood that further hesitation could potentially exhaust the general's dwindling patience, so he resolved to act decisively. Moreover, the starting point was indeed remarkably high, despite the inherent dangers, as the adversary had indicated. Aligning closely with this esteemed commander from the onset would undoubtedly facilitate opportunities for merit. Well done, lad. The general commended as he patted Mu Qing on the shoulder. Go forth. Presently, there is no warfare. You shall be directly assigned to the tent of my personal guards outside my main tent. Seize this opportunity to train diligently during this interval, for I await your splendid performance on the battlefield. With that, he retrieved a token inscribed with the character for personal from the table and handed it to Mu Qing. At your command. Mu Qing immediately crossed his arms and then led Mu Hu out. The people of Mu village were taken aback when Mu Qing and his companions returned after a brief excursion to find their tents replaced. Whether they served as standard bearers or personal guards was of little consequence to the villagers. They had unwavering faith in Mu Qing's intentions. Knowing he would never lead them astray, regardless of the destination, they were prepared to follow his lead without hesitation. As the soldiers encountered the villagers making their way directly to the personal guard's tent, their expressions were a blend of complexity and intrigue. The personal guard camp offered exceptional privileges, yet the associated risks were equally substantial. The general, known for his penchant for leading charges, naturally required his personal guards to be ever vigilant and close at hand. Particularly for the standard bearers, when the general charged into battle, the standard must follow suit. The term seizing the flag in the context of battle refers specifically to this standard. On the tumultuous battlefield, if the standard of one's own side continues to advance, the morale of the soldiers is invariably bolstered. Conversely, should the standard fall to the enemy, even if the general survives, the army would perceive his death, leading to a potential rout. In the aftermath of a battle, even if the standard bearers themselves escape unscathed, they would face a gruesome fate. The environment within the personal guard tent was markedly improved. Each soldier was afforded his own bed and a dedicated weapon rack. The two individuals stationed outside previously were indeed part of the personal guard. Mu Qing was taken aback when, upon entering the elite soldiers' camp, swift steeds were dispatched to investigate the backgrounds of his compatriots from Mu's hometown. Becoming a personal guard to the general was not merely a matter of verbal affirmation. It was imperative to meticulously scrutinize one's lineage for generations. The general would never permit an unworthy individual to serve as his personal guard. Within the camp, there were indeed individuals present, an assemblage of seemingly languid veterans, whose eyes gleamed upon the arrival of Mu Qing and his companions. These newcomers appear promising. If that broadsword strikes true, it might just cleave me in two. Come on, Leader Li, be confident. It will undoubtedly sever you in half. What of it? As if you wouldn't face the same fate. The veterans lounged under the sun, engaging in light-hearted banter, a stark contrast to the disciplined exterior of the soldiers outside. This disparity rendered the group from Mu's hometown somewhat uneasy, yet being new arrivals, they felt compelled to conceal their discomfort. Newcomers, you must first proceed to logistics to collect your armor, and then to the cavalry office to select your steeds. You all know how to ride, don't you? A veteran, lounging with a blade of grass between his lips, remarked while reclining with one leg crossed over the other. Mu Qing smacked his lips in disbelief. Is the treatment in the Imperial Guard truly this generous? They provide war horses and armor upon arrival? An old soldier chuckled and replied, what do you expect? If the general charges into battle on his steed and turns around to find his personal guards trailing behind, flailing their arms, wouldn't that be absurd? Well then, as newcomers, we would greatly appreciate your guidance, good sir. Mu Qing approached, clasping his hands in salute, and a silver coin slipped from his grasp, landing squarely on the old soldier. The veteran picked up the coin and bit into it, assessing its quality. Not bad, he remarked. Are you from a wealthy family? Did you slay a band of brigands on your way here, acquiring this ill-gotten gain? Upon hearing this, the old soldier stood up, adjusted his trousers, and returned the coin to Mu Qing's hand. This is the camp of the elite troops. As veterans, it is our duty to assist you. Let us forego this exchange. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, procure some drinks for the brothers in the city to quench their thirst, and then demonstrate your prowess to fully integrate yourself here. The old soldier muttered as he walked ahead. You had better possess real skill, otherwise, it will be difficult for the brothers to entrust their backs to you. Alas, countless lives have been lost, and new faces come and go. One wonders when it will ever end. Why do those savages never vanish? Under the guidance of this seasoned veteran, Mu Qing indeed led the people of his hometown to acquire armor. Although it appeared to be a patchwork version, it was undeniably complete armor, covering the head, shoulders, torso, and legs. It could effectively transform a soldier into a veritable tank. To combat such armor, one must wield blunt instruments, like small hammers or heavy anti-armor weapons such as the horse spear. Ordinary swords and daggers would prove utterly ineffective. Engaging a fully armored soldier head-on without armor oneself would be tantamount to courting death. To defeat a fully armored opponent, one might opt for a coordinated attack, toppling him and targeting weaknesses such as the armpits, or employing blunt weapons and luring him into traps. Of course, this assumes the fully armored soldier is without allies. The allocation has been submitted. Have your kin come back with their measurements, and they will make the necessary adjustments. As for war horses, perhaps it would be wise to master riding first, the old soldier said, patting his backside as he returned to the elite camp, with Mu Qing following behind. Thank you, my friend. Without your guidance, we would have truly been at a loss, Mu Qing expressed gratefully. The old soldier waved his hand without looking back. No need for thanks now. Just refrain from cursing our ancestors when we train you later. Mu Qing, is there some devilish training awaiting us? Upon returning to the barracks, I discovered that Mu who had already begun wrestling with those individuals. Mu who possessed an advantage in strength. Yet the seasoned veteran excelled in technique, rendering them equally matched. Surrounding them, the veterans and locals from Mu's hometown rallied to support their respective champions, while a faction of veterans cheered for Mu Hu, seemingly indulging in playful banter. Mu Qing cast a glance at Mu Shi, who responded with an indifferent gaze. Only then did Mu Qing feel a sense of relief. Mu Shi exuded a sense of composure, signifying that the gathering was merely a friendly exchange, with seasoned veterans testing the strength of the Mu family's compatriots. Ultimately, Mu Hu was bested, tripped to the ground by the veterans' deft maneuvering, and instead of applause, a chorus of disapproval arose from the onlookers. Ah, Old Li, your victory truly brings shame upon our elite battalion. Indeed, while they exert their strength, you resort to cunning tactics. Remember this, from now on, you'll dine at the same table as the dogs. Old Li hoisted Mu Hu to his feet, saying, Come now, why don't you all give it a try? This brother possesses tremendous strength. I certainly cannot match him, and winning is no small feat. He then patted Mu Hu on the shoulder, acknowledging, "Well done, lad. When it comes to strength, I must concede that you surpass me." Mu Hu wiped his nose and said, "Come on, I refuse to believe I can't trip you up." Old Li shook his head repeatedly, "No more, no more. If we continue this competition, my ancestors will surely be scolded by those fellows." Mu Hu, pinching his nose, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. "If you come at me 2 more times, I am certain I can trip you up." "Ahu, that's enough." Mu Qing intervened to halt Mu Hu's complaints. Following this incident, the distance between the veterans and the people of Mu's hometown has significantly diminished. It is evident that the veterans have acknowledged Mu Hu's combat prowess, and Mu Qing, upon observation, possesses even greater fighting capabilities. The elite guard is fully staffed at 500, yet with the addition of the 50 from Mu's hometown, the total barely exceeds 200, highlighting the substantial losses the elite guard has endured. Nevertheless, the general does not seem overly concerned with replenishing the elite guard. After all, nurturing elite soldiers demands considerable resources, and the frontier troops, stationed at the border, are not particularly affluent. Otherwise, the armor would not require repeated repairs, and one could scarcely ascertain how many soul rings they possess after donning it. That afternoon, Mu Qing led the group to sequentially report their respective measurements. The military operates at a swift pace. After the arrival of the newcomers in the elite guard, the veterans promptly selected instructors the following day to train the individuals from Mu's hometown. "I am Hiyong, the lieutenant of the elite guard, and I have taken leave from the general to personally train you." The imposing figure clad in armor stood before the people of Mu's hometown, a long scar tracing across his face, a clear testament to his experiences in brutal combat. "The training you will undergo is quite straightforward. In the morning, we will practice weighted chopping and weighted sprints. In the afternoon, we will focus on horseback riding and mounted strikes, among other skills. Although our elite guard is equipped with war horses, it is the strength of our bodies and the abundance of our stamina that will enable us to keep pace with the general's stride. To commence, each of you shall carry 2 stone locks and run around the elite camp for an hour." The training of the elite guards is indeed grueling. However, it is fortunate that the people of Mu's hometown are primarily resilient farmers, well-versed in endurance. Under the leadership of Mu Qing and Mu Hu, although the ranks appear somewhat thin, none have fallen behind. This aligns with the age-old principles of infantry training. Physical fitness is paramount, regardless of the task at hand. It is intrinsically linked to one's stamina, particularly in ancient warfare, where battles could stretch for several hours, involving both pursuit and retreat. Only those with robust physical conditioning could withstand the rigors. To summarize, the mornings were dedicated to running, while afternoons were reserved for horseback riding. Thankfully, with the advent of stirrups and similar equipment, the learning process became considerably more manageable. The drill sergeants and seasoned veterans wielded their whips, punishing those who faltered, only to subsequently demonstrate the correct techniques themselves. Remarkably, the individuals from Mu's hometown, including Mu Qing, expressed no grievances. Many seasoned soldiers trained alongside them, possessing skills and endurance far beyond their own. Moreover, the sergeants and veterans imparted genuine knowledge, skills essential for survival on the battlefield. The recruits were not oblivious to the benefits of such training. They understood it was aimed at accelerating their growth, thereby reducing the risk of losing their lives in combat. During the initial 7 days, Mu Qing scarcely had the time or energy to attend to the logistical needs of the cavalry, as his schedule was entirely consumed by this rigorous training regimen. After a week, once the armor was properly adjusted, he finally led his comrades to don it. Indeed, slipping into this armor imparted a profound sense of security. However, this set of armor was rather weighty. Mu Qing estimated it weighed around 25 kilograms, firmly placing it within the realm of heavy armor. Engaging in high-intensity combat while clad in such armor and wielding a 20-kilogram weapon was no trivial endeavor. On that very evening, Mu Qing decisively arrived at the logistics division. Typically, preparations for the following day's materials are made during the night. Mu Qing is indeed focused on this matter. Although the border troops are not particularly affluent, they certainly do not lack for meat. The confiscated cattle and sheep from the barbarians, as well as the battle horses rendered incapable of fighting due to injuries, will all be allocated to the Firehead Army to enhance the provisions of the troops. While it may be unrealistic to provide meat for 10,000 men, supplying a bowl of meat soup daily poses no issue. Nonetheless, this does necessitate the daily slaughter of several cattle, sheep, or horses, With the identity of a personal guard, Mu Qing sought to personally slay these beasts, and there was truly no obstacle in his way. Observing the large yellow cow gazing at him with eager eyes, Mu Qing brandished his blade and swiftly severed its head. Extracting the essence, he felt invigorated, a slight increase in vitality, a modest enhancement in endurance, and a minor boost in strength. Apologies, but I am devoid of sentiment. Chapter 25. Essence of two-star cattle and horses. The gruesome spectacle of blood splattering left even the seasoned soldiers accustomed to slaughter in a state of bewilderment. While others might expertly butcher an ox, this individual simply lopped off its head. The head rolled to the ground, yet the body remained oblivious to the sudden demise. Blood inevitably splattered onto Mu Qing, yet he did not so much as blink. Is there more? We can move on to the next. The soldiers of the Firehead army exchanged glances, pondering the nature of this new personal guard. What kind of deadly deity was he? He seemed to harbor some peculiarities within. This way, there is more over here, directed a soldier. In such a brisk and decisive manner, he dispatched a robust yellow cow, though it was somewhat bloody. It spared the collective effort of the men, much to their relief. With the essence of the cattle invigorating him, Mu Qing felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Throughout that night, he slaughtered 3 cows, 2 sheep, and a limping horse. These 6 animals would be transformed into broth to sustain the army on the morrow. As members of the personal guard, they were entitled to meat, a privilege granted due to their rigorous training and their fierce engagement in battles. In contrast, the ordinary soldiers were relegated to consuming only broth imbued with a hint of fat. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to attract these soldiers, as such a daily ration of meat broth was a luxury not afforded to anyone other than those stationed at the front lines. From the sheep, he extracted the trait of social adaptation, a slight increase in morale when gathered in numbers, along with a minor enhancement in environmental adaptability. From the horse, he obtained the quality of leading the charge, a slight boost in endurance, speed, and linear sprinting capabilities. The bounty of the night was considerable, providing just the right resources to facilitate a synthesis from the essence of the cattle. After cleansing himself and returning to the main tent, Mu Qing contemplated the fusion in his mind. Strength like an ox, powerful and robust. This would augment his strength, bolster his endurance, and enhance his physical constitution. Following the synthesis, the description altered, now indicating an increase in physical robustness. Mu Qing first tried it on himself, and a surge of energy instantaneously coursed from his chest to every limb, ultimately rushing towards his forehead. Burp. Mu Qing uncontrollably let out a belch, the resounding echo from his expansive chest even resembling a heavy bovine moo, prompting him to hurriedly cover his mouth. Qinggur, what was that? Did you steal a cow? I want to eat too. Mu-hu, who had been sleeping on the adjacent bed, sat up with a grunt, his eyes seemingly still shut. Ah, yes, 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 we will have beef tomorrow. Hurry and go to sleep. Mu Qing was rendered speechless. Oh, Mu-hu smacked his lips and collapsed onto the bed. The recent intensity of his training had left this foolish lad feeling weary, and he fell asleep the moment he touched the mattress. Mu Qing felt an invigorating surge of power, as if the fatigue from a day of training had significantly diminished. The effects of this strength, derived from a synthesis conducted twice, surpassed the resilience achieved from a previous synthesis performed 3 times. Mu Qing felt a peculiar sense of strangeness mingled with an understanding of the situation. How could ordinary humans possibly compare to the sheer strength and endurance of a large yellow ox? He pondered what essence could be extracted from a formidable commander like General D. For the time being, he had no intention of utilizing the essence derived from sheep, primarily because its effects were not particularly remarkable. Perhaps in the future, after synthesizing more, it might yield better results, but for now, Mu Qing was reluctant to squander his essence slots. Currently, he possessed a total of 10 essence slots, each capable of stacking up to 100 layers, thus demanding careful consideration in their use. To acquire additional slots, one must advance in their cultivation. However, the essence known as leading steed, extracted from horses, was still quite beneficial. Endurance, speed, and sprinting velocity were of paramount importance in the chaos of battle. Up until now, Mu Qing had been focusing on enhancing these attributes. After applying the leading steed essence, he experienced a noticeable alleviation of the fatigue brought on by training. With his endurance boosted, not only did his capacity for physical exertion improve, but his recovery rate also saw a significant enhancement. Moreover, endurance was intricately linked to physical fitness. That night proved to be the best night of sleep he had enjoyed in recent days, and he awoke the next morning feeling invigorated. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to provide Mu with a similar essence template, at the very least one that had undergone synthesis once. Presently, the most suitable combination was that of the ox and horse essences, which could cultivate a soldier of unparalleled prowess. In the days that followed, aside from training, Mu Qing remained among the Firehead army, slaughtering those oxen and horses rendered pointless. Most of these were aged draft oxen used for transporting supplies, or livestock seized from marauders, as well as battle-worn steeds no longer fit for service. Once they reached a certain age, they could no longer serve the army and were thus culled. This gave Mu Qing a peculiar sensation akin to working in human resources, albeit the subjects of his culling were indeed real cattle and horses. Over the course of a month, he found himself butchering several cattle, sheep, and horses nearly every day, managing to synthesize a completed ox-horse essence at least every 2 days. Mu Qing referred to the essence that had been synthesized once as 2-star essence, and 3 times as 3-star essence, and so forth. Presently, Mu was also enveloped in a layer of 2-star bovine essence. During this period, Mu Qing had been systematically summoning the members of the Mu family to the grand tent for private discussions. Each time, he instructed Mu to stand guard outside, strictly forbidding anyone from approaching. He made a concerted effort to hold these conversations during the evening hours when everyone was at rest. The first individual he spoke with was Mu Shi, with the primary intention of bestowing upon them the 2-star bovine essence. Although it sounded unpleasant, it proved to be effective. Unfortunately, in order to administer the essence, the recipient had to be in a fully conscious state and completely open-minded. This process unexpectedly exceeded Mu Qing's expectations and proceeded remarkably smoothly. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated the intrinsic value of this scholar that the entire village was willing to support wholeheartedly. The main factor was Mu Qing's youth. His body had only just reached the age of 20, yet he had nearly qualified for the provincial examination. Although he fell short by a few ranks, it was due to careless mistakes that marred his paper. In truth, the proctor had discussed with the county dean that had it not been for those blemishes, Mu Qing would certainly have succeeded. If a village were to produce a successful candidate, the quality of life would noticeably improve. Had it not been for the conscription, the people of Mu's village would undoubtedly have continued to economize to ensure Mu Qing could prepare for his examinations properly. Even so, as a scholar, Mu Qing was universally recognized as the sole hope of his village. Whenever Mu Qing suggested that a pile of cow dung could be beneficial, the villagers, regardless of their initial resistance, would not doubt its efficacy. Of course, Mu Qing did not elaborate too much on his abilities, merely stating that he had acquired skills from his studies abroad that could thoroughly stimulate the results of their training during this period. The people of Mu village would naturally harbor no doubts. Chapter 26. Is this the disgraceful method of a scholar? Observing the unwavering trust of his fellow clansmen, Mu Qing felt an unusual pang of guilt stir within him. For the first time, he recognized the advantage of a populace yet to awaken to wisdom. Whatever he claimed to have learned at the academy, his kin would unconditionally place their faith in him. Truly, they were a group endearingly naive. Mu Qing also sensed, from a different perspective, the terrifying aspects of the clan system. No wonder future generations sought ways to disperse these clans. During this period, under Mu Qing's intervention, the training progress of the people in Mu's hometown has experienced a remarkable leap. The personal guards felt a shiver down their spines. After years of relentless practice alongside the general, they had only achieved such a level, while these new recruits displayed such results in less than a month of training. Running around the personal guard camp in heavy armor while carrying stone locks for half an hour and still being able to engage in combat? What sort of elite is this? Even General D was astounded. The progress of these new soldiers was indeed astonishing. Mu Qing judiciously reduced the supplementary entries for cavalry and infantry. In truth, the span of a mere month sufficed only to bestow everyone with a 2-star cavalry designation. Presently, the sole deficiency among the ranks lies in their proficiency in mounted archery. Employing a 7-spear bow, one can effortlessly hurl arrows to a distance of approximately 100 meters. While precision may not be guaranteed, does it truly matter amidst a deluge of arrows raining down? Nevertheless, through a month of rigorous training, the mastery of equestrian skills has been attained. The armament of the troops has also been thoroughly replenished. The standard issue for the elite guards includes a warhorse, a set of armor, a saber, a stone bow, a quiver of arrows, a spear, and additionally, a small iron cudgel. This configuration is nothing short of opulent. The ordinary soldiers outside have never even glimpsed a piece of armor, with their maximum provision being a cotton tunic adorned with a few layers of leather armor at vital points, let alone the abundance of weaponry available to them. Infantry are equipped for melee combat, while cavalry are armed primarily with bows, supplemented by a blade. If one were to overlook the excessive casualty rates and inherent risks, this truly represents a meteoric rise to power. Mu Qing and Mu Hu did not wield spears, their own sabers sufficed. The cavalry spear was out of the question, as it represented an advanced iteration of the spear, demanding considerable weight and skill as a formidable weapon. After a month of rigorous training, the residents of the Mu family's hometown began to establish a schedule for sentry duty. Standing guard involved positioning themselves outside the general's grand tent, while others were tasked with closely accompanying the general and patrolling the surrounding area. Mu Qing and Mu Hu's initial assignment was to closely accompany General D. At this moment, they stood on either side of the fully armored general, with their right hands wielding foreign sabers and their left hands resting on their waist knives. General D's schedule for the day was quite packed. He was required to inspect the entire camp daily, including the fire brigade and logistics unit. In addition to this, he dedicated time to training and martial arts practice, followed by the study of military texts. Even during moments of respite, such as using the restroom, the two of them were obliged to stand guard at the entrance. After a long day of service, they would finally be relieved of their duties. However, General D exhibited a commendable level of tolerance towards his personal guards. In the absence of outsiders, he would engage in casual conversations with Mu Qing and Mu Hu. After enjoying a midday meal, General D proceeded to the guards' training grounds, where the seasoned soldiers eagerly rallied together to launch a collective assault. Mu Hu recalled the responsibilities entrusted to him by Mu Qing and was about to step forward to take action, but was halted by Mu Qing. Ahu, this is the great general's training. Oh. Mu Hu wiped his nose and returned to his state of daze. It must be said that this great general possesses exceptional combat prowess. None among the group, including the school officials, could withstand even a few exchanges with him. You two should also join in. It presents a perfect opportunity for me to assess your current abilities. General D beckoned to Mu Qing and Mu Hu. Mu Qing instructed Mu Hu to remain still, subsequently handing him the weapon. General, I beg your pardon. Mu Qing stood before General D, performing a respectful salute. Aware of Mu Qing's status as a scholar, General D broke into a grin and remarked, "You literati have a penchant for adhering to such formalities." As he reached to assist Mu Qing to his feet, the latter unexpectedly retaliated with a sudden strike aimed squarely at General D's chin. "You little rascal. Have you been waiting for me here?" General D's reflexes were swift. Instead of evading, he boldly advanced, allowing Mu Qing's fist to connect with his chest. And in that moment of impact, he launched a counterattack aimed at Mu Qing's ears. Mu Qing did not shy away. He raised his knee and struck decisively at General D's vulnerable spot. The general's complexion finally changed, and he promptly retreated to evade the blow. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. "Mu Qing, you rascal, targeting such lowly tactics," they jeered. "After all these years, you are the very first to aim for a general's lower regions. Truly, the heart of a scholar is tainted. Haha, the general has encountered a formidable opponent. It has been ages since we witnessed him falter." The great general, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "Where on earth did you learn such tactics? Both ambushing and directly attacking the lower regions. This hardly resembles the conduct of a scholar. Had he not retreated in time, he would have surely suffered a grievous loss." Mu Qing raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. "In terms of strength, I cannot compete with the general. In martial arts, I fall short of the general's prowess. Thus, I am left with no choice but to resort to cunning strategies. After all, in combat, there is no shame in employing resourcefulness." He then clasped his hands together and added, "General, I concede. I often find myself confronting bandits alone, utilizing every possible means, which is, admittedly, not the most honorable approach." Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, General D found himself genuinely intrigued. "Come, let me observe your skills. Feel free to exhibit them boldly. You need not worry about causing me harm. This may be offensive." Mu Qing once again clasped his hands, assuming a stance ready for combat. General D rotated his neck and charged towards Mu Qing once more, their arms colliding with a resounding impact. Suddenly, a stream of yellow phlegm shot towards General D's face, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he swiftly turned to evade it. However, Mu Qing was quick to follow up, landing a punch squarely on the general's back. Upon concluding this strike, Mu Qing did not linger, retreating immediately. Goodness, how utterly filthy. Were it me, I might not have been able to dodge it either. The thought alone is terrifying. Not only the seasoned veterans around, but even the people from Mu's hometown felt a shiver run down their spines. What a repugnant tactic, if it were to land on one's face. Even a victory would be accompanied by a lingering sense of disgust. You rascal. After suffering this indignity, General D's eyes widened as he became increasingly cautious. This time, armed with experience, he was determined not to fall prey to Mu Qing's ambush, advancing step by step towards him. In a moment of uncertainty, Mu Qing found himself unable to identify a suitable opportunity to launch an attack. He could only retreat continuously, albeit in the direction of Mu Hu. Meanwhile, the general advanced methodically, and soon Mu Qing seized his own broadsword, executing a swift overhead strike. By the heavens, you scholar! How dare you disregard the principles of martial ethics? Chapter 27. How I long for the absence of bloodshed, General, such filth. It is utterly disgraceful. We agreed to a contest of fists and feet, yet you brandish a massive blade to ambush an aging general. I am genuinely beginning to doubt the influence of our elite guard and the undesirable ethos it may foster. Oh, how amusing it is to witness the general in such a disheveled state. It brings me great joy. The lieutenant, observing the scene, laughed heartily as he watched Mu Qing, wielding the broadsword, chase after General D. After a brief chase, General D deftly snatched Mu Hu's broadsword and turned to clash it against Mu Qing's blade, igniting a shower of brilliant sparks. This time, Mu Hu recognized the need to relent and did not persist in opposing General D. I concede. Mu Qing decisively released his grip, causing the unfamiliar dagger to clatter to the ground. General D, visibly irritated, thrust the dagger upright into the earth and exclaimed, "You hardly resemble a scholar. Even the most brazen ruffian in the streets pales in comparison to your audacity." Mu Qing chuckled softly, bending down to retrieve the unfamiliar dagger. In an instant, he seized a handful of dirt and flung it towards General D's face. Deception is an art of war, General. Upon hearing Mu Qing concede, General D, caught off guard, instinctively shut his eyes, only to be met with the howling wind. Clang! The two unfamiliar daggers clashed once more. Mu Qing swiftly retreated. Observing the formidable General D, who could effortlessly intercept his attacks even with closed eyes, he found himself utterly unable to discern any flaws. The general's might was awe-inspiring, and Mu Qing, feeling utterly defeated, humbly acknowledged his inferiority. General D opened his eyes and brushed off the dirt from his attire. Was this encounter genuine or merely a fade? At this moment, I can scarcely discern which of your words holds truth. Mu Qing stood holding his unfamiliar sword, remarking, "In my previous encounters with bandits, I often employed unexpected ambushes. I hope the general will not take offense." To his surprise, General D was not angered. Instead, he pointed at Mu Qing and addressed his surrounding troops, saying, "Did you all witness that? A mere scholar, a mere student, has audaciously launched 3 consecutive surprise attacks against me. Had I not possessed absolute strength to crush him, I might have indeed fallen for his tactics. Do not underestimate his approach. In warfare, deception is paramount. Victory can be achieved through unexpected maneuvers just as much as through honorable, methodical advancement. Ultimately, history has shown that the victor is crowned as king." With a chuckle, General D added, "If you were to grace the court, you would undoubtedly become a cunning minister, willing to employ any means necessary." The seasoned soldiers who had previously mocked General D now reflected thoughtfully, while those from Mu's hometown wore expressions of pride. After their sparring session, Mu Qing had gained insight into General D's character, discovering a leader who genuinely cared for his people. This understanding emboldened the onlookers to openly jest at the nearly comical predicament of the general, who had narrowly avoided a face full of yellow phlegm. However, in everyday life, the general maintained a serious demeanor, earning the genuine admiration of his soldiers. Notably, upon arriving at the personal guard camp, each of Mu's compatriots had gained at least 5 pounds, clearly indicative of the camp's generous provisions. According to the veterans, the personal guard received a salary funded from the general's own pocket, amounting to 5 taels of silver each month, totaling 60 taels annually. Such a sum was unimaginable for those from Mu's hometown. Every day, they were well fed, enjoyed meat, received substantial salaries, and were provided with warhorses and armor, all while enjoying a remarkable degree of freedom. The general himself was both magnanimous and amiable, often mingling with the troops in a friendly manner. Mu Qing found himself pondering whether he was nurturing loyal soldiers or merely fostering martyrs. It was no wonder that the seasoned veterans were so reluctant to leave the barracks dedicated to their kin. To put it plainly, even Mu Qing, a man of modernity, would hesitate to depart. The value of 5 taels of silver in this realm could easily translate to a monthly income exceeding 10,000 before his time. With such a monthly salary, while others might go an entire year without tasting meat, he could indulge daily, all while being provided with a carriage, weaponry, and even full combat gear. His days were consumed by training, standing guard, and, when duty called, joining the fray against the barbarian foes, often leading the charge himself. Moreover, new recruits were privileged to serve directly beside the commander, acting as his personal guards. In Mu Qing's mind, a young man who had merged 2 worlds, one thought prevailed. The general's kindness was an unrepayable debt. Such treatment, in a feudal society, made it exceedingly difficult not to give one's all. Even without the experience of time travel, Mu Qing could not fathom achieving a net income exceeding 10,000 after the necessities of living were accounted for. Therefore, his respect for General D was genuine. Only after his journey through time did he realize that ancient individuals were not at all foolish. On the contrary, they were quite astute, while he himself was merely an ordinary person. The notions of creating explosive concoctions or other grand schemes, like mixing various components with a dash of sugar, would yield nothing but acrid smoke if attempted. An ordinary person transported through time possessed little advantage. Proclaiming equality to the servants could very well result in a fatal response from them. Mu Qing felt that it was hardly detrimental to accompany General D before the next expedition. After approximately half a month, it was now the 3rd month since Mu Qing and his companions had departed from their hometown. The cold winds howled, and the earth began to wither, necessitating that they don their cotton garments beneath their armor, lest the frigid metal leave them frostbitten. At this point, the personal guard maintained their armor daily. As winter was the season when the barbarian incursions were most frequent, they needed to raid sufficient supplies to endure the winter, and the guards had to remain perpetually prepared. During these past 2 weeks, Mu Qing had managed to accumulate his 2-star essence layers to 8. His overall physical prowess had nearly doubled since his arrival at the camp. Although a portion of this enhancement was due to the initial breakthroughs of the Gale technique, it paled in comparison to the significance of his essence. The level of this technique remained quite low. However, neglecting to cultivate was not a viable option. Without practice, he could only rely on 10 different essences. In fact, he found himself eagerly anticipating the southward advance of the barbarians, as the urge to slay and seize essence grew irresistible. The general, seemingly at ease, perused military texts, observing Mu Qing's agitation akin to an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, he tossed the book aside and remarked, "Have you developed hemorrhoids? Or are you simply feeling overly frisky? Perhaps I should grant you a brief reprieve to seek a courtesan in the city for some diversion?" Mu Qing was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "General, I am merely anxious to deal with the barbarians. What need do I have for a courtesan? Truly, you are a naive youth. In the entire border army camp, it seems you alone eagerly await the arrival of the savages. Tell me, as a scholar, whence comes this fervent desire for bloodshed?" The Grand General was also amused by Mu Qing's demeanor, evidently finding it quite rare. "What can you do if the barbarians do not come?" Mu Qing smacked his lips and suddenly remarked, "Why must we always wait for the barbarians to arrive before we react defensively? Instead, we could seize the opportunity before the heavy snowfall and take the initiative to strike first, thereby catching them off guard. Wouldn't that leave them with insufficient energy to march southward?" Mu Qing approached General D and said, "General, having been in the camp for so long, I feel an unbearable itch without slaying a few brutes." Chapter 28. Indeed, you are the mightiest across the entire prairie. Ravens fluttered across the sky while the grass below turned a desolate yellow. The proud warriors of the steppe returned to their tribe, riding swift steeds and whistling merrily. The chorus of bleating from the sheepfold formed a harmonious symphony, indicating a substantial flock. The tall and robust youth dismounted, with 2 curved blades at his waist, a bow and arrows slung over his mount, and a riding whip in hand. He lowered his head and entered the tent. "Look, my noble eagle has returned. Rumor, come and warm yourself with a bowl of hot oil tea." A similarly sturdy man sat by the hearth, gazing at the young warrior with a kind smile. "Father, the grass in the pastures is dwindling. Our cattle and sheep will hardly survive until next spring, and neither will we." Rumor sat by the fire, his expression grim. The man's smile gradually faded, and he let out a heavy sigh. "I shall visit the other tribes in the coming days to see if I can barter for some provisions for the winter." Rumor, upon hearing this, grew furious. "Father, those merchants from the south are like lambs awaiting slaughter. Their soldiers are frail and weak. If we venture out a few times, we could easily gather enough supplies to last through the winter. And those delicately skinned women from Yin are a precious commodity on the steppe." The man frowned, displeased. "Rumor, who has filled your head with such notions? We are but a small tribe, with a mere 300 souls, and at most 50 to 60 capable fighters. Engaging in the grasslands battles is a concern for the larger tribes, not us." Rumor slammed his bowl of hot oil tea onto the table. "Father, you were once a renowned Tuk, yet now you have become so timid. Should we merely watch the Yin revel while we suffer in hunger and cold on the steppe?" Rumor. The man was deeply angered, resembling a lion provoked. "You think you are so clever, so capable. What do you imagine? The Yin are weak and feeble. Upon your arrival, they would flee in disarray. You believe you can plunder women and supplies. You are formidable, the greatest Tuk of the steppe. Yet here you are tending sheep? If the Yin are so feeble, how do they occupy such fertile lands?" Standing in fury, he shed his leather coat, revealing a muscular physique marred by horrific scars. "When I fought for the grasslands, your mother had yet to tend sheep. Do you think you possess the right to challenge me, you little wretch? Just because I call you my prairie eagle, do you truly believe you can soar? Do you see these scars upon my body? In this lifetime, I have engaged in battle 5 times, narrowly escaping death on 7 occasions. What right do you have to criticize? This tribe is not yet yours to command." With a wave of his hand, the man pointed towards the tent entrance and bellowed. Lu Muer's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, his face brimming with indignation as he stormed out of the tent. The man observed his son's retreating figure, his fury dissipating, leaving only a long, heavy sigh. If it were truly as simple as engaging in battle, wouldn't he have seized the fertile lands of the Yin people long ago? Such navet resembles that of a rabbit. After leaving the tent, Lu Muer arrived at his brother's dwelling. Noticing Lu Muer's irate demeanor, his brother was unsurprised. "Lu Muer, have you quarreled with our father again over the plan to raid the Yin?" "Alpu, my father has grown old, terrified by those Yin people, lacking any spirit of enterprise. How can he be considered a true Tuk?" Lu Muer gripped his whip tightly, his eyes filled with defiance. "As winter approaches, our food supplies dwindle. And with no delicate Yin women to comfort us, if we do not strive with all our might, shall we freeze to death this winter? Alpu, I have resolved to raid the Yin. Our forefathers are like aging wolf packs, while we are the new wolf kings." Alpu was taken aback. "Are you serious? Just the few of us?" Lu Muer slowly shook his head. "Certainly not. I plan to contact the Abaga tribe, the Abahaner tribe, and the Ayahan tribe. Together, the 3 tribes will muster 100 riders to slip south under the cover of night, crossing the Yin border camp. Our objective is the villages behind the Yin camp. We will pillage swiftly and depart, leaving no chance for the Yin to react. Just think of the easily attainable resources, the delicate, fair-skinned women. Alpu, can you resist?" Alpu was stirred by the fervor of Lu Muer's words, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Are you confident you can persuade the others from the 3 tribes?" Lu Muer smiled, a spark igniting within him. "Of course, I am not the only one yearning for Yin women. Let us act. We shall depart under the cloak of darkness. I will gather the others." 2 young boys, akin to majestic eagles, stood side by side, their eyes alight with fervor for the hunt. As night fell, over 20 steeds emerged from the tribe, galloping towards 3 neighboring tribes. The throng of hunters grew steadily. As cavalrymen began to join the ranks, young warriors from various tribes, bearing longbows and curved sabers, fueled by an insatiable thirst for game and glory, mounted their steeds and charged southward, their galloping hooves shattering the stillness of the night. In stark contrast, a silent cavalry unit advanced slowly in the direction the hunters had just departed. Their standardized spears were angled downward, and the weighty armor they donned exuded an air of grim determination under the cover of darkness. Not a single word was exchanged among the ranks, and even the steeds bore bits in their mouths. 200 fully armored cavalrymen, under the command of a lieutenant, made their way towards the nearest grassland tribe, guided by intelligence gleaned from scattered nomads encountered along the route. Ultimately, The general acquiesced to Mu Qing's prodding, perhaps a suggestion, opting to deploy the most elite of the nomadic warriors to engage in the fray. The nomads reveled in the pursuit of game, just as the border troops of Yin enjoyed the hunt. After all, the livestock slaughtered daily at the border camp could not simply have materialized from the wind. It is worth noting that slaying draft animals within the confines of the homeland would lead to imprisonment. Chapter 29. The theft of cattle, the seizure of sheep, the pillaging of resources. Lieutenant, up ahead lies that tribe. Judging by its scale, there should be no more than 300 to 500 individuals. Observing the dark expanse of tents in the distance, Mu Qing rode alongside Lieutenant Luo Zheng. Luo Zheng slowly raised his spear, glancing at Mu Qing. What say you? Learn one. Perhaps you could inspire our brothers and bolster their spirits? Mu Qing smirked. Do we still need to boost morale in our personal guard camp? Luo Zheng chuckled in response. In theory, it shouldn't be necessary. It's merely a formality. Having spent considerable time together, Mu Qing was well aware of Luo Zheng's character and felt no need for formality. Very well, then I'll say a few words. In the personal guard camp, while there are distinctions in rank, the bonds between comrades are far more significant, embodying the spirit of brotherhood. Mu Qing slowly approached the front of the line. Brothers, he began, Boss Luo has asked me to say a few words. After some contemplation, I realized that quoting classical texts might not be to everyone's liking. So I shall be straightforward. Mu Qing slowly raised his unfamiliar blade. Before him lay the tribe of the barbarians, those brutes who often raided the grasslands. They treated our people as mere sheep for slaughter. But now, we have arrived to convey a singular message. To hell with them. Every man, young and old, must be eliminated. The general has decreed that capturing prisoners is not the duty of our elite troops. Ahu, raise our grand banner. With his remarkable strength, Ahu successfully became a standard bearer, now hoisting the flag of our border troops. Upon hearing Mu Qing's command, he promptly elevated the banner high, its elongated rectangular form fluttering proudly in the wind. Brothers, I shall speak but once. Seize the cattle. Take the sheep. Capture the women. Let us eradicate those barbarians. Kill. Mu Qing bellowed the final 3 phrases, and with a fierce swing of his blade, he turned his steed and charged toward the barbarian tribe. Annihilate the barbarians. Kill. Lieutenant Luo Zheng followed closely behind, and the entire elite troop erupted with a ferocious intent, spurring their horses and brandishing their weapons as they launched into a charge. Mu Qing led the charge with unwavering determination, while Ahu, bearing the formidable Mo Dao, followed closely behind on his left, brandishing the flag. Luo Zheng, wielding a spear, accompanied him on his right. The other elite soldiers formed an orderly line behind the trio. It was not that Luo Zheng lacked the desire to be at the forefront. Rather, Mu Qing's position necessitated that he remain at the rear flanks. This was the essence of the training in the elite battalion. Once the charge commenced, they instinctively formed a spearhead formation. The most perilous and pressurized position lay within the tip of this formation, represented by the trio at the front. The success of the spearhead in breaching enemy lines depended entirely on the prowess of these 3 individuals. Naturally, there was little need to elaborate on Luo Zheng, the sole sergeant of the elite battalion, reputed to have trained in a martial art that his family had expensively procured. The recent performances of Mu Qing and Mu Hu have been nothing short of remarkable. Mu Hu, oblivious to fear, and Mu Qing, endowed with formidable strength and a wealth of cunning strategies, have both garnered the recognition of the great general. Although he is a mere recruit who has joined the elite guard for less than 2 months, Mu Qing's prowess has earned him the respect of all his comrades. The trio forms a formidable spearhead, instilling confidence in the rest. The thunderous sound of galloping war horses abruptly roused the nearby tribe from its slumber, plunging it into chaos. "Where's Lu Muir?" cried a man as he emerged from his tent, brandishing a curved blade. "I don't know. My help is missing too. My AI buyer has vanished as well. Damn it, those rascals must have sneaked out to raid the grain." The man's face bore a hint of urgency, but there was little time to dwell on it, for the thundering hooves drew ever closer, signaling the swift approach of the enemy. "Men, mount up. Women, retreat to your tents. Follow me into battle," the man shouted, exposing his scarred torso to the frigid night air as he swung himself onto his horse. Just as others began to follow suit, Mu Qing had already shattered the main gate with a single swing and charged in. Upon witnessing the chaotic tribe, Mu Qing exhibited a savage grin. As the horses thundered past, the nearest female warrior was caught off guard and sent sprawling. while Mu Qing raised his broadsword and executed a sweeping strike. Another warrior was cleaved in half, transforming from a fearsome opponent into mere remnants. Blood and entrails erupting around him as the sheer force propelled the severed halves away. The relentless charge of the warhorses, coupled with Mu Qing's overwhelming strength and the weight of the 20-kilogram broadsword, was beyond the endurance of any ordinary man. 2-star Ant King Strength 100, 3-star Indomitable Spirit 1, 2-star Bull-like Strength 8, 2-star Leading the Charge 8. These enhancements enabled Mu Qing to wield his broadsword with ease. While he could strike with one hand, the force of his blows was diminished compared to using both. The entire elite cavalry unit surged into the heart of the barbarian tribe like a tidal wave, propelled by the spearhead formed by Mu Qing and his companions, their momentum unyielding. Outside, warriors wielded spears and curved blades to assault any barbarian within reach, while those inside drew their bows, picking off distant foes with deadly accuracy. The modest tribe was swiftly ravaged by the elite guard, who broke through to the opposite side and executed a wide arc, turning back towards the village. In that initial charge, Mu Qing alone had dispatched no fewer than 5 barbarians. With the contributions of his comrades, the enemy had suffered over half their number in mere moments. Mu hoisted the flag at an angle upon his left shoulder, while his right hand brandished a blade, upon which dangled a severed head. He lifted the gruesome trophy to examine it closely, noting its terrifying visage. With a menacing grin that revealed his ferocity, he bared his teeth at the bloodied and grotesque head, just as it tumbled from his grasp due to the jostling motion. Mu Huxin was exceedingly satisfied. Oh, how unremarkable they are! The personal guard retreated, while those remaining in the camp mounted their steeds, brandishing their sabers and emitting fierce cries. Damn it! Those barbarians are attempting to flee. Pursue them! Just as Mu Qing, concealed beneath his helmet, prepared to engage the adversary, he realized that the direction of their frenzied gallop was, in fact, away from the personal guard. Infuriated by their retreat, he fumed. I was just starting to enjoy myself. And now you decide to run. What am I supposed to do? Just when the situation was heating up, a relative of that girl arrives. How can one endure this? Mu Qing gave a sharp jab to the horse's belly, and the seasoned war steed, well versed in the ways of the battlefield, instinctively knew what to do. Charging forward with determination, the surviving young men of the barbarian tribe galloped away, leaving behind the elderly and the women and children who could not flee. However, after the initial wave of conflict, there were scarcely any left. Mu Qing gazed upon the disheveled savages ahead, securing his sword upon the hook of his saddle, and promptly drew forth his 3-star stone bow. The lives of the barbarians hinged upon a single arrow. Chapter 30. Are you worthy of salvation from your parents? The total number of barbarians barely exceeded 300, and with over 20 of them having already been led away, the remaining capable warriors numbered scarcely more than 20. The rest comprising children, elderly, and women. In contrast, the 200 men of the Royal Guard were fully armored cavalry, equipped to the fullest. Indeed, the nomadic tribesmen were a populace of warriors, with every man, woman, and child possessing remarkable equestrian skills, yet the effectiveness of such prowess was contingent on their adversary. The Royal Guard was not comprised of those timid prey who would not resist. With a single charge, this tribe of fewer than 300 was left in disarray. The cavalry relied on their swiftness, agility, and formidable momentum. The dramatic scenes portrayed on television, where horsemen halted to engage each other with long lances, were far from reality. In confronting a largely unprepared crowd, the mere act of charging forth with spears or swords sufficed. To pause would be folly. Moreover, against the panicked and directionless flight of the barbarians, the bow and arrow became invaluable tools. While the adversary was indeed proficient in mounted archery, they were afforded no opportunity to employ such skills. The essence of the ambush lay precisely in this. Mu Qing's stone bow was instantly drawn to its full tension, and after a brief aim, it was released with a swift strike. The bare back of the target resembled a living bullseye. Drawing the stone bow to its full capacity required a force of 180 pounds, and the mere distance of several paces between them allowed the arrow to effortlessly pierce through the robust frame of the barbarian. Alongside him was Captain Luo Zhang, equally an adept marksman, while the others collectively launched their projectiles towards the direction of the foe. As 200 arrows rained down, the fleeing barbarians collapsed to the ground. With a sigh, the cavalry unit gradually slowed its pace under Mu Qing's command. A small contingent remained to deliver the final blows, severing the heads of the fallen barbarians. Before regrouping the horses, Luo Zheng issued orders, and several of his trusted soldiers promptly separated from the ranks. Under his leadership, they returned to the barbarians' encampment. The air was thick with smoke, blood, and the wails of the wounded that filled the modest settlement. While the terrified expressions of children and women evoked a profound sense of pity. Dismounting, Luo Zheng approached a woman clutching her child, and with his blade, he lifted the pendant from the child's neck to scrutinize it, before coldly smirking and swiftly severing the child's head. "Ah, my child, I will fight you butchers." The blood splattered onto the woman's face, driving her into a frenzy. Luo Zheng struck her fiercely with the back of his knife, sending her crashing to the ground. "Steady now, we must make haste." He lowered his gaze, grasping the woman's hair and inspecting her, before callously tossing her aside. Immediately, several seasoned soldiers approached with sinister grins, dragging her away. "Boss Luo, the next tribe isn't far. Shall we proceed?" Mu Qing was eager to embark on this endeavor, having gained considerable resilience through his recent hardships. Luo Zheng picked up the pendant from the lifeless child's body, remarking, "Let the brothers unwind a bit. It has been months since any of us laid eyes on a woman, and the tension is becoming unbearable." He then elaborated, "You may not have encountered this in your studies, but do not overthink it. Our people face far graver fates at the hands of the savages. Observe this." He handed the pendant to Mu Qing, saying, "This pendant, worn around the child's neck, was crafted from the finger bones of women pillaged from our village by the barbarians. Once they tire of their spoils, they will share them, fashioning decorations from the bones, and even using skulls as vessels. So, would you care to partake in this? When we reach the final tribe, you could select a few of the more appealing ones to take back and consign to the military brothel." Mu Qing gazed at the exquisitely soft pendant, and a seething rage surged within him. "Damn it, we acted too swiftly. We ought to have tormented them further, ideally rendering their existence a living hell, making them regret ever entering this world." Mu Qing clasped the fingerbone pendant tightly in his hand. These barbarians were far more despicable than the ruthless bandits. The clash between two civilizations was destined to be extraordinarily brutal. As for this tribe, Luo Zheng let out a cold sneer. "There is no use in sparing them. Soon we shall eradicate them entirely." Mu Qing and he exchanged a knowing smile, both perceiving the indifference and ruthlessness reflected in each other's eyes. In this regard, their perspectives were aligned. Those who had lost their utility were uniformly silenced. Luo Zheng selected one who appeared relatively decent and unceremoniously cast her onto his steed. Another younger woman was brought before Mu Qing by a hu. "Brother Qing," he remarked, "they all possess one. I have also procured one for you." Although Mu Hu may be naive, he possesses a certain level of awareness regarding the matter at hand. With an intelligence quotient approaching 10, he may be somewhat bewildered, yet he is not entirely oblivious to the world around him. Mu Qing pondered how to dispose of the barbarian corpses. He lifted the woman's hair to steal a glance, immediately revealing a look of disdain. Never mind. Her hair hung in disheveled strands, and there was an unpleasant odor emanating from her. "I truly cannot bring myself to eat." Perched upon his steed, he raised her chin with his toe. "I shall assign you a task. Take good care of my brother, and I will grant you a swift end. Otherwise, those women who are currently harnessing the carts shall be your fate." Harnessing the carts means queuing, and queuing means harnessing the carts. The woman was utterly terrified, kneeling on the ground and pleading for mercy. "My lord, I would be willing to serve like a beast of burden. I implore you to spare me. We vow never to oppose the state of Yin again." Mu Qing, wielding a broadsword, stood before a restless warhorse that paced anxiously. "Have I spared you?" Mu Qing seemed to have heard a jest. "When our women of Yin were captured and brought here, they must have been pleading for mercy, right? Have you spared them? Now that the steel blade is at your throat, you dare to ask for my clemency? An oath? No, no, no. It is not that you wish to avoid conflict with Yin. Rather, it is your own fear that has taken hold. Spare you? Do you think you are deserving? Having been raised by your parents? Are our women of Yin merely sprung from the crevices of stones?" The woman continued to bow repeatedly, her face a mask of sheer terror. "Enough. Serve my brother well, or I shall strike you down without hesitation." Mu Qing was too weary to endure her incessant prattle. The descriptions of the Tu Jin and Tu Song dynasties still echoed in his mind from the days spent engrossed in television and literature. Now that he wielded a blade in his hand, the notion of letting her go was simply out of the question. The other veterans in line instantly brightened. eagerly anticipating her continued pleas for mercy, which would grant them a reprieve from waiting. The woman immediately covered her mouth, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground in supplication. Ahu's eyes widened in astonishment, as he instantly perked up. Oh, Chingu. Chapter 31. Striking the grass valley. Turning back in astonishment, Mu Qing was rendered speechless. Why in the world are you calling for me at this moment? How utterly disgusting. Mu scratched his head and said, what I mean is, well, all right, just stand there and let your body guide you. Mu Qing was too disinterested to linger on those eye-watering scenes, and he turned away without a second glance. The sight of these rugged women left him utterly unmoved. After all, he had experienced romantic relationships before his journey through time, having dated one girl each year during his university days. In stark contrast to his fair and delicate girlfriends, these boisterous women could even render him emotionally distant. Despite having had 4 girlfriends over the course of 4 years, he had always managed to part ways just before they took the final step into infidelity. He was often aware when they began to engage ambiguously with others. Yet he feigned ignorance. After all, they were not bound by marriage. It was simply a matter of considering them as potential wives for someone else. To the veteran's eyes, however, Mu Qing appeared to be a man of strict self-discipline, so formidable that he could shield himself from any primal instincts that might interfere with his composure. Even Luo Zheng couldn't help but inquire, Mu Qing, are you sure there is nothing wrong? I know an old doctor. Perhaps you should consult him? In that moment, Mu Qing's perception was utterly shattered. As Luo Zheng continued speaking, he was taken aback by the audacity of a soldier who danced daily on the precipice of life and death. He shook his head repeatedly, diverting his gaze to the grotesque, blood-soaked corpses strewn across the ground. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. Who among the good-hearted would need such gruesome imagery to cleanse their vision? Mu Qing gathered all the corpses and fashioned a small mound from over 200 bodies. The seasoned veterans, having completed their tasks, approached him with renewed vigor, engaging in light-hearted banter regarding who had fought longer and who had taken more lives. They understood Mu Qing's intentions. This was merely a warning to the surrounding barbarians, a practice they were familiar with from their previous victories. Moments later, the mound bore additional female corpses, including 2 relatively youthful barbarian women. Take the horses away. We will deal with the cattle and sheep upon our return. Gather what can be carried, commanded Luo Zheng as he cleaned his spear and gestured vigorously towards the next tribe. Let us depart. We must eliminate at least 2 tribes tonight. Under his leadership, the loyal soldiers maintained formation and pressed onward. To the south, over 100 barbarians stealthily crossed from several miles away, encroaching upon the border army's encampment. Look, Lumu Air, that is the city of Dingfang in Yan. Aper pointed towards the distant, shadowy walls, his voice tinged with envy and longing. I have heard it is bustling with life. The Yen people enjoy delicious food daily and are surrounded by tender women every night. These luxuries will eventually belong to us, the eagles of the grasslands. I will lead you to the villages of the Yen people for a delightful experience. Lu Mu'er cast a determined glance at the small city before turning his horse towards the depths of Yen territory. The Yen patrols are quite stringent. We must hasten our departure from this place. He was not foolish. He understood that his small band could not contend with the formal armies of Yen. He was there to raid, not to engage in direct confrontation. Once we locate a village, we shall act swiftly. Speed is of the essence, he advised. The others, eager at the prospect of such smooth progress, voiced no objections. After traversing several miles beyond Dingfang, they finally beheld a village shrouded in darkness, desire igniting in their eyes. First, we eliminate all who resist, then we shall indulge ourselves. Remember, do not kill them all. We need some to take back and enjoy at leisure. Lumuer unsheathed his curved blade, a thrill evident on his lips. Let us move. Revel in the joy. Over 100 barbarian horsemen surged towards the village. While the sounds of barking dogs echoed within, they remained oblivious to a small watchtower standing within the village. Just as they were about to enter, a piercing gong rang out, and flames and smoke began to rise from the watchtower. The barbarians have come. They are invading our territory. The piercing sound abruptly ceased as Rumor drew his bow and directly shot down the villager stationed atop the watchtower. Yet, it was already too late. The slumbering village was roused from its sleep, and the elderly, women, and children hastily sought refuge in the corners of their homes, while the men grasped their weapons, resolutely bracing against the doors. Upon invading the village, Rumor and his fellow marauders were taken aback to discover that the villagers did not scatter like frantic flies as depicted in tales. Instead, a multitude of dogs of varying sizes emerged from every courtyard, each household having its own guard dog. The cacophony of barking caused their steeds to fidget restlessly, some even exhibiting signs of panic. These dogs were remarkably astute. They charged forth, only to scatter and retreat, encircling from the sides and behind. Should the marauders attack? The dogs would create distance, barking furiously from afar. The only recourse was to shoot them down with arrows. Seizing the opportunity created by the dogs' distraction, the villagers began to gather. Armed with long forks, firewood axes, and makeshift wooden shields, they converged tightly together, shielding themselves with their shields while extending their weapons through the gaps. The marauders, delayed by the dogs, found their momentum lost. Faced with the dense formation of shields and rudimentary weapons, they were at a loss for how to proceed. Charge forward? The overwhelming number of villagers armed with pitchforks would prove detrimental to both them and their horses. Ignore them? Yet, this was precisely their intent. The ferocious barking and the seemingly vulnerable, yet impenetrable shield wall left the over 100 young marauders in a state of indecision. Some remained to observe, while others dispersed to plunder the women, intending to take them along and avoid entanglement with the villagers. Rumor felt betrayed by the heroic tales told by his father. However, when others burst into the houses, they discovered them utterly deserted. Damn it, it cannot be that the village is devoid of men. Find them. If we locate them, I will forcefully take their women before their eyes. The unfolding events were beyond their anticipation, inciting Rumor's wrath. He became furious. Chapter 32, The Butcher? A promising future awaits. This is a disgrace to our prairie eagles. Again with the dogs and pitchforks. Look at those shields. Have they dismantled their doors? Rumor was consumed by rage. He drew his bow and aimed at the villager's shield formation, unleashing a powerful shot. The forceful arrow pierced through a shield, but became lodged in it. Rumor, we have found one who has hidden the women. A band of savages emerged, dragging a woman with them, causing a disturbance within the shield formation. Rumor revealed a cold smile, his interest piqued by the sight of the screaming, struggling woman. In front of those cowardly men, let her witness their utter impotence. He dismounted with a flourish and violently tore apart her flimsy garment, her alabaster skin incomparable to that of the women of the steppe. I relish the twisted. The more contorted the situation, the more I delight in it. Amidst the raucous laughter of the crowd, Rumor suppressed his excitement, accompanied by the woman's heart-wrenching screams. One man within the shield formation, his eyes bloodshot, gripped his knife tightly, ready to charge forth. Third brother, if you act now, we shall all perish when the shield formation collapses. The border forces will avenge us. You must remain calm. Have you not noticed that Lady Yun has not even glanced this way? She knows she has not concealed herself well. She knows her fate is sealed. And she does not wish for you to act recklessly. The crowd hurriedly intervened, but third brother's eyes brimmed with tears, blood vessels pulsing dangerously. The savages, sensing the tension, became emboldened, believing this would fracture the men's shield formation. Third brother, these young savages appear inexperienced. It is possible that Lady Yun may yet survive. The villagers, witnessing this, felt a slight easing of their anxiety. Indeed, within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the savages had swapped out several of their number, when suddenly, the heavy sound of hooves echoed from outside. The ecstatic young savages abruptly lifted their heads in astonishment. When did the Yin cavalry arrive? How could they be here so swiftly? Quickly, mount and retreat. The savages in line scrambled onto their horses, eager to flee alongside those who had already finished their grim task. Advance steadily, encircle them. We cannot allow these beasts to escape. A thunderous roar erupted from the shield formation as they began to close in on the savages. The latter, now panicked, realized that the sound of hooves surrounded them, a realization that dawned too late. This signified a charge initiated only after the enemy had successfully encircled them. The flames atop the watchtower had long since extinguished, leaving behind a thick plume of smoke. In the darkness, silent cavalry urged their steeds toward the encircled foes. Torches ignited, illuminating the cold, resolute faces of the riders, infused with a chilling air of menace. The cavalry approached from all directions, and Rumor surveyed his surroundings, discovering no possible escape routes. Charge forth. We are the eagles of the steppe. These Yin warriors are but fragile prey. He was the first to charge forward on horseback, with the other warriors trailing behind him. Suddenly, a torrential rain of arrows shot forth from their direction. Those who narrowly escaped the deluge of arrows found themselves impaled by the long and sharp lances of the cavalry. Moments later, only a few horses remained, standing forlornly in place, wandering before their master, now transformed into a hedgehog of wounds. A general approached slowly, casting his gaze upon the violated woman and the fallen warriors, and spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm onto the lifeless body of one of the fallen. In the vast expanse of the grassland, only the wild hens remained, devoid of any eagles. Leave a fine steed for the common folk, take the rest, sever the heads of these wild hens, and return to the camp. He did not glance at the assaulted woman. Such sights were far too familiar to him. The village responded swiftly and appropriately, with only one woman suffering. A far cry from the fates of other villages that had faced similar incursions in the past. Before they could retreat far, a young man rode up on one of the previously abandoned war horses. What do you intend to do? Enlist to slay the invaders. This year, 5 had already joined the ranks, and he was an exception. Come in, many have shared experiences akin to yours. After leaving those words, the general spurred his horse away, leaving behind the youth with eyes aflame with fury. The night settled into a grim tranquility, save for the unrest of the village and the youth. On the grassland, the sounds of battle and flickering flames erupted once more, the thundering hooves echoing like the chains of a soul-reaping specter, instilling profound terror in the invaders. The retinue of elite soldiers circled the tribe, raining arrows upon the warriors within. A group of invaders charged forth, swords drawn, towards the soldiers. This time, the phalanx formed by the elite troops was led by Lieutenant Luo Zhang. He was the first to collide with the enemy, a lifeless body of an invader hanging from his spear. He then discarded the spear and drew his saber, hacking relentlessly. The curved blades of the invader struck against his armor, producing sparks but failing to inflict any meaningful damage. The collision between armored and unarmored units was starkly evident. Meanwhile, Mu Qing and Mu Hu flanked him on either side, their blades cleaving through both man and horse, creating a scene of utter horror. Mu Qing fought with fervor. For each barbarian he felled granted him a single star of resilience. The cavalry charges were exceedingly brutal, however, with the formidable trio of the sharp arrows leading the charge. The burden on the others was relatively lighter. After the clash, no barbarian remained standing. Although some soldiers from the personal guard were unseated, they managed to cling tightly to the reins of their horses, being dragged away rather than trampled. Injury was inevitable, but at least their lives were spared. As per the old custom, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Luo Zhang, observing the frightened faces of the old, weak, women, and children, waved his hand. Just as others were about to act, Mu Qing suddenly raised his hand. Do not move, everyone. Allow me. As Mu Qing strode into the tribe, brandishing his blade amidst the astonished gazes of others, he caught sight of their terrified eyes and offered a faint smile. Do not fear. You shall meet a most excruciating demise. With a mere flick of his weapon, he dispatched one foe after another. The tribesmen attempted to flee, yet were herded back like sheep by his loyal guards. They watched in growing astonishment as Mu Qing methodically eliminated each adversary without a moment's pause. Why does Mu Qing exhibit such a bloodthirsty demeanor, insisting on dealing with each one personally? Inquired Big Brother Luo. Luo Zhang shook his head. How would I know? Could it be that he harbors some grudge against the tribesmen? Mu Hu, do you have any insight? Mu Hu blinked. Oh, I do not know. If my brother Qing wishes to kill, then let him do so. I feel no sorrow. The others responded with incredulity. Who could possibly feel sorrow over such matters? In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Mu Qing emerged from a battlefield strewn with corpses. Coupled with the previous accumulation of a single star's worth of perseverance, he now possessed an additional 178. After synthesizing them all into 3 stars, he was able to produce an impressive total of 19 3-star items, each embodying indomitable resilience. Mu Qing suddenly felt that even if he were to become a terminator of the barbarian days, the future still held promise. Chapter 33. 20 layers of indomitable stars. As the 19 layers of indomitable stars accumulated, Mu Qing was enveloped by a surge of potent energy that relentlessly washed over him. His limbs and bones felt as though countless ants were gnawing at them, imparting an unusual sensation of soreness and swelling. It was akin to the precipice of an explosion. Yet he restrained it, creating a discomforting tension within. He even contemplated uttering a cry, but found himself unable to make a sound, resorting instead to biting down hard on his teeth. Seated upon his steed, he became instantly rigid, his legs clamping tightly around the horse's belly, which seemed perplexed by his sudden stillness. Was this a command to charge? No, there had been no directive given. The warhorse, caught between instinct and restraint, paced anxiously in place. Chingu, what troubles you? Muhu leaned in with his large head and remarked, Chingur, why are you so stiff? You seem hardened. Nearby, Luo Zheng cast a concerned glance and inquired, Mu Qing, are you all right? Is this your first time slaying so many brutes, and are you finding it a bit overwhelming? Mu Qing gritted his teeth and slowly shook his head. It's nothing. I can endure it. Luo Zheng nodded in full agreement, rest assured. Those who frequently take lives are well aware that this is a typical reaction. Mu Qing, are you serious, boss? Have you been infected by Muhu? Mu Qing felt that the tingling sensation lingered for over 2 minutes before gradually subsiding, akin to a receding tide, allowing him to exhale a long breath of relief. Remarkably, he had now attained 20 levels of the 3-star Indomitable Strength, which, in terms of sheer power, surpassed the 100 levels of the Ant King's brute force. The enhancement provided by this indomitable strength was merely an adjunct. The true augmentation lay in his endurance and vitality, representing a holistic enhancement of his physical constitution. While one was of 2 stars and the other of 3, the 2-star capacity was already fully maximized. Nevertheless, the essence of the 3-star strength, in both quality and origin, was incomparable to the Ant King's might. The advantage of the Ant King's power lay in its ease of synthesis and its concentrated focus on strength. Simply destroying an ant nest could directly fill 100 levels of 2-star Ant King's might. At this moment, holding the unfamiliar blade in his hand, Mu Qing could indeed perceive its tangible lightness, making it easy to wield with one hand. Mu Qing licked his lips, contemplating the potential strength of a further synthesis of the 3-star Indomitable. However, he refrained from proceeding with the synthesis. Currently, the creation of one 3-star Indomitable required the sacrifice of 9 lives, while a 4-star version demanded 27 lives, and it remained uncertain whether there was any room for synthesis beyond 4 stars. If there were, the cost would escalate to 81 lives. To achieve a full enhancement would necessitate a staggering 8,100 lives, which equated to 4/5 of the border army's total strength. Even if one were to enlist volunteers for such a grim task, it would be an arduous endeavor. It is not an exaggeration to assert that should a great battle erupt on the plains, the annihilation of 10,000 troops from Yin would spell the end of the kingdom's lineage. Thus, Mu Qing opted against synthesis for the time being. If he were to synthesize and achieve a 4-star rating, he could no longer incorporate a 3-star version. Each position would require a wholly new line. The 3-star Indomitable sufficed for the moment. As dawn approached, they prepared to move with the cattle and sheep they had gathered. Luo Zheng, in high spirits, reveled in the successful destruction of 2 barbarian tribes and the acquisition of nearly 1,000 head of livestock, sufficient provisions to sustain the army for a considerable time. Most importantly, they had secured horses, far more valuable than mere cattle or sheep. With horses came cavalry, and in the vast expanse of the plains, mounted archery reigned supreme. The barbarians were formidable precisely because every one of them was a cavalryman, inherently skilled in horseback archery and perpetually nomadic, retreating deeper into the plains when faced with defeat. Managing the cattle and sheep was straightforward. By simply leading the chief among them, the rest would naturally follow. The group made another circuit to collect the livestock from the first tribe they had decimated. Raiding the grasslands was about plundering the enemy's economy and resources, and for the nomadic tribes, these cattle, sheep, and horses represented their wealth. However, as they loaded their spoils, the speed of the escort slowed significantly, necessitating heightened vigilance. Should the barbarian cavalry from a larger tribe discover them and launch a surprise attack, the costs would far outweigh the gains. The journey to the enemy took over a day, while the return was painstakingly stretched to 3 days. Upon the escort's return to the main camp, they found the gates firmly shut, with soldiers patrolling the area. Upon spotting Luo Zheng and his men, the soldiers atop the walls promptly reported their presence. Everyone in the border army was aware of the general's escort, yet they had received orders to keep the gates closed, allowing no one entry. Thus, the soldier was left to consult his superiors. Remaining on the walls, caught between duty and the escort below, would be folly. If an issue arose, it was prudent to escalate it to the leadership rather than shoulder the blame alone. After all, he had reported the situation. Whether the gates opened or not was no longer his concern. Moments later, a lieutenant appeared atop the gate, addressing Luo Zheng with a salute. Lieutenant Luo, it is not that we refuse to open the gates, but rather that orders have come from the central camp stating that without a military command, no one is permitted entry. I kindly ask for your patience while I inquire further. Rojung furrowed his brow immediately. Although they were both personal guards, he held the rank of a personal lieutenant, which was of a distinctly higher caliber than that of the gate lieutenant. Could the rank of a general's personal guard be compared to that of a mere brigadier in the naval headquarters? In Sampang, what nonsense are you spouting? I am the personal guard of the general, possessing the privilege to enter and exit the camp freely, with the general's token in hand. Lieutenant Ian appeared troubled, saying, Lieutenant Luo, it is not that I refuse to open the door for you. This order to secure the camp comes directly from the general. The general's command is absolute, and I have no choice in the matter. Ro Zheng's expression darkened. What has transpired in the camp? We have just returned from Chaogu, and there has been no significant disturbance from the nomads in the grasslands of late. Mu Qing whispered, we should first seek the counsel of the Grand General. It is imperative that we enter before making any further decisions. Luo Zheng nodded in agreement, and then called out loudly, I do not wish to trouble you. Please proceed with your request. I anticipate a bountiful haul this time, and I am eager to provide a feast for my brothers. As they gazed at the throngs of cattle and sheep behind the guards' camp, the soldiers atop the walls could not suppress a gulp. During the 2 days following each successful raid on the grasslands, these ordinary soldiers would be fortunate enough to receive a morsel or two of meat. Meanwhile, the members of the guards' camp wore expressions of dismay. Despite returning victorious with a wealth of spoils and no casualties, they found themselves barred from entry, their spirits dampened by the disappointment of their triumph. After what seemed like the duration of a stick of incense, the sound of hooves echoed from within the gate, and it slowly creaked open to reveal Captain Ian riding forth. Captain Luo, he stated with a serious demeanor, the general requests that you proceed directly to the main tent upon your entry. With a slight wink, he conveyed an unspoken understanding to Luo Zheng. Luo Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Very well. Please have someone take these cattle and sheep away. I will attend to them once my brothers return. He was referring to Mu Qing. Mu Qing had once confided in him that he had a profound admiration for the art of butchery, which he etched into his memory. Chapter 34. What Emperor Bites. The members of the Imperial Guards sensed an unsettling aroma permeating the air, prompting them to mount their steeds and raise their vigilance. Mu Qing turned his head and cast a glance at Mu Shi, who slowly nodded. Although he was unaware of what had transpired, it was essential to remain prepared. Only Mu Hu, with one hand gripping the unfamiliar dagger and the other shouldering the ceremonial flag, was observed attempting to touch his own nose with the tip of his tongue. Mu Qing opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, turning back with a sense of detachment. It was futile to dwell on it. As long as it did not hinder the task at hand, he would let others do as they pleased. Upon reaching the entrance of the general's tent, he observed the 2 rows of fully armed guards stationed at the door, which signified that something serious had transpired. Ordinarily, in peacetime, only 2 soldiers would stand guard at the entrance. Mu Qing, Mu Hu, accompany me inside to report to the general, commanded Luo Zheng, dismounting from his horse. Securing his spear to the saddle, and resting his hand on the hilt of his waist knife as he entered, Mu Hu handed the banner to Mu Shi, following closely behind Mu Qing as they entered the grand tent. Upon entering, Mu Qing immediately noticed the general, clad in full armor, seated in the main chair. Beside him, an additional seat occupied by a boy of approximately 11 or 12 years. Beside the boy stood a clean-shaven man with a pale complexion, presumably a palace attendant. General, the subordinate reported, I have led my personal troops to slay hundreds of the enemy and captured over 1,000 cattle and sheep. We sustained only 3 minor injuries, with no casualties, and have returned to camp. General D, however, seemed preoccupied, casting his gaze towards Luo Zheng. Since you have returned, it is best that you remain here for the time being. There has been an incident at court, and I have ordered the army to be on high alert. All soldiers are to return to camp. The supply troops are currently preparing provisions, and the border forces are ready to mobilize at any moment. Luo Zheng and Mu Qing exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Subsequently, General D rose and approached Luo Zheng. Your Highness, this is my personal camp's lieutenant, whose loyalty and bravery are unparalleled. For the time being, he shall serve as your personal guard to ensure your safety. The boy quickly raised his hand. Since he is a capable officer under the general's command, how could he be relegated to this position? He should be out on the battlefield achieving glory. General D replied gravely, Your Highness's safety is of equal importance. He looked sternly at Luo Zheng. You must remain close at all times to protect His Highness, while matters concerning the personal troops can be entrusted to others. Luo Zheng immediately clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I shall obey your command. He then turned to Mu Qing. General, Mu Qing possesses both courage and wisdom. With a meticulous mind, let him temporarily lead the personal troops. I have complete confidence in him. His assurance pertained to whether the personal troops could safeguard the general. Naturally, as the supreme combat force of the army, it was generally not the responsibility of the personal troops to provide protection. General D acquiesced. Mu Qing, the personal troops are now entrusted to you. You shall assume the role of lieutenant in their stead. Mu Qing was equally surprised by his sudden promotion upon his return. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor and responded with remarkable efficiency. I shall execute the orders. Once arrangements were made, Luo Zheng positioned himself directly behind the young man, standing side by side with the attendant. The moment he took his place, he sensed that the attendant was also a skilled practitioner, his internal energy steady and robust, with a lingering scent of blood surrounding him. I shall not disturb the general any longer. I shall take my leave, the young man said as he slightly bowed to General D, who promptly returned the gesture. It was only after the three had departed that General D let out a long sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. General, what has transpired? Mu Qing glanced at General D's expression and quietly inquired. General D returned to his seat and dropped a letter onto the table. You may read it for yourself. Mu Qing approached with a hint of skepticism and picked up the letter. Upon reading the first line, Mu Qing was taken aback. This was unmistakably a letter of entrustment from the Empress of Yin to the Grand General. Grand General, how could you possibly have ties to the imperial harem? Is it not that you? Mu Qing gazed at the stout-browed, large-eyed General D, his eyes brimming with disbelief. General D rapped the table and declared, Enough of this nonsense. The Empress is my sister. Now continue reading. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing was momentarily struck by a sense of embarrassment. As his mind wandered to figures such as Dong Zhuo and Cao Cao, he began to repent for his impure thoughts. As he continued to read, Mu Qing's expression grew increasingly grave. The Emperor of Yan had descended into madness. He had bitten to death the Empress's legitimate son, the Crown Prince, and then proceeded to mercilessly slaughter his other sons. In a desperate bid for survival, the fleeing princes revealed their hidden cards. Shortly thereafter, the Emperor of Yan suddenly passed away. With the Crown Prince gone, the various princes began to vie for the throne, plotting to eliminate the Emperor's only remaining legitimate son, the young Zhao Wang. In the midst of chaos, the Empress managed to send her son away, only to have him pursued relentlessly until he reached the border forces, where he was delivered to her brother, General D. After finishing the account, Mu Qing was left utterly bewildered. While it was not unusual for princes to vie for power, what could possibly lead an emperor to bite this? Mu Qing placed the letter back, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, speak freely. The border troops are not composed solely of scholars like yourself, yet you are the only one among them capable of fighting. There is no one else here. So go ahead, the general said in a deep voice. Mu Qing unconsciously rubbed the handle of the unfamiliar knife in his hand, hesitatingly remarking, It is quite unfathomable that His Majesty has bitten the Crown Prince to death. Has His Majesty ever been bitten by a dog? The general pondered for a moment, expressing uncertainty. Indeed, His Majesty is fond of raising dogs, and being bitten is not an uncommon occurrence. What relevance does this have to the matter at hand? Mu Qing understood. It is highly likely that rabies is at play. Typically, once the disease manifests, it leads to aggressive behavior and a swift demise. However, this affliction possesses a prolonged incubation period. Initially, there are no symptoms, but once it erupts, it becomes a certain death sentence. General D rose and swiftly approached Mu Qing. Are you suggesting that His Majesty has suddenly become deranged due to this illness, rather than some other cause? What exactly is this rabies? Mu Qing hurriedly responded, General, I merely speculate. My words should not be taken as definitive. Moreover, the pressing concern at present is the duration that has elapsed since this incident occurred, the safety of Her Majesty the Empress, and the current state of affairs in the capital. General D calculated, according to the letter, it has been approximately half a month. Given that time frame, the struggle for succession has likely concluded. The most pressing issue now remains the uncertainty surrounding the Empress. We have received no news whatsoever. Mu Qing inquired tentatively. What does the general intend to do? General D cast a glance at him, his tone resolute. Regardless of the outcome of the struggle for succession, those princes, whether legitimate or not, will not gain recognition from others. The only legitimate son of the late emperor resides in the border army. Hence, the throne rightfully belongs to Prince Zhao. I am his maternal uncle. At this juncture, a trace of melancholy crossed General D's features. His eldest nephew was indeed the most exceptional heir, meticulously nurtured by the emperor himself, yet it was unforeseen that his ailment would lead to such misfortune. The young nephew, still in his formative years, had not received education suited for governing the realm. Moreover, with his sister's fate hanging in the balance, he admitted that his mind was somewhat in disarray. Chapter 35. The Essence of the Four-Star Sheep. Such thoughts were inappropriate to share with outsiders. Only his trusted soldiers could comprehend them. The border army may be a formidable force, yet his personal guard constituted his absolute strength. Do not be anxious, General. Regardless of what transpires, we can retreat to the grasslands in the north or seize the capital in the south. His Highness, Prince Zhao, is quite secure within the border army. Upon hearing the words of the general, Mu Qing's heart jolted with unease. Should the border troops become embroiled in the struggle for power, a chaotic conflict could ensue, rendering the fate of the Yin kingdom uncertain. Yet, upon introspection, if he were to assume the role of an uncle, could he truly bear to act as if nothing had transpired, bowing in submission to the newly enthroned emperor? History is replete with such instances. At this moment, General D was equally consumed by turmoil. I understand the hardships you've endured in the Grass Valley. It is wise to retreat and rest. Inform the brothers to remain vigilant and ready, as we shall first observe the tides of the court before formulating our plans. Do you not take pleasure in the art of butchery? Instruct the cooks to prepare ample dried meat, for with the cold weather, spoilage will not be a concern. Mu Qing let out a sigh, performed a courteous bow, and then took his leave accompanied by Mu Hu. Upon exiting the grand tent, he observed the inquisitive gazes of his comrades in the personal guard and waved his hand. With the elder Luo assigned to ensure the safety of the noble, I shall temporarily assume the role of chief of the personal guard. Everyone is to return to their camps and rest, but do not remove your armor. Remain prepared at all times. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, the members of the personal guard gradually dispersed. Mu Qing has temporarily taken over Luo Zheng's position, a transition that the people from Mu's hometown regard as entirely justifiable, and the veterans are no exception. This is largely due to the remarkable performance and formidable strength displayed by both Mu Qing and Mu Hu. Despite being new to the team for merely a few months, they have already garnered the recognition and respect of everyone. Mu Qing led the team, and it was only natural. Upon returning to the camp, he sensed a tinge of urgency. The struggle for power had escalated, with the legitimate second son now stationed at the border army. With winter approaching, the barbarian tribes could descend upon Caogu at any moment. These events combined painted a clear picture. The state of Yin was on the brink of chaos. He feared that his strength might prove insufficient, that his fellow townsmen might lack the necessary power, and that the turmoil could adversely affect his homeland. Thus, he summoned Mu Shi aside. Uncle Lu, please gather those unused swift wind martial arts techniques from the archers. The veteran bowmen no longer require them. The more we acquire, the better. Just say we are exchanging meat for them, and I will go slaughter a sheep. All right, but what if they do not have any? Mu Shi responded without hesitation. Then let us procure them from the military supply office. Those rudimentary skills are of no use to them. Mu Qing aspires to further enhance his cultivation technique. He and Mu Hu primarily utilize essence in conjunction with their practices, while the people of Mu's homeland primarily focus on cultivating their techniques, supplementing them with essence as a secondary measure. Mu Shi turned and led the group to the archers' camp. Mu Qing has arrived at the Firehead Army. Oh my, you are here quite early today, Qing. The commander of the Firehead Army greeted him with a smile. A substantial number of cattle and sheep have been newly supplemented, so they won't have to endure the soldiers' incessant scolding for a while. You have been remarkably swift in your raid on the Grass Valley, returning in just a few days with such a bounty of livestock. Are you planning to slaughter a few today? Mu Qing brandished his saber, revealing a benevolent smile. Slay them all, he commanded. The general had issued an order. The fire-headed troops required a substantial quantity of jerky for their march. The military leader immediately grew solemn, including the remaining cattle and sheep. That amounts to a total of 1,005. Are we to slaughter them all? Mu Qing affirmed, let them all perish. He then patted the military leader on the shoulder, saying, I see your concern. They are not your own to nurture. Should we lose them, We can simply venture into the grasslands once more, and after a few turns, we shall possess everything we desire. If a few tribesmen starve, it is of little consequence." The military leader, upon hearing this, found merit in his words. Indeed, these cattle and sheep were raised by the barbarians. We merely partake in the fruits of their labor. Besides, it is worth noting that the supplies, which are delivered every 10 days, have not arrived this time, so we are fortunate to have this bounty of livestock. Mu Qing's gaze faltered momentarily. Has this supply shipment not arrived? The military chief shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, but those fellows are often tardy. We have grown accustomed to it. They remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, with most soldiers unaware of the situation, as only a few held knowledge of it. If the supplies to the border troops were severed as a means of coercion, the conscripts already received no military pay, and if they were deprived of their rations as well, it would undoubtedly incite rebellion. Mu Qing's grip on the unfamiliar knife tightened with increasing intensity. I shall go and slaughter the cattle and sheep. A sense of urgency enveloped him, regardless of any changes. Only by strengthening himself and his kin could they claim the right to speak. Previously, he had regarded the essence of the flock with slight disdain, yet in this moment, he found it rather appealing. This was primarily because, despite having seized the cattle and sheep from the barbarians, the majority of them were indeed sheep, with the cattle being comparatively few. Among the more than 1,500 livestock, there were only about 300 cattle, while over 1,200 were sheep. Given such an abundance of resources, the outcome could hardly be deemed disappointing. Ultimately, the objective was to enhance the strength of his people, and thus, it was imperative to seize this opportunity. Mu Qing stood at the entrance of the sheep pen, herding the sheep one by one out into the open, only to cleave them in two with precise strokes of his blade. His strength, augmented by the foreign knife, allowed him to effortlessly bisect each creature. Blood splattered as Mu Qing wielded his weapon. In this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a butcher, compared to slaying the barbaric foes. Dispatching these cattle and sheep was mere child's play. The entire fire brigade was bustling, enlisting the aid of additional soldiers to assist in the gruesome task. Skinning, deboning, butchering, and bleeding, they were engrossed in their labor with fervor. Large cauldrons were set up, and the sheep bones were smashed and thrown in to simmer, combined with various offal, creating an overwhelming stench of raw flesh. Yet, even amidst this olfactory assault, the soldiers were salivating. In the face of hunger, the aroma of blood was an exquisite delicacy. During times of famine, the tragedy of cannibalism was not uncommon, with many succumbing to the dire straits of survival. A single rat would be devoured until nothing remained, let alone the entrails of cattle and sheep. The innards were meat as well. Meanwhile, Mu Qing continued to synthesize his gains, and due to his relentless slaughter, he did not need to expend his own vitality. The synthesis of 1-star pack adaptation to 2-star mountain climbing, to 3-star wolf herding, to 4-star sheep, as fierce as tigers persisted until midnight. Even with the resilience of a 20-layer 3-star, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, his arms aching to the point of near immobility. However, the results were promising. The synthesis route for the essence of sheep did not disappoint, evolving into a powerful essence after reaching 4-star. Sheep as fierce as tigers enhanced his leaping ability, climbing prowess, environmental adaptability, and strength, allowing for a surge of power in desperate circumstances. A total of 263 sheep were slain, resulting in 46 entries of the 4-star sheep as fierce as tigers. Additionally, 336 cattle were killed, alongside previously synthesized 2-star strength as great as an ox, culminating in 54 entries of 3-star 9 oxen and 2 tigers. This would bestow a 4-star essence of sheep and a 3-star essence of cattle upon all the clans. Along with the previously acquired 2-star essence of horses, Mu Qing estimated that this would suffice. Chapter 36. Just a child yet to grow up. 3-star 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Increases moderate stamina, enhances moderate strength, fortifies the body, and invigorates vitality. Mu Qing adorned himself with a 4-star insignia of a sheep as fierce as a tiger, and subsequently, he donned a 3-star emblem of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. His body radiated a crimson glow, and amidst the bloodstains that adorned him, he resembled a sanguinary executioner, akin to a harbinger of death. The activation of the 2 newly synthesized attributes, particularly the 4-star one, washed over him, alleviating his fatigue. With a single hand, he grasped the 20-pound broadsword and slowly made his way outward. The blood that coated him compelled the surrounding fire brigades to maintain a prudent distance. In the face of this individual who had relentlessly slaughtered over 1,000 livestock, an instinctive terror enveloped everyone present. A visceral fear took root. After all, even an ordinary person would struggle to deliver 1,000 punches. Yet this man had swung his great sword over 1,000 times, each strike cleaving his foes in twain. Such terrifying endurance left the surrounding fire brigades and assisting soldiers utterly astonished. Wasn't he merely a new recruit in the Royal Guard? How could he be so fearsome? Mu Qing found himself on the verge of retching, a sense of numbness washing over him. Even though he often reaped rewards, the sheer weight of it all made him feel nauseated. The reason for his sluggish pace lay in the coagulated blood upon him, imparting an uncomfortable sensation. The ground was littered with half-dead livestock, their fate unaddressed, and the overwhelming stench of blood permeated the entire border army camp, drawing soaring eagles from the heavens above. Wang Nuer, go see what they're doing. Why does it smell so pungent? The young Zhao Wang furrowed his brow within the confines of the tent, wishing for his servant to investigate. Moreover, this tent was exceedingly shabby. The army ought to return to Dingfang City for proper quarters. Why don't you speak with the general about our return? Wang Nuer's expression was one of hesitation as he leaned closer to the Zhao Wang, whispering, Your Highness, the border army can only form a strategic advantage here, and with the cavalry's strength, returning to Dingfang City would hinder their capabilities, which would not be beneficial for you. The Zhao Wang surveyed the meager tent, irritation flaring within him. Not even a maid. The general commands 10,000 troops. How can he lack a single maid to serve? If we cannot go to Dingfang City, then have someone fetch a few respectable women from there to attend to us. Standing nearby, Luo Zheng's countenance darkened upon hearing this. Though unaware of the events that had transpired, the Zhao Wang's demeanor was decidedly unappealing. Yet, given the vast disparity in their statuses, he felt he had no right to express his discontent and could only endure in silence. Forget it. I shall personally seek out the general. The Zhao Wang rose to leave, prompting Wang Nuer to interject. Your Highness, at this juncture, you ought to refer to your uncle rather than the general. He is the Empress's brother, your own uncle, and calling him general might seem rather impersonal. Wang Nuer's heart raced at the Zhao Wang's series of remarks, had it not been for the deep bond between General Di and the Empress. Along with the late Crown Prince, he would have been thoroughly terrified. Even the Crown Prince privately addressed him as uncle, while his own master insisted on calling him general, as if to ensure everyone knew he was a prince. Wang Nuer could not help but ponder that had the Zhao Wang not been the Empress's second son, he would likely not have had the privilege of encountering the general at all. Yet, he had no means to voice this, his own status being lower, and could only offer diligent reminders. Are you instructing me on how to act? The Zhao Wang's displeasure was evident. I am the legitimate second son. With my elder brother the Crown Prince having passed, I am the rightful heir. Being the rightful heir necessitates an understanding of decorum, and the general's esteemed position within the border army warrants my utmost respect. Wang Nuer felt a pang of despair within. Your Highness, there is also a personal guard of the general nearby. Please exercise caution in your words. You are merely an 11-year-old prince, not the Crown Prince. The general values familial bonds, and in this moment, you ought to embrace the general and weep, expressing your grievances and longing for the late queen and the deceased Crown Prince. Should you call upon your uncle, he is indeed your maternal uncle and shall advocate on your behalf. However, if you summon the general, should he adopt a rational stance, prioritizing state matters over personal ties, it may spell your doom, my young lord. Wang Nuer felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He finally comprehended the meaning of raising a child in a manner that leads to their inadequacy. Due to the exceptional nature of the deceased Crown Prince, the other princes were predominantly nurtured in the manner of indulgent nobles. Yet, the others had begun to discern this and subtly cultivate their own factions, leaving this young one oblivious and lost. Nevertheless, barring any unforeseen circumstances, upon the emperor's passing, the Crown Prince would ascend, being his biological brother, rendering this upbringing seemingly acceptable. However, the dire predicament arose when the emperor perished alongside the Crown Prince. This is disastrous. Observing the demeanor of the Zhao Prince, Wang Nuer felt tears welling up. Unable to articulate his distress or intervene, he could only follow behind. Luo Zheng, at the rear, gripped the hilt of his sword, feeling disgruntled yet dutifully adhered to his responsibilities. As he stepped outside, he encountered a figure drenched in congealed, dried blood, wielding a gruesome weapon. a towering sword shrouded in blood. He witnessed the Zhao prince striding forth, accompanied by Wang Nuer and Luo Zheng, and a benevolent smile spread across his face. "Oh, Prince Zhao, where might you be headed?" Accompanying his smile, the dried blood upon his visage began to crumble, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Ah, protect the prince. Quickly, protect the prince. He seeks to devour the innocent." The young Zhao prince, having never encountered such a scene, was seized by terror and dashed back into the tent. Wang Nuer too was startled, yet he recognized the individual as the aide-de-camp who had previously reported to the general. However, at that moment, he could think of nothing else but to hasten back and reassure his young prince. Mu Qing blinked in bewilderment. "What is this nonsense?" Luo Zheng leaned closer. "Have you taken a moment to observe your own appearance? I would believe you if you claimed to have consumed 3 children in a single meal. But this? Have you slaughtered all the cattle and sheep?" Luo Zheng scrutinized Mu Qing with an expression of astonishment. "Indeed, nearly 1,600 heads of cattle and sheep have been dispatched at my behest. The general ordered them to be made into jerky. And now the soldiers at the fire pit are diligently at work." Luo Zheng sighed in exasperation. "Could you not express yourself more elegantly? After all, you are a scholar." Mu Qing shrugged, expressing his exasperation. "There is little to be done, like attracts like, and being in your company impedes any chance of learning something worthwhile." Luo Zheng inquired, "What are your thoughts on serving as a bodyguard for this young prince? The Grand General intends to elevate him to that position. Shouldn't you make an effort to demonstrate your worth?" Mu Qing whispered, "This is indeed a splendid opportunity." Luo Zheng, equally in a hushed tone, remarked, "Grandma, this is merely a child who has yet to mature. He possesses a modicum of intelligence, yet it is painfully limited, and he utterly lacks an understanding of social conduct. Listening to his words is genuinely discomforting." Chapter 37. The 5-star martial arts progression. Even Luo Zheng, a junior officer with scant literacy, found the boy's speech irksome, which speaks volumes about the emotional intelligence of the young Prince Zhao. Mu Qing chuckled softly. "Take your time with that. After all, he is merely 11 or 12 years old. How clever can you expect him to be?" As Mu Qing prepared to depart, Luo Zheng hastily grasped his arm, urgently imploring, Brother, you are a man of culture, unlike my rough demeanor. Why not speak with the general? You mentioned earlier that he wishes to elevate him to that position. In that case, you could serve as both a bodyguard and an educated man. Perhaps you might even attain the rank of chancellor. As for me, I am but a simple man, ill-suited for such endeavors." Mu Qing patted Luo Zheng's hand firmly, saying, "Just bear with it. No matter what he says, pretend you don't hear. His uncle is a general, not you, so why should you concern yourself?" Luo Zheng sighed in resignation and could only return to the main tent with a sense of helplessness. Mu Qing went to the riverbank to cleanse himself, the congealed blood trickling away into the waters for quite a distance. After thoroughly scrubbing both his body and armor, even rinsing the seams of his armor, he returned to his tent feeling rejuvenated. It had only been a little over half an hour since the slaughter, yet he no longer felt so weary. Although his arms still bore a slight ache, it remained within a tolerable limit. Overall, his current condition posed no hindrance to his ability to wield his blade. Mu Shi has yet to return, and Mu Qing surmises that he is still laboring to acquire the foundational cultivation methods. This is an inevitable course of action. Given the current circumstances, the foundational techniques are indeed the most prudent choice. The abundance of such methods facilitates their synthesis. Otherwise, even if one were to stumble upon superior techniques, they may not necessarily yield results as exceptional as those derived from synthesis. Moreover, Mu Qing has been unable to locate any commendable techniques. Throughout the night, Mu Qing remained industrious, surveying the camp and gathering 100 layers of 2-star essence from the Ant King's formidable strength for his fellow clansmen. This essence is the most accessible and easiest to accumulate, serving perfectly as a foundational transition in the initial stages. It was not until the latter half of the night that Mu Shi returned, his visage weary. Behind him, several clansmen of the Mu family carried a collection of tattered foundational techniques. "Qingguer," they said, "everything we could exchange for is here. Do you think any of it is usable?" Mu Shi casually picked up a book and lamented, "Once those rough individuals have mastered it, they no longer care. They toss it aside carelessly. Some of the items are retrieved, while others remain unclaimed, leading to this disarray." Mu Qing held the 3 books in his hands, aware that their tattered condition would not impede the synthesis. Despite some damage, they fundamentally belong to the same school of thought. "You've worked hard, Sixth uncle, please lead everyone to rest. Mu Qing placed all the techniques held by the directors onto his bed. Very well, should there be any other matters, you may summon me. Mu Shi had been busy all afternoon and into the late hours of the night, leaving him quite fatigued. After a brief tidying up with the group, he lay down on the bed, and soon the room was filled with the rhythmic sounds of snoring. After several days of harvesting in the fields and enduring such a long journey back, everyone was indeed exhausted. Mu Qing could not afford to rest. He was eager to synthesize these foundational techniques. As of now, he remained uncertain about the upper limit of synthesis for the foundational technique, Gale Force. Holding 3 copies of Gale Force together, a faint white light flickered, and the 3 techniques vanished, merging into one. He repeatedly performed this action, and the vitality consumed in synthesizing these foundational techniques was negligible given his current physical condition. After numerous attempts, he began to discern certain principles. The quality and origin of the synthesized units determined the vitality consumed. The higher the quality and origin, the greater the vitality expenditure. With the faint white light becoming more frequent in his hands, the foundational techniques on the bed steadily diminished, transforming into superior 2-star techniques. And this was merely the beginning. Gale Force, Gale Initial Break, Gale Surprised Swallow Technique, Gale Meteor Array Dance, Sun Chaser. The techniques on the bed dwindled from 3 to 1, and then continued to decrease. Ultimately, Mu Qing managed to synthesize a 5-star technique, Sun Chaser. Half a crescent moon, arrows like shooting stars, falling geese carry messages. Howling apes reflect on branches. These 4 lines of verse succinctly encapsulated this 5-star technique. However, only a few ordinary techniques remained on the bed, devoid of any possibility for further synthesis. At this point, Mu Qing sensed that the synthesis of Gale Force had reached its conclusion. Following the principles of this new technique, he endeavored to practice it. He discovered that the efficacy of the 5-star technique was indeed extraordinary. Even though it was merely the most basic 5-star version, its training efficiency exceeded that of the foundational Gale Force by more than tenfold. This technique could significantly enhance vitality, arm strength, core stability, and even improve vision and shooting accuracy. As for the extent of the enhancement upon reaching the pinnacle of training, Mu Qing remained uncertain. The synthesized technique differed from existing advanced techniques, representing an entirely new discipline. Ultimately, it would rely on his own practice to fully appreciate its effects. After setting aside the technique and tidying the bed, Mu Qing suddenly recalled why the verse seemed familiar. It was, in fact, a poem composed by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Er, celebrating the bow. This formidable carbon-based life form from the 7th century was also skilled in archery, particularly with a hard bow. After ascending to the throne, and prior to establishing the Jingguan era, records indicated that he had personally shot and killed over 1,000 enemies with his bow. He famously proclaimed, "I wield the bow and arrows, while you carry your spears. Even against 1,000,000, what can they do to me?" Such words speak volumes of his prowess. With these 4 lines of poetry serving as an introduction, one could anticipate that the efficacy of this 5-star technique would be nothing short of remarkable. Mu Qing nestled the scroll into his embrace and fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following day to impart the profound techniques of cultivation to the people of his hometown, guiding their practice with diligence. Seizing the opportunity to introduce a new methodology, he was also prepared to unveil the essence he had meticulously curated for them. As dawn broke, despite having enjoyed merely a few hours of rest, Mu Qing felt invigorated, bolstered by his remarkable endurance and recuperative powers. A vigorous stretch elicited a satisfying symphony of cracks from his bones. The camp was abuzz with activity, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Throughout the night, they had been busy processing the slaughtered cattle and sheep. The bones from the initial batch had simmered for hours, transforming into a fragrant broth. The enticing scent emanating from the massive cauldron permeated the entire military encampment, causing the soldiers to swallow in eager anticipation. Such an abundance of bones and offal would ensure that every soldier could enjoy a couple of days filled with hearty sustenance. For those who had enlisted out of sheer desperation due to hunger, this promise of nourishment was worth every ounce of effort. The conditions in the personal guards camp were significantly more favorable. The rich bone broth was available in unlimited quantities, accompanied by meaty bones to gnaw upon. After satisfying his hunger, Mu Qing summoned the individuals from his hometown to the tent, where he began elucidating the intricacies of the 5-star technique. He endeavored to articulate each concept with utmost clarity, ensuring his kin absorbed the knowledge, and with the exception of Mu Hu, they quickly grasped the fundamentals and could perform them with ease. Even the most rugged among them could discern the nuances inherent in the techniques. In Chapter 38, titled The Heavenly Messenger, Grandmother, Mu Qing prepared the key phrases for his kin, weaving tales of the technique's advantages to inspire them. After all, the people of his hometown were primarily adept at agriculture, and now they merely needed to add a touch of martial prowess to their repertoire. The specifics mattered little to them. As for Mu Hu, no explanation sufficed. He merely stared at Mu Qing with his wide, wise eyes, leaving Mu Qing perplexed about his thoughts. Once everything was settled, Mu Qing reveled in the essence that adorned him. Mu Qing, Sun Chaser, Technique, 5 stars. Ant King's Extraordinary Strength, Ant, 2 stars. 100 Unyielding Spirit, Human, 3 stars. 20 Strength of 1,000 Oxen, Ox, 3 stars. 5 Leading the Charge, Horse, 2 stars. 8 Sheep like a Fierce Tiger, Sheep, 4 stars. 1 The essence of Mu Hu is essentially aligned with that of Mu Qing, yet it possesses only one strand of essence, excluding the monstrous strength of the Ant King. Additionally, the people of Mu's hometown, led by Mu Shi, exhibit a unified appearance. Mu Shi's Chasing the Sun, Martial Art, 5 stars. Ant King's Might, Ant, 2 stars. 100 Oxen Strength, Ox, 3 stars. 1 Leading the Charge, Horse, 2 stars. 1 Sheep as Fierce as a Tiger, Sheep, 4 stars. 1 However, due to the essence of the 3-star Ox being composed of 54 strands, and combined with Mu Qing's original essence, he can stack 5 strands for himself. In contrast, the essence of the 4-star Sheep only comprises 46 strands, indicating that 4 clan members lack the 4-star Sheep essence. Nevertheless, Mu Qing equipped them with the ordinary 2-star and 3-star Sheep essences, promising to supplement them when the opportunity arises. Even so, the strength derived from the essences they currently possess is sufficient to allow them to navigate the border army camp with confidence. Of course, they are not yet capable of contending with those of the rank of school lieutenants, who have emerged from the crucible of battle, honing their skills step by step. Surpassing them is no simple feat nonetheless. It is still a challenge for ordinary school lieutenants to contend with the common folk from Mu's hometown. As for the most formidable, Mu Qing and Mu Hu have long surpassed the typical school lieutenants. In fact, Mu Qing is now convinced that school lieutenant Luo Zheng is unlikely to be his match. Although his martial arts may not be weak, they likely do not rival Chasing the Sun remarkably. This progress has been achieved in under 4 months since entering the border army. In this brief span, it is no exaggeration to say that Mu Qing led the 50 youths from his hometown in a charge against a formation of 500. Of course, Mu Qing is grateful to the general and the personal guard camp. Had it not been for the general granting him this opportunity, and the personal guard's comrades generously sharing their experiences and rigorously training him and his compatriots, the youths from Mu's hometown would not have advanced so swiftly. To express his gratitude to the comrades in the personal guard camp, Mu Qing has decided to equip all the horses with a 100-layer 2-star Ant King's Might essence over the next few days. This effectively nearly doubles the strength of the horses in the personal guard camp, including those of Luo Zheng and General Di, who are currently serving as the personal guards to the King of Zhao. It is, however, impossible to directly bestow essence upon others. This is Mu Qing's greatest secret, one that cannot be revealed even to his own kin from Mu's hometown, who require a bit of persuasion to accept it. Brother Qing, this martial art is incredibly powerful. I feel as strong as an ox. The youths of Mu village gathered around Mu Qing, murmuring as they dined. The disciples of the Mu family have also been cautioned by Mu Shi, who emphasized that such techniques are our closely guarded secrets, discovered by Qing Gur during his studies abroad, and must never be disclosed to anyone. The descendants of the Mu family would naturally refrain from boasting like a trumpet. You can sense it, can't you? At this moment, not to mention the 7-do bow, even if one were to offer you a stone 5 bow, you would wield it with effortless grace. Mu Qing, while enjoying his meal, chuckled and remarked, I'll have a word with the general. If it's not feasible, let us request a change of bows. This 7-do bow is quite unbecoming of our esteemed battalion. Mu Qing currently wields a 3-stone 5 bow and intends to enhance it through synthesis. This bow, weighing a mere 180 pounds, seems rather inadequate for his present capabilities. He estimates that at the very least, he requires a bow that begins at 2 stones, approximately 250 pounds. Even with this, Mu Qing still perceives himself as somewhat weak. While the illustrious achievements of El Bu and the romance of the Three Kingdoms may largely be exaggerated, the legendary feat of shooting the halberd at the gate is undeniably authentic. There is a humorous anecdote in which Jiling boasts, "I possess the ability to draw a 300-pound bow," to which El Bu replies, "Ah, indeed, you are lacking, practice more." Mu Qing shares a similar sentiment. Although he could certainly utilize a 300-pound bow, he knows it would not be as effortless as an extension of his own limbs. Falling short of even Ji Ling's prowess, he dares not compare himself to El Bu. Yet, Mu Qing remains unperturbed. Having only been with the border troops for less than 4 months, he has already experienced significant advancement in his abilities. If only he could synthesize all his essence to its pinnacle and layer it fully to 100 levels. Mu Qing believed that he too could become a formidable figure. The only source of unease for him was the cultivation systems that had yet to reveal their intricacies. Had he not joined the border army, Mu Qing, despite his status as a scholar, would have remained oblivious to these matters. He had heard whispers about them within the academy, yet such knowledge was reserved for those who entered more prestigious institutions. In essence, to engage in cultivation, one must first ascend to the rank of a successful candidate. It was only after joining the border army that he began to encounter even the most rudimentary of techniques. However, the mortality rate within the border army was far beyond anything the academy could compare to. These were the true concerns that weighed heavily on Mu Qing's mind. Even now, he had yet to hear any pertinent information from the general. Nonetheless, General D, at the age of 50 or 60, was undoubtedly the most formidable in the entire border army, a testament to the existence of a complete cultivation system. As Mu Qing reflected on his recent sparring sessions with General D, he still found himself unable to discern the depths of the general's prowess. Mu Qing was absent-mindedly picking at the rice in his mouth while organizing the myriad of thoughts in his mind. As the sole beacon of hope for the entire village, he felt an immense weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, and a young officer hurriedly made his way towards the general's tent. Alas, the general is not here. He has accompanied His Highness, the Prince of Zhao, to Dingfang City. Mu Qing observed the anxious young officer and set down the bowl in his hand, rising to his feet. "Oh, Officer Mu, it would be prudent for you to hasten and send someone to summon the general, for an angel has arrived outside to deliver a decree." Upon seeing Mu Qing, the young officer's eyes brightened. Being fellow officers, they were well aware that Mu Qing was currently acting as the captain of the Imperial Guards. A decree? Mu Qing furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "We must promptly inform the general." That leaderly. Take a few men to Dingfang City and invite the general and His Highness, the Prince of Zhao, to return. A loyal soldier quickly rose to his feet, replying, "At your command." No. Mu Qing suddenly had a thought. He should gather more people to ensure that no scoundrels could confront the general. Others may be oblivious. But he understood that the general intended to elevate Prince Zhao. With the emperor having passed away and the crown prince deceased, where would the celestial decree originate? Or should one presume that the struggle for power in the capital had reached its conclusion? Celestial decree? Mu Qing scoffed softly. Chapter 39. The Imperial Edict Eunuch. Captain Li, accompanied by half of his trusted soldiers, galloped towards Dingfang City from another direction. Meanwhile, the Grand General was flanked by a contingent of his own elite guards. Joined by Luo Zheng and the eunuch Wang Nuer, ensuring their safety was assured. Mu Xiaoyi, the back and forth will surely consume time. What shall we do about the angelic entourage? After all, they are angels. We cannot simply keep them at the gates indefinitely, can we? The duty officer expressed his anxiety, tinged with frustration. It seemed that their arrival was ill-timed, as if fate were intentionally complicating matters for him. The entrance could neither be opened nor remain closed. His gaze was filled with hope as he looked towards Mu Qing, the esteemed officer. Although he merely held the position of a deputy, he was directly under the Grand General's command and held substantial authority. Even the captains would treat him with respect. He earnestly wished for Mu Qing to provide a solution. Observing the anxious officer, Mu Qing finished his meal, swallowing the last morsel before wiping his mouth. Release? Release what? We are the border troops. And the commanding general is General D. Unless the general orders the gates to be opened, it would be futile for anyone else to attempt it. He adjusted his armor and extended his hand behind him, prompting Mu Shi to promptly hand over Mu Qing's weapon. The elite troops remaining here numbered just over 100, and at that moment, they rose in unison. Present. Mu Qing pursed his lips, approached his steed, and deftly mounted. Let us go and take a look. The general's orders are clear. No one is to open the gates. Understood. Over 100 fully armed personal guards swiftly mounted their horses, an aura of impending violence immediately emanating from them, most notably from Mu Qing himself. He had personally annihilated an entire barbarian tribe, leaving no survivors, and had constructed a mountain of corpses from their remains. Upon his return, he had also slaughtered more than 1,500 livestock. Although the blade was meticulously wiped clean, the cord wrapped around the hilt had long since turned a deep crimson. The armor, typically reserved for a lieutenant, was donned by each soldier in the personal guard. As the guards mounted their steeds, they sensed that their old companions were in exceptional form. They remained motionless upon their mounts, as steadfast as a mountain. However, at that moment, their thoughts were not on anything else, as they followed Mu Qing, whistling, and charged towards the gates of the camp. Mu Shi gazed at Mu Qing ahead, a sense of unease stirring within him. It seemed that Qing had undergone a profound transformation, exhibiting an insatiable thirst for blood and an audacious demeanor. The individuals approaching were angels and imperial envoys. Should a conflict arise, he could not allow Qing to engage directly. He tightened his grip on the spear he held, fervently hoping for a peaceful resolution and the swift return of the general. The duty officer, upon seeing Mu Qing step forward, was filled with elation. Although his responsibilities remained unchanged, he understood that with Mu Qing's involvement, his burdens would be significantly alleviated. He hastily mounted his horse and followed closely behind the elite soldiers. Meanwhile, outside the main gate, a group was clamoring for entry. How dare you blind fools? We are the Emperor's appointed envoys. Open the gates at once and kneel in welcome, they shouted. Hurry and open the gates. Do you intend to rebel against the Emperor? Upon hearing this, the soldiers stationed at the gate exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear, none daring to speak or open the door. The atmosphere grew tense. The enraged eunuchs below fumed. This is insurrection. The border troops have unjustly closed the gates, denying access to the imperial envoys. I shall report this to His Majesty. You all see it. Are these border troops loyal to the Emperor or to General D? The lead eunuch shouted in frustration, while the imperial retinue and escort stood silently behind him, with only a young eunuch attending to the envoy. Godfather, if the border troops truly intend to rebel, wouldn't we be in grave danger? The young eunuch whispered. The envoy rebuked him sharply. What do you know? With the former empress and the D family present, how could the border troops dare to rebel? This is an affront to the Emperor, a sacrilege. I am eager to see how General D will resolve this situation. As his words echoed, Mu Qing appeared at the gate, looking down upon the raucous eunuchs below. What resolution do you seek? When did a mere eunuch presume to challenge the authority of the imperial uncle and the great general of the border troops? Mu Qing's words instantly darkened the expression of the decree-carrying eunuch, and even those surrounding him regarded Mu Qing with incredulous gazes. This individual was not merely an ordinary eunuch. He was a herald of imperial edicts. Under normal circumstances, he would dismiss any mention of his status, yet once entrusted with a sacred decree, one must reverently address him as Your Excellency. Who do you think you are, daring to emerge like a cur and insult me? Have your eyes truly failed you? Not recognizing the imperial edict in my hands? How dare a mere border soldier show such disdain for the sacred decree? Mu Qing fixed his gaze upon the eunuch below who bore the imperial edict, his eyes scanning the delicate neck. An imperial decree? The Emperor has ascended to the heavens. Even if the crown prince has passed, it is the rightful heir, the legitimate second son, who should take his place. From whence does this decree in your hands originate? I advise you to choose your words with care. The winds of the grasslands are fierce, and should they attract the barbarian hordes to seize you, it would be an irreparable loss. You speak nonsense, the eunuch exclaimed, his anger flaring instantly. The new emperor has ascended the throne in accordance with divine will. You do not kneel to welcome the heavenly decree, yet you dare utter such treasonous words. Are you citizens of the Yen state, or mere private soldiers of General D? Mu Qing let out a derisive laugh. You might not believe it, but we are indeed the personal guards of the Grand General. The military salaries and equipment are all funded by him. According to ancestral customs, the Grand General is permitted to maintain 500 armored soldiers. Therefore, it would be wise for you to refrain from shouting at us here. We are not swayed by your empty rhetoric. You insolent and foolish soldier. You dare to show such disdain, even towards the Emperor? Do you not realize that this could lead to the annihilation of your entire family? The eunuch delivering the imperial edict cursed vehemently, while Mu Qing merely dug at his ear. If you dare to bark like a dog again, rest assured that today, a barbarian will come and abduct you from the granary, subjecting you to a brutal death. Mu Qing rubbed his fingers together, feeling a slight itchiness in his hands today. It had been several days since he last took a life. Having perused that letter, Mu Qing was well aware of General D's orders. Otherwise, with his typically composed demeanor, how could he possibly behave so erratically? General D had previously informed Mu Qing that in the event of such occurrences, should he be absent, Mu Qing was at liberty to act as he saw fit. The sole principle was clear: none shall lay a hand on the young Prince Zhao. Moreover, the insults hurled by that eunuch lacked any real potency. Cursing without invoking one's mother holds little significance. What truly incensed him were the threats of exterminating 9 clans. Should the Grand General choose to act, he could easily place a mere dog in that position, not to mention he had a legitimate second son at his disposal. It was only natural. You wretched scoundrels dare to threaten us. Do not presume that we cannot discern your intentions. Should you lay a finger on us, prepare to be branded as traitors, and you shall receive no supplies for the frontier troops, leaving you, heartless and vile, to perish. The soldiers at the gate wore grim expressions. Mu Qing dug into his ears and glanced at Mu Hu, saying, "Ahu, he insulted me. Damn it." Mu Hu, with a swift flick of his skirt armor, turned and leaped down from the fortress wall, grasping the in his hand. Chapter 40. Mu Hu, try barking like a dog. I dare you. Mu Hu's sudden action not only startled the eunuch beneath him, but also caused a commotion among the onlookers atop the city wall. Particularly, Mu Shi's eyes widened in shock. Qinggur, he instinctively glanced at Mu Qing, only to find that Mu Qing had also leapt down without hesitation. Jump. Mu Shi no longer hesitated. With a loud roar, he leapt down without a second thought. The stockade wall was less than 5 meters high, and given their current physical condition, jumping down posed no challenge at all. Upon witnessing Mu Qing, Mu Hu, and Mu Shi leaped down. The villagers of Mu family town followed suit, as if dumplings were being dropped into boiling water. The first to descend, Mu Hu, had already landed with a resounding thud. Seizing the neck of the imperial envoy, "Dare you insult my brother Qing?" Mu Hu forcefully drew the other closer, pressing his forehead against that of his opponent, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. The eunuch, tasked with delivering the imperial decree, dared not utter another word, for he discerned from Mu Hu's untainted eyes that he was a fierce predator who sought nothing less than to end his life. Even in the presence of General D, he had the audacity to speak with arrogance, bolstered by the authority of the imperial edict. Yet, faced with the inconspicuous Mu Hu, he swiftly learned to temper his demeanor, for he could distinguish between a tiger general and a mere beast. The guards of the imperial decree, witnessing the unfolding scene, could no longer remain passive. As they represented the royal authority, with swift strides, they advanced, boldly declaring, "Release the eunuch." At that moment, Mu Qing and a host of fellow townsfolk from the Mu family also descended from their positions. The general had proclaimed that the door must not be opened, thus, jumping down was a viable alternative. With a swift flick of his blade, a chilling scent of blood filled the air. "Draw your weapon, step forward, and you shall meet your demise." Mu Shi led the villagers of Mu family village, drawing their bows with unwavering resolve, their sights set squarely on the imperial guard. The young eunuch, upon witnessing the capture of his godfather, was immediately seized by panic. He stepped forward, intent on prying Mu Hu's arm away. Suddenly, a swift arrow shot forth, and the eunuch, in disbelief, clutched his chest as he watched Mu Shi, who was preparing to draw his bow once more, slowly collapsed to the ground. How decisive! This cannot be. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire imperial guard, as well as the soldiers stationed atop the walls behind them. Even the eyes of the eunuch in charge widened in shock. He had felt no fear when he was apprehended, but at this moment, genuine terror gripped him. He had assumed that the adversary merely sought to intimidate them and that their lives were not in peril. Indeed, the rest of the guard shared this belief. However, he could never have anticipated such resolute action from the opposing side, stepping forward to release an arrow without hesitation. Mu Shi's thoughts were quite straightforward. Engaging with celestial beings was a perilous endeavor, one that could cost him his head. By taking the initiative, if all went well, there would be no repercussions. However, should calamity arise, he could simply bear the blame himself, which was far preferable to placing that burden upon Qinggur, given the nature of the great general. Safeguarding Qinggur should pose no challenge. Thus, he acted decisively, drawing the unwavering attention of all towards himself. Bang! Muhu lifted his foot and unceremoniously kicked the small eunuch lying at his feet aside, as if discarding a tattered object. Subsequently, his gaze fixated on the proclamation eunuch. Dare to bark like a dog at my Chingu again, and you shall see. The proclamation eunuch, staring at the imposing blade towering over him, felt a wave of terror wash over him, yet he ultimately managed to force a grimacing smile. Spare me, please. Mu Qing stepped forward and patted Mu Hu, urging him to release the eunuch who had delivered the edict. The general had stated that no one was commanded to open the gates of the camp. Do you now comprehend the gravity of this message? The eunuch, clutching his neck, exhaled deeply. Understood. We shall await the general's arrival right here. Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction, saying, wouldn't it have been better if you had listened earlier? This way, we could have avoided unnecessary trouble. Look. We even caused the death of a court eunuch. The eunuch in charge of the edict harbored a trace of resentment deep within his eyes, yet his demeanor remained inscrutable. Isn't it all the fault of those damned barbarians? This unfortunate young eunuch merely happened to cross paths with the invaders descending south to pillage the granaries, and thus fell victim to a stray arrow. Mu Qing's smile became even more radiant as he gently patted the fair face of the other individual, remarking, how perceptive. This overtly insulting gesture caused the face of the eunuch in charge of proclamations to flush with anger. However, witnessing Mu Qing effortlessly wielding the foreign blade, he opted to endure the humiliation. Once General D returns, matters will be set right, he mused, believing he could manipulate the naive youth, but would find no leverage against the family-oriented General D. Then, Mu Qing turned his attention to the members of the guard, his brows furrowing in discontent. What are you doing? Are you really drawing your blades against us? I will count to 3. Either retract your weapons or forfeit the hands that wield them. At that moment, the entire proclamation guard appeared as though they had ingested something foul. With proclamations like these, it was likely that only this squad could be so audacious. They observed the brash Mu Qing and the archers poised behind him, and uncertainty gripped them regarding the true intent of this military encampment. Could it be that they were genuinely contemplating rebellion? Yet, as they regarded the predatory gazes surrounding them and the eager stance of the formidable warriors, they ultimately chose to obediently retract their weapons. The stakes were too high. A gust of the northwestern wind from the grasslands reminded them that they were far from the capital. Should they provoke trouble and subsequently be blamed for stirring unrest among the nomads, it would spell disaster for them all, even for the new emperor. Mu Qing displayed a hint of disdainful amusement before returning to the crowd of Mu family villagers, signaling them to lower their weapons. He then stood at the forefront of the proclamation guard, wielding a foreign blade, with Mu Hu and Mu Shi flanking him on either side, while the Mu family villagers stood resolutely behind, prepared for any eventuality. Thus, both sides remained locked in a tense standoff. The proclamation eunuch, covered in dirt and disheveled, retreated to his carriage. Mu Shi voiced his concerns in a hushed tone. Qingguer, given the turmoil we find ourselves in, we cannot allow them to return alive. Otherwise, we shall not reap the rewards we desire. Mu Qing wore a faint, sardonic smile. There are so many savages on this vast grassland, yet their numbers are so few. They cannot return. Mu Shi let out a faint sigh and said, Qingguer, it would suffice to simply refrain from opening the door. Why must you wade into murky waters? Mu Qing paused for a moment before speaking slowly. It is because we have chosen our allegiance. We bear the mark of General D, and while it may not matter to the others in the border troops, we are the personal guards of the Grand General. At this juncture, we must step forward, especially since I have received the Grand General's orders. If we do not act now, would it not be a disservice to the Grand General, who bestows upon us such favorable treatment each day? A soldier sacrifices for those who understand him, dear sixth uncle. We can only follow the Grand General, unwavering, down this path. Mu Qing contemplated with clarity. Given his original disposition, such actions would be inconceivable. However, the infusion of a soul from a future era could alter that perspective entirely. Should the great general seek to elevate the young Zhao prince to a position of power, it is likely that the general would assume the role of regent, considering the young prince's limited intellect. Only then could their personal guards ascend in status alongside this endeavor. Should they fail and face extermination, their only recourse would be to retreat with the people of Mu's homeland into the vast steppes, biding their time until they could return. Fully prepared, as a deity of war. Chapter 41. Whose heaven does he serve? Fear. Such sentiments would not permeate Mu Qing's thoughts. If outright confrontation proved unfeasible, one could simply retreat to cultivate strength, amassing prowess before re-entering the fray. A mere eunuch could be dispatched without hesitation. If Mu Shi did not slay him, he would undoubtedly face execution at Mu Qing's hands. Without witnessing the bloodshed, these eunuchs would remain oblivious to the realities faced by the border troops. Mu Qing stood before the village gate. His imposing figure, coupled with the formidable broadsword in his hand, exuded an undeniable authority. The other loyal soldiers atop the city wall exchanged glances, yet ultimately decided to leap down and unite with the people of Mu's hometown. "You have arrived a tad late," he remarked. Mu Qing, without turning back, replied curtly. The personal guards exchanged wry smiles, remarking that their swift descent had led to the untimely demise of one of the inner courtiers. Frankly speaking, their minds were still grappling with the bewildering events that had transpired. "So why have you returned now?" they inquired. "You are the personal guard's deputy captain, and we are all the general's personal guards. When one rises, we all rise, and if calamity befalls us, we shall bear it together." They all understood this principle. However, "Dear Brother Qing, my deputy captain, it would be prudent to issue a command before engaging in battle next time." What else could the personal guards do? Even now, their gazes towards the members of the Mu family were somewhat peculiar. Just what sort of company were they? As for Mu Hu, even the Grand General cannot contend with him. Mu Shi, in their perception, was also a figure of composure. Yet, it was this very steadiness that allowed him to eliminate a member of the envoy with a single arrow. As for the other residents of Mu's hometown, they felt that if Mu Qing were to bellow and slay the envoy's entourage, they would immediately draw their blades in response. It was as if they had discarded their reason upon entering the border troops, or perhaps left their wits at home when they emerged. Had a conflict erupted, there was no doubt that these dozens of individuals would have been bold enough to unleash a volley of arrows. One could only say, truly remarkable. Their emergence in the Imperial Guards was not without justification. After a while, a contingent gradually approached from the direction of Dingfang City. General Di, accompanied by his personal guards, was followed by a cart driven by Wang Nuer. After such a long wait, the envoy's eunuch finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the principal figure. Adjusting his attire, he emerged from the cart, holding the imperial edict with both hands. The envoy's guards stood in neat formation, with him positioned at the forefront. General Di cast a glance at the lifeless eunuch lying on the ground, then at Mu Qing and his companions standing with their blades drawn, before finally fixing his gaze on the envoy's eunuch. "General Di Rong of the border troops, I receive the edict," the eunuch proclaimed loudly. General Di remained seated upon his horse, looking down at the upright eunuch, silent and motionless. "General Di Rong, receive the edict," the eunuch reiterated with greater volume. "Read." General Di's eyes lowered, uttering a single word. The eunuch gritted his teeth. "Your Excellency, this is the imperial edict, a decree from His Majesty in the capital." General Di urged his horse forward, passing directly by them with his entourage. "If you won't read it, then be gone," the eunuch responded. "General, do you truly disregard the Duke of the State and the former Empress?" he demanded sternly. This was the new emperor's greatest reliance. Possessing hostages bestowed such arrogance. At last, General Di halted, turning his horse to face the eunuch, towering over him. "Duke of the State, do not deceive yourself." The eunuch felt a surge of vindication. He vowed to deal with those insufferable soldiers later. It was indeed gratifying to have the upper hand. As he awaited General Di to dismount and receive the edict, he instead witnessed Di gesture dismissively. Mu Qing, upon witnessing the scene, immediately strode forward and seized the imperial edict from the hands of the eunuch who was holding it aloft. In doing so, he also delivered a sharp blow to the eunuch's most cherished area. The eunuch crumpled to the ground, his cheek visibly swelling. Clearly, he had undergone some form of training, for a mere slap from Mu Qing would not have resulted in such a simple outcome. Mu Qing directly handed the imperial edict to Di Rong, who, with a casual flick, opened it. At first glance, he noticed the phrase, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims," and a derisive laugh escaped him. Even the late emperor never utilized such grandiose language. "I am curious to see who has the audacity to be so presumptuous." Without delving into the content, he glanced at the signature, surprised to see it was from the sixth prince. How could it possibly be him? The late emperor had 13 sons, of whom the empress bore 2, the crown prince and the 9th prince, Xiao Wang. This 6th prince's mother was merely a concubine, not even a favored one, yet she now occupied the throne. He then turned his attention to the text. I, favored by heaven, have emerged among the princes to bear the weight of the state, feeling both trepidation and honor. Upon ascending the throne, I am acutely aware of the difficulties of succession and the depth of familial bonds. Great General, the pillar of the nation, I hold you in high esteem and care deeply for my younger brother. I prioritize the state and ensure my younger brother's safety and honor under my rule. Should you be willing to heed the will of heaven and assist me in stabilizing the court, I shall not disappoint the trust placed in me by my uncle. I look forward to collaborating with you to bring prosperity to the realm. After reading, Dirong's expression grew noticeably colder. All these lofty words were merely a pretext to compel him to surrender Zhao Wang, claiming to prioritize the state. Dirong could only chuckle to himself. Not a single word addressed the plight of his sister or the current state of the court. Though he seldom participated in court affairs, he was aware that the other princes excelled in schemes, yet were utterly unfit to govern. After the previous dynasty's collapse, the realm had yet to be unified, and he, neither the legitimate nor the eldest son, dared to invoke the mandate of heaven. Whose heaven did he serve? What fate did he accept? The eunuch reading the edict watched in shock as Dirong crumpled the decree into a ball and tossed it to the ground. You dare threaten my family? He declared. Take this eunuch back and make him divulge everything he knows. Without sparing a glance at the eunuch, Dirong spurred his horse towards the fort gate, which slowly opened. General D, Duke of the nation, Dirong, you are defying the edict. This is treason. The eunuch shouted hoarsely. The emperor will. Before he could finish, Mu Qing delivered a swift kick to his head, sending the eunuch tumbling twice before he lay unconscious. Take him back, along with the others. Mu Qing bent down and effortlessly lifted him, tossing him to Mu Hu, while gesturing dismissively at the completely unresponsive imperial edict guards. The personal guards immediately surged forward, encircling them. Resistance was not an option. The combat prowess of the personal guards was far beyond what they could withstand. No, we will walk ourselves. We are merely escorts, cooperating willingly. Faced with the fierce demeanor of the personal guards, the imperial edict guards acquiesced without hesitation. Chapter 42. Why not just tackle it directly? Riding alongside the carriage, Luo Zheng gave Mu Qing a thumbs up. He could tell that something had transpired here in advance. Otherwise, Mu Qing would not be lingering at the gate, and a dead eunuch would not be lying on the ground. He couldn't help but admire Mu Qing's decisiveness, questioning within himself whether he could have taken such initiative. Even the young prince, Zhao, lifted the curtain of the carriage to peek out. To his astonishment, he witnessed the scene where the eunuch had been kicked and was spinning in circles. He watched, wide-eyed, as Mu Qing disposed of the eunuch as if he were mere refuse, tossing him to Mu Hu. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was the very bloodthirsty figure he had encountered earlier, the one with an insatiable hunger for power. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing turned to look, revealing a smile, however. To Zhao Wang, this smile appeared utterly chilling. He hastily released the curtain and retreated. It was exceedingly terrifying. Mu Qing, what kind of unruly child is this? How will he ever become an emperor? He returned to the main camp with his personal guards, escorting those attendants. Sixth uncle, take them away and lock them up. Be cautious, do not kill them just yet, Mu Qing advised. Mu Shi nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall personally oversee it. Mu Qing swiftly followed Dirong back to the main tent, recounting the events that had transpired in their entirety. However, in his narrative, he framed it as an order he had given to execute the young eunuch. Dirong remained unfazed. Let them be slain. I had no intention of sparing these individuals, nor do I acknowledge that so-called new emperor. Mu Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, for he was well aware that his general was indifferent to such matters. However, concerning the queen and the duke of the state's residence, Mu Qing understands well the nature of being threatened. Otherwise, he would not have been angered by the intimidation directed towards his hometown. Dirong furrowed his brow, seated in his own place. Remain composed. I am not anxious. So why should you be? Reflect upon it yourself and consider why I remain unperturbed. Mu Qing blinked. Dirong let out a scoff. Do not feign ignorance with me. Old man, you, my boy, were nearly a scholar, so why pretend to be a rustic? Mu Qing removed his helmet and chuckled. As long as the general remains, and the border troops are present, the empress and the duke of the state will be safe. Naturally, their situation may not be particularly favorable, yet it is unlikely that the new emperor would take any drastic actions against the empress or the duke's residence. At worst, they would be placed under surveillance. Otherwise, The general could simply allow the nomads from the grasslands to advance southward, and the capital would struggle to defend itself. Moreover, the border troops represent the mightiest army of the Yin Kingdom. Di Rong nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, as long as I am with the border troops. The so-called new emperor cannot harm my family. However, General, the new emperor has already ascended to the throne. What course of action should we pursue now? Mu Qing once again posed the question to Di Rong. Di Rong, now serious, reflected deeply. The legitimate second son is stationed at the border army, and the fate of the Zhao kingdom lies with the border forces. I must contemplate how to expedite the ascension of the Zhao king. Mu Qing, you are cunning and resourceful. The other commanders in the border army can handle warfare without issue, yet when it comes to strategizing, they falter. What do you propose we do? Di Rong found himself scratching his head in contemplation. Here he was, simply fulfilling his role as a general at the border, yet now embroiled in a conflict with the nomads on the grasslands. Meanwhile, he had a brother-in-law as the emperor, a nephew as the crown prince, and a sister as the empress, living a life of comfort. The very reason he had come to the frontier was to avoid suspicion. Yet he inadvertently led to the demise of both his brother-in-law and nephew, and now was obliged to consider the elevation of his young nephew to the throne. Reflecting on the young lad's behavior in Dingfang City, where he was preoccupied with finding himself a maid even in such dire times, Di Rong felt a throbbing headache. You understand, our border troops are merely rough men, adept at combat, but utterly inept in the realm of political machinations. Can we truly rely on you scholars, who are often deemed to have dark hearts? Pray, enlighten me with your thoughts. Mu Qing pointed at himself in disbelief, saying, Me? I am not a general. Where did this notion that scholars possess dark hearts originate? We also study the 6 arts of the gentleman. Indeed, it is precisely your kind of gentleman that caused the most headaches for the late emperor. When it came to corruption, each one of you was truly ruthless. Mu Qing, all right, enough of your prattle. If you have any thoughts, just express them. Di Rong stroked his beard. Mu Qing shrugged. What is there to ponder? The legitimate second son is with us, isn't he? Di Rong replied, Indeed. Mu Qing, the frontier troops are the most formidable fighters. Are they not? Di Rong, precisely. Mu Qing, why bother with all the talk? Why not rally the troops under the banner of the legitimate heir and simply take action? Di Rong slammed the table. You brat, do you think I don't know we could just act? The real question is how to proceed. Are we truly considering attacking the capital? What about the borders? If we leave, who will fend off the barbarian hordes from the grasslands as they descend southward? What sin have the common people of Yin committed, that they must bear the burdens brought about by the upheaval of the royal family at this time? Mu Qing sighed and said, General, with only 10,000 troops at our disposal, what do you propose we do? With such a small force, capturing the capital may prove elusive. Shall we consider a retreat to the imperial city and resort to a direct execution? Di Rong shook his head once more and replied, That is unfeasible. Lao Lu has the backing of the Shanhua Academy, and those esteemed scholars have united. Without an army, I stand no chance of prevailing alone. The Shanhua Academy. Mu Qing felt a twitch in his eyelid. A scholarly cultivation system. If he were to succeed in the imperial examination, he would undoubtedly follow such a system. Unless someone could disrupt the grasslands, preventing the barbarian tribes from advancing southward, thereby granting the border troops some precious time. Mu Qing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Moreover, General, do you have confidence in rallying the other armies? Di Rong paused for a moment in silence before slowly shaking his head. No, I cannot. However, it is more likely that they will sit back and watch the conflict unfold. Yet, this is sufficient, even with just the border troops. I possess ample assurance. Mu Qing clapped his hands and said, That settles it, General. You shall lead the border troops and His Highness southward, while I will remain with a small contingent to create disturbances in the grasslands. I assure you, I will ensure that those barbarians are too preoccupied to venture south and attack the grass valley. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Di Rong's eyelids flickered with surprise. How can you be so certain? How many men do you intend to take? Mu Qing rubbed his hands together and remarked, My kin and I are sufficiently prepared. The smaller our objective, the safer our endeavor. However, the general must ensure we are adequately equipped in terms of armament. As for the execution of our plans, you need not worry, General. I can single-handedly eliminate the majority of bandits from a mountain stronghold, especially now that I command a fully armed cavalry. I assure you, the nomads of the steppe will find this winter particularly harsh. Di Rong rose and slowly approached Mu Qing. When the time comes, The safety of the border populace will rest entirely upon your shoulders. While Dingfeng City can ensure its own security, it may not be able to extend much assistance to you. Are you prepared to shoulder this burden? Mu Qing nodded solemnly as Di Rong remarked. The blade of my subordinates is insatiable. Chapter 43. The Emperor? Not worth a dog. Di Rong held a deep admiration for Mu Qing, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. You are indeed a remarkable young man. I have not misjudged you. However, this matter is far from simple. As long as I remain inactive, and the border troops do not move, the Empress and my family will naturally be safe. Yet, should I decide to take action, the new emperor will inevitably find himself in dire straits. Di Rong believed that with Mu Qing's cunning intellect and strength, he could certainly hold off the nomads of the grasslands. However, he could not act impulsively. If he were to rashly raise an army in a fit of passion, he would render himself a pariah, utterly alone. Mu Qing pondered and realized that he had indeed been somewhat presumptuous. Then, General, what shall we do? Di Rong replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced steadily within the tent. There is no need for haste, as long as we maintain our composure. It is the new emperor who should be anxious. We shall discuss everything once this winter has passed. In the meantime, I will send someone to reach out to the commanders of several other armies to see if we can secure support for Prince Zhao. Mu Qing, there is a matter that I require your assistance with. Mu Qing immediately clasped his hands together and said, Please, General, give your orders. Di Rong suddenly sighed. The young King Zhao has yet to encounter any hardships. He cannot bear the weight of the Yin kingdom in his current state. Do you not enjoy training in the grasslands? Take him along with you. Mu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. But General, I am now your personal lieutenant, a true ally. You cannot betray me. He continued, attacking the grassland is still warfare. Your nephew, on the other hand, insists on traveling by carriage and demands a maid to massage his feet upon returning home. Am I to engage in battle or merely attend to him? Di Rong's expression darkened instantly, and with a swift motion, he struck Mu Qing firmly on the back. Even clad in armor, Mu Qing felt the weight of the impact. You dare to complain? If you weren't one of my own, I would have dealt with you long ago. Mu Qing gazed intently at his general, clearly unwilling to accept the assignment. Your eyes are as round as a bull's testicle. What? Are you dissatisfied? Di Rong contemplated expressing his frustration but ultimately refrained. Mu Qing, the circumstances have shifted. We are now tethered to King Zhao. As he ascends swiftly, so too does our hope for the future. I can see that you possess the ability to keep him in check. Mu Qing glanced around and leaned closer to Di Rong, whispering, General, though the King of Zhao is young, you are just the one for this. Why not? Di Rong immediately frowned, grasping Mu Qing's head firmly and admonishing him in a hushed tone. You reckless lad, do you dare to speak such things? Are you courting death? Unperturbed by the force of Di Rong's grip, Mu Qing replied softly, to put it plainly, whoever unifies the Central Plains will be the true son of heaven. If they can achieve it, so can you, General. Di Rong released Mu Qing, gazing into his earnest eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Go. Let the King of Zhao witness bloodshed. From this day forth, he shall be incorporated into your personal guard. If he can rise to greatness, you shall take charge. I have but this one nephew. He continued, for today, consider these words unspoken. What merit is there in being an emperor? The late emperor arose with the dawn and retired with the dusk, only to return to a harem full of incessant chatter, burdened with endless worries. That position is one even a dog would shun. With a wave of his hand, Di Rong signaled Mu Qing to depart. This revelation left Mu Qing momentarily stunned. He even began to question whether his general had also traversed time. Was this notion truly so advanced? There are few emperors in history who harbored such thoughts. One was Wu Zetian's son, Li Dan, along with Li Longji's father and his elder brother. Li Longji's brother was resolutely disinclined to become crown prince, while his father was determined to pass the throne to Li Longji, willingly accepting the role of a retired emperor. In fact, when Princess Taiping sent someone to incite Li Dan, claiming that the imperial star was dim and that the crown prince was beset by threats, Li Dan rejoiced, believing it was fate, and promptly decided to abdicate in favor of the crown prince. Thus, a world where only Princess Taiping was discontent was established. Mu Qing rubbed his neck and stepped out of the grand tent. At the entrance, Mu Hu immediately followed suit. In the distance, the haunting echoes of anguished cries could be faintly heard. Mu Shi was interrogating the eunuch who had delivered the decree, while the soldiers from the personal guard encircled the scene, observing with bated breath. The The members of the decree's escort trembled in fear. Goodness gracious. Mu Shi's methods are exceedingly ruthless. We might have merely contemplated inflicting pain by crushing fingers, pulling nails, or whipping. In comparison to Mu Shi, we appear almost innocently naive, akin to a blank sheet of rice paper. They merely pulled down the eunuch's trousers and tied a rope to the back, swiftly drawing it from one end to the other. My goodness. Mu Qing listened with curiosity to the discussions of his personal guards and approached to observe. Two pillars stood approximately 20 paces apart, connected by a coarse rope. A eunuch, stripped of his trousers, was perched atop, held down by two guards. The rope was already stained with blood as the eunuch writhed in desperate struggle and emitted piercing cries. Mu Qing, upon witnessing the scene, couldn't help but grimace. This is indeed ruthless. So did you say it? Mu Shi was taken aback and asked. What did you say? Mu Qing was taken aback. Did you not inquire about anything? Mu Shi, there was no indication of what questions I was supposed to ask. I thought to first show him a bit of my authority. Mu Qing gazed at the eunuch who had lost his own dignity, rendered speechless. He refrained from inquiring about the circumstances that led to this predicament. It seemed futile. He surmised that any question posed would elicit a response. Thus, he resolved to take him directly to the Grand General. Mu Shi, with a hint of regret, pulled down the eunuch who had delivered the imperial edict. It was unfortunate that he could not test the bamboo skewer on an egg. He had not. The soldiers present cast fearful glances at Mu Shi, instinctively tightening their legs. Goodness, is this something a person can utter? Subsequently, Mu Shi turned his attention to the others who had been brought in. The members of the edict guard were drenched in sweat. I'll speak. Ask me anything, and I will answer. I can even dance if needed. There's no need for an interrogation. Please, no interrogation. Me too. I will answer anything. I will cooperate completely. Yes, I feel the same. The members of the edict guard were left in a state of bewilderment. They had initially believed the eunuch delivering the edict to be a resolute man, enduring such pain without a word, only to realize he had never been asked anything at all. Mu Shi smacked his lips, expressing his disappointment. This is rather dull. There isn't a single capable individual among them. Mu Qing. Sixth uncle, what peculiar hobby have you unlocked? Mu Shi blinked. Isn't this the interrogation technique shared by Qing Gur? Instantly, every gaze in the room shifted towards Mu Qing with palpable trepidation. Not far from the tent's entrance, Zhao Wang's attendant, Wang Nuer, could not help but swallow hard as he observed the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Mu Qing approaching, he hastily retreated. Wang Nuer, what have you witnessed? Why is there such a commotion outside? The young Zhao Wang, seated comfortably, was being gently massaged by a girl of relatively delicate appearance. Chapter 44. Mu Qing believes you are quite the woman, Your Highness. Your Highness, that personal guard officer is nothing short of a living Yama. Wang Nuer, though well-versed in the ways of the world, found himself taken aback by Mu Qing's imposing presence. Even his subordinates were unnaturally formidable. At the side, the guard Luo Zheng felt a twitch in his eyelid. Who are they speaking of? As he spoke, Wang Nuer quietly recounted his recent observations, causing the young Zhao Wang to instinctively clench his seat. Before he could utter a word, Mu Qing boldly parted the tent and strode in with purpose. Upon spotting the girl of similar age to Zhao Wang, he furrowed his brow. How audacious of you, to dare. Wang Nuer, witnessing Mu Qing's brazen entrance, shouted in alarm. However, before he could finish, Mu Hu, brandishing a broadsword, stepped forward menacingly, causing Wang Nuer to fall silent in fear. Utter another word against my brother Qing, and I shall strike you down. Mu Hu's words abruptly silenced Wang Nuer's impending remarks. What do you intend to do? I am the King Zhao of Yan. The young Zhao Wang, gazing at the menacing Mu Hu and the impassive Mu Qing, swallowed hard and cast a pleading glance towards Luo Zheng, who could only step forward. Mu Qing, what has transpired? Mu Qing offered him an affirming glance, reassuring him. The general has decreed that His Highness, Prince Zhao, shall be integrated into the elite guard from this moment forth, training rigorously, engaging in combat, and facing the trials of the battlefield. Henceforth, there shall be no distinction between the border troops and Prince Zhao, only the elite guard under his command. Your Highness, let us proceed. I shall escort you to receive your armor and weaponry. Mu Qing revealed a benevolent smile. Luo Zheng chuckled. Is that so? Then can I also return to the Imperial Guard camp? Mu Qing chuckled softly. The general did not state that your mission could be revoked. So it is likely that you still need to protect this loyal soldier, young Zhao Wang. Luo Zheng retorted, No, I am of noble lineage. How can the great general so lightly insult me? I shall seek an audience with the general to clarify this matter. Young Zhao Wang was taken aback, instantly springing from his chair, eager to make his way outside. Mu Qing raised his sword horizontally, momentarily resting the heavy blade upon the shoulder of the young Zhao Wang. Wang Nuer swiftly drew his sword, lifting the blade to intercept and shield the Zhao Wang from harm. This was the beloved nephew of General D. Yu. A captain in General D's loyal troops ought not to engage in such acts of treachery. Mu Qing was somewhat taken aback. This eunuch indeed possessed a certain degree of strength, yet it was of little consequence. Ahu, you shall step outside and engage in conversation with this eunuch. Exercise caution and be mindful of your restraint, lest you inadvertently cause harm. Mu Hu collided directly with Wang Nuer from the side, sending him sprawling. Luo Zheng stared wide-eyed, uncertain whether to intervene. Lauda, you should report back to the general. Leave this to me. I have the general's orders and know how to handle it. Mu Qing discerned Luo Zheng's inner turmoil and offered him an escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Zheng conceded, promptly turning away to depart. This left Mu Qing, Xiao Zhao Wang, and the young girl as the sole occupants of the scene. Xiao Zhao Wang gazed at Mu Qing, his mind echoing with the haunting image of the bloodied figure and the striking scene of a single kick that sent the eunuch spinning like a top, causing his complexion to pale as he retreated in trepidation. Mu Qing gazed at the young Zhao King, his heart sinking with a sigh. Though merely a youth, his performance was lamentably inadequate. In his past life, he had begun his foray into banditry at the tender age of 15, while this young Zhao King, at only 11, was still busy procuring girls to serve as maidens. Yet, Mu Qing found some understanding. If his father were the emperor, his brother the crown prince, and his mother the empress, he too would be required to change his maidens daily, dismissing any who fell short of a score of 90, all while ensuring they were untouched blossoms. Alas, fate had stripped him of both father and brother. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. As for Mu Qing himself, he had never aspired to the throne. His sole desire was to attain invincibility, unless by some stroke of fortune the imperial seal were to fall into his hands. What the emperor could achieve, an invincible being could certainly accomplish as well. Furthermore, the pleasures enjoyed by the invincible were not necessarily within the grasp of the emperor. What was the story behind this woman? Was she purchased, or perhaps taken by force? Mu Qing cast a disdainful glance at the young maiden, his tone decidedly unfriendly as he regarded King Zhao. Surely, it is the gift from Governor Ding Fong to this king, King Zhao replied, pursing his lips and summoning his courage to speak. Leave at once. He no longer requires a maidservant. I shall send someone to escort you home. Mu Qing resolutely expelled the girl from the room. The young lady appeared bewildered, but upon observing Mu Qing, who exuded an aura of bloodshed, and the speechless Zhao Wang, she could only exit with a countenance full of regret. Serving as a maid for a prince and serving for a magistrate, could they truly be deemed equivalent? Alas, the Zhao Wang dared not voice his anger. Your Highness Zhao Wang, I shall henceforth be your direct superior. Remember to address me as the captain from now on. Now, it is time for you to declare your name to your captain. Mu Qing unceremoniously settled himself upon the chair that once belonged to the Zhao King, which was surprisingly adorned with a thick layer of fur. Now, Mu Qing sat there with an air of authority, while the young Zhao King was left standing. This king is Gao Chun, the young Zhao King declared, vowing to seek out his uncle to complain about this insolent fellow and ensure he faced dire consequences. Observing the young Zhao King Gao Chun, who was utterly devoid of any semblance of emotional control, Mu Qing could not help but smirk. By the looks of you, are you planning to settle scores with me later? The young Zhao King's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Mu Qing. Mu Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go on, go ahead, crying like a child to seek out your uncle and complain. Do you truly believe I am eager to undertake this task? Little Zhao Wang turned to leave. As long as you renounce your claim to the throne and return to bow before the new emperor, willing to live as a domesticated creature, perpetually awaiting the inevitable blade that will ultimately lead to your demise, then by all means, proceed. Mu Qing idly fiddled with the book strewn across the table, his expression one of indifference. Ultimately, your fate is of no concern to me, to put it plainly. Whether you live or die does not affect my life. Observing the motionless figure of the young Zhao Wang, Mu Qing clicked his tongue in annoyance. What are you waiting for? Stop standing there like a wooden puppet. The young Zhao Wang clenched his teeth in response. If you forbid me to go, then so be it. There is no need for you to deliver such grandiloquent remarks to provoke me. Do you think I am some kind of fool? Mu Qing laughed, Oh, isn't this a matter of discernible words? It seems you're not entirely devoid of intellect, yet your behavior suggests otherwise, akin to someone afflicted with a mental ailment. Little Zhao Wang turned back. What can you possibly do? Mu Qing reclined against the backrest, saying, I will forge you into a warrior, a man of merit. Thereafter, your fate shall rest in your own hands. After all, this Yin kingdom belongs to your esteemed family. You may act as you see fit. Are you not apprehensive that once I come into my own, I shall hold you accountable? I do not believe you would truly dare to act against me. Yet I am one who harbors grudges. King Zhao fixed his gaze intently upon Mu Qing. Do as you wish, were it not for the general's command. I would have little interest in your affairs. Mu Qing chuckled dismissively, expressing his contempt. When you truly mature and ascend to the throne as an emperor, then perhaps I shall be concerned about a mere sovereign of a small nation. That would indeed be a matter of insignificance. Chapter 45. Mu Qing trains King Zhao outside the tent. Against the formidable Mu Hu, the martial prowess of Wang Nuo heir proved futile. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a broadsword, Wang Nuo heir's self-defense weapon was utterly incapable of penetrating the armor. The adage an inch longer, an inch stronger was vividly illustrated in this encounter. The only advantage Wang Nuo heir possessed was a superior cultivation level compared to Mu Hu, allowing him to remain undefeated for the time being. However, Wang Nuo heir's strength did not surpass that of Luo Zhong, making victory for Mu Hu a matter within reach. As for holding back to avoid causing harm, such considerations were irrelevant. Mu Hu turned away, forgetting everything, while Mo Dao wielded his blade with great force. Each strike aimed directly at Wang Nuo's head. Ultimately, it was Mu Qing who intervened to halt this fierce battle. The young Zhao Wang gazed at the somewhat disheveled Wang Nuo, lost in contemplation. This was merely the weakest among the king's inner attendants. Mu Qing coldly remarked, Our greatest weakness lies in solitary endeavors. Without the power to move mountains or fill seas, the prowess of so-called experts becomes utterly meaningless before a true army. Little Zhao Wang fell silent, though it was evident he harbored resentment. Nevertheless, Mu Qing was indifferent to his feelings. At that moment, little Zhao Wang ceased his posturing, for Mu Qing had taken him to meet Di Rong, thereby extinguishing his hopes entirely. Furthermore, Di Rong had entrusted Mu Qing with a task to document little Zhao Wang's performance at any time, determining when he would be deemed worthy enough to reclaim his title. Come, Gao Chun, this officer will escort you to retrieve your armor. By the way, are you adept at horseback riding? Little Zhao Wang immediately straightened his posture, declaring, naturally, I excel in both archery and equestrian skills. Mu Qing took out a small notebook and a charcoal pencil to begin jotting down notes. On the first day of joining the team, Gao Chun boasted grandly. Little Zhao Wang immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, I did not boast. Mu Qing continued to document. On the very first day of his enlistment, Gao Chun, after boasting excessively, remained unconvinced. Young Zhao Wang exclaimed, Cursed Mu Qing, I shall surely have my revenge one day. Due to his youth, alterations were necessary for his armor, requiring at least 5 days. Thus, during this period, young Zhao Wang was assigned to enhance his physical endurance. Clad entirely in the attire of the personal guard, he appeared somewhat disheveled. The daily physical training for the elite guards involved running 30 laps around the barracks fully armored. Yet in his simple attire, he could not even complete a single lap. With such a lackluster performance, how could he aspire to become an emperor? How could he dream of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? He lacked even the most fundamental physical stamina. Mu Qing, holding a mysterious blade in one hand and a stone lock in the other, taunted as he passed by the young Prince Zhao. To speak frankly, the duration of time is intrinsically linked to one's physical endurance. If you wish to entertain thoughts of your future harem and the clandestine affairs with guards and physicians, you cannot afford to dawdle and deceive. The young Prince Zhao retorted. Very well, it appears that strength is indeed surging forth. Damn you, Mu Qing. I shall have my vengeance upon you. Ultimately, this pampered young prince was unable to complete the 30 laps. While every member of the elite guard was fully equipped and managed to finish the 30 laps before continuing their practice with the sword. In the afternoon, during equestrian training, the young prince, brimming with confidence, sought to impart a lesson in horsemanship to Mu Qing. Yet, he soon discovered that while his riding was aesthetically pleasing, it lacked any semblance of lethality. In stark contrast, Mu Qing, along with any soldier from the elite guard, was capable of executing various offensive maneuvers atop a steed. The young prince stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Gao Chun, You must understand that stripped of your title, you are nothing on the battlefield. Whether you can maintain your status now entirely depends on your own capabilities. Mu Qing showed no mercy towards Xiao Xiaowang, as he would soon need to take him along to fight in Xiaogu. If Xiao Xiaowang were to falter in his training and hinder the team during battle, it could lead to dire consequences. The death of others might be inconsequential. Even the demise of Xiao Xiaowang himself could be dismissed. But if it affected those under Mu Qing's care, it would deeply trouble him. Observing the disheveled and dirt-streaked visage of Xiao Xiaowang, Wang Nua felt a pang of sympathy, her heart trembling, and tears began to flow. As Mu Qing passed by, he cast a glance and remarked, "Did he not say anything about you? With your meager skills, you wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder on the battlefield. You'd either flee or retreat to cultivate." Wailing like a woman, Wang Nua remained speechless. The master and servant duo faced relentless criticism today, leaving them utterly battered. Watching this unfold from the general's tent, Di Rong sighed deeply, feeling as though he had sighed more in these few days than in his entire life. The path ahead is arduous and long. Yet, it is not too late. At merely 11 years of age, there remains ample time. However, Mu Qing's capabilities did leave a remarkable impression on him. It was difficult to believe that Mu Qing was merely a scholar. After enduring the first day of training, the young Zhao Wang could not rise on the second day. His muscles ached to the point where he groaned ungracefully for the first time. Nevertheless, Mu Qing managed to rouse him. If he could not run, he would walk. Lying down was not an option. The young Zhao Wang grimaced in frustration. "Damn Mu Qing, I will make you pay for this." For 3 consecutive days, he was unable to engage in high-intensity training. It was not until the 4th day that he resumed his regimen. Fortunately, after enduring these days, he found himself in decent condition. The intense physical exertion led him to grumble about wanting to get rid of that dreadful cook while voraciously devouring his food. Mu Qing had imposed a strict mealtime. Exceeding the allotted time would result in the confiscation of his meal, regardless of how much he had consumed. The other guards, observing Mu Qing shepherding the young Zhao Wang like a chick, were taken aback. After all, the Zhao Wang was still a prince, the general's beloved nephew, and the disparity in status created an insurmountable chasm between them. Yet, they noticed that Zhao Wang's titles seemed to hold no sway over Mu Qing whatsoever. On the 6th day, the young Zhao Wang finally donned his armor. Perhaps out of concern for his nephew, Di Rong had provided a more luxurious set of armor, lighter than the usual guard's armor, but offering superior protection. In an effort to temper the expectations placed upon his young nephew, the design of the armor was rather plain. In terms of weaponry, the smallest bow available in the border troops was the 7-do bow, thus the Zhao Wang could only wield that. He stubbornly insisted on using a broadsword similar to Mu Qing's, yet at the tender age of 11, despite some training, he had not exerted himself sufficiently due to a life of privilege, making even lifting it a challenge, let alone wielding it effectively. Ultimately, he was equipped with a saber and a spear. Even so, the spear appeared somewhat awkward in his hands. Another week passed, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. The Zhao Wang was now barely able to keep pace with the basic training of the guards. However, each day included an additional task, learning from Mu Qing how to sway a crowd single-handedly. During this period, no supplies had arrived at the border camp. Di Rong's expression turned icy. Clearly, this was a warning from the so-called new emperor. Bring forth the eunuch who proclaims the edict and sever his head, sending it to the capital to awaken the so-called new emperor. Moreover, let Mu Qing mobilize the elite troops. We shall venture into the grasslands to procure supplies ourselves. Chapter 46. Practice makes perfect. There is no shame in it. The elite troops set forth once more, delving deeper into the grasslands. Considering the weather conditions, each soldier rode 2 horses, carrying ample water and provisions. Their sustenance consisted of jerky prepared by the Firehead army, along with sufficient materials for warmth. Luo Zheng rejoined the ranks, yet his duty remained to safeguard the young Prince Zhao. During the drills of the assault team, the young prince's role was to launch arrows from within, never appearing on the front lines. Nevertheless, being his own nephew, Di Rong could not entirely disregard him. Mu Qing was appointed to command the assault on the grasslands, tasked with locating cattle and sheep for the army, while also providing the young prince with valuable experience. A man can only grow rapidly through the rigors of battle, aside from the pleasures of passion. However, to embark on such endeavors for the first time, one must inevitably see bloodshed. The frontier army stood on the brink of turmoil, with each soldier's rations halved. Had it not been for Mu Qing's acquisition of over 1,000 cattle and sheep, The daily provision of meat soup would have quelled the fears of starvation among the troops. Di Rong commanded the frontier army, while the governor of Dingfang City endeavored to coordinate grain supplies from within the city to assist the troops. A cavalry unit, brandishing the banner of the frontier army, galloped toward the capital, carrying a bloodied head. If the so-called new emperor was unwilling to maintain dignity, Di Rong was more than willing to assist in restoring it. He simply preferred not to incite rebellion in the harsh winter months, rather than being incapable of doing so. As the frontier army advanced southward, the plight of the common folk was inconsequential. The new emperor must be ousted. Indeed, this severed head served as a declaration of Di Rong's stance, conveying to the new emperor that he would not be intimidated. Either you sever the frontier army's supplies, and we shall engage in immediate conflict to procure our own provisions, or you continue to supply us, and should I become displeased, I may instigate war at any moment. In the face of power, there is no need for convoluted maneuvers. In Dingfang City, Governor Chen Yunlong was urgently mobilizing grain supplies. My lord, the provisions within our city are insufficient to support over 10,000 frontier troops. We cannot possibly seize the winter grain from the surrounding towns. It would be catastrophic. The deputy, with concern, remarked. With the new emperor ascending the throne, the imperial edict has also reached us in Dingfang City. Our actions would signify a complete severance from the court. Chen Yunlong stroked his beard, gazing at the snowflakes beginning to fall outside the window, and suddenly posed a question. Brother Zhiqian, what type of person is least liked and meets the most tragic end? The deputy contemplated. Those who are disloyal, unjust, and unfilial? Chen Yunlong slowly shook his head, extending his hand outside to feel the biting cold. You are correct, but there is another type. Those who sit on the fence, indecisive. Zhou Zhiqian, upon hearing this, fell into silence and then slowly spoke. Do you know, my lord, that the former empress and the entire household of the Duke of Zhenghua are firmly under the control of the court? Chen Yunlong responded with a slight acknowledgement. And then? Do you believe the Duke of Zhenghua is the kind of person who would be easily threatened? In your opinion, if the Duke were to bind his own hands and kneel before the court, surrendering the military insignia of the Grand General, how do you think the Emperor would treat someone who possesses such immense power over the border troops? Zhou Zhiqian, envisioning himself in such a scenario, felt an even greater sense of hopelessness. Surrendering military authority is tantamount to a death sentence. No emperor would tolerate the existence of someone beyond their control. If he truly went to the capital, he would surely perish. Therefore, are we resolutely determined to side with the Duke of Zhenghua against the court? As Zhou Zhiqian spoke, he suddenly let out a bitter laugh. I fear that even if we waver, we cannot afford to. With the proximity of Dingfang City to the border troops' encampment, if we do not cooperate, we would be unable to withstand the pressure from the border forces. I shall do my utmost to coordinate supplies and ensure the stability of the border troops. After offering a respectful gesture, Zhou Zhiqian withdrew. Chen Yunlong stroked his beard, gazing thoughtfully at the darkening sky. The snow fell more heavily, blanketing the armor of the 200 soldiers in white. Each of them wore a white cloak, which served to conceal their figures amidst the snow. Are we to wander aimlessly across the plains? If we do not find the barbarians soon, we shall either freeze to death or starve. Young Prince Zhao, noticing his hands turning red from the cold, could not help but tuck them beneath his armpits. Aren't you all cold? In such frigid weather, running this far, he looked at the spirited people from Mu's hometown, evidently perplexed. Are we not all beneath the same sky? Why do these individuals seem impervious to the cold? It is cold, but it's tolerable. My armor is warm inside. And a bit of movement keeps the chill at bay. Indeed, it's not the snow that is cold, but the melting snow. It's as if the capital has never seen snow at all. After weeks of hardship, the delicate demeanor of the young prince had vanished, and he appeared considerably sturdier. His once tender face now adorned with a rosy hue. Though he still bore the air of nobility, he mingled seamlessly with the people of Mu's hometown. Everyone recognized his status, yet only those from Mu's hometown dared to treat him as an equal. For Mu Qing had declared that within these walls, status held no weight. He was merely a 12-year-old soldier boy, and they were to treat him as such. Thus, the people of Mu's hometown felt free to be themselves. To them, who toiled in the fields, a prince and a county official were one and the same. You are truly peculiar. Could it be due to your practice? What kind of martial arts do you cultivate? Young Prince Zhao expressed great curiosity. I don't know. Qing Guer tells us, and we simply listen. Your skills seem rather lacking. Haven't we only been training for a short while? Did you not claim to have been practicing since childhood? The locals from the Mu family on both sides show no leniency towards this young Prince Zhao. Nevertheless, our esteemed brother Qing has stated that practice makes perfect. Young Prince Zhao. Damn Mu Qing, I shall have my revenge one day. Do not speak carelessly in the ranks. Gao Chun, I warn you for the last time. Mu Qing rebuked from the front. Very well. The inhabitants of Mu's hometown immediately fell silent. Young Zhao Wang instinctively replied, all right. Following behind them, Luo Zheng observed the young Zhao Wang, who, aside from his tender age and slight stature, bore no distinction from an ordinary soldier, and couldn't help but smile broadly. What manner of person is Mu Qing, who has transformed a pampered prince into a competent soldier? There must be something extraordinary about him. In the biting cold, two figures huddled around a dimly flickering campfire on the snowy ground, seeking warmth. Mu Qing's eyes brightened. Huh? Heaven has eyes. Let's see if those are the nomads from the grasslands. If so, we shall interrogate them regarding the nearest tribes. With Mu Qing's command echoing, 200 cavalrymen accelerated, surrounding the two individuals. Chapter 47. The aura of a tyrant observing the galloping cavalry. The man squatting on the ground, adorned with a conical hat, was taken aback. Oh no, they're charging towards us. The old priest warned against lighting a fire here, yet you stubbornly insisted on arguing with him. Beside him sat a somewhat portly monk, who remained remarkably composed. What is there to fear? There are no grassland people nearby. They can only be border troops. You are not a scout from the grasslands. So what is there to dread? The old priest pondered for a moment, then attempted to rise, only to squat back down again. His reasoning was sound. He possessed nothing of value, just a frail body, unlike you, with your ample figure, who has greedily pocketed plenty of offerings. Slaying you would be an act of righteousness. The monk retorted, have you nothing more to say, you old rascal? As the two men gazed at the approaching cavalry, their expressions grew unexpectedly tranquil. Indeed, they were the border troops of the Yan Kingdom. A flicker of understanding passed through the monk's eyes. The guards began to circle around the two, the thunderous sound of hooves accompanied by a howling wind, causing the fire to struggle at the brink of extinguishment. Mu Qing rode forth to stand before the two figures, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes upon observing their attire. He had anticipated encountering rugged nomads of the grasslands, yet instead, he found himself before a monk and a Taoist priest. As the two rose slowly to their feet, the snow cascading from their robes seemed to part as if meeting an invisible barrier, revealing an air of profound wisdom. Alas, they are not the savages I expected. This is rather dull. Withdraw, he commanded. The monk, with his palms pressed together and a compassionate expression upon his face, was about to speak when he heard Mu Qing's order. The surrounding cavalry began to turn their horses around. The monk's countenance revealed a moment of astonishment. Had he not already demonstrated his abilities? Why was this man seemingly indifferent? Esteemed benefactor, we have not partaken of a single drop of water. Might I implore your kindness to bestow alms upon us, humble monks? The monk hastened to approach Mu Qing. Mu Qing smacked his lips, saying, are you merely seeking conversation? You two are brazenly roasting fire on the grassland, and with your considerable strength, finding something to eat shouldn't be a challenge, should it? The monk, with his palms clasped together, replied, meeting his destiny. As the cold of winter descends and all things wither, we are indeed suffering from hunger and chill. I, a humble monk, am willing to chant scriptures and offer blessings for the benefactor. Mu Qing gazed at the Taoist priest adorned with a conical hat. Has he always been so shameless? The priest, flicking his long beard, replied, other monks may be unaware, but this gluttonous monk is at his most restrained in this moment. Mu Qing was at a loss for words. However, considering that both individuals were of Han descent, he decided to offer 2 pieces of dried meat to the Taoist priest. Oh, General Xie. The old priest chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Amit Ba, I am most grateful to you, benefactor. After expressing his gratitude, the monk observed the people on horseback. It seems your troops possess an extraordinary aura, indicative of great potential for future accomplishments. At this moment, the young Zhao Wang's eyes lit up with excitement, ready to speak, but upon noticing Mu Qing, he instantly fell silent. He dared not utter a word without a command. Mu Qing wielded the whip with genuine intent, showing no leniency towards him whatsoever. The monk's assertion that the group bore the auspicious signs of the dragon's ascendance could only imply that this Zhao Wang was indeed the true son of heaven. He felt elated, to the point that even his cold, numbed hands seemed to regain a semblance of warmth. Upon hearing the monk's words, Mu Qing scoffed. Do you not believe, benefactor? The monk, noticing Mu Qing's expression, was about to offer an explanation. Mu Qing remarked, "If it were true, how many of you would dare to shout so brazenly? Let us dismiss these deceptive words. I ask you, do you hail from the grasslands? Are you aware of which direction the tribal lands lie?" The monk, displaying a visage of deep distress, responded, "Why harbor such a murderous intent, dear benefactor? In this bitter cold, why not sheath your swords and allow for a period of rest and recuperation?" Mu Qing rubbed his arms. His face contorted with disdain as he rode a few paces away from the monk. What had angered the general, one might wonder. The Taoist chuckled softly. "Do not heed his words, General. He is afflicted with a mental ailment. Simply disregard his flatulence." Mu Qing deeply concurred, having perceived the truth. The Taoist pointed towards a direction, saying, "In that direction lies a tribe of vast grasslands. However, their numbers are considerable, and they are not a foe that this mere 200 soldiers under your command can provoke." Mu Qing nodded and prepared to ride away, but was stopped by the Taoist. "Might I request a moment of your time, General?" Mu Qing glanced at him and, accompanied by Mu Hu, led him to a secluded spot. The Taoist stroked his beard and remarked, "That monk is merely spouting nonsense. However, this old Taoist can discern the general's formidable presence. He bears the semblance of a great overlord, possessing the latent spirit of a hidden dragon, with an aura of blood and sorrow surrounding him, echoing with countless lamentations." Mu Qing narrowed his eyes. Is he a tyrant or a hidden dragon? Initially skeptical, the latter statement sent a chill through his heart. If he truly wished to grow stronger, he would indeed have to pave his path with countless corpses. It all depended on the choices the general would make in the future, however, regardless of the path taken. It was destined to be fraught with a massacre reminiscent of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Mu Qing smacked his lips, gazing at the old Taoist priest before him, uncertain of what to say. "What purpose do you serve in telling me this?" The priest replied earnestly, "Since you have discerned the truth, I must present this to the general as a commendation. The general possesses the capability to accomplish great deeds, and forging a benevolent connection now may yield fruitful rewards in the future. Complimenting him costs nothing." Mu Qing was rendered speechless. "Are you truly this earnest, Master Dao?" The Taoist's candor left Mu Qing feeling somewhat uneasy. To put it plainly, Mu Qing harbored an inexplicable sentiment towards the Taoist. When the abbot of Shaolin spoke of his capabilities to accomplish great deeds, Mu Qing might have merely chuckled in response. However, if the Grand Master of Lunghu Mountain in his purple robe were to proclaim such ambitions, it would certainly provoke doubt within Mu Qing's heart. Mu Qing's heart was inevitably stirred. The notion of a hidden dragon held little significance for him. He yearned to be a tyrant instead, setting aside other matters. One cannot help but wonder why the two of you found yourselves together in such a place. Mu Qing turned to the Taoist priest and said, "Never mind. It is of no consequence." Just as the priest was about to speak, he was interrupted by Mu Qing's words. "No, the old Taoist must speak. You all should continue with your affairs. Head south, and you will reach the kingdom of Yan. We have our own matters to attend to." Mu Qing turned around to signal Mu Hu to leave. The suffocated Taoist swiftly appeared before Mu Qing, his speed so astonishing that Mu Qing barely had time to react. This cannot be. He must not allow the old priest to finish, for that would leave him with lingering doubts. Mu Qing was at a loss for words. The monk seems to be afflicted with a mental ailment. If you are unable to cope, perhaps you should seek a physician. The Taoist, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "I merely wish to follow my heart's desire. To speak frankly, I had no intention of coming here. Yet an inexplicable force compelled me to the grasslands. Without being here, I felt a profound discomfort. Since my arrival, I have wandered across the prairies and encountered various tribes, but none have alleviated my unease. However, after meeting the general, I felt a slight relief." The Taoist continued to speak animatedly. "Do not concern yourself with that monk. Let me accompany the group. Simply provide me with a horse." Mu Qing resolutely declined, stating, "We are here to eradicate the barbarian forces, not to indulge in your fanciful notions of celestial communication." The Taoist casually unleashed a surge of energy, leaving an imprint of his palm upon the ground before him. The old priest was indeed quite formidable in combat. Chapter 48, 200 against 500, the advantage is ours. Mu Qing's eyes lit up with excitement. A completely novel cultivation system. "Master Lao, your technique is quite intriguing. Is it limited to hand application, or can it also be affixed to weapons?" If Mu Qing could channel his energy into the blade of the sword, unleashing a formidable force with each swing. Would that not be akin to manifesting the essence of the blade itself? The old Taoist, observing Mu Qing's sudden shift in demeanor, could not help but be taken aback. The general's attitude truly oscillated from arrogance to deference. The techniques cultivated by the old Taoist were not suited for the chaos of battle. However, should the general wish to learn, the old sage would be willing to impart such skills to him. Mu Qing dismounted. As the old celestial master has expressed a desire to contribute to the yin state, how could I possibly refuse? It would be no trouble at all to spare one of my steeds for the esteemed master. The old Taoist replied, previously addressed as Daozhong, now referred to as old celestial master. Is this the nature of reality? The troops advanced once more, this time accompanied by a monk and a Taoist priest. Each soldier in the elite guard was mounted on 2 horses, significantly reducing the likelihood of needing to switch mounts. After all, the steeds of the elite guard had been imbued with the formidable strength of 100 layers of Ant King might by Mu Qing. In terms of strength, there was no contest. Brother Qing, these 2 individuals appear somewhat suspicious. Mu Shi whispered to Mu Qing while riding, what if they are spies from the barbarians, leading us into an ambush? Mu Qing nodded subtly, acknowledging, I am aware. I have been probing them all along, and bringing them along is precisely for this reason. These 2 possess some capability, yet that is the extent of it. No matter how formidable they may be, they cannot withstand the rapid charge of 200 heavy cavalry. Though Mu Qing found the old Taoist technique of remote attack rather intriguing, he maintained his stance. As long as one does not transcend the realm of humanity, lacking the power to move mountains or fill seas, the prowess of martial experts pales in comparison to that of a formidable army. After all, border troops are also capable of cultivation, and up to this point, Mu Qing had begun to grasp the formidable nature of a battle formation charging forward. He had witnessed this when training the young Zhao Wang. When the elite soldiers surged forth, a palpable aura of sharpness enveloped the battlefield, reminiscent of a keen arrow. This momentum was particularly discernible to those of higher prowess. Di Rong had remarked that this was the might of the military. Under the premise of having cultivated techniques from various schools, the army remains the most powerful bastion of a nation. This was merely a charge of 200 cavalry. If the entire border army were to act in unison, only another army could withstand such martial might. After encountering these 2 individuals, Mu Qing and his companions journeyed for another 2 days before finally arriving at the tribe spoken of by the old Taoist. The snow in the sky appeared intermittently, while the accumulated snow barely reached the hooves of their horses. A white mist emanated from the tents of the tribe in the distance, and one could faintly discern the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air as the tribesmen were busy roasting lamb. Mu Shi sniffed and said, Qinggur, I am hungry. Mu Hu ran his tongue across his lips. Mu Qing's eyes bore a hint of solemnity. The scale of this tribe appeared significantly larger, with a dense array of tents, and the surrounding fences and gates were notably more imposing than those of the previous settlement. Master, is this the tribe you spoke of? Mu Qing summoned the old priest to his side. The old priest nodded, affirming, indeed, the monk has entered. The general may inquire of the monk. Mu Qing immediately turned his gaze toward the portly monk. Ba, the monk intoned, I, a humble monk, have encountered the people of this tribe and have been invited to conduct a ritual, offering blessings for the living and guiding the departed to peace. Mu Shi let out a cold snort. How does it feel to be treated as an esteemed guest by the barbarians, while a monk from the Han family prays for blessings and expiation on the grasslands? The monk joined his hands in a gesture of reverence. With the compassion of the Buddha, it is said that by laying down the butcher's knife, one can become a Buddha on the spot. If I can enlighten others, it is indeed a merit for this humble monk. Mu Qing scoffed. I have slain 10,000 individuals, my body drenched in blood. Yet in the end, if I were to lay down my blade and experience a profound epiphany, could I truly attain Buddhahood? The monk nodded. Indeed, it should be so. Mu Qing pointed at the monk and addressed the other guards, saying, Do you see? Those who utter such words are fundamentally foolish. A good person may dedicate their life to virtuous deeds, yet a single wrongdoing can overshadow all their previous acts of kindness. Conversely, a wicked individual who spends their life in malevolence may, at the brink of death, perform a single noble act and be hailed as a good person. What nonsense! I simply ask you, how many among them are warriors, and how many can truly fight? The monk's face betrayed his anguish as he prepared to respond. But the Taoist interjected calmly, Consider the general's demeanor before you speak. The monk paused, his expression momentarily frozen, before he sighed and said, "From my observations, there are approximately 300 to 500 who can fight, with a population of about 2,000, not to mention the countless livestock." Mu Qing let out a snort and turned to gaze at the soldiers of his personal guard behind him. "Before us are 500 cavalry. Who among you dares to charge with me?" The crowd rubbed their hands together, gripping their spears tightly, their eyes filled with fervent battle spirit. Mu Qing grinned widely. "Regardless of what lies ahead, our phalanx shall pierce through it. With 200 against 500, the advantage is ours. Charge!" Mu Qing cast one last glance at Luo Zheng, who was trailing beside the young Zhao Wang, receiving a reassuring nod in return. With that, Mu Qing spurred his horse into a furious gallop. Mu Qing was indifferent to the veracity of the monk's words. They emerged bearing the weighty responsibility of seeking prey for the border army's camp, and they must fulfill their duty with unwavering resolve. Mu Qing, brandishing his sword while riding his steed, was the first to compose the vanguard of sharp arrows. Mu Hu and Mu Shi positioned themselves on either side behind him, while the remaining guards instinctively formed a phalanx. Even the young Zhao Wang swiftly found his place, notching an arrow as he charged forward. The cavalry stationed in the center and rear of the phalanx were tasked with using their bows to inflict damage upon the enemy. 200 fully armed horsemen galloped simultaneously, the thunderous momentum causing the young Zhao Wang to grit his teeth, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. He felt a surge of warmth coursing from his chest to his feet, then rising to his head, ultimately spreading throughout his limbs. The world around him became astonishingly clear, and his thoughts began to crystallize with newfound composure. What a thrill! This sensation surpassed even the exhilaration of pulling up a carrot. Gritting his teeth and widening his eyes in fury, the young Zhao Wang could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Kill!" The thunderous sound of hooves resonated like rolling thunder. Ahead, Mu Qing heard the young Zhao Wang's unrestrained shout and erupted into laughter. Pathetic, utterly devoid of strength, like a whimpering girl, he brandished his weapon, pointing it toward the barbarian stronghold. Cursing under his breath, he urged his steed forward. This battlefield veteran, attuned to the rhythms of combat, instinctively sprang into action, his horse galloping faster with renewed vigor. The people of Mu family village moved in unison, rallying behind Mu Qing as they shouted to collectively quicken their pace. The momentum significantly accelerated the speed of the entire vanguard formation. Young Zhao Wang thought to himself, "This is utterly crude. Damn Mu Qing, I will have my vengeance." Chapter 49. Penetrate their lines. The people of the Shul Tai tribe were taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Yin cavalry, especially as snow began to fall. However, their response was swift. As the thunder of galloping horses resounded, the patrolling barbarian cavalry sounded the alarm, causing the entire tribal camp to erupt in chaos. The patrol team of barbarians was the first to charge forward, striving to buy time for the tribe to assemble. Mu Qing, Mu Hu, and Mu Shi pressed forward with unwavering speed, heading directly towards the barbarian tribe. The accompanying elite guards swiftly readied their bows, unleashing a flurry of sharp arrows. The barbarians retaliated with their own projectiles. However, for the armored guards, these arrows posed little threat as long as they shielded their faces. The primary concern was to prevent the warhorses from being injured. As the elite guards surged forward with increasing velocity, an elusive, shimmering aura enveloped them. The arrows shot by the barbarian patrols seemed to lose much of their potency upon entering this ethereal veil, rendering them feeble and ineffective. The small band of barbarian cavalry, numbering no more than 10, could only rely on their speed to circumvent the formidable front of the elite guards' arrow formation. Mu Qingma wielded his blade with remarkable prowess, the tremendous force generated by his high-speed charge shattering the rudimentary gate into splinters as he surged directly into the barbarian tribe. This velocity, combined with the full armor of his elite troops, rendered any abrupt halt impossible once they commenced their gallop. Such formidable inertia became yet another weapon in the arsenal of the cavalry. Mu Qing, the arrowhead of this phalanx, can merely guide the team in a rudimentary manner. Everything in its path shall be trampled into dust beneath the iron hooves of this heavy cavalry. Mu Qing's scimitar cleared every obstacle in its path, be it human or otherwise. He was tasked with breaching any defenses before him, while the elite soldiers behind him were responsible for tearing open the breach completely. Meanwhile, the cavalry continuously drew their bows, launching attacks against any visible foes in the distance. The entire tribe was engulfed in chaos. Forget about those Han cavalry. Everyone mount up. Quickly, a robust man with disheveled hair shouted as he brandished his curved blade. He swiftly mounted his steed, rallying his warriors. He understood that the period following the charge of the heavy cavalry would be relatively safe, as their maneuvering required time. Mu Qing, accompanied by his loyal cavalry, resolutely penetrated the heart of the tribe, only to awaken the realization of his comrades upon breaching the palisade on the opposite side. The steed beneath him maintained its swift momentum, gracefully curving to redirect its path, charging once more towards the barbarian tribe. Had it not been for this indomitable spirit of the army, and had he not caught them off guard, Mu Qing would never have opted for a direct assault through the tribe. The advantage of cavalry lies in their unparalleled mobility, reminiscent of the Mongolian horsemen's tactical maneuvers. When approaching the enemy, they refrain from a headlong charge, instead encircling their formation and launching continuous volleys. Should the enemy advance, they retreat. When the enemy halts, they resume their barrage. Previously, during the skirmish at Saogu, a smaller tribe was annihilated by Luo Zheng employing such tactics. Alternatively, one might choose to flank or maneuver around, bypassing the enemy's main force to strike at their vulnerabilities, sowing chaos and severing their retreat. It can be said that each commander possesses a unique style. Mu Qing predominantly favors brute strength over cunning. His philosophy is straightforward. If he does not fell the enemy with a single strike, it is a testament to his inadequacy, compelling him to train harder. Upon ascending to the rank of deputy captain, he developed a penchant for the spearhead formation. During this period, his trained cavalry instinctively adopts the spearhead formation upon charging, emphasizing a strategy of the enemy exists, but I do not. However, this time, despite the chaos within the barbarian tribe, they managed to assemble a cavalry unit. Armed with curved sabers and whistling as they charged forth, they advanced towards Mu Qing and his men. Quickly, we must not allow them to breach our tribe. Warriors, behind us stand our women and children. Beneath us lies our land. Above us shines our sun. Let us revel in this moment. The burly warrior, wielding a curved saber, locked his gaze firmly upon Mu Qing. His arms crossed defiantly. Mu Qing merely held his broadsword, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the marauding cavalry charging towards him. He had never believed that they would dare to confront his phalanx head-on. The clash between their light cavalry and his now swift heavy cavalry would be unthinkable for anyone with a semblance of reason. As the distance between them diminished, the roar of the hulking warrior became increasingly distinct, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, clearly prepared to fight to the death. The enemy was also wagering on this encounter. Such a high-speed collision could shatter horses instantly. Should one survive, they would likely be trampled into a pulp beneath the chaos of hooves. He wagered that the opposition would not dare to gamble with their lives. Observing the armored figure wielding a unique weapon distinct from his peers, it was evident that he was a person of significance. Such a figure would surely not wish to perish in this manner on such a battlefield. He aimed to disrupt the opponent's momentum with his tactics. As they drew nearer, Mu Qing's countenance remained unchanged, save for the subtle elevation of his broadsword, poised to cleave both man and steed as they collided. Under his command, the soldiers of the personal guard raised their spears in readiness for the impending clash. The expression of the towering warrior grew increasingly menacing. Ultimately, when they were less than 50 paces apart, he adjusted his course, leading his forces to surge from the flank of Mu Qing's personal guard. As they passed each other, the personal guard unleashed a volley of arrows, including those from young Zhao Wang. What exhilaration! The thrill surged as he witnessed his arrow find its mark in the neck of a warhorse, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Young Zhao Wang could not contain a shout of joy. This sensation was vastly different from witnessing a servant being punished for their mistakes within the palace. An emotion, known as fervor, surged within him. The personal guard crashed fiercely into the barbarian horde, akin to a bulldozer plowing through the tribe, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Countless marauders fell before them. The hulking warrior's eyes blazed with fury. Where had these damned lunatics come from? They seemed utterly fearless. They were compelled to pursue on horseback, attempting to disrupt the charge of the personal guard with arrows. Yet, the increasingly palpable aura of their assault, combined with the weight of their armor, rendered them impervious to ordinary arrows. The barbarians evidently lacked the capacity to forge armor-piercing projectiles. Charge in. Engage them, he bellowed, urging his kin to strike while the personal guard was turning. With their numerical superiority, if they could slow the momentum of the heavy cavalry, they could overwhelm those 200 men with sheer numbers. The warrior's eyes burned with envy as he beheld the 200 suits of armor. If only he could seize those armors. Even if his tribe were to be decimated, he could stage a resurgence. Chapter 50. This is a god of death. It was not until the third plowing that the assault of the elite troops gradually began to wane. It was not that the horses had lost their vigor, but rather that the chaotic scene made it exceedingly difficult to advance. The ground was strewn with debris, and mangled corpses and collapsed tents were visible to the naked eye. As Mu Qing gradually reduced his speed, he steadied his warhorse. The outermost circle of the phalanx was already drenched in blood, with the hooves of all the steeds stained crimson. The horses continued to paw the ground, emitting visible puffs of steam with each snort. After 3 rounds of rapid charge, these steeds appeared invigorated, and even the soldiers on their backs were puzzled, sensing a remarkable surge in their old companion's strength. The barbarian cavalry, howling in madness, surged forward. They had descended into frenzy. They watched helplessly as their wives and children fell victim to spear thrusts, were trampled underfoot, and perished beneath the hooves of the warhorses. Unable to effectively halt the advance of the heavy cavalry, the arrows they shot were scattered by the fierce winds of the charge, and attempts to flank were futile. From the very beginning, the target of these heavy cavalrymen had been their tribe. It was only now that these warriors ceased their relentless pursuit. Mu Qing let out a cold laugh. They were unafraid of a swift charge, and even less so of close-quarters combat. He spurred his horse forward, leading the charge, with his comrades closely following. The initial rush had concluded, and now the contest turned to the raw strength of their hand-to-hand combat. The imposing leader of the group radiated a faint heat, his hair bristling with fury as he brandished 2 curved blades and galloped directly towards Mu Qing. In response, Mu Qing gripped his broadsword firmly, swinging it in a powerful downward arc. The clash of metal rang out as the 2 curved blades intersected, blocking the forceful strike. As they exchanged blows, the formidable warrior noticed a significant gash had appeared on his blades. He was filled with dread. What kind of power is this? Mu Qing turned his horse around and brandished his broadsword once more. He instinctively contemplated fleeing on horseback, but instead found himself face to face with Mu Hu. The flagpole wielded by Mu Hu struck him down from his steed, while Mu Qing's ruthless blade followed suit, cleaving him in twain from above. As this sanguinary spectacle unfolded before the young Zhao King, his countenance turned ashen. The sight of the blood-soaked Mu Qing stirred within him unsettling memories. The elite guards clashed with the remaining barbarian cavalry in a fierce melee, and Mu Qing's gaze fell upon the motionless young Zhao King, prompting a frown. Do not tell me you are so frightened that you wish to relieve yourself. The young Zhao King, regaining his composure, felt a flush of indignation rise to his cheeks. Nonsense. This king has charged thrice and dispatched no fewer than 10 barbarians. Mu Qing turned his horse around, not bothering to look back as he remarked. You primarily slay those who are defenseless. Let a true man attempt to take down a couple of barbarian cavalry. With that, Mu Qing brandished his blade and charged forward, swiftly dispatching both horse and rider. Observing Mu Qing's disdain for him, the young Zhao King felt his face flush with anger. Damn Mu Qing, I shall surely bring you down. He seethed, gritting his teeth. I shall go. Do you truly believe I have been idle during this time? With that, he raised his spear and plunged it into the lower back of a barbarian cavalryman who was engaged in combat with his guards. Beside him, Luo Zheng felt a sense of helplessness. Mu Qing certainly knew how to provoke the young Zhao King's emotions. The moment he felt the spear pierce flesh, and witnessed the barbarian's startled expression as he turned, only to be struck down by his guard's blade. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, rendering the young Zhao King's body rigid. He was caught off guard, failing to react to an arrow that came from another direction. Luo Zheng swiftly deflected it with his spear, casting a disdainful glance at the archer among the barbarians. Cunning rogue, he muttered, deftly drawing his longbow, nocking an arrow, and releasing it with precision. Zhao King, you must focus. This is the battlefield. Luo Zheng shouted, while the young Zhao King retched in response. Mu Qing passed by, scoffing. The dish is as bland as chicken. He then swiftly cleaved another barbarian in half with his blade, departing gracefully with Mu Hu. Mu Hu turned his head slightly, his foreign blade still adorned with a grotesque head. Qing Gu'er remarked that you fight like a chicken. After expelling his earlier nausea, the young Zhao Wang observed the relentless advance of Mu Qing and Mu Hu, his discomfort dissipating. Damn Mu Qing. Luo Zheng felt helpless. Long-range shooting and close-quarter combat were entirely different matters, especially since the pampered young Zhao Wang had been splattered with blood. It was commendable that he could perform as well as he did. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that Mu Qing had his own training regimen. At least the young Zhao Wang's growth was astonishingly rapid, now furiously wielding a spear against other barbarian cavalry. The battlefield presented an overwhelmingly one-sided situation. The barbarian warriors, cloaked in sheepskin, stood little chance against the rigorously trained and fully armed elite troops. Their curved sabers could not penetrate the soldiers' armor, while the elite's spears and sabers drew blood with every strike. Particularly when the elite fought in unison, they resembled human tanks, facing the curved blades without flinching, exchanging life for life. Meanwhile, Mu Qing was completely engrossed in the slaughter. Each strike represented his acquisition of perseverance. This rare opportunity for hunting elevated his spirits. His strength was immense, leaving the old Taoist and the monk, watching from a distance, utterly astonished. Wherever his blade swept, no barbarian could withstand it. Even the one who managed to block 2 strikes was cleaved in half due to his inadequate weapon. The ground was littered with bisected corpses, remnants, blood, and entrails, casting him as a deity of death. Unmeasured celestial sovereign, the old Taoist mused, now possessing a visceral understanding of the term slaughterer. The general's strength seemed beyond what one would expect at his age. The old Taoist was indeed taken aback. Such ferocity, Amit Ba. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. The monk, his face etched with anguish, observed the carnage. All beings suffer. Why must they slaughter one another? The old Taoist sighed, maneuvering his horse to the side, mumbling under his breath, unable to restrain himself from uttering a phrase he had recently learned, fool. He suddenly realized that no term could rival the representational purity of these 2 syllables. Other words like simpleton or idiot, when prefixed with a diminutive, seemed somewhat trivial. But this word, regardless of any additions, retained its potency. Its specificity was unparalleled. The lethal prowess of Mu Qing and the valor of the elite guard rendered the elder Taoist's intentions to intervene superfluous. In less than half an hour, this cadre of blood-red cavalry had already taken their position within the tribe, casting their gaze upon the remaining savages. Mu Qing meticulously polished his unfamiliar blade, observing the trembling essence before him with a frigid expression. Chapter 51. I am not a gentleman. Is double standards not quite normal? The remaining crowd consisted primarily of the elderly, women, and children, all of whom gazed anxiously at the fierce and menacing cavalry. Qinggur, the tally is nearly complete. Mu Shi rode his horse to Mu Qing's side. In this battle, we have slain over 300 barbarian cavalry, thoroughly dismantling the barbarian tribe, leaving more than 800 of them remaining on the plains. His tone then grew somber. 3 of our men perished in battle, one of whom was a fellow townsman from the Mu family. Mu Qing's face, smeared with blood, twitched slightly. The blood that had dried on his face due to the cold weather rendered his expression somewhat rigid. Who among them had fallen in battle? Mu Shi sighed. It is the 3rd son of Uncle Cheng's family, Mu Qing, Mu Tai. He was dragged out of formation by 5 barbarians, who pulled him off his horse and pinned him to the ground, mercilessly mutilating his face with a curved blade. Upon hearing Mu Shi's words, Mu Qing fell silent for a moment. We must carry our brother's remains. We cannot allow them to be abandoned on the prairie, lost, and without a home. Mu Shi nodded gently and turned to make the necessary arrangements. Mu Qing gestured grandly, instructing everyone to take a moment to rest, warm themselves, and partake in sustenance. The tents that had collapsed could be easily tidied up and reused, yet no one bothered. Instead, they were set ablaze, providing even greater warmth. The roasted lamb within the tents had now become the sustenance for the elite troops. Despite having endured the rigors of battle, some of the provisions had become disheveled and unsightly. However, the soldiers of the elite camp remained indifferent to such trivialities. Even during their meals, they maintained a watchful eye, wary of the potential onslaught from the barbaric foes. The women of the barbarians could also fight, yet in comparison to the fully armed elite troops, they appeared as feeble as chickens. Mu Hu was also allocated a leg of lamb, which he was currently gnawing on with relish. Little Zhao Wang leaned closer to Mu Qing, proclaiming, in this battle, I have not counted those defenseless savages. I have slain a total of 3 barbarian cavalrymen. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? A hint of pride laced his tone. Mu Qing nodded in agreement. As a novice stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, your performance has been commendable, even verging on exceptional. Young Zhao Wang scoffed. Humph. I knew you would mock me, cursed Mu Qing. I shall definitely, huh? Young Zhao Wang gazed at Mu Qing in astonishment. I had anticipated you would criticize me as you did before, belittling my efforts, stating that my performance is utterly insignificant, inferior even to the mere remnants of your own accomplishments. Mu Qing slowly shook his head, stating, if your performance is indeed lacking, I shall show no mercy. Being lenient during training would only serve to harm you. However, should you truly excel, I will certainly offer my commendation. After saying this, he gently patted Xiao Zhaowang's shoulder, encouraging him to strive diligently for the day he can stand alone. Xiao Zhaowang found himself momentarily bewildered by Mu Qing's unexpected praise. But we have just achieved a resounding victory, having slain over 300 barbarian cavalry and countless others, with only 3 casualties on our side. Why does your demeanor seem so unenthusiastic? As Mu Qing prepared to leave, he turned back and said, it is because my kin have perished, they were my relatives. Furthermore, 2 soldiers from the Royal Guard have also lost their lives, both seasoned veterans who shared daily training and meals with you. Xiao Zhaowang nodded in understanding. Indeed, but war inherently entails loss, especially when the enemy suffers even greater casualties. Mu Qing fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Perhaps this is the distinction between you and me. You are a prince, focused on the gains and losses, the victories of the battlefield. Yet, I am indifferent to how many barbarians perish. My concern lies solely with the number of my comrades who have fallen in battle. I yearn for a scenario where not a single life is lost. Yet we still conquer this barbaric tribe. Young Prince Zhao scratched his head, remarking, your perspective, it feels somewhat hypocritical and rather apparent. Does it not? Mu Qing suddenly chuckled. I have always been a person of double standards. I have never touted myself as a gentleman. I hope that in your eyes, there exists more than just the grand generals. A competent ruler must not only be able to perceive the upper echelons, but also grasp the conditions of the lower tiers. The most crucial figures on the battlefield are not merely the commanding generals, but every single soldier that comprises the army. He patted the shoulder of the young prince, Zhao, once more. The future of the Yin state may rest upon your shoulders. Strive diligently. The young prince Zhao blinked. But I have been making an effort. What about you? You must exert yourself as well, right? Mu Qing decisively shook his head and remarked, consider your father carefully. Is he not constantly occupied, living life in a whirlwind? That shall be your future. My path, however, diverges from yours. As a warrior, I seek only the exhilaration of vanquishing my foes without the burden of excessive moral considerations. I have no desire to complicate my existence with unnecessary responsibilities. It is exhausting. Instead, relish the unrestrained joy of the present moment. Mu Qing turned to leave. Young Zhaowang. The insights he shared regarding the cryptocurrency were indeed profound, leaving one perplexed about the desire for imperial power. Cursed Mu Qing, you have disturbed my resolve. I shall eventually bring you to justice. The young Zhaowang savagely tore into the mutton leg he held. Initially, he had intended to offer it to you, but now it seems, humph, not even the dog shall have a taste. With that, he took another fierce bite. Behind him, Luo Zhong, having found amusement in the serious exchange between the two, felt it was refreshing to hear Mu Qing finally articulate the sentiments befitting a scholar. However, upon hearing the latter comments, he was left utterly speechless. Reflecting on young Zhaowang's words, I pondered, he hardly spends time with Mu Hu. Even if elevated to the throne, would he not drool in foolishness? Luo Zheng was at a loss. He had an inkling that having Mu Qing mentor young Zhaowang was rather dubious, yet he possessed no evidence. All the barbarians awaited their reckoning, and the old Taoist and monk felt the same. Bald donkey, what do you think this general intends to do with these barbaric nomads? The monk gestured. You can see for yourself. Mu Qing had already approached the gathered crowd of old and young, men and women, with a blade in hand. Could it be that he intended to slay them all? The old Taoist's expression changed. Surely not, for had they not already emerged victorious? The monk, hands clasped in prayer, murmured, Amitabha, the bloodlust of this benefactor is truly overwhelming. In a swift motion, Mu Qing struck down an elderly barbarian, reaping a reward for his toil. Xiao Zhaowang stood in shock. Mu Qing, what are you doing? Mu Qing, with a stoic expression, remarked, do not tell me you are feeling pity again. At the outset of the charge, your voice was the loudest. Yet they are entirely devoid of the capacity to resist now. What purpose does it serve to slay them? Young Zhaowang found himself perplexed. Mu Qing, amidst the terror-stricken gazes of the barbarians, seized an elderly savage and mercilessly crushed his neck, thus acquiring yet another essence. Before one next indulges in feelings of compassion, It would be prudent to visit the villages surrounding the border and inquire of the villagers who have long endured the brutality of these marauders about the actions of the savages upon invading their homes. He cast a glance around, pointing at a disheveled woman within the barbarian throng. You, step forth. The surrounding barbarians, filled with dread, hastily parted to create a passage, even shoving the woman toward Mu Qing's blood-soaked blade. Mu Qing lowered his gaze to the woman sprawled on the ground and gradually knelt beside her. A subject of the Yin state? The woman, in a daze, lifted her head to meet Mu Qing's gaze and slowly nodded. What is your name? When will you return? Chapter 52. When will you return? Given that she is from the Yin state, why is she mingling with these barbarians? Young Prince Zhao furrowed his brows, looking at the woman with evident disdain. Mu Qing turned her head and coldly remarked, learning to remain silent as a listener in the face of ignorance is far superior to barking like a fool. Upon seeing Mu Qing's stern expression, Xiao Wang immediately fell silent. Damn Mu Qing. The woman emitted a hollow laugh. At the age of 13, I was abducted by barbarians, my village was burned down, and our food was seized. My younger brother, who was just 7, was dragged to death by their horses, appearing on their table that very night, labeled as tender. My parents were shot dead on the spot, and all the men in the village were slaughtered. The women with even a hint of beauty were taken to the grasslands, leaving me as the sole survivor all these years, beaten and bloody to the point of infertility. Have you ever witnessed the scene of someone bleeding to death? Have you ever seen a swollen belly being cut open while still alive? You ask me why I associate with barbarians? Damn you. The woman fixed Xiao Wang with a vacant stare, her tone laced with scorn. Xiao Wang's face turned pale as his mind began to conjure these horrifying images. The chilling scenes made him tremble involuntarily. Is this how the barbarians treat us, the people of Yin? These words struck Xiao Wang's worldview like a heavy hammer, piercing his heart like a sharp sword. As a border soldier, do you not know? The woman slowly rose and retorted. Mu Qing silently removed his cloak and draped it over the woman. I am sorry, we have arrived late. The woman gently shook her head. No, you need not apologize. I have never harbored resentment towards the border troops. These beasts are omnipresent, and how could I not recognize the efforts of the soldiers? The name I chose, When Will I Return, merely reflects my longing to return to my homeland before I meet my end. The face of the young Zhao King was pale with a hint of crimson, and he felt a sense of shame for his earlier words as he observed Mu Qing's actions. Mu Qing calmly stated, thus, I assert that it is not a folly to remain silent and listen when one lacks a comprehensive understanding of the intricacies of a matter. What you perceive is not always the truth. You may feel sympathy for those frail and vulnerable individuals, yet who mourns for the unfortunate citizens of Yin who have met their tragic fate? Set aside your misplaced compassion. Those who are not of our kin harbor different intentions. Mu Qing cast a sidelong glance at the young Zhao Wang and chose not to continue his admonishment. What could a boy, raised in the lap of luxury in this capital, possibly understand about the sufferings of the world? Yet, fortunately, he appeared somewhat receptive, capable of heeding counsel, which suggested there was still hope for him. Gradual improvement would suffice. The woman, named Wei Shigui, was taken away, destined to join the procession back to the territory of Yin. However, her future circumstances may not bode well. Mu Qing could discern no yearning for life in her eyes. She feared that returning to her hometown would coincide with her own demise. The prince, with a heart of stone, declared, let me take charge. Young Zhao Wang unsheathed his saber and strode toward the barbaric foes. So, you dare to torment and slay the subjects of Yin? Today, I shall demonstrate how to slay 10 with a single step. Yet, after barely 2 strides, he was abruptly yanked back by Mu Qing, who seized him by the neck. That is a 10-step kill. Go dine elsewhere. You need not intervene. Taken aback by Mu Qing's formidable strength, Zhao Wang stared at her in astonishment. Damn it, Mu Qing. Must you even seize this moment? He fumed internally. The monk gently nudged the old Taoist, whispering, it is your turn to act. The old Taoist blinked me. I fear the general will not permit it. He seems eager to take matters into his own hands, and I doubt I could fell many. The monk replied, I merely meant for you to intervene and restrain this individual. The old Taoist turned his head, speechless. Why don't you go instead? The monk clasped his hands in prayer. Amitabha, the Buddha declared, if you do not descend into hell, who shall? The old Taoist retorted, I would gladly send you there. One day your Buddha will bestow upon you a swollen visage. Had it not been for the words of the woman earlier, the monk might have dared to speak up. Yet now, Even the young boy could not suppress his urge to draw his blade. In such a dire situation, who would dare to intervene? Did they truly believe that the 200 heavy cavalry were merely ornamental? They then beheld Mu Qing, swift and merciless, delivering death with each strike. The slain piled high, their blood forming a small river. The atmosphere was thick with fury. The remaining barbarians writhed, howled, and resisted, ultimately succumbing to death. Young Zhao Wang gazed upon the ever-growing mountain of corpses, his expression transforming from initial rage to shock, and finally to sheer terror. He observed Mu Qing, unwavering in her relentless assault, and dread filled his eyes. Why did she exhibit no signs of emotional fluctuation? What manner of being was she? Even Luo Zheng found the scene somewhat unbelievable. It was one thing to decimate 200 foes. A few charges or volleys could suffice. However, witnessing her personally execute each enemy, he had never encountered such ferocity. The last time at Caogu, he had single-handedly slain over 100, which had been astonishing enough. Yet now it appeared she intended to eliminate every last one of them. Mu Qing's armor had long been completely stained crimson, with blood cascading down its surface, leaving him drenched. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from slaughtering all of the barbarians. He spared over 100 young women among them, instructing these terrified souls to herd the cattle, sheep, and horses. Let us tidy up briefly and return to the camp. Mu Qing stepped outside, using the snow on the ground to cleanse the blood from his body. Sixth uncle, you and the troops should return first. Ahu and I will follow shortly. Mu Qing instructed Mu Shi to lead the team back. Thousands of cattle and sheep were driven out from various enclosures, spreading towards their original direction under the guidance of the barbarian women. This would sustain the border troops for some time. Such was the nature of foraging, seizing the resources of others to nourish oneself. In winter, this was easier. However, in summer, these barbarians frequently relocated their dwellings and roamed for grazing, making it considerably more challenging to forage and susceptible to encirclement by larger groups of barbarians. Observing the eager expressions of the rough men in the personal guard, Mu Qing cautioned as he departed, let them drive the sheep back first. Why the urgency in this frigid weather? Are you not concerned about freezing your bodies? It would be impolite not to reciprocate. My decision to keep these barbarian women is not out of benevolence, but rather a matter of utilizing resources efficiently. As for their willingness, did their men ever inquire if the women of Yin were agreeable? The enmity that has persisted through the ages cannot be easily dissolved. Chapter 53. Synthesis. The six-star prairie and the curved blade, even the enigmatic old Taoist dared not utter another word. The monk refrained from suggesting that Mu Qing put down his weapon and attain enlightenment. They were genuinely concerned that this god of slaughter might, in a fit of displeasure, unleash his heavy cavalry upon them in a fierce charge. Together, they would have no chance of escape. Now, even without Mu Qing commanding them to leave, they were too apprehensive to detach from the ranks, following obediently behind the procession. There was no remedy. The mountain of corpses left in one man's wake was a deterrent unlike any other. Mu Qing presented to them a vivid illustration of the adage, one may smile merrily in times of peace, yet be drenched in blood when battle commences. Even the usually spirited Prince Zhao adopted a more subdued demeanor. He recalled his earlier heated exchanges with Mu Qing, reflecting that his very existence hinged upon the favor of his uncle, a member of the D Rong. Otherwise, his princely status might prove quite ineffectual in this realm. Once all had departed, Mu Qing commenced a meticulous assessment of his recent gains. As Mu Hu gnawed on a leg of lamb, he kept watch. In total, they had slain 963 individuals from the barbarian tribe, nearly half of its total population. The remainder had either perished in the wake of 3 charges or met their end at the hands of other soldiers in the personal guard. This meant that Mu Qing had amassed 963 units of perseverance. He simultaneously engaged in killing and synthesizing to conserve his vitality. Otherwise, the strain of synthesizing such a quantity would be too great for him to bear. This time, he chose to synthesize the essence of humanity into a 3-star unyielding spirit. In truth, the entries he possessed could potentially be synthesized up to 5 stars, yet that was unnecessary. His current objective was clear, to fill the 3-star unyielding spirit of every individual from his hometown to its fullest. The battlefield is not a solitary endeavor. Individual strength is futile. His aim was to empower those kin who believed in him, rather than to shine alone. To synthesize one 3-star unyielding essence, 9 1-star perseverance units were required. He synthesized 107 3-star unyielding spirits from the essence at hand. coupled with the 20 he had previously possessed. He achieved a complete 100 layers of 3-star unyielding spirit. Even after this, he had 27 remaining, which he promptly gave to his foolish brother, Muhu. With this addition, Muhu, along with his previous one, now possessed 28 layers of the 3-star unyielding spirit. At that moment, Muhu, who was busily munching on the lamb's trotters, suddenly stiffened, his body swaying before he collapsed to the ground. Mu Qing was even more wretched than he, as he pushed himself to the limit, reaching a staggering 100 layers of the 3-star unyielding. The force that surged through his body nearly rendered him unconscious, and an instinctive realization washed over him. He had been reckless. Damn it, they should have separated to enhance their strength. Having a brute appear at such a moment was akin to a swift execution. As this thought flickered through his mind, an overwhelming sensation of tingling numbness enveloped him entirely. To be frank, he felt the urge to relieve himself. Fortunately, his formidable willpower prevented him from soiling his pants. When he gradually regained his senses, he found Mu, who still rolling on the ground, his face flushed from the strain, incessantly pounding his chest. Mu Qing barely had time to contemplate the situation before he tumbled from his horse, resolutely suppressing his discomfort as he lifted Mu Hu from behind to perform the Heimlich maneuver. After several vigorous thrusts, a mouthful of meat was expelled, allowing Mu Hu to gasp for breath. Goodness gracious! Once he regained his composure, Mu Hu, still shaken, gazed at the leg of lamb he clutched, unwilling to part with it. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to take small bites. Mu Qing, I nearly lost my foolish brother due to this enhancement. It seems I must exercise caution with enhancements in the future. I must admit, the resilience of the fully upgraded 3-star Indomitable is entirely incomparable to the strength of the fully leveled Ant King. Mu Qing can feel the surging power coursing through him. It is not merely strength, it is the augmented force that accompanies an overall enhancement of his physical constitution. With closed eyes, he seems to hear the robust beating of his heart. This sensation is one of immense strength, yet the cost. Gazing at the mountain of barbarian corpses, the truth is that the price is substantial. At this moment, should a righteous hero, devoted to the welfare of all humanity, behold him, he would undoubtedly draw his sword and seek to eliminate him without hesitation. However, Mu Qing does not require any psychological justification. Even if he had spared these individuals, having taken their cattle and sheep, they would have met their demise in such harsh conditions. Moreover, whether he slaughters them alone or with others, there appears to be little distinction. He shows no mercy even to the Han bandits of Yin State. How much less so to these barbarians? Were the roles reversed, and if it were a Han village under siege, the scene would undoubtedly be no better, and Mu Qing would wager on that. After experiencing the full potential of the 3-star Indomitable, he chooses to continue synthesizing. 3-star Indomitable transforms into 4-star Steadfast. The fully realized 3-star instantly morphs into 33 layers of 4-star Steadfast, with the extra layer of 3-star essence spilling out from Mu Qing's core. Yet, the 4-star is not the conclusion. He opts for synthesis once more. 4-star Steadfast evolves into 5-star Impregnable, significantly enhancing physical attributes, accelerating health recovery, and bolstering foundational resilience. Impregnable comprise a total of 11 layers of 5-star Impregnable. Mu Qing rolled his eyes and collapsed once more. However, he had previously informed Mu Hu, so his distress was minimal. After a considerable time, he rose to examine the trousers beneath his armor. He could not discern whether the stains were from fresh blood or urine. The essence of the 5-star people indeed bore remarkable enhancements. Clad in this armor, which weighed less than 30 pounds, he felt remarkably unburdened, able to wield a foreign blade effortlessly for any slashing motion. Coupled with the ferocity of the 4-star sheep, the abundant vitality coursing through him made him oblivious to the chill outside. After taking stock of his condition, he resumed his endeavors. The over 300 barbarian cavalrymen wielding curved sabers were not to be wasted. He sought to forge superior weapons from them. As he grasped a curved saber belonging to a barbarian soldier, Mu Qing immediately sensed its inferior quality. Indeed, considering the barbarians' meager metallurgical skills, expecting them to produce fine weaponry was sheer folly. When 3 curved sabers were held together, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they fused into one. Grassland curved saber, slight flaw. This new blade was considerably improved and notably sharper than its predecessors. Mu Qing, after merging twice more, chose to combine the 3 blades. The grassland saber, of good quality, was synthesized from 9 sabers, resulting in a 3-star grassland saber. However, when comparing its quality to the meticulously crafted saber made by the frontier craftsman, it is equally impressive. Mu Qing remained undeterred. There were still numerous curved blades on the battlefield, and he was eager to witness the final outcome. After once again consuming 18 curved blades to forge 2 3-star quality ones, Mu Qing continued his synthesis. The prairie curved blade, premium, required the sacrifice of 27 inferior curved blades to create a singular masterpiece. This blade finally manifested a distinct essence. Although it retained the characteristic shape of a curved blade, it emanated a chilling brilliance, and the curvature of the blade had been refined to better accommodate mounted slashing. The grip was also meticulously crafted, providing a comfortable hold without any awkwardness when grasped with one hand. Thus, this was the remarkable effect of the 4-star prairie curved blade. Mu Qing remained undeterred, continuing his quest to gather curved blades for synthesis. The next phase would require considerable effort, as the quantity needed for further synthesis was substantial. He resolved to first amass all the curved blades into a single pile before embarking on the synthesis process. To create a 5-star weapon, he required 81 blades, which consumed a fair amount of time. The prairie curved blade, exquisite, was longer than its predecessors, and its blade was said to be capable of severing hair with ease. An understatement for this weapon. Sensing that he had yet to reach his limit, Mu Qing persisted in his synthesis endeavors. He reduced the pile of blades, combining 3 at a time until only a few remained. This was the reason for Mu Hu's absence. He was indifferent to such matters. After expending 243 blades, Mu Qing finally synthesized his first 6-star weapon, the prairie curved blade, ultimate. This blade seemed to slice through the air soundlessly, and gripping it felt as though it was an extension of his arm. Gazing at the elegantly curved edge, Mu Qing could only marvel at its unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 54. Continuing to refine and enhance. The remaining blades were not wasted. With fewer than 150 left, Mu Qing decided against retaining them. He synthesized 5 exquisite 4-star prairie curved blades. Wrapping them in the bloodied pelts left by the barbarians, he set off with Mu Hu towards the main troop. This massacre resulted in the total annihilation of a barbarian tribe of less than 2,000, yielding Mu Qing 11 5-star essences and a 6-star prairie curved blade. He felt a significant enhancement in his strength, believing that if given another chance, the barbarian chief would not withstand his full-powered strike with the unfamiliar blade. Surely, he would cleave both the weapon and its wielder in two. The journey back was lengthy, now accompanied by over 100 captured barbarian women and a flock of over 10,000 sheep, further slowing their pace. To ensure the safety of the party, Mu Qing dispatched scouts along the route for vigilance. That night, they sought refuge behind a small hill to shield themselves from the wind. As snowflakes began to drift down from the sky once more, aside from the rotating sentinels on guard, everyone huddled together for warmth by the fire. Mu Qing, too, was not idle. During his leisure time, he took the opportunity to organize the essence of Mu Hu's work. Mu Hu adorned himself with 28 essences of the 3-star human spirit, unwavering in his resolve. Mu Qing synthesized these into 9 4-star essences of indomitable spirit, and subsequently amalgamated them into a single 5-star essence of unyielding resilience. In addition, with the remaining 3-star essence he had saved, Mu Qing now possessed 2 3-star essences of the human spirit. He chose to bestow one upon Mu Shi. The surplus essence, of little use to him personally, was better transformed into tangible strength for his kin. Even in the evening, he remained diligent, continuously cultivating within his body along the path of the sun's trajectory. He could feel a surge of warmth persistently boiling at his dantian, nourishing and enhancing his physique like the gentle, silent caress of spring rain. Mu Shi was also immersed in his cultivation, stimulated by the presence of the young Zhao Wang, who was likewise engaged in his practice. Meanwhile, Luo Zheng dutifully sat cross-legged behind them, devoted to his own training. Mu Hu lay sprawled beside the fire, soundly asleep, occasionally smacking his lips. Almost the entire guard camp was engaged in their pre-sleep training, save for a few lads from Mu's hometown. They observed the barbarian women, huddled together with the sheep. Stirring restlessly, a few of them gathered around Mu Qing and quietly inquired, "Brother Qing, since we have nothing to do at the moment, do you think we might?" He gestured towards the barbarian women. Mu Qing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed intently upon the group of young men, instilling a chilling sense of dread within them. The lifeless body of the third boy lay nearby, and instead of seizing the opportunity to diligently cultivate their skills during this respite, they remained preoccupied with the trivial matters of flesh and blood. Have I ever treated you unfairly when given the chance? The young men shrank back, muttering, "We are also seeking vengeance for the third boy." Mu Qing glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Is it not permissible to wait until we return to the camp and ensure our safety before discussing this? Must we address it at this moment? We bear the significant responsibility of transporting provisions for the winter back to the camp. Can we not aspire for a bit of success? Without rules, there can be no order. I have spoken. In the future, while I may refrain from voicing my grievances, you must all suppress those petty thoughts of yours. Otherwise, do not blame me for enforcing military and familial laws with equal severity." Mu Qing spoke with great severity. He fully understood the fervent desires of these young men, yet he emphasized the importance of timing. The paramount task at hand was to return the entire flock to the camp. Otherwise, the previous 1,000-odd cattle and sheep would not suffice for long. The young men swallowed hard, their faces flushed with shame as they glanced at others who were diligently practicing. "Please don't be angry, Qinggu," they implored. "We were merely inquiring. We will return to our training now. Anger is detrimental to one's health." With that, they retreated, heads hung low. Mu Qing gazed thoughtfully at the retreating figures of the young men. He realized that he needed to devise a similar approach, one that would not only institutionalize the regulations, but also liberate these individuals from their perpetual confinement. While this method may pose no challenge to the barbarian tribes, Mu Qing did not envision himself remaining in the border army indefinitely. Once he had assimilated and fully refined all the invaluable experiences available to him within the ranks, he would inevitably lead his kin to new horizons. The path of enhancement must not falter, which implies that the cycle of violence must persist. Mu Qing had already steeled himself for this reality. As dawn broke, the group extinguished their campfire and resumed their journey. It was now Mu Qing's turn to lead the patrol. The personal guard was required to take turns on watch from a distance. He could not exploit his position as a deputy captain to claim privileges. Although he could, he chose not to. After all, he was merely a deputy captain commanding 200 men, not a major leading 2,000. There was no need for pretense. Mu Hu followed closely beside him. Apart from himself, Mu Hu paid no heed to the commands of others. Only under the explicit instructions of Mu Qing could General Di Rong manage to exert any influence over Mu Hu. Even when the orders of Mu Qing and Di Rong conflicted, Mu Hu would unwaveringly choose to obey his elder brother. Although such behavior was deemed improper and somewhat taboo, Di Rong remained indifferent. He found it futile to concern himself with a fool and even regarded his time spent with Mu Hu as rather relaxed. At that moment, he walked beside Mu Qing and lamented, "Brother Qing, this blade feels too light." Mu Qing could sense that this weapon no longer suited his current strength. Upon returning, "I shall discuss with the Grand General to see if we might have the armory forge a heavier weapon for us. However, it must not be excessively heavy, lest our steeds be unable to bear it." Mu Qing has begun contemplating the complete replacement of the foreign blades for the people of Mu's hometown. He is eager to explore whether it is more advantageous to forge superior blades anew, or to create a batch of inferior ones that can be synthesized into something better. The cost of such weapons tends to be elevated, with quality directly correlating to price. Should it prove simpler to forge ready-made weapons, that would indeed be the preferable option. He also harbors his own ideas on how to generate funds. Is it possible to transcribe the Zhu Ri technique himself? Although the foundational skill of Ji Fengjin reaches its zenith upon mastering Zhu Ri, it remains a 5-star technique, quite commendable in the broader context. And selling it for silver should pose no challenge. He does not fear selling it. After all, for him and the people of Mu's hometown, the technique serves merely as an auxiliary tool. Relying on the technique for gradual accumulation is impractical. They must depend on the essence of the hanging treasures. Just then, a streak of black light shot towards Mu Qing. Chapter 55. The old silver coin and the arrow shooting hand. By virtue of the 4-star essence of the sheep, he gained an additional measure of potential to burst forth in dire circumstances. Instinctively, he reclined on the horse's back, narrowly evading an arrow that aimed directly for his chest. Even while lying on the horse, Mu Qing could feel the chilling aura emanating from the swift arrow. The warhorse seemed to sense the urgency, rearing its hooves, while Mu Qing tightened his grip on the reins and, with a surge of strength, rose to gaze in the direction from whence the arrow had come. A figure, swathed in withered yellow grass and white cloth, sprinted down the distant hillock. Mu Qing, filled with lingering fear, urged his horse alongside Mu Hu, both drawing their bows and galloping towards that direction. The location was approximately 300 paces away, a distance they intended to traverse. However, upon their swift approach, they beheld a figure that had already fled on horseback, having descended the slope while they ascended, thus gaining an advantage in speed. Let us pursue him with fervor. Mu Hu's eyes widened as he prepared to charge forward on horseback. But he was halted by Mu Qing's outstretched hand. There is no need. We cannot catch up. We are heavily armored cavalry, while their steeds undoubtedly possess a lighter gait, allowing them to outpace us in a straight sprint. Mu Qing squinted his eyes, reflecting on the arrow that had just grazed him. Indeed, he had momentarily lost focus while contemplating the acquisition of wealth and weaponry. Nevertheless, the attack he had just endured was undeniably perilous. The precision and force of the shot, delivered from a distance of over 200 paces, indicated that both the assailant's strength and the bow in their possession were of extraordinary caliber. "Ah, you have shot an arrow at me. I intend to slay 10 barbarians in return. Seems fair, does it not?" Mu Qing, with both hands raised, bellowed like a resounding bell. "I shall tell them this is all you're doing." At that moment, the other party had already dashed away several hundred paces. Upon faintly hearing Mu Qing's call, they paused and turned their horses back. Even on the vast grassland, a solitary figure standing 500 paces away appeared merely as a tiny black, rendering it impossible for either side to discern the other's expression. Mu Qing let out a cold laugh, observing as the other party gradually retreated into the depths of the grassland. Their strength may be commendable, yet they are also capable of engaging in such petty and unscrupulous acts. Mu Qing watched as the figure gradually faded away before he slowly departed from the small hill to continue his patrol. Following this incident, Mu Qing heightened his vigilance, wary of the potential emergence of a lurking threat. Upon returning to the main force, he recounted the event to Luo Zheng. Having spent only a brief time on the grasslands, with merely 2 forays into the valley, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to Luo Zheng and the others, who had been on the plains for a considerable duration. "The person you mentioned must be an archer from the barbarian tribe," Luo Zheng deduced instantly upon hearing Mu Qing's account, recognizing the identity of the assailant. An archer? The first figure that flashed through Mu Qing's mind was that of Guo Jing from the world of martial arts novels, effortlessly drawing a bow to shoot down a great eagle. Indeed, the warriors recognized across the grasslands from various tribes are referred to as Tuk, and the archers, known as the eagle shooters, are meticulously selected and trained from among them. Their archery skills are extraordinarily refined, complemented by formidable physiques that enable them to draw powerful bows. Their sheer strength and keen eyesight make them an essential component of the elite combat forces. Many of our most elite warriors or officers have met their demise at the hands of these eagle shooters, who were tasked with assassination, reconnaissance, and surprise attacks. To encounter an eagle shooter and emerge unscathed is indeed a remarkable testament to your swift advancement and strength. I have faced one myself. An arrow pierced my armor, and had it not been for the heart-protecting mirror gifted to me by my mother, I would likely have met a tragic end. Luo Zheng regarded Mu Qing with a look of disbelief. For just a few months prior, he had only been a novice soldier with a mere display of strength under his tutelage. Mu Qing smiled and remarked, "It was merely luck. I happened to bend down at the right moment, and the arrow missed its mark. Otherwise, I would have been unable to evade it, as its speed was exceedingly swift." Were it the young Zhao Wang speaking, Mu Qing would undoubtedly have quipped, "That is simply because you lack skill." This was due to his role as a trainer to the young Zhao Wang, necessitating a certain distance in their rapport. However, in relation to Luo Zheng, as comrades and brothers in arms, there was no need to utter such provocations that might incite animosity. Subsequently, the personal guard camp heightened its vigilance, and following the probing of that marksman, no similar incidents occurred thereafter. Mu Qing surmised that the other party was merely probing the depths of the royal guard. However, being targeted by the eagle shooting hands without realizing it left him feeling somewhat uneasy. The practice of cultivation not only enhances one's physical prowess, but also augments proficiency in archery. Nevertheless, the duration of training undertaken by the others has been insufficient to fully realize its benefits. Mu Qing began to ponder which creature possessed the ability to shoot with a certain degree of accuracy. He had previously observed a species of fish capable of shooting underwater, even calculating the refraction of light to account for the distortion of water columns, allowing it to strike insects perched on branches. Documentaries had claimed that it could achieve a perfect hit rate at a distance of 1 5 meters, with maximum ranges reaching up to 3 meters, and occasionally even 4. For a small fish wielding a water gun, this was indeed quite extraordinary. However, he wondered if such a fish existed in this world. The elite cavalry returned triumphantly to the border army's main camp. The sentinels had long since spotted the massive herd and reported it to the general. Although this haul was not the greatest bounty the border army had ever collected in its battles against the barbarians, it was remarkable that only 200 men from the elite cavalry had been deployed, while the main force remained entirely inactive. Before entering the camp, they noticed Wang Nuer, resembling a stone waiting for her husband, standing guard at the entrance. Upon confirming the safety of the young Zhao Wang in the procession, she sighed in relief and hurriedly approached. "Your Highness, oh my dear prince, truly the heavens have protected you. You must take care of yourself. What would become of this old servant if anything were to happen to you?" The young Zhao Wang's armor was stained with blood, and his face bore the marks of hardship. He thought to himself, "What divine protection! This triumph is solely attributed to my elite cavalry's unparalleled prowess. I fought valiantly, disregarding my own life. What do the heavens have to do with this?" Saying this, the young Zhao Wang cast a somewhat guilty glance at Mu Qing ahead. Seeing that Mu Qing did not challenge his words, he straightened his posture. "Let me tell you, I personally slain over a dozen barbarians." Wang Nuer was taken aback, her eyes glistening with tears as she raised her thumb in admiration. "Your Highness has achieved such remarkable victories on your first outing to battle. Hope is restored for our Yin kingdom." Amidst the ostentation of one and the flattery of the other, the crowd drove the sheep back to the camp in a grand procession. Before entering the encampment, Mu Qing cast a glance back at the vast, desolate grassland, then galloped towards the camp. Here lay over 10,000 sheep. Should he slaughter them all to fortify himself and his kin? The next venture onto the grasslands would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess significantly. Furthermore, the essence of his people could be accelerated in accumulation. At that time, he would also need to procure new weapons for his kin. Chapter 56. Little Zhao Wang. I invite you. This bountiful harvest would suffice to sustain the 10,000 souls in the camp for quite some time. Coupled with the provisions delivered from Dingfang City, their dietary needs would be easily met. Although they could not feast to their heart's content, the unwavering daily serving of meat soup was prepared with a bit more richness. Its efficacy was remarkable, even with a reduction in the supply of ordinary rations. Complaints from the soldiers were minimal. In the depths of winter, scarcity of provisions was to be expected. Had they not enlisted, they would have been fortunate to enjoy a single meal a day, let alone the daily bowl of meat soup. Upon their safe return, the remains of the fallen soldiers were interred. At this time, cremation was not an option. Only collective burial was practiced, as burning the bodies was deemed disrespectful to one's own fallen, a method typically reserved for the victors to dispose of the enemy's dead. For their own warriors, it was customary to conduct a unified burial. Moreover, before interment, all armor must be removed. It could be said without exaggeration that such equipment was more precious than life itself. Even with Di Rong's position as a general of the border army and duke of the nation, he barely managed to sustain a retinue of over 200 heavy cavalry. Though this armor was not as renowned as the Iron Buddha that Mu Qing was familiar with, it was still of considerable quality. After all, the nation's size dictated its craftsmanship. Had Di Rong possessed 100,000 Iron Buddhas, a mere cough from him would send the world into tremors. This underscores the lethal potential of heavy cavalry in the era of cold weapons. Naturally, limitations existed. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the ability to maintain an army of such scale. This fact was paramount. However, it was mere folly to think that heavy cavalry or heavy infantry could simply be produced at will. The thickness of the armor in the retinue was estimated by Mu Qing to be around 2 millimeters, placing it within the realm of heavy armor. Typically, the thickness of armor for those donning it was about 1 millimeter, with layers incrementally stacked. Yet, reality diverges from gaming. Armor is not merely about piling on defense. One must also consider the trade-off in weight. For instance, Mu Qing estimated that the armor worn by his retinue weighed about 50 pounds. Such weight would be a struggle for soldiers in the border army, who had not trained for at least 3 years. By the Song dynasty, a military arms race emerged between infantry armor and the Iron Buddha. However, among the 20,000 soldiers of the Song army, only 617 were capable of donning armor. The quantity of armor was sufficient, yet the reality was that few could effectively wear it. This was the reason why the retinue held the people of Mu's hometown in such high regard. They presumed that these individuals would need at least 6 months of rigorous training to barely adapt to armored combat and develop combat effectiveness. Yet, they were astonished to find them maneuvering with remarkable ease. The veterans were initially taken aback, wondering from where this formidable group had emerged. Otherwise, these veterans from the elite battalion, even in the absence of any bullying within the barracks, would not so readily acknowledge the individuals from the Mu family. As for now, they are utterly convinced. These individuals seem almost inhuman, their rate of development astonishingly rapid, particularly the duo of Mu Qing and Mu Hu. They lie awake at night, turning thoughts over and over, and can only succinctly describe their astonishment with 5 words: human-shaped muscle behemoths. Once cleaned up, Mu Qing approached Di Rong to report back. Di Rong was engaged in conversation with the young Zhao prince, and, upon seeing Mu Qing enter, was visibly pleased. "Mu Qing, my boy, you have truly excelled in your role as a mentor. Chun Er has made remarkable progress during this outing." The young Zhao prince offered a bashful smile, replying, "Uncle, indeed. Officer Mu has imparted invaluable knowledge to me. I have greatly benefited." Mu Qing was rendered speechless. This young fellow had indeed made considerable progress. After a brief excursion, both had begun to address each other as uncle and chunner. His Highness, Prince Zhao, possesses remarkable intelligence and displays exceptional bravery in battle, truly a promising talent. It was merely a mutual flattery, something anyone could engage in. After a few brief remarks, Mu Qing proceeded to report on the recent events. The Taoist priest and the monk had also been brought back by the subordinate. For the time being, they were under temporary detention. Would the general like to pay them a visit? Di Rong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have already arranged for Mu Shi to interrogate those 2 individuals. I anticipate we shall soon have results." Mu Qing paused for a moment, exclaiming, "Who? Mu Shi? My 6th uncle? General, it seems you have no intention of letting those 2 off lightly." Di Rong chuckled at Mu Qing's expression. "Rest assured, they have committed no wrongdoing. I would not treat them so harshly. This is merely a standard interrogation." "That is a relief, General. I wish to replace the weapons for my fellow villagers with something more formidable, like the broadswords that Ahu and I wield. The spears are far too light for them." Di Rong was somewhat taken aback. "You all are advancing in your training so swiftly? That sword of yours must weigh around 20 pounds. Are your villagers capable of wielding it for extended combat?" Mu Qing nodded with firm conviction. "Absolutely no problem. Otherwise, I would not have broached the subject." Di Rong stroked his beard, appearing somewhat troubled. The weaponry and equipment of his personal guards had all been financed by him, and due to the severed ties with the capital, he had not received any funds from the Duke of the State for some time. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction at the rapid growth of his personal guard strength. Noticing the troubled expression on Di Rong's face, Mu Qing could easily deduce that the matter was connected to the upheavals in the capital, especially since the general and his entire family had gone missing. "General, I have discovered a treasured blade in the barbarian camp." He drew forth a 6-star prairie saber, wrapped in fur, and as he pulled it out, the outer fur silently tore apart. The soldiers at the border were unaccustomed to such a weapon, and compared to the broadsword, it was rather short, which did not appeal to Mu Qing. However, it could certainly be exchanged for a good sum. After handing it to Di Rong, his eyes lit up. A fine sword. He swung it down onto the corner of the table, effortlessly slicing it off. Such quality. How did those barbarians forge this? In all my years at the frontier, I have never encountered such an exquisite saber. Di Rong gazed at the severed corner of the table, hardly feeling any resistance. If this were to be offered to those greedy officials who revel in collecting, it could fetch a considerable amount of money, allowing for the creation of the weapon one desires. He marveled at the saber in his hand. "Let us head to Dingfang City. There are still merchant caravans that have not yet departed, and we should be able to negotiate a fair price with them." At this point, the young Zhao Wang, who had been eavesdropping, brightened up. "I shall accompany you, uncle. With my presence, those merchants will not dare to deceive us." Despite the turmoil in the capital, he remained the Zhao Wang of Yan. "Go on, given your notable progress this time, take a trip to relax." With Mu Qing accompanying them, Di Rong felt reassured. Mu Qing also intended to seize this opportunity to transcribe the Daily Sun. The following morning, Mu Qing, Mu Hu, and Xiao Zhao Wang rode their horses to Dingfang City. Leading the way, Xiao Zhao Wang said, "Although I have only been here twice, I know of a splendid place." He guided the 2 to a vibrant and enchanting locale. Mu Qing's expression darkened. "Is this the splendid place you speak of, as a prince?" The young Zhao Wang replied, These are merely the superficial and frivolous individuals on the first and second floors. There is a third floor above, where I possess some valuable collectibles. Allow me to treat you. Mu Qing ascended to the third floor. Chapter 57. The Priceless Blade. This was Mu Qing's inaugural experience of indulging in the melodies of the brothel. His previous incarnation had never visited such a place. Here, enjoyment was genuine, and the costs were substantial, no pretense whatsoever. The money possessed by his former self was painstakingly extracted from the meager resources of the villagers, scraped from their own bowls and their children's mouths. Even during his time as a scholar, he had never contemplated squandering such hard-earned funds. The border town possessed its own merits. Although Dingfang City was small, it ranked among the top 3 in prosperity within the Yen Kingdom. This was largely due to the occasional bounty of wild game captured by the border troops being returned, coupled with the audacity of some who engaged in smuggling with the nomads of the grasslands, rendering this city, with a population of less than 100,000, quite lively. As for the establishment named 100 Flavors, Mu Qing found himself perplexed upon observing the 2 prominent characters on the plaque. Why would a brothel adopt such a name? However, upon entering alongside the young Prince Zhao, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Lord Zheng, is that you? The elderly Zheng, who had been engaged in conversation, turned in astonishment and quickly rose to his feet. Mu Xiaowei. He corrected himself, bowing respectfully. Mu Qing promptly stepped forward to support him, saying, Lord Zheng, you are too kind. If it were not for your appreciation and recommendation, I would not have come this far. I had intended to express my gratitude to you. But the rigorous training at the Imperial Guards, coupled with our recent engagements in Saogu, has delayed my visit. Please do not hold it against me. Old Zheng gazed at the young man before him, unable to suppress his admiration. He was well aware of the demanding nature of the training at the Imperial Guards and recognized the youth's exceptional talent. However, he did not anticipate that this individual could attain the position of deputy officer in such a short span of months. The border army has always esteemed strength, and his elevation to this rank surely reflects his corresponding capabilities. I know you have been working hard, and I hear you have achieved a significant victory recently. I have yet to congratulate you, Old Zheng remarked with a smile, as he filled 2 wine cups. And who might this be? Young Prince Zhao nodded slightly. Yet before he could speak, Mu Qing interjected, This is a comrade from the Imperial Guards, Gao Chun. Before Old Zheng could respond, the man seated opposite him was taken aback, quickly rising to perform a grand salute. I have met His Highness, the Prince Zhao. Old Zheng nearly dropped his wine cup in shock, hastily placing it on the table and returning the salute. Knowledge of young Prince Zhao's status was not widespread. While some in the border army were aware of his presence, most were at the level of commandant, and few lieutenants were familiar with him. As for the common soldiers, such matters felt far removed from their reality. Even if Di Rong led them southward, a mere justification sufficed, be it to quell rebellion or to aid the king. Take, for example, the Battle of Xiangjisai and the Great Tang, where the Northwest Border Army clashed with the Northeast Border Army, each believing themselves to be the righteous force, striving to restore order to the state, resulting in fierce, unyielding combat. The casualty ratio between both sides reached an unprecedented 1-to-1, a level of brutality seldom seen in the annals of Eastern history. Even in the event of actual conflict, the common soldiers had little recourse, once embroiled. They could either fight valiantly to secure legitimacy or face defeat and be branded as rebels. The upheaval in the capital had little bearing on the relationship between merchants and common soldiers. As long as Prince Zhao remained unseated, he would continue to hold his title. The new emperor in the capital would dare not issue an edict to depose Prince Zhao. If Prince Zhao were under their control, it would be inconsequential. But with him in the border army, they were truly apprehensive. Please, no need for formalities, Mu Qing. Is this your friend? Young Prince Zhao scoffed, then turned his attention to Mu Qing. While out in public, Mu Qing naturally aimed to afford the prince the respect he was due. Yes, this Lord Zheng was responsible for recruiting new soldiers, treating me well, and even directly recommending me to General D. Since he is your mentor and friend, he is also a friend of mine. Rise, young Prince Zhao declared, pleased by Mu Qing's deference. Nevertheless, the trials of recent times had rendered him more perceptive, at least enough to understand his current situation and fundamental social conduct. Boastfulness served no purpose, no matter how arrogant he might be. He could not surpass the prowess of the formidable figure beside him. I am unworthy, he replied humbly. Old Zheng respectfully rose to his feet. What brings you here? Indulging in frivolities while not in the main camp? inquired the young Prince Zhao, curiosity piqued. Old Zheng was taken aback by the inquiry. My lord, I assure you, that is not the case. I have been dispatched to negotiate with the merchant convoy. We can exchange the cattle seized from the barbarians for provisions and supplies. This is the steward of the merchant convoy with whom I have been collaborating. The man bowed once more. As fate would have it, I have recently acquired a prized blade from the barbarian steppes. Since you are Master Zheng's business associate, I would appreciate your insights. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qing's eyes brightened. With Xiao Zhaowang revealing his identity, coupled with his relationship with old Zheng, it seemed unlikely that he would be deceived. Mu Qing unfurled the package, revealing a 6-star prairie saber, which he placed upon the table. The little man wasted no time in approaching it. He gingerly grasped the hilt, and his eyes brightened with delight. A splendid blade, indeed. A weapon worthy of infusing with inner energy. He spoke with caution. My lord, esteemed gentleman, I estimate this dagger to be worth no less than 500 taels of silver. Given some time, I assure you, the price will only ascend. If it were to be delivered to the sects of the Central Plains, the value might soar even higher. His evident interest in the blade was unmistakable. Mu Qing rubbed his chin and remarked, 800 taels. I shall give it to you outright. Whatever you sell it for shall be yours. This is a weapon of a formidable warrior from the grasslands, and we have incurred considerable costs to secure it. Young Prince Zhao chimed in. Indeed, at that time, I shot 3 arrows to restrict his movements, which ultimately allowed Mu Qing to behead him with a single strike. Mu Qing, venturing out has indeed led to significant progress. This boast is remarkably effortless. The steward of the caravan, gripping the knife, began to deliberate repeatedly. Mu Qing felt a sense of urgency, while Prince Zhao grew increasingly impatient. After all, it was this prince who had personally confiscated the weapon. Were it not for your association with Mu Qing, do you truly believe that your status would afford you such privilege? The steward, no longer hesitating, quickly responded, Your Highness speaks the truth. It is I who am lacking in discernment. I shall have someone fetch the silver at once. I kindly ask for your Highness's patience. Mu Qing waved his hand, saying, There is no rush. We are on the 3rd floor. Just deliver it up, and we won't delay your business discussions. Your Highness, did you not mention treating us? Please do. Young Prince Zhao instantly perked up, declaring, Let's go. He left the knife with the steward, feeling assured with old Zheng present. Once Mu Qing and the others departed, old Zheng finally exhaled a long breath. Goodness. In just a few months, they had formed such a close bond with a prince. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. He had long heard of Prince Zhao's exploits in the border army, but he hadn't expected him to be faring so well. The individual in the capital must be losing sleep over this. The steward of the merchant caravan spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Those of them who traveled far and wide were naturally well informed about the changes in the capital. It was evident to the astute that once the distinguished individual chose not to retain young Prince Zhao in the capital, everything spiraled out of control. Chapter 58, Qinghe. As Mu Qing and his companions ascended to the 2nd floor, they were halted by a doorman just as they were about to reach the 3rd. Gentlemen, the 3rd floor is not open during the day, and it requires the consent of the ladies as well. Mu Qing's mind flitted through the poetic verses often portrayed in television dramas, pondering what verses might captivate the affections of a fair maiden, while he contemplated whose poetry to emulate. Before he could formulate any coherent thoughts, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Young Zhaowang, without a hint of hesitation, struck the turtle man, reddening his face with a single blow. His expression was one of arrogance and indifference. I am a tremendous fortune for you. Did you seek the consent of the ladies? He sneered. What? Shall I have the magistrate of Dingfang City come with his officers to shut down your establishment? And then you will behave? Having resorted to selling yourselves, do not feign any airs of superiority before me. If you do not serve me and my brothers well today, this dilapidated establishment will not see the light of tomorrow. Begone. Young Zhaowang's final word resonated like a thunderclap. The turtle man stood dazed, his mind consumed by the phrase, I am the king. The matron of the house, noticing the commotion, hurried over, swaying her ample hips. Oh dear, what has transpired to ignite such fury in the esteemed gentleman? Young Zhaowang cast her a frosty glance. You too, be gone. Go fetch the finest ladies from the 3rd floor to entertain my brothers. If you fail to serve us adequately, you shall find yourselves reunited in the dungeon of Dingfang City tonight. Regardless of the powerful connections behind your establishment, none are as formidable as I. You may take your time to verify, but you would do well to heed my orders. The matron's expression shifted, and she cautiously regarded young Zhao Wang, ultimately donning a radiant smile. "Ah, but your presence here truly elevates our humble abode. Come, noble sirs, follow me. I shall fetch the ladies at once." She then kicked the turtle man, scolding, "You dimwit, hurry and prepare a lavish feast." The turtle man, still reeling from the slap, quickly bent over and scurried away. Young Zhao Wang snorted disdainfully before gesturing to Mu Qing. "Let us be off. There is no need for such elaborate fuss." Mu Qing was left utterly astounded. "How could you play me like this? Where am I supposed to place the noble lords and ladies who once vied for the affection of a courtesan, spending lavishly in their jealousy?" Observing Mu Qing's expression, the young Zhao Wang felt a surge of satisfaction. Once upstairs, there would be no such concerns. The ladies on the third floor were pristine, and as long as they were well fed and attended to, that sufficed. You are a friend of this prince. There is no need to afford these individuals excessive regard. They have fallen to such depths. What pretense of superiority remains? The young Zhao Wang clearly held a disdainful view of such establishments. He retrieved a golden pendant from his pocket and tossed it to the madam, saying, "Behold, a trinket fit for a prince from the palace. Is this not sufficient?" The madam caught it with both hands, immediately sensing its weight and admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. Realizing it was of considerable value. "Quite enough indeed. Please, esteemed guests, follow me," beamed the madam, swaying her hips as she led the way to the third floor. "Mu Qing, have you truly given away your precious gold pendant?" "In the past, that old sixth prince offered it to me in an attempt to curry favor, and I have long ceased to value it. Utilizing his possessions for our own affairs could be seen as a form of waste repurposing." Speaking of this, the young Zhao prince felt a twinge of melancholy, his expression growing somber. He couldn't help but wonder how his mother was faring at this moment. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing paused slightly and patted him on the shoulder. "Hurry and grow up. The stronger you become, the safer they will be. Do not let down the expectations of your mother and your uncle." Young Zhao sniffed, looking up at Mu Qing, who towered over him by more than a head. "Why are you being so kind to me today? This feels rather unusual." Mu Qing naturally remarked, "Today, you are the host. Whoever treats decides the course of the evening. Come, come, dear brother Chun, it is your turn to treat." Xiao Zhao Wang replied, "Your principles are indeed quite flexible. You are truly a formidable person." Upon reaching a relatively elegant private room on the third floor, the trio was separated. He advised Muhu to rely on his instincts, just as he did last time. Muhu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. "I understand now." Mu Qing himself was a room, and shortly thereafter, someone brought in a table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wine. Subsequently, a graceful woman clad in a simple azure gown entered. "In Qinghe, I have the honor of meeting you, my lord." She spoke softly, like a gentle spring breeze, and her delicate features rendered one momentarily spellbound. Mu Qing is no exception. One can only say that he truly lives up to the reputation of a competitor from the third floor. His quality is indeed commendable. If placed in Dongda, he would likely be of a caliber comparable to that of Sanqianyi. "Might I trouble you, young lady, to fetch me some writing instruments and inkstone?" Before proceeding with his tasks, Mu Qing deemed it prudent to first attend to the matter at hand. That is to say, he intended to transcribe the daily records, hoping to secure another sum of silver. Without delay, Qing swiftly turned and fetched the ink, paper, and brush. Mu Qing inherited everything from his predecessor, including his calligraphy. His handwriting would undoubtedly rank among the finest in the county academy, yet it is regrettable that a few drops of ink marred it during the provincial examination. Qing, who was nearby preparing the ink, brightened at the sight. "Young master writes beautifully. Is this a technique? Are you intending to transcribe it for display in the Baoxiu Hall?" Mu Qing's subordinates were incessantly discussing. "Baoxiu Tong? What sort of place is that?" Qing expressed a degree of astonishment. "Young master, you are unaware? It is an institution jointly established by the government and various prominent factions of the martial world. Once the martial arts techniques are listed there, they become available for practitioners to cultivate. However, one must pay a certain amount of silver to acquire the right to practice, and dissemination of these techniques is strictly prohibited. Should any such sharing come to light, both the authorities and the martial community will pursue the offender relentlessly. Additionally, those who report such breaches will be handsomely rewarded." Mu Qing nodded slightly, recognizing it as a fine place. Such a remark piqued his interest. He contemplated the possibility of acquiring a technique or skill with a higher limit, which he could then transcribe and blend into something new, allowing him to disseminate it further or even present it at the Baoxiu Hall as an entirely original method. This indeed appeared to be a splendid opportunity for gain. The news promised to alleviate many burdens and enable both him and his kin to grow stronger at a swifter pace. As he transcribed, Mu Qing dedicated a considerable portion of half an hour to the task. After laying down his pen, he rubbed his wrist. Unaccustomed to the strain of writing after having grown accustomed to wielding a blade, his penmanship felt foreign to him. "Young master, the food has cooled. I shall reheat it," Qinghe said, rising to serve the meal, only to be abruptly halted by Mu Qing's hand. The meal, though ordinary, was visually delightful. He drew Qinghe closer to him. "Ah," Qinghe gasped. Having been forewarned by the matron before her arrival, she instinctively closed her eyes, aware of her purpose. Chapter 59. Are you really this wonderful? It is no exaggeration to assert that, in his former life, unless one had achieved the rank of a scholar and subsequently secured an official position through illicit means, he would never have encountered a beauty like Qinghe from the third floor of the pleasure quarters. Even during his time at the Eastern University, Mu Qing could only observe the wealthy indulge in their revelries from the shadows. He was no saint. Why should he endure such restraint? With his strength, he could effortlessly lift Qinghe with one hand. The delicate azure silk garment barely survived a single breath before being rent asunder by his overwhelming force. In that moment, Mu Qing captivated Qinghe, her gaze shimmering with newfound moisture. His robust physique, coupled with a relatively handsome visage, diminished any resistance she might have harbored. Taming a horse, especially a wild one just captured, invariably demands a certain sacrifice. Mu Qing remained unhurried, taking his time as he proceeded. Nearby, "Mu Hu, you mentioned that Qing Guer has instructed you, so I shall heed your guidance. Mu Hu, what should I do now? Mu Hu, is this meal edible? Mu Hu, the meal has grown cold. You should sit down and eat as well. Mu Hu, I believe I have figured out a solution. Mu Hu, you are being pursued by someone. I am afraid. Mu Hu, it feels somewhat numb. Mu Hu, oh, Qing Guer." Mu Qing faintly heard the final exclamation, and his expression darkened immediately. Why does this fellow incessantly call out to him? What is the matter with him? It took Mu Qing a full 3 hours to finally emerge from the room. With such an enhanced physique, he felt invigorated. By the end, Qinghe appeared somewhat disoriented, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. In contrast, Mu Qing felt remarkably refreshed. Little Zhao Wang and Mu, who had already been enjoying music outside, and upon seeing Mu Qing's exit, little Zhao Wang gave him a thumbs up. "You, my friend, are something else. I almost wonder if that old matron bestowed upon you an extraordinary tonic to keep you so occupied." Mu Qing took a seat opposite him, remarking, "There aren't that many remarkable individuals, but this time I must rely on your kindness." "Thank you." Zhao Wang raised his wine cup, saying, "Hearing you utter those words is truly a rarity. By the way, the steward of the merchant caravan has delivered the silver to you. It is contained within that small box. Please have a look." Upon hearing this, Mu Qing opened it for inspection and, upon confirming there were no issues, closed it again. Was it merely 800 taels? Was such meticulousness truly necessary? Mu Qing chuckled, remarking, "Coming from the countryside, when have I ever encountered such a fortune? Back then, I would sway atop a mountain as a bandit for merely 30 to 50 taels of silver, ultimately exchanging the head of the bandit leader for a reward. You, having grown up adorned in gold and silver, naturally cannot comprehend this." Young Prince Zhao, intrigued, inquired, "I must admit, I am genuinely curious about what kind of place could cultivate a person like you, a true butcher." Mu Qing rose and said, "Once we have satisfied our hunger and thirst, we shall depart, for there are pressing matters to attend to." Little Zhao Wang nodded and, as they were about to descend the stairs, inquired, "How do you feel?" Mu Qing reminisced and pressed his lips together. "Run." Young Prince Zhao laughed heartily and summoned the madam. "From now on, ensure this young lady is reserved for my brother. Do not feel wronged. There are only advantages for you here, no disadvantages." The madam quickly smiled in response, "Certainly, certainly. It is our greatest honor at Baiwei Lu to have Prince Zhao and Captain Mu grace us with their presence. Young Lady Qing, he will be well taken care of by me." It was evident that the madam had also gone to verify the identities of young Prince Zhao and Mu Qing with her associates. The identity of Mu Qing as an officer in the personal guard is utterly impossible to conceal, especially from the young Prince Zhao. Neither of these individuals is someone she, as a courtesan, could ever provoke. It goes without saying that the young Prince Zhao is beyond her reach. Even if Mu Qing were merely an ordinary officer, she could leverage her connections to refuse the advances of a lieutenant. However, an officer from the personal guard of General D is a different matter entirely. He is a steadfast soldier of General D, a figure she cannot afford to antagonize. Mu Qing pondered for a moment, then opened the box and retrieved 2 ingots of silver, which he handed to the matron. I appreciate your assistance. After all, she was the one who had lifted the restrictions on his identity, and given her circumstances, Mu Qing was not averse to visiting frequently, whether for business or leisure. If she must entertain clients, it was of no concern to him, provided she informed him in advance. He would arrange for a change in personnel if necessary. However, should she neglect to inform him after receiving clients, she could not hold him accountable for dismantling her establishment, the 100 Flavors Pavilion. Mu Qing smiled wryly. She was merely a courtesan, and he found the experience rather pleasant. It was only natural to seek new encounters when one grew weary. However, once he had moved on, he would no longer concern himself with her subsequent clients. Yet, during his time, he could not abide the thought of her sharing her company with others. Mu Xiaowei felt reassured. As long as he remained silent, the proprietress would promptly cease her services. The madam repeatedly assured him of this. Mu Qing, feeling satisfied, departed with Mu Hu and young Zhao Wang. By this time, afternoon had already arrived. After inquiring with a local, they finally made their way to the Baoxiu Hall in Dingfang City. This establishment, a grand 3-story building, appeared more magnificent than others. At the entrance stood a guard from Dingfang City, clearly indicating that this place possessed official endorsement. What brings you here? Do you have something valuable to display? Young Zhao Wang inquired with curiosity. Indeed, by a stroke of fortune, I have acquired an impressive martial art manual. Mu Qing casually handed the transcribed martial arts technique to Prince Zhao, who perused it briefly. Indeed, it was commendable, and its name was both simple and grand. However, it could not compare to the techniques practiced by this prince. Alas, that was a royal secret. Otherwise, he would have readily shared it with you. Prince Zhao felt a twinge of regret. Mu Qing expressed his astonishment. Are you truly so benevolent? Not only treating me to a meal, but also eager to impart the royal secrets. The young Prince Zhao quickly rectified. I merely spoke in jest. Such matters cannot be disclosed. Furthermore, I am not foolish. I am well aware of who genuinely has my best interests at heart. Mu Qing surveyed Zhao Wang with a discerning eye. Have you sustained an injury on the battlefield? You seem to have gained some enlightenment. Zhao Wang, his face darkened with irritation, retorted, Get lost. Cursed Mu Qing, I shall surely make you pay for this. Chapter 60. I understand. Your Highness abides by the rules upon entering the Baoxiu Hall. The sight that greeted them was a dazzling array of cultivation racks. Each rack held a tome of martial arts, accompanied by a scroll that detailed the name and description of the respective technique. As Mu Qing and his companion stepped inside, the hall steward promptly approached. Greetings, Your Highness Zhao Wang. Being an establishment officially endorsed by the authorities, this was not the first time Zhao Wang had visited Dingfang City. And naturally, the steward recognized him. The steward himself was dispatched by the local government of Dingfang City, or rather, assigned in rotation. Previously, when Zhao Wang had requested a maid from the magistrate, the steward had encountered him and thus recognized him at a glance. Although he held Zhao Wang's noble status in high regard, he could not help but feel a twinge of pity for the boy. How could such a bright young prince have been shaped into this? Shouldn't a lad of 11 be free from the troubles of sleepless nights due to the absence of a maid? Let us skip that matter. I am here accompanying my friend, so you may inquire of him, Zhao Wang replied, nodding slightly. Within the confines of the royal guard, he could assume the name Gao Chun, yet outside, he remained one of the few individuals at the pinnacle of the Yin Kingdom's hierarchy. The steward completed his formalities, all the while grappling with a sense of astonishment. In less than a month since their last encounter, how had His Highness Zhao Wang transformed so remarkably? The frivolity and childishness he once exuded had dissipated, replaced instead by an air of bloodlust and sharpness. The combination of these qualities vividly showcased the essence of his noble lineage. Indeed, had the border troops truly forged him in such a manner? Mu Qing was not one to hesitate. He promptly produced his handwritten manuscript of the Zirichuan. Behold, I intend to display this here, along with the reference price you provided. During his journey, he had already clarified the operational mechanisms of the Baoxiu Hall. In essence, it resembled an institution akin to a patent protection agency, jointly established by official authorities and sects from the martial world. Once a work is included in the Baoxiu Hall, it would be disseminated across various Baoxiu Halls and cities nationwide. As long as someone is willing to pay the price, they may learn the corresponding techniques, albeit solely for personal use and not for dissemination. Furthermore, a certificate would be issued, should one be discovered utilizing the relevant techniques without such certification. A joint manhunt would ensue. The Baoxiu Hall retains a 40% share of the price, as they must continually safeguard the proprietary rights of these techniques. Mu Qing felt little concern about this. Merely witnessing the existence of such an institution in this world was gratifying. Thus, he could confidently place this manual here. After the manager expressed his apologies, he hastily sought out the appraiser. Moments later, the manager returned, bowing respectfully and stating, "This manuscript of Zrichuan pertains to archery training techniques, exuding grandeur and magnificence. It may be listed on the second floor of the Baoxiu Hall for selection by practitioners. The price can be set at 150 taels, with the Baoxiu Hall taking a 40% commission, amounting to 60 taels. Might I inquire if our esteemed guest finds this acceptable?" Mu Qing responded non-committally. "May I ascend to the second floor to observe the various techniques?" The steward, well aware of Mu Qing's intentions, gestured courteously, "Of course, please." Mu Qing ascended to the second floor accompanied by two others. It was evident that, in contrast to the shelves on the first floor, each technique on the second floor was housed within a small partition, exuding a sense of greater solemnity. Mu Qing casually flipped through the introductions of several martial arts techniques and discovered that their prices ranged between 100 and 200 taels. The diamond technique fortifies the body to become as unyielding as diamond, with surging vital energy that can withstand various forms of assault. It is a quintessential body tempering technique. The Blood Demon Escape harnesses the power of the Blood Demon for swift movement or concealment, while simultaneously draining the life force of adversaries. It epitomizes a typical dark art. "Are you even including such techniques in your collection?" Mu Qing appeared somewhat taken aback. The methods of cultivation are devoid of inherent good or evil. Ultimately, it is the practitioner who determines their nature, the steward elucidated. It is the actions that are judged, not the heart, for a heart devoid of purity knows no sage. Mu Qing nodded, realizing that the technique he had been practicing diligently on the second floor was commendable, yet it was merely that. After all, it was fundamentally derived from the basic technique of swift gale, and he felt quite satisfied to have reached this level. Ultimately, it was all about the foundational skills. Techniques like swift gale were not even deemed worthy of entry into the first tier of the Treasure Refinement Hall. "Let us settle on 150. Mu Qing surveyed the surroundings before ultimately opting for compromise. Little Zhao Wang snorted disdainfully. 200. Mu Qing, at a loss for words, remarked, "Your Highness, I understand your good intentions. However, if the standards are set too high, no one will cultivate, and thus, no one will reap any rewards. It is all in vain." The young Zhao Wang, slightly disheartened, replied, "Indeed. Curse that Mu Qing, calling me your highness for the first time. How delightful." Mu Qing found himself at a loss, amused yet exasperated by the antics of the young Zhao Wang, who could indeed be quite considerate at times. He was a fine child, albeit one whose upbringing had gone awry in his early years. Nevertheless, he seemed to be on the right path to correction now. "I shall select another martial arts manual while also perusing the techniques and skills tomes. The modest sum of money I possess should suffice for this endeavor." Mu Qing had not forgotten his other purpose for this visit. He ascended directly to the third floor. Since this was a one-time transaction, he intended to select the finest materials for his transcription and synthesis. The third floor, in contrast to the second, exuded a more opulent ambience. The first floor was teeming with patrons, while the second harbored only a few individuals. Yet the third floor was entirely deserted. It contained merely 5 individual chambers, each furnished with a grand octagonal table, upon which rested jade shelves bearing the respective martial arts manuals. Among them were the fusion origin technique, the ink rhythm concentration method, the spear shadow wind breaking technique, the bow heart unification art, and the spirit armor protection technique. Each of these 5 esteemed manuals was undeniably impressive, with each priced at no less than 500 taels of silver. Mu Qing recalled the previous archer and decisively chose the technique of bow and heart unification. This method not only enhances physical strength, but, more importantly, emphasizes the harmonious unity between the practitioner's mindset and the bow and arrow. Through cultivation, it aims to merge the spirit with the arrow, thereby augmenting both the precision and power of the shot. This one then, 500 taels, is it? Mu Qing gazed at the untouched 800 taels of silver, a twitch escaping his lips. Just as the steward was about to speak, the young Zhao Wang coldly interjected. "What money is needed? Simply transcribe the cultivation method, ensuring it remains confidential." The steward was taken aback. This was the pinnacle of techniques on the third floor. While it may not be the utmost in the world, it certainly represented the zenith for ordinary cultivators. It is worth noting that few families could afford to pay 500 taels at once to learn such a method. Your Highness, this is not in accordance with the rules. The young Zhao Wang retorted, "What did you call me?" Your Highness, I understand. It is indeed not in accordance with the rules, but Your Highness embodies the rules. The steward paused, then comprehended. It was indeed against the regulations. Yet he was the very embodiment of those rules. The entire Yin nation belonged to the Gao family, and this Baoxiu Hall was merely a small venture of theirs. Could his words not hold weight? The young Zhao Wang remarked, "Understandable. Brother Qing, will you not bestow upon me a silver ingot?" Mu Qing stood in solemn respect. "Your Highness, you are majestic. Your Highness, you are formidable, and you defecate without passing gas." Prince Zhao. Damn Mu Qing. I will surely have my revenge on you someday. Chapter 61. Mu Xiao Wei, your blade is rather crude. The transcription of the techniques was naturally entrusted to the personnel from the Baoxiu Hall, accompanied by a certificate. However, Mu Qing doubted the utility of this certificate. The martial arts would need to be further transcribed and synthesized upon his return, resulting in an entirely new technique that would bear no relation to the original. The individuals from the Baoxiu Hall would not be able to discern the difference. With the matter of the martial arts resolved, Mu Qing's mind lingered on the secret manuals of techniques. These were akin to the palm imprints released by the old Taoists previously. However, such techniques were not found on the third floor. They were exclusive methods, treasured possessions that would not be casually displayed. Even the second floor contained only a sparse selection. And Mu Qing found little satisfaction in the few he examined. They offered little to enhance his current capabilities or those of his clan. Consequently, he descended to the most ordinary first floor. His objective was clear. He sought either archery techniques or swordsmanship. Anything else would be of no use. Defensive techniques would also suffice, as an additional layer of protection atop heavy armor could transform him into an impenetrable bastion on the battlefield. It is worth noting that acquiring more techniques is not always beneficial. These also require cultivation, and their execution demands a depletion of one's internal energy. If one's cultivation level is insufficient, even the most powerful techniques cannot be wielded. For instance, the previous technique, chasing the sun, was divided into 5 levels. While the fundamental swift wind consisted of only 1 level, albeit categorized into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. The new technique, unity of Bao and heart, can be cultivated through 7 levels, clearly surpassing his prior chasing the sun. It is indeed worthy of its place on the 3rd floor of the Baoxiu Hall. Mu Qing believed that if he did not return with at least the ability to cultivate to the 10th level, he would be doing a disservice to himself. Especially considering the method he obtained for a mere ounce of silver, leveraging the influence of the young Zhao Wang. After surveying his options, he ultimately focused his attention on 2 martial arts manuals, the elephant slaying blade, renowned for its fierce blade energy capable of severing an elephant, and the void-piercing arrow, an arrow that breaks through the air with such precision that it is nearly impossible to intercept. In the end, he chose the void-piercing arrow, primarily to complement the technique he had acquired earlier. Reflecting on his past experiences, Mu Qing resolved to utilize the Bao skills he excelled in, aiming to convey to that archer his superiority. Mu Qing has always been a person who refuses to be taken advantage of, exhibiting an extreme level of caution and a tendency to harbor grudges. Although this time his adversary's ambush was thwarted, it nonetheless etched the image of this archer from the grasslands firmly in Mu Qing's memory. The valuable martial arts technique, worth 500 taels, was promptly seized, while a lesser technique, valued at merely dozens of taels, was scarcely mentioned before being transcribed. This was a splendid opportunity to curry favor with the young Prince Zhao, akin to resurrecting one's ancestors from their graves. Being situated within the governor's office, he was acutely aware of the intricate machinations at play. He understood that although this Zhao prince might not occupy a prominent position, he had the formidable General D and the border troops solidly supporting him, with the governor himself firmly aligned with the prince's interests. After all, this was not his own possession. Utilizing another's martial arts to invigorate his own connections, could there be a more gratifying endeavor? Ultimately, Mu Qing suffered a mere loss of 3 ingots of silver. Yet he secured a lucrative opportunity with Qinghe, an impressive martial arts manual, and a compendium of archery techniques. His demeanor towards the young prince, Zhao, improved significantly as well. I owe you much for this. Otherwise, I would have been unable to retain this modest sum, which I had hoped to use for the armory to forge weapons for my kin. Mu Qing expressed his heartfelt admiration. Young Zhao Wang raised his proud head, declaring that he knew precisely when to assert his authority and when to exercise restraint. After the three of them diligently completed their notes, they rode back to the main camp. After informing the Di-Rong, Mu Qing then made his way to the armory, still holding his beloved Mo knife. "Ah, Lieutenant Mu, what a rare visitor. Are you here for the repair of weapons or armor?" The personnel at the armory naturally recognized Mu Qing, the rising star of the Imperial Guard. Mu Qing firmly embedded the unfamiliar blade into the ground. "Behold, how much would it cost to forge such a formidable weapon?" The craftsmen approached, their eyes wide with astonishment. This heavy broadsword could be crafted with varying degrees of intricacy, depending solely on the specifications set forth by Captain Mu. Much like a finely crafted horse lance. An exquisite example of such a weapon could even be cherished as a family heirloom. Mu Qing, lacking understanding in this matter, could only remark, given such standards, "Consider how much it would cost." The artisans pondered deeply, examining the task at hand. To forge a blade of quality and durability would require no less than 10 taels of silver, and that price would only be feasible through military procurement. Obtaining it at that rate elsewhere would be impossible. Upon hearing this figure, Mu Qing felt a sense of relief. "Very well, let us commission 50 blades. This is an expense for our personal guard. We shall cover the costs ourselves." He readily produced the gleaming silver. Being part of the border army's arsenal, there was little need for caution. "How long will it take to complete?" The craftsman calculated. "We have the iron available, but we need to source the materials for the handles. Given the large quantity required, the fastest turnaround would be 7 days, the slowest half a month." "We can certainly deliver to you, Lieutenant Mu." "To be candid, Lieutenant Mu, the craftsmanship of this knife is rather crude. I estimate we could commence work within 3 days at most." Mu Qing was astonished. "How remarkable! You can actually discern this?" The craftsman nodded with smiles. "Indeed, we can see it. If it weren't for the weight indicating its value, this knife would have been discarded long ago." Mu Qing scratched his head. The primary concern was that this foreign blade not only took lives, but also claimed the lives of various livestock, resulting in considerable depletion. After finalizing the weapon's forging, Mu Qing proceeded to the grand tent of Di-Rong. He directly extracted the Zhu technique. "General, this martial art is a serendipitous discovery of mine. Might you consider it for the training of my esteemed comrades in the guard?" Now that he and his kin were poised to adopt a more formidable technique, Mu Qing chose not to withhold this treasure, presenting it openly. A gesture of reciprocity was in order. The general's nephew had saved him a substantial sum, and Mu Qing felt it inappropriate to accept without offering something in return. Thus, contributing this surplus technique was entirely fitting. Di-Rong raised an eyebrow, examining the manuscript, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Indeed, it was an exceptional martial art. Could you truly part with it so easily? Mu Qing smiled and said, "As the general regards us as comrades, it is only natural for me to alleviate your burdens. You may allocate this technique as you see fit, for without your leadership, I would have never had the opportunity to acquire such knowledge. Furthermore, under the esteemed Zhao Wang, I have also obtained a superior technique and a compendium of martial arts from the Baoxiu Hall." Mu Qing spoke candidly, acknowledging that this matter could not be concealed. Di-Rong, well aware that Mu Qing had chosen to extricate himself, understood that it was his duty as a general to bestow favor upon the other soldiers of the personal guard. "You rascal," Di-Rong chuckled, not refusing the gesture, as he knew that asking Mu Qing to take on this responsibility would indeed be an overstep. "By the way, General, I have returned with over 100 barbarian women. I plan to renovate the military brothel, establishing a system for indulgence, striving to ensure that our brothers have a path to follow." Chapter 62. When will you return? The management of the military brothel is yours alone. Di-Rong's martial arts manual fell onto the table as he gazed, astonished, at the poised young man before him. "Wait, you, a mere scholar, understand this?" Mu Qing recalled a novel he had read before his transmigration, in which the brothels could significantly alleviate the vigor of the local youth and even serve to incite wars, causing him to display a somewhat bashful expression. I see. Di-Rong rubbed his beard and remarked, "Is this also included in the 6 arts of a gentleman?" Mu Qing chuckled lightly. "Desire is inherent in human nature. Even gentlemen cannot escape its grasp, let alone us valiant warriors braving the elements to guard our borders." Observing Mu Qing before him, Di-Rong found himself at a loss for words. However, considering the reliability of this young man, he resolved to let him have his way. After all, they were merely captive barbarian women, He could do as he pleased. Mu Qing received authorization before returning to his tent. There was no rush for such matters. He still needed to transcribe the Bao-Heart Unity technique. This was a task requiring genuine skill. It was not something that could be entrusted to others. As there were only a handful of literate individuals in the entire border army camp, and even fewer who could transcribe it fluently. Moreover, how could such an important task be handed over to outsiders? He had to undertake it himself. However, Mu Qing was not naive. It took 3 books to synthesize one, and the original 5-star sun tracking required a staggering 81 volumes. If he were to handwrite it himself, when would he ever finish? With the belief that as long as one's thoughts remain steadfast, solutions will always outnumber difficulties, Mu Qing made his way to the armory once more. This place was where the basic techniques of the border army were printed. Indeed, the widely disseminated basic techniques were all produced in print. Otherwise, it would be impossible to generously distribute a copy to every squad member. Furthermore, it was predetermined that more advanced techniques could not be issued to ordinary soldiers. These soldiers were not in permanent service, and should they receive higher-level techniques, there would be complications if they returned home with ulterior motives after retiring. Additionally, the might of an army formation fundamentally relied on its military spirit. 1,000 border troops standing in unison, rifles held high, would summon a military spirit capable of instilling despair in any solitary sect master. As for the personal guard unit, these warriors were irrevocably bound to their commander, D. Rome. For life, they would share in both glory and ruin. Thus, it was permissible to distribute advanced techniques to them. Mu Qing spent an entire day here learning the art of engraving printing plates, ultimately returning to his tent with an array of materials in his arms. He did not shy away from the presence of others while diligently carving. The people of Muji Township are utterly oblivious to the purpose of this endeavor, showing little concern for it. Within this tent, there exists no one else. Mu Shi has returned as well. Qing Gur, both the Taoist priest and the monk have confirmed that they are indeed from the Yin state. They bear certain marks, indicating they are not spies from the barbarian side. Mu Qing's subordinates were in constant motion. It matters not. We have returned regardless. By the way, Uncle Lu, the woman we brought back, what was her name? He Shi Gui. Summon her. I have matters to discuss with her. Mu Shi nodded and turned to leave. Moments later, still draped in Mu Qing's cloak, He Shi Gui returned under Mu Shi's guidance, only to find Mu Qing waiting for them outside the tent. I have met the general, He Shi Gui said, bowing respectfully. There is no need for formality. I am not truly a general. You need not worry. I have summoned you to discuss a matter of importance. Mu Qing directly offered a reassuring word to this woman, who had endured much humiliation. Upon observing the glances exchanged between He Shi Gui and Mu Shi, he discerned their misguided thoughts. Surely, they believed that as nightfall approached, they might seek a woman for warmth. He Shi Gui's somewhat vacant gaze flickered with interest. Please, General. Go ahead. Mu Qing organized his thoughts. You mentioned that your hometown had been consumed by flames, leaving no kin alive, and that your return would be a solitary affair. If I am not mistaken, it seems you have resigned yourself to despair, have you not? He did not respond immediately, merely lowering his head slightly. After a brief pause, she spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. I have become too stained. To return to my roots would be more than enough. No. You are mistaken in this regard. How could you punish yourself for the transgressions of the barbarians? As children of the Han, we ought to champion the principle of blood for blood and vengeance for even the slightest affront. You must not only survive, but also convey to those savages that you shall not relinquish your life due to past tribulations. So many lives lost. So many years of humiliation. Are we to let it all conclude with mere death? Can you truly swallow this indignation and find peace in death? When you descend below and encounter your parents, what will you say? Shall you utter, Mother, Father, forgive me, for I have endured years of torment. And now I can finally return to my homeland to end my life, leaving this world unaware of my suffering among the barbarians? Meanwhile, those bureaucrats will continue to whitewash the faade of peace and extol the supposed benefits of trade with the savages. Mu Qing did not express much fervor. Yet the implications of his words rendered He Shi Gui silently biting his lip until it lost all color. As a woman, what ought I to do? How should I seek my revenge? Mu Qing clapped his hands and declared, currently, there are approximately 500 captive barbarian women in the military camp. I have received the general's authorization to reorganize the military brothel. You have been chosen as the overseer of this establishment. It is your duty to manage these barbarian women, ensuring they serve our soldiers at all times. I intend to repay every humiliation you endured in kind. I want you to witness it all firsthand. Do not entertain notions of shared womanhood or the idea of repaying kindness with kindness. How can one repay virtue? Instead, let grievances be met with direct retribution. Eliminate them if necessary. At this moment, Gue stared in astonishment at the man before her, whose words struck her heart with a force rivaling the torment she had suffered over the years. Who speaks with such conviction? It feels so empowering. Mu Qing replied without hesitation, the fifth evil god of the subspace, fear of children. Although he did not comprehend these matters, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. How could one who articulates such powerful words be labeled as evil? Mu Qing waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was merely jest and not to be taken seriously. Now, tell me honestly, are you willing to accept this arrangement? He Zhuang nodded resolutely. I am determined to proceed. The general is correct. I am indeed the victim. After narrowly escaping the jaws of death, why should I perish? Not only will I survive, but I shall also return with a vengeance, repaying in full all the torment I have endured. General, please instruct me on how to proceed. The lethargy in He Zhuang's eyes dissipated, transforming into a blazing vigor. Mu Qing curled the corners of his mouth. It was simple. First, let those rugged women cleanse themselves in the river downstream. At the very least, to dissipate the lingering odor of sheep that clung to them, and wash away the grime from their bodies, allowing our warriors to feel both physically and mentally rejuvenated. Then, they would line up, hitch up the horse-drawn carts. In this frigid winter, it was indeed time to hold a lively event to uplift morale. Chapter 63. Movable type printing? Nonsense. To facilitate the timing of the forthcoming actions, Mu Qing specifically requested a token from Di Rong. He also casually mentioned the matter of the event. Upon hearing this news, Di Rong's beard twitched in irritation. You truly make me feel somewhat estranged, young man. At times, I genuinely wish to pry open your mind to see what lies within. Di Rong chuckled wryly. He could not comprehend how Mu Qing could simultaneously wreak havoc like a merciless butcher and craft eloquent prose with such an abundance of, well, whimsical ideas. Had this event been known to the censors and officials back in the day, it would have been nothing short of astonishing. Mu Qing chuckled, stating that it was not wartime, and suggested finding tasks for the soldiers while establishing some incentive systems to bolster morale and unite the hearts of the troops. Di Rong contemplated the current situation and ultimately nodded in agreement with Mu Qing's proposal. Very well, you may oversee this, he replied, granting him considerable authority. Di Rong had long conducted a thorough investigation into Mu Qing, although he might question his own judgment. He held unwavering faith in the perspectives of the people from Mu's hometown. It was remarkable that an entire community would willingly tighten their belts to support a child who had grown up without parents, facilitating his education and development. Such a person would undoubtedly possess commendable character. Individuals like him exhibit both virtues and flaws. The virtues are self-evident. They are sincere, compassionate, loyal, and grateful. The flaws, however, are equally apparent. Once such a person rises to prominence, the ensuing elevation of their entire circle is inevitable. Yet, this is not necessarily a negative outcome, as long as they do not engage in wrongdoing or criminal acts. Having endured hardships for so long and finally reaching this pivotal moment, it is only fitting that they receive their due rewards. By the way, during your recent expedition to Tsaogu, you seized a considerable number of cattle. I have instructed Zheng Song to coordinate with the merchant convoy to send back 10 draft oxen to your hometown as a reward for your accomplishments. Di Rong added as Mu Qing was about to leave. Mu Qing was quite astonished. He had not anticipated that General Di Rong would still be concerned about his hometown. 10 plow oxen, what a magnificent gift. He promptly turned and bowed, saying, on behalf of the people of my hometown, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the general. Di Rong chuckled softly. I am merely performing a favor, in truth. I owe my thanks to the people of your hometown for having nurtured such an exceptional personal officer for me. Mu Qing remained silent for a moment, and after once again performing a respectful bow, he exited the grand tent. It must be said that even with a modern mindset, he found it challenging to withstand the presence of a general like Di Rong. Since his arrival at the personal guard camp, Di Rong has shown considerable leniency towards the people from Mu's hometown. In front of the personal guard camp, he did not carry an air of superiority. Rather, he was approachable and congenial, often engaging in light-hearted banter and playful antics during training sessions. However, when it came to matters of importance, he maintained a professional demeanor. Yet he still extended extra care to the veteran soldiers of the personal guard camp. Nevertheless, everyone was aware of the boundaries, understanding when it was appropriate to jest and when it was not. As for the suggestions he raised from time to time, as long as they were reasonable, there was rarely any opposition. Moreover, he even arranged for the delivery of plow oxen to support Mu's hometown. Mu Qing contemplated as the weather grew increasingly chilly. Should she perhaps sew a robe for the general to wear? Yet, would this not burden him further? Mu Qing rubbed his chin and returned. After discussing a few matters with He Shigui, he resumed his tasks. However, while carving this particular template for the technique, he realized that he had underestimated the complexity involved. What appeared simple in theory and practice proved to be exceedingly challenging in execution. A single misstroke could necessitate the complete reworking of the entire page. As for movable type printing, Mu Qing glanced around at his surroundings. If he were in the capital, it would be feasible to devote time and resources to research. However, when it comes to the border troops, it would be futile to boast about such endeavors, as they cannot simply be conjured with mere effort. The sole advantage he possessed was his considerable strength, which rendered the carving process almost effortless. At last, he comprehended why. In ancient times, books were so expensive prior to the advent of movable type printing. The requirements for carving a printing plate for a book were exceedingly stringent, intricately linked to both the volume of text and the complexity of illustrations. Only highly skilled craftsmen could accomplish this task, which demanded exceptional materials and an optimal working environment. It was a labor-intensive process necessitating a remarkable level of specialized expertise. Mu Qing can only grit his teeth and persist, focusing solely on the completion of the carvings and bindings, indifferent to their quality. During this period, the camp has become lively, as the influx of over 10,000 sheep has ignited a yearning for meat among the border troops. Additionally, the introduction of more than 100 barbarian women to the military brothels has caught the attention of the rough soldiers. For ordinary foot soldiers, even after a hard-won victory, the chance to savor a bowl of soup is often filled with nothing but egg whites. Moreover, opportunities to indulge in the brothels are scarce, as the mere few hundred barbarian women cannot possibly satisfy the desires of over 10,000 troops. Yet now, a glimmer of hope has emerged. A woman from the Yen state, alongside the barbarian women, is instigating sweeping reforms. Nearly 500 barbarian women are collectively bathing in the frigid waters of the river near the camp, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Not only the long-deprived ordinary soldiers, but even the junior officers find themselves unable to suppress their salivation at the sight. The scene is truly magnificent. Hiji stands on the shore, watching the barbarian women shivering and turning pale in the icy river. In her heart, she recalls how she, too, had been dragged through the snow like a dead dog after being humiliated by a group of barbarians in such weather. The tides of fortune have turned. Now, it is the families of these brutes who face their comeuppance. With the token Mu Qing procured from Di Rong in hand, Hiji has successfully deterred those rough men from harboring any intentions towards her. Mu Qing would never permit such an occurrence. When he addressed these matters, he spoke with utmost courtesy to the lieutenants and captains regarding the issue. As for when to return, it is I who rescued them, and it is under the management of the military courtesan who has the general's approval. I kindly ask you to safeguard your brothers and younger comrades. General, with so many alluring women present, what precisely does Mu Xiaoyu intend to do? The patrol team, mounted on their steeds, slowly passed by the scene, unable to suppress a gulp at the sight of the barbarian women crowded together bathing. Let us not end up letting the rich waters flow to outsiders. We must prioritize the personal guards, leaving the rest of us to pick up the scraps. The personal guards are protective, united, and formidable. There is little we can do against them, especially with the general as protection. If it comes to that, what recourse do you have? Do not gaze too long. The newly arrived barbarian women and the multitude of sheep are all brought in by the personal guards. Be cautious, or you may find it impossible to extricate your gaze. As for Mu Xiaoyu, where did he spring forth from? He is simply a prodigy, with an alarming rate of growth and strength. Chapter 64, Without Power. Any thoughts are futile. How naive. Mu Qing is currently busily engaged in his daily tasks. Not only must he meticulously carve and print the martial arts techniques, but he also allocates time to slaughter livestock for the Firehead army. He has repeatedly instructed that no animal should be killed without his presence, for the act of slaughter leaves him feeling quite uneasy. As I observe the time drawing near, I wonder if Lieutenant Mu will arrive shortly. It won't be long now. I cannot help but ponder his motivations for immersing himself in such sanguine endeavors daily. Perhaps it is a case of innate bloodlust. Some individuals simply find discomfort in the absence of bloodshed. I suspect Lieutenant Mu belongs to this category. Indeed, I must exercise caution when encountering him in the future. Should he become too engrossed in his slaughtering, I might inadvertently find myself on the receiving end of his blade. Enough of this chatter. Look, here comes Lieutenant Mu, arriving punctually as expected. In the distance, amidst the hushed murmurs of the Firehead army, Mu Qing approaches, wielding a 4-star curved saber. With his current strength, he can effortlessly behead cattle and sheep with the previously forged 4-star saber. After numerous slaughters, he has mastered the technique, knowing precisely how to strike cleanly and swiftly, all while avoiding the splatter of blood upon himself. How many will he slay today? Mu Qing engaged in physical activities. Should we perhaps reduce the number of sacrifices today? Perhaps we could begin with 100 sheep? The commander from the fire brigade inquired. It does seem to be somewhat less. Mu Qing appeared somewhat unsatisfied. The Firehead army remarked. In the past, we would only slay 3 to 5 heads each day, yet now, 100 seems insufficient. Indeed, one cannot help but feel no remorse for butchering the sheep that were seized. Mu Qing merely muttered a few words, fully aware that meticulous planning was essential. It could not be executed recklessly as before. Presently, he had ceased participating in training, devoting his days solely to sculpting and slaughtering sheep. Having witnessed the prowess of the 4-star sheep essence, Mu Qing no longer dared underestimate its significance. He was eager to discover the effects that the culmination of the sheep essence would yield, not to mention the enhancement of environmental adaptability and the capacity for explosive performance in dire situations was already commendable. However, such effects were only realized after reaching the 4-star level. After a span of 10 days, Mu Qing finally completed the first version of his sculpture. He hurried to the armory to attempt printing and binding it for synthesis. Upon his arrival, the personnel at the armory were taken aback. Captain Mu, I was just contemplating sending someone to summon you. This batch of sabers is nearly finished. We are now applying the final embellishments. We have replaced the hemp on the handles with leather, as we have an abundance of it in our camp. Thanks to Mu Qing's daily slaughtering of numerous sheep, the pelts and wool were dispatched to Dingfang City, where they were processed into winter garments for the border troops. Once all the sheep were culled, there would be no more instances of soldiers succumbing to the cold in this region. That sounds splendid. Thank you immensely. I have other matters to attend to now. I shall return later. Once everything is settled, I will treat you all to drinks. Mu Qing hurriedly made his way to the printing area, leaving the personnel at the armory utterly bewildered. What was happening here? Why did a young officer keep frequenting the printing station? It was said that Officer Mu was also a scholar, well-versed in literature and capable of reading, which made his behavior somewhat understandable. Yet, he remained an enigma to them. The armory staff whispered among themselves. After much effort, Mu Qing finally obtained the martial arts manual he had printed. Once he dismissed everyone, he picked up a pen and elegantly inscribed the art of unifying the bow and heart on the cover. After ensuring he was alone, he clasped the 3 manuals together and initiated the fusion process. A flash of white light illuminated the room as the 3 texts amalgamated into a singular, brand-new manual. The bow technique of heart integration. Indeed, it was remarkable. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the template in his hands. His mind instantly flooded with countless schemes for wealth. For instance, acquiring a plethora of low-level techniques or manuals in bulk, and with a slight fusion, he could create entirely new methods, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and so forth, each distinct from the other. Could he not then place them all in the treasure refinement hall to generate profit? However, he soon dismissed this notion. While the method was indeed feasible, his current circumstances did not permit such actions. The identity of a captain in D. Rong's personal guard was not all-powerful, and his own strength was still lacking. With so many vacant slots yet to be filled with essences, and the essences he possessed not yet synthesized to their maximum potential, he realized he had been rather complacent. Mu Qing commenced his daily self-reflection. Have I taken a life today to extract its essence? Have I sacrificed livestock today to obtain its essence? Have I been negligent? Mu Qing collected his thoughts and commenced the extensive printing of this technique of unifying the bow and heart. Having already settled the payment, he felt free to utilize the materials at his disposal. The paper was of inferior quality, yellowed with age, and scarcely suitable for even the most menial of tasks. The sum of silver he provided was more than sufficient. Once printed, the pages would require drying, followed by cutting and binding, and ultimately, the inscription of names. Without this final touch, synthesis would indeed remain unattainable. Mu Qing toiled until the late hours of the night to complete these tasks. He cradled the collection of techniques as he returned to his tent, eager to ascertain how many stars he could synthesize. Upon his return, he found that everyone had succumbed to slumber, with only the crackling campfire outside continuing to dance in the night. All were wrapped snugly in thick sheepskins. Impervious to the chill, Mu Qing sat cross-legged, embarking on his synthesis endeavor. The techniques he sought to merge included the 1-star bow heart integration technique, the 2-star bow technique heart fusion method, the 3-star bow soul reunification formula, the 4-star bow spirit heart covenant art, and the 5-star bow path heart contract mysterious art. In a continuous synthesis of 5-star techniques, he expended 81 manuals, each requiring an expenditure of 500 taels for a single learning session. However, Mu Qing sensed that this particular technique still had a synthesis ceiling to reach. To achieve the 6-star synthesis, an astonishing 243 manuals would be necessary. Mu Qing felt a throbbing headache just thinking about it. Yet, as a competent member of the community, the thought of not pursuing full mastery while synthesis was still possible gnawed at him even more. He lay in bed, releasing a long sigh. This truly was a monumental task ahead of him. This was merely the cultivation of techniques, and the precious sky-piercing arrow manual had yet to be printed and synthesized. Setting aside the innate understanding of his clan members, he at least needed to master a technique first, didn't he? He found his once naive aspirations laughable. How could he have thought that by merely engaging in some rudimentary printing and acquiring a few livestock, he could become invincible? If it weren't for the border troops raiding the grasslands, where would he find such abundant flocks? Within the realm of Yan, where could he locate so many cattle and sheep to slaughter? After taking the lives of these sheep, would he have to face the authorities and be hunted down, only to become a bandit crying out from the mountains, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty"? Without the endorsement of little Zhao Wang and the D-Rome, could he truly risk everything for printing and pursue the elusive technique worth 500 taels? How naive. Reflecting on those whimsical thoughts that had briefly flickered in his mind, Mu Qing could not help but let out a couple of hearty laughs before turning over to sleep. Chapter 65. Mu Qing's ingenious ideas. What does it matter? The next morning, Mu Qing lazily rolled out of bed. Indeed, why not directly transcribe 9 copies first, and then synthesize them into 3 stars before directly carving the printing template for the 3-star technique? Mu Qing gazed at the transcription of the void arrow, engulfed in a haze of confusion. He felt as though he were lacking in intellect, his mind struggling to grasp the intricacies of the task at hand. It was only after a brief slumber that he began to regain his composure. The 5-star archery technique, with its profound heart connection and esoteric arts, was undoubtedly beyond his capacity for engraving. The text was intricate, interspersed with illustrations, and Mu Qing estimated that it would take no less than a month to accurately carve it. Even merely transcribing it would require at least half a day of diligent effort. In contrast, if he were to print it, the 1-star heart unification technique could be mastered within 3 to 5 days at most, making it an efficient use of time. Thus, he resolved to commence the engraving of the void arrow directly from the 3-star level. Rising from his seat, he began to transcribe diligently. The paper he utilized had been procured during his time in Dingfang City, a testament to the adage that wealth can resolve 99% of problems. However, he noted with concern that his supplies were rapidly dwindling. Mu Qing contemplated the necessity of venturing into the grasslands to negotiate with the barbarians for some weaponry, which could then be synthesized for a bit of monetary gain. In the depths of winter, the barbarians likely faced considerable survival pressures, thus assisting them in alleviating their burdens, particularly concerning their women, might notably lessen their demographic strain. Such an approach would undoubtedly lighten their load. The techniques and manuals involved are inherently less complex than the martial arts themselves, and given that they pertain to the most fundamental of moves, transcribing them would be significantly simpler. Mu Qing spent merely the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense transcribing a copy, utilizing a brush. He found the task manageable, and had he employed a pencil, his speed would have undoubtedly increased. After transcribing 2 copies, he seamlessly merged them with the original. The fusion was successful, yielding some alterations in content, yet the name remained as Piercing Arrow. This left Mu Qing somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this technique's manual, upon synthesis, only enhances efficacy and power without revealing new techniques? Although this realization brought a hint of disappointment, the sentiment was fleeting. After all, who would refuse a gift of enhancement? What is there to be picky about? Mu Qing decisively commenced the transcription of the two-star piercing arrow. This endeavor took somewhat longer than before. It required the duration of a whole incense stick to meticulously complete a single volume. Consequently, transcribing 2 volumes demanded the span of 2 incense sticks. Upon completion, he proceeded to synthesize the work once more, retaining the same title but enhancing and refining the content. Thus, the 3-star piercing arrow was born. After perusing the material, Mu Qing found it considerably easier to continue his transcription. In comparison to engraving, the content of this technique's manual was far simpler. This time, transcribing 2 volumes took a total of 3 incense sticks to accomplish. Mu Qing rotated his wrist slightly and let out a gentle sigh. If this were to transcribe the cultivation method, it could take an indefinite amount of time. 3 volumes of the 3-star piercing arrow had transformed into a single volume of the 4-star piercing arrow. Mu Qing picked it up and glanced at it. From the introduction, he realized that he could no longer proceed with the synthesis. The release of this secret technique required the consumption of inner energy. Since his enlistment, even during moments of leisure, he had devoted himself to cultivation. However, the inner energy he possessed only allowed him to unleash the 4-star void piercing arrow approximately 10 times. After all, a technique is merely a technique. The refinement and synthesis system could not directly facilitate a seamless mastery, transforming him into an unparalleled being above all. Given this circumstance, Mu Qing had no choice but to cease his efforts. Hoping instead to fully cultivate the 5-star Bao Dao heart contract and witness the true efficacy of this remarkable technique. After stretching his body slightly, Mu Qing summoned his clansmen to the armory. There awaited the 50 foreign swords he had crafted for his fellow villagers, which were ready for his inspection. Upon his return today, he found that all 50 swords had been neatly arranged on the side. In comparison to the foreign sword he held, the disparity in quality was immediately evident. One set was a hastily produced rough draft made in 3 days, reliant solely on weight for combat, while the other represented military-grade craftsmanship, meticulously fashioned by several artisans over a span of 10 days. Although the dimensions were identical, the moment Mu Qing grasped the sword, he could instantly discern the difference. "How is it, Lieutenant Mu? This should meet your expectations, I trust?" The artisans, observing the satisfaction etched on Mu Qing's face, felt a swell of pride. "Well, if everyone has this sword when we next confront the barbarians, won't it be a matter of 1 strike per foe?" Mu Qing called out to his clansmen, inviting them to come forth and see if the tools were to their liking. Mu Qing waved his hand, and the clansmen hurriedly gathered around. They too had realized their newfound strength. Wielding the original spear felt remarkably lighter. "Indeed, Brother Qing, this feels invigorating. If we were to stand in a row and unleash a series of strikes, who could possibly withstand us? Although it still feels slightly heavy, it is far more manageable than the previous spear. Isn't that obvious? This is the very weapon that Brother Qing once wielded. His discerning eye for quality is beyond question. I never claimed otherwise. Are you looking for trouble, young one? Do you forget that I am your 7th elder brother?" The people of Mujiab, wielding their formidable large knives, chattered excitedly. After months of rigorous training and a substantial diet of meat, their physiques had become robust, and holding these towering weapons instilled an undeniable sense of intimidation. The craftsmen, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. With 50 large knives in total, even with Mu Qing included, there were only enough for 49 individuals. Mu Qing intended to use the knife in his possession as a foundation for synthesis and enhancement. Thus, he decided against providing a Hu with a new knife for the time being. With the weaponry issue resolved, Mu Qing could devote himself to extensively printing his martial arts techniques and continuing the synthesis process. In truth, he was more eager to discover what transformations might arise if armor were to be synthesized to its utmost pinnacle. However, that remained an improbable feat. He could finance the crafting of weapons for his kin, a matter that Di Rome would not contest. Yet, he could not afford the creation of armor. Moreover, the personnel at the armory would not be inclined to forge armor for him, and the external craftsmen were even less likely to assist, should such items be discovered. The consequences could be dire, ranging from losing one's head to the annihilation of one's entire family, unless one possessed a fully equipped and self-sufficient workshop. Such endeavors were fraught with peril. Mu Qing felt his pocket and decided against it. It was simply unattainable. After all, this was the feudal era. Even with a lavish system bestowed upon him, awakening in the morning and showcasing his wealth to indulge in extravagance by afternoon would only lead to imprisonment and the loss of his fortune. Ultimately, It was power, true power, that mattered most. Mu Qing immersed himself in the printing process, dismissing everyone and delving into his work. This unexpected action soon reached Rong. What could Mu Qing be researching? After a day of training, the young Prince Zhao was resting in his tent, heartily devouring mutton. Though Mu Qing possessed a myriad of cunning ideas, he was indeed a commendable individual. Uncle, why concern yourself with him? Let him be. Come, have a bite. Hearing this affectionate voice, Rong, in his 50s, couldn't help but smile broadly. Chungu was right. Why worry about it? Chapter 66. The essence of the supreme sheep. It took Mu Qing 3 full days to finally complete the printing of the 1-star Bao heart unification technique. He successfully elevated this technique to its maximum star level. The 5-star Bao Dao heart would evolve into the 6-star earthly Bao soul, and subsequently into the 7-star sun-shooting heavenly wolf. However, that was the extent of it. The more advanced techniques required 2 additional syntheses compared to the basic ones. Even so, Mu Qing expended a staggering 729 1-star Bao heart unification techniques to achieve synthesis. Upon completion, Mu Qing examined the technique. The description was succinct. 1 arrow pierces the sun, breaking the firmament. The heavenly wolf howls at the moon, shaking the vast sky. These few lines of poetry encapsulated the essence of the technique, which could be cultivated up to 10 levels. Even Mu Qing required an entire night to barely grasp the fundamentals. When he first activated this technique, he was astounded by the overwhelming internal energy that surged through him. To illustrate simply, if the 5-star technique, chasing the sun, was akin to an electric scooter with a speed of 25, then the 7-star sun-shooting heavenly wolf was comparable to a GL8 racing back at high speed to fetch a seal. The ferocious internal energy coursed through the pathways of his body, making him feel as if his meridians might burst. As he completed his first practice, he slowly opened his eyes to find the people from Mu's hometown anxiously gathered around him. Upon seeing Mu Qing awaken, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my goodness, Brother Qing, you are finally awake. I nearly thought you had passed out. What were you doing? We couldn't wake you. And you are drenched in sweat and dirt. It's quite unpleasant." "Indeed, it's winter now. Had it been summer, you'd be attracting flies, Brother Qing." The crowd chattered, and upon noticing Mu Qing attempting to rise, they quickly made way for him. Mu Qing rose, his body resonating with a symphony of crackling bones. "Ah, how invigorating." Mu Qing stretched lazily, feeling a deep sense of comfort that penetrated to the very core of his being. He felt an unparalleled lightness, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursed through him. His vision sharpened, and his hearing became acutely attuned. The effects of cultivating a high-level technique to its maximum potential were indeed extraordinary. "I'm perfectly fine. It must be a testament to my newfound prowess. I'll share my insights with you later. For now, I shall freshen up." After Mu Qing offered a brief admonition, he proceeded outside, stripping off his garments. He leaped directly into the frigid, biting waters of the river. Although the chill remained, it felt akin to taking a temperate bath in late autumn, entirely bearable. As time passed, the inherent adaptability bestowed by the essence of the sheep allowed him to gradually acclimate to the icy temperature. Once he had thoroughly cleansed himself of all impurities, Mu Qing finally emerged from the water, well-versed in the intricacies of storytelling. He recognized this as the innate cleansing and refining process that accompanied a remarkable cultivation technique. After returning to complete the task of slaughtering the 100 sheep designated for the day, Mu Qing ultimately made his way back to the grand tent. Upon seeing Mu Qing unharmed, the villagers of Mu's hometown resumed their training outside, leaving him alone in the grand tent. He took the opportunity to attempt the synthesis of 3 foreign blades, including his own. To his dismay, he found that synthesis was impossible, indicating that his blade was of an entirely different caliber compared to the 2 newly forged ones. Mu Qing was at a loss for words and could only seek assistance from the armory once more, requesting their help to repair and refine his original broadsword. This refinement would necessitate an additional 5 days. Mu Qing remained unhurried, seizing these days to thoroughly expand the military brothel while also dedicating time to instructing his clansmen in the cultivation of their techniques. Each night, he meticulously dissected and analyzed the teachings for his people, explaining them word by word. Nevertheless, progress remained sluggish, a reality Mu Qing had anticipated. After all, the complexity of the techniques and their high threshold were to be expected. During this period, he consistently slaughtered 100 sheep daily, amassing a total of 2,000 strands of sheep essence. From this, he consumed 1,944 strands to synthesize 24 5-star sheep essences. The 4-star sheep essence, akin to a fierce tiger, transformed into the 5-star battle sheep, resembling a pack of wolves, enhancing leaping ability, impact force, climbing capability, environmental adaptability, and the potential for explosive power in dire situations. Even after achieving 5 stars, the limit was not reached. Thus, Mu Qing continued to synthesize 8 strands of 6-star sheep essence. The 5-star battle sheep, now evolved into the 6-star dawn battle sheep, augmented overall combat strength, bolstered soul intensity, and increased explosive power, charging forth like the dawn itself. Upon reaching 6 stars, the limit still eluded him, prompting Mu Qing to experiment further. The 6-star dawn battle sheep transformed into the 7-star soul sovereign sheep. After synthesizing 2 strands of 7-star essence, Mu Qing sensed that the ordinary sheep essence had indeed reached its pinnacle, no longer able to be synthesized further. The 7-star soul sovereign sheep enhanced overall combat strength and soul abilities, with a minuscule chance of absorbing an enemy's soul upon their defeat, thus expanding his own and granting him the power to command souls. With 2 full-star sheep essences, Mu Qing directly affixed them to himself, replacing his previous 4-star essence. This time, he lay in bed, allowing the surge of power to wash over his body. Remarkably, he felt not only his physical form transforming but also his soul becoming sturdier. However, the intricacies of the soul command power remained a mystery to him. With no recent battles, it had been nearly a month since Mu Qing last took a life. Following his enhancements, he acutely felt the changes within him. The armor, weighing around 25 kilograms, felt as light as a leather coat draped over him. This transformation was somewhat disconcerting. Yet the adaptability bestowed by the sheep essence facilitated his swift acclimatization, inducing a peculiar sensation. Now, he retained 2 strands of 6-star dawn battle sheep essence, which he utilized to enhance Mu Hu while teaching them the cultivation techniques. Additionally, he gifted Mu Shi the 2 original 4-star essences, combining them with his own to synthesize a 5-star battle sheep essence. The strength of the arrowhead formation was notably augmented once more. With over 8,000 strands remaining, Mu Qing intended to bestow all of these enhancements upon his clansmen. When they entered the grasslands, he aimed to present an unstoppable heavy cavalry to the barbarians. Finally, the military brothel, long desired by the frontier troops, reopened its doors once more. As the initiator, Mu Qing naturally had to be present to endorse He Shigui. Today, with the exception of the necessary watchful troops, the majority of the soldiers arrived here under the leadership of their respective commanders. From the vantage point of the high platform, the scene below was a sea of heads, causing He Shigui's face to turn pale instantly. Mu Qing let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. The military courtesan is officially receiving clients. All those wishing to partake are to line up according to their rank, position, and strength, with the mightiest warrior being granted a reward of 10 taels of silver and a horse. Those who disturb the order or engage in deceit shall be met with 30 lashes. This is a matter for men, so let the chariots roll. In the bustling camp of the border army, voices rose in a cacophony. Snowflakes once again began to drift down from the sky, gracefully falling to the ground. It had been over half a month since returning from the grassland valley, and the weather had grown increasingly frigid. Yet, the atmosphere within the border camp was ablaze with fervor. Everyone stood in neat lines, fearful of losing their chance to participate. At this juncture, one's position in line mattered little. The essential thing was to prove oneself. With nearly 10,000 soldiers present, the sheer number was indeed imposing. The vast expanse of the grasslands provided ample space, with 500 tents lined up in a row, each housing merely a handful of individuals. Many others were occupied with maintaining order or patrolling, thus unable to join the ranks. Consequently, the burden on the more than 500 chariots remained manageable, ensuring that none would be damaged. They could take their time in the days to come. Observing the vibrant scene, Mu Qing felt a profound sense of accomplishment. It is through blood that one avenges blood, for retribution is most gratifying when delivered thus. To repay kindness with enmity is the folly of fools. Even the monk, previously escorted back, remarked, "Who but you would descend into hell?" It is evident that those who advocate for repaying virtue with virtue must have their minds clouded with nonsense. Mu Qing, himself a scholar, understands that reading is not merely an exercise in cherry-picking phrases or truncating meanings. The phrase repay virtue with virtue is often accompanied by the question, how then to repay virtue? Similarly, The notion that there are three unfilial acts, and the greatest is to be without offspring, does not solely imply the absence of marriage or children. It is further elucidated by the assertion that Shun wed without informing his parents, which is considered a lack of filial duty. This statement serves to encourage and admonish the younger generation to fulfill their obligations to their elders, rather than being misinterpreted or taken out of context. Mu Qing has encountered numerous instances of such truncation, typically perpetrated by individuals seeking to serve their own interests. For instance, a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. In the lively event of horse-drawn carriage racing, if a competition is to be held, it necessitates the presence of timekeepers. From the moment a participant enters the venue until they exit, there will be further verification with those inside. Should any deceit be uncovered, the entire team would be disqualified from the event. This measure effectively eliminates any possibility of dishonesty. Furthermore, once expelled, an individual is barred from entering the military brothels for the next 6 months, a punishment of considerable severity. The duration of participation is inconsequential. Winning a prize is desirable. Yet, even without one, the experience can be exhilarating. However, being expelled is the gravest misfortune. Should one's actions lead to the collective punishment of others in line, life outside would likely become quite unbearable. Those unable to release their frustrations may resort to brutal retribution. Each time someone exits, their time and name are loudly announced, with a designated individual recording the details. As they return, standing behind Mu Qing, their gaze is fixed. Observing all of this, one might wonder, is it gratifying? Is it a source of relief? Mu Qing stood with his arms crossed, clad not in armor, but rather in a sheepskin robe, which rendered him more barbaric than the very savages themselves. Alas, the wool from the sheep was inexhaustible, seemingly endless. General, there is no satisfaction to be found here. It can merely be regarded as an act of vengeance. If given the choice, I would prefer to refrain from such actions and instead restore my homeland's elders and kin. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossed his eyes, only to swiftly dissipate. Even if all the savages were subjected to unimaginable torment, it would do little to alleviate the bitterness that lingered in my heart. Mu Qing nodded slowly, for he comprehended the thoughts of returning home. Even if it were possible, even if this world were rife with petty grievances, even if he were to rise to power and eliminate all such grievances, it could not bring back the countless compatriots who had perished. It is not the same. The general has arrived. You must be mindful of your demeanor. Upon seeing Di Rong's arrival, Mu Qing advised him to immediately rein in his emotions and step aside respectfully. General, Mu Qing clasped his hands in salute. Behind Di Rong stood several of his captains. I always knew you would come up with something novel for this old man. Di Rong, standing atop the platform, gazed down at the bustling scene below and could not help but exclaim, "How on earth did you, this little scholar, conceive such an absurd idea?" Mu Qing. General, you are being unreasonable. In this biting winter, having consumed so much lamb, everyone feels quite overheated. I thought it would be prudent to relieve some of that discomfort and boost morale. Utilizing the barbarian's meat is indeed a splendid idea. Mu Qing spread his hands, a look of innocence adorning his face. Di Rong pointed at Mu Qing and, addressing the gathered lieutenants, remarked, "Behold, this is the essence of an educated individual, so adept in their craft." He continued, "However, you are correct. Boosting morale is indeed essential. Why don't you brave souls venture forth and give it a try? Who knows? You might secure the first prize." The lieutenants exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads with determination. They decided that such an opportunity should be left for the younger fellows. Indeed, we will have plenty of time in the future. Let us not compete with the youngsters now. Quite right. The camp cannot be left without oversight. Let us grant the young ones a day off. The lieutenants chattered animatedly, yet none showed a desire to join the queue. Mu Qing secretly smiled to himself. These fellows truly seem reluctant to join in the commotion, don't they? No. It is more likely that they fear being outshone by the soldiers they deem inferior, concerned about the loss of face that would ensue. After all, such matters are dictated by innate talent and bear little relation to rank or power. Should they find themselves outperformed, what would become of the commander as prestige? Observing this, Di Rong paid them no heed. He merely instructed them to refrain from causing any disturbances, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Qing before turning to depart. After exchanging a few words with He Shigui, Mu Qing hastily followed suit. Upon returning to the general's tent, Mu Qing noticed the presence of the young Zhao King, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. Di Rong strode back to his seat with great urgency, while the various commanding officers arranged themselves into two orderly lines. Mu Qing stood directly beside Di Rong's desk. As a personal guard and deputy captain, his position was undoubtedly different. To cut a long story short, since the last time this general dispatched envoys to the capital to urge for supplies, there has been no reply, nor has the envoy returned. This general believes it is a signal from the capital. I intend to raise an army, proclaim His Highness Prince Zhao as the sovereign, and summon the forces of the realm to dethrone that illegitimate son. What are your thoughts? Anyone unwilling may depart. I vow upon my life that there will be no pursuit. Young Prince Zhao, seated nearby, instantly tensed up. He was already aware of his fate. Knowing there was no escape. In his position, he faced death if he did not move forward. There was no alternative. He could only cast his gaze upon his uncle Di Rong, and then upon his mentor and comrade, Mu Qing. Chapter 68. Uncle, why not take the lead? General, we have been loyal soldiers following you through life and death for many years. Do your words not chill the hearts of your brothers? A certain deputy, upon hearing Di Rong's statement, widened his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, General, I joined the army at 15, and now at 37. I have risen from a common soldier to a bow and arrow deputy, all thanks to your nurturing. I regard you as a second father. How can you utter such words? Another robust deputy, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, If you find us unworthy, you could simply eliminate us. What nonsense is this? Di Rong observed the indignation of these deputies he had promoted, feeling both comforted and pleased. However, not all these deputies were loyal to Di Rong. Many hailed from other noble families of Yan. His words were also directed at them. Sure enough, one deputy stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect. To proclaim His Highness Prince Zhao as sovereign is indeed in accordance with the will of heaven. Yet, General, the capital may well have settled matters by now. Our border troops are suited for open field battles and vast plains. We may lack the strength for a siege. Do you have a detailed plan? They have a point. If the border troops depart, what will happen to the common folk? What sins have they committed? Furthermore, if the border troops march south and the capital summons the 4 southern armies for aid, with Yan's north and south laid bare, we could be caught in a pincer attack, risking the very existence of our nation. Several noble deputies stepped forward to analyze the situation, provoking discontent among the other deputies. What do you mean? Are you suggesting the general surrender Prince Zhao and bow to that illegitimate son? You cowards! If you're afraid, go line up for the cart. This is a matter for men, and those without courage do not belong here. I stand by this statement. Whatever the general says is final. Who dares to defy me? Who do you think you are? I am your superior. Come. Call me father and let me hear it. As the crowd appeared on the brink of violence, Di Rong's expression darkened considerably. Mu Qing, perceiving the situation, strode forward assertively and with one hand on each individual, forcefully separated them. No, shook off would be a more fitting description. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as all the officers stared at Mu Qing as if witnessing a ghost. Did I just imagine that? You didn't exert any force, did you? Of course, I did. I used every ounce of strength I possessed. Then how were they shaken off? It's inexplicable, in the blink of an eye. I was out of there. Even Di Rong found it somewhat unbelievable. Mu Qing blinked in astonishment, scarcely believing the extent of his newfound strength. A mere captain had been effortlessly cast aside by him. He could perceive that this enhancement stemmed from the profound transformation brought about by the 7 stars shooting sun's celestial wolf technique, further amplified by the essence of the 7 stars goat, which infused his spirit with remarkable vigor. Naturally, the effects of other essences also contributed significantly. Yet the potency of those infused with the 7 stars was particularly pronounced. While the 7 stars essence was indeed formidable, its consumption was rather substantial. To synthesize a single essence of the 7 stars required the life force of 729 beings. Outside the battlefield, such power was rendered ineffective. As for the essence of humans, it could only be utilized in the most barbaric of contexts. Upon reaching the central plains, in the event of civil strife, it would be unthinkable to indiscriminately harm the innocent populace. Mu Qing's ruthless and unscrupulous nature is largely a response to the age-old blood feuds with the barbaric tribes of the grasslands. Mu Qing, appearing calm and composed, returned to his original position with an air of tranquility, concealing his merits and reputation. Little Zhao Wang discreetly raised a thumbs up in approval. Mu Qing subtly gestured to decline the offer of discipleship. As the atmosphere settled, Di Rong continued, Your concerns revolve primarily around the issues we face after our departure, namely, the threat posed by the barbarians, our capacity to conquer the capital, and the potential reinforcements from the southern armies. Am I correct? Several officers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, General, it is not that we are unwilling to follow you, but the gravity of the situation necessitates careful deliberation. At the very least, we require a meticulously crafted plan to proceed effectively. Precisely, General. We are not cowards. Yet matters of such magnitude cannot be resolved impulsively with mere determination. To be honest, Mu Qing found merit in the sentiments expressed by the others. Whether they were loyalists personally promoted by Di Rong or other officers, their apprehensions were valid. The interconnectedness of these issues was indeed no trifling matter. Di Rong nodded. I fully comprehend your concerns. We are currently in the depths of winter, affording us time to prepare. I have dispatched envoys to communicate with other armies and cities. I anticipate news will arrive shortly. What we must ascertain now is whether to act or refrain. Should we choose to act, preparations must be made in advance. Di Rong subtly glanced at Mu Qing, who understood the implication and resolutely spoke up. We have no alternative. Even if we choose an action, the figure in the capital will not spare us. Today they dare to sever our supplies. Tomorrow they will threaten our families, and the day after, they will order our extermination. When they cut off the provisions to the border troops, did they ever consider the instability that could invite barbarian incursions? This alone reveals that the illegitimate son is far from a wise ruler. Mu Qing's words resonated profoundly. In contrast, His Highness, the Prince of Zhao, was stationed among the border troops, sharing the same quarters, participating in training, and engaging in battles against the barbarian tribes. With the stature of a legitimate son, he possessed a rightful claim that the illegitimate offspring could hardly rival. Well said. Captain Mu's words ring true, although we cannot see him. We are well aware of the presence of His Highness, the Prince of Zhao. Indeed, how can they neglect our border troops who are starving and facing instability? Let us act. Formulating plans is the general's responsibility. Our duty is to don our armor and charge into battle. Why ponder so much? The crowd wholeheartedly endorsed Mu Qing's sentiments. It was a valid point. Had it not been for the elite soldiers braving the harsh weather to bring back 2 herds of sheep from the barbarians, the army would be in dire straits. Unable even to line up for rations, let alone have a decent meal. In such inclement weather, hunger could incite a mutiny. Very well, it is settled then. After this matter, you shall intensify your training, replenish your supplies, and remain ever prepared to strike. The general shall oversee the rest. Seeing the moment was ripe, Di Rong decisively made his pronouncement. The gate commanders found themselves devoid of counterarguments. The reality was stark. Without resistance, starvation would be inevitable. Once all had departed, the young Prince Zhao let out a sigh of relief. It has become evident to me that being an emperor is no easy task. I truly long for the days when my father and elder brother were still present. Those were moments of genuine joy. Uncle, since we are raising an army, why not you ascend as emperor while I remain a mere prince? Di Rong, you rascal, do you wish to place your uncle in peril? Chapter 69. Young Prince Zhao. Is your memory so exceptional? Mu Qing chose to disregard the 2 men, uncle and nephew. Once affairs here came to a close, he intended to inspect the modifications made to his weapon. Repairing was not equivalent to crafting anew, thus it was not excessively challenging. The time available in these few days was entirely sufficient. This also illuminated the hasty nature of the initial forging of the foreign blade. Refining it anew on its original foundation would require no less than 3 days, while the original creation of this blade had been accomplished in just 3 days. Indeed, it was crude. Upon retrieving his weapon, Mu Qing returned to his tent and attempted the synthesis once more, this time with success. 3 foreign blades fused into one. The resultant foreign blade, quality item, was surprisingly of good quality, suggesting that the Armory-S creations were all of 2-star standard. The newly synthesized blade appeared significantly more harmonious, with its weight having increased slightly, approximately 5 pounds. However, when Mu Qing grasped it, it still felt remarkably light in his hand. With a gentle swing, it produced a sharp, whistling sound, its formidable power readily apparent. Mu Qing was exceedingly pleased. He had to ponder what essence to bestow upon his warhorse. Unlike humans, in his perception, a warhorse could only bear a single essence. Currently, it was imbued with the formidable strength of a 100-layer ant king. Should he add more, the horse would be unable to endure the burden. Among the livestock he had gathered, not a single cow had been slaughtered. all were exchanged for provisions. Consequently, Mu Qing found himself unable to augment the essence with bovine attributes. He was now left with two potential enhancements for his steed. One option was to cull the injured horses within the camp that could no longer serve in battle and extract their equine essence. The other was to directly acquire the 4- or 5-star sheep essence. Presently, even Mu Qing himself possessed a scant amount of equine essence. In comparison to sheep, both bovine and equine essences were regrettably limited. At this juncture, Mu Qing's bovine essence stood at merely 3 stars, while his equine essence was a mere 2 stars. In stark contrast, his human essence had reached 5 stars, underscoring the significant disparity. After the lively horse-drawn carriage activities concluded, the military courtesans, having toiled throughout the day, reluctantly paused to rest. To ensure the sustainable operation of the military brothel, Mu Qing instructed Hishirgue to temporarily suspend its activities for a duration of 7 days. After this period, all soldiers would be permitted to release their emotions according to rank. The captains would have no restrictions. The lieutenants would be separated by no less than 3 days, the sergeants by no less than 7 days, the squad leaders by no less than 10 days. And ordinary soldiers would be allowed to apply for release once every half-month at most. Of course, exceptions existed. Those who excelled in training, provided no one had objections, could apply for special release. The most critical rule stated that anyone caught in deceit would be subjected to 30 lashes. According to Mu Qing, if one had to resort to deception for such matters, it would be better to forfeit the cattle entirely. As 2 weeks passed, the cavalry at the border camp moved incessantly. A storm was brewing over Dingfang City. As the first stronghold for the Zhao royal city, Dingfang bore a substantial responsibility. The city governor utilized all his connections to seek allies for the Zhao king and to gather intelligence. Simultaneously, he began fortifying the city walls, covertly producing arrows and crafting defensive armaments. None of this concerned Mu Qing. He was merely a personal lieutenant, and such strategic matters were beyond his purview. During this time, he had successfully imparted the training of all the individuals from his homeland. The members of Mu's hometown could finally operate independently with the 7 stars, shooting the sun, and the heavenly wolf technique, having completed their spiritual cleansing and marrow refining. As a result of this endeavor, the overall strength of Mu's personal troops significantly increased. In the course of the last half-month, Mu Qing had also slain 1,500 sheep. To synthesize a 5-star sheep essence capable of summoning a wolf pack required 81 1-star sheep essences. Currently, the 1,500 he had could only be combined into 18 5-star sheep essences. Mu Qing remained unhurried, intending to bestow upon the youngsters from his hometown a singular essence of the 5-star sheep upon synthesizing one. With an abundance of sheep at hand, it was merely a matter of time before all could receive this exquisite essence. Everyone could perceive the remarkable advancement in the prowess of the individuals from Mu's hometown. However, as they shared daily life together, indulging in meals and merriment alike, any bewilderment remained untraceable. Crucially, Di Rong had entrusted the daily issuance of the manual to the seasoned veterans of the personal guards. Even the lieutenants, who felt their own martial arts inadequate, were encouraged to partake in the learning process. Di Rong did not conceal that this technique originated from Mu Qing, thereby binding all who studied it to a sense of gratitude towards him. This fostered an environment where no ill thoughts could arise concerning Mu Qing or his compatriots. In the army, where rugged men resided, there existed a tacit understanding of loyalty. Those who partook in another's generosity seldom harbored resentment. Furthermore, it was Mu Xiaoyi who, with remarkable audacity, willingly shared such an impressive technique. Were it me, I would likely covet it as a treasured heirloom. Indeed, one must consider their own standing. How could one possibly compare to Mu Xiaoyi? Without a formal declaration, let it be known that from this day forth, Mu Xiaoyi is the individual I hold in the highest regard, second only to the Grand General. Yet, we must not draw any ire towards Mu Xiaoyi. One mustn't forget that His Highness, the Zhao Prince, remains within the camp. How do you expect the Zhao Prince to navigate this situation? Are you referring to the prince who was recently subjected to a thorough thrashing by Mu Xiaoyi while mounted? The onlookers followed his gaze and beheld Mu Qing galloping after the young Zhao Prince, relentlessly chastising him. Is this how I instructed you? Is this how I taught you? You are the most inept student I have ever mentored. The crowd fell silent, while the young Zhao Prince, overwhelmed, lamented his plight. It was merely a couple of missteps. Must it be escalated to such extremes? Cursed Mu Qing, I shall have my vengeance. Just wait, once I ascend to the throne, I shall reward you with the position of chief eunuch." The young Zhao prince scurried away in despair. Mu Qing let out a cold laugh, proclaiming, "Then I shall ensure that all the children of your harem bear the surname Mu." The young Zhao king rolled over and, in one fluid motion, produced a small notebook and a charcoal pencil. "I too will take note. I shall record that Mu Qing has boasted once again." Mu Qing let out a cold snort. "How do you intend to remember this sound?" Young Zhao Wang paused, contemplating. "I shall remember it as, well." Mu Qing sat leisurely upon his steed, silently reprimanding the foolishness of the young Prince Zhao with a disdainful snort. In a fit of rage, the young prince hurled his brush aside, declaring a challenge. He charged forward with a wild cry, only to be swiftly subdued by Mu Qing. As the two engaged in their skirmish and retreated, onlookers were momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, one could not deny Mu Xiaowei's prowess. Indeed, apart from the Grand General, he was the individual I most admired. The Prince Zhao, being of noble lineage, was not to be compared in this context. This sentiment was met with agreement. The young prince, oblivious to his tarnished reputation, remained indifferent, enduring rigorous training at the hands of Mu Qing that was hardly more dignified than that of a mere hound. Yet, his progress was undeniably rapid. In the following chapter, Mu Qing sought to venture into the grasslands, determined to become a catalyst for chaos. After nearly a month, he successfully gathered the essence of a 5-star sheep for his kin. The current strength of the Mu clan had multiplied significantly since their initial arrival at the camp. Numerous events had transpired during this time, including a lively celebration of the new year, where every warrior received a generous portion of meat and a thick sheepskin. Coupled with the infusion of joy, the sense of belonging and morale within the camp soared. Following the festivities, Mu Qing sensed that the Dirong could no longer contain themselves. The remaining sheep in the camp were dwindling, if action were not taken soon. Once the snow melted and the grasslands revived, opportunities would be scarce. The issue of provisions loomed like a sword over the camp. Mu Qing now faced two paths: to venture into the grasslands to hold the barbarians at bay, stirring the winds of conflict to prevent their southward advance, or to accompany the border troops southward to seize cities and lands, thereby elevating the young Prince Zhao to the throne and securing his own share of glory in the process. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Qing chose the former. Any siege is a veritable meat grinder. He would not gamble the lives of his fellow townsfolk under such circumstances. Ultimately, the cost in lives would be minimal, and he would find himself constrained, devoid of any satisfaction. Thus, Mu Qing approached Dirong, proactively suggesting that they lead the people of his hometown into the grasslands to stir the winds of change. Dirong was not surprised, yet he could not permit Mu Qing to take all his trusted soldiers. In such endeavors, it was imperative that he be accompanied by those he could rely upon. Ultimately, Mu Qing departed with only the people of his hometown, each mounted on 2 horses, carrying provisions of jerky sufficient for several days. Prior to their departure, mindful of the army's impending march, all livestock was slaughtered to prepare military rations. Mu Qing indulged in a thrilling spree, culminating in the slaughter of over 4,800 sheep, their blood saturating the earth. The essence derived from these sheep allowed Mu Qing to bestow an additional layer of 5-star sheep essence upon the valiant wolf cavalry of the Mu clan. Despite this, he retained just over 1,000 1-star sheep essences. With these remnants, he proceeded to synthesize 13 5-star sheep cavalry, distributing them among his kin in the front line of the small phalanx, including himself, Mu Hu, and Mu Shi, thereby replacing the previous mounts imbued with the strength of 2-star ant kings. In the tumultuous grasslands, while individual prowess was paramount, the might of one's steed was equally significant. At this juncture, Mu Qing was fully prepared. The young Zhao King could not possibly depart from him. After all, he was the very linchpin of this uprising, destined to remain within the confines of the main camp. This necessity was also the reason behind Dirong's relentless training of Mu Qing. When it came time for Mu Qing to leave, the young Zhao King personally came to bid farewell. "Brother Qing, Mu Qing, I shall succeed, and you must too. You are destined to be my chief eunuch." The tone of the young Zhao King carried a hint of regret and melancholy. His months spent with the border troops had fostered substantial growth within him. He was no longer the child who once clamored for the throne and attendance. He had witnessed the battlefield, the carnage and bloodshed, endured grueling training and combat, and seen his comrades fall. "If I had the choice, I would prefer not to be this Zhao King, but rather to traverse the battlefield alongside you all." Mu Qing, clad in heavy armor, stood proudly on horseback. Wielding a broadsword, with a stone bow and quiver hanging from his saddle. I believe this. Whether you are King Zhao or Gao Chun, you are our comrade in arms. Of course. I hope that after your ascension, you will continue to hold such sentiments. Young King Zhao replied earnestly, I will, take care. Mu Qing nodded slightly, casting a distant glance at the gate where the Dirong stood, before turning his horse around and galloping towards the grasslands with the people of Mujiaxiang. He did not take to heart the words spoken by the young Zhao King. Throughout the annals of Dongda's history, few have remained unchanged in their mindset after ascending to such a position. Moreover, the young Zhao King had only just turned 12. A mere child, how he might be influenced by that position remains a mystery. However, Mu Qing was indifferent to this. What truly mattered to him was whether his own strength could render any threats inconsequential. If he alone was insufficient, he would rally the youths of Mujiaxiang. With fewer numbers, the formation would become significantly more agile. Mu Qing followed the same path he had taken before, and upon discovering the tribe he had once obliterated, he changed direction and continued deeper into the grasslands. It had been a full 5 days since he had departed from the main camp. The nights of early spring remained bitterly cold, with the campfire crackling incessantly. Mu Qing and his companions, clad in full armor, sat encircled around a colossal bonfire, while a few trembling tribesmen diligently roasted lamb for the assembly. The air within this small tribe was thick with the scent of blood. Yet Mu Qing remained oblivious to it. A terrified young tribesman, nestled in his mother's embrace, stifled his sobs, yearning to cry but having his mouth firmly covered. A robust man knelt not far from Mu Qing, his face etched with defiance and fury. Mu Qing gazed at him with a hint of disdain, remarking, Are you truly considered a Tuk? The Tuks of your grasslands seem to hold little value. Mu Qing's words incited a fierce anger in the man. You people of Yin, you are akin to the vultures of the heavens, only worthy of feasting upon carrion. Mu Qing cleared his ears and remarked, Your foul language possesses as little potency as your abilities. Allow me to pose a question. Who in your tribe rides horses with the utmost skill? The man spat on the ground, clearly unwilling to respond to this inquiry. Have you gone deaf, my good fellow, that you do not hear my question? Mu could hardly tolerate this indignity. He strode over and, with a swift motion, delivered 2 resounding slaps. Mu Qing let out a sound of regret. You see, I pose a question to you, yet you remain silent and instead spit in disdain. As a consequence, it seems only just that I should take the lives of 2 of your kin, does it not? No, I implore you. The barbarian chief, his face swollen from the blows he had received, widened his eyes in shock upon witnessing Mu Qing draw his bow, aiming it towards the women and children. It was too late. Mu Qing casually shot 2 arrows, sending away the 2 brutes. Are you satisfied with this situation now? Can we speak civilly? The burly man nodded, albeit with a sense of humiliation. The brutes, however, cast complex glances in their direction, a burgeoning resentment towards the man swelling within them. How dare you act so high and mighty, using our lives to bolster your own pride? Does this elevate your status? Mu Qing observed the scene before him, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Alas, such is the nature of humanity. Hemuli, apart from myself, is the finest and swiftest horseman, lamented the leader of the barbarians. Oh, who might this Hemuli be? Step forward so that I may behold you. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the captives. Hemuli has perished beneath your iron hooves. The barbarian, his voice tinged with a trace of sorrow and indignation, continued, He was my brother. Mu Qing, with a stoic expression, knocked another arrow and sent away yet another barbarian. Come, let me take down another. I have plenty of arrows left. Chapter 71. Go and inform your great tribe. We are right here. Mu Qing had yet to utter a word. Yet the captives from the barbarian tribe had already erupted into a chorus of curses. Naturally, they dared not direct their vitriol at Mu Qing. Their ire was reserved for that man. Damned Humuli, when asked a question, why must you respond with the lives of your kin to showcase your so-called bravery? You wretched creature, how could you have been chosen as the Tuk? You are fit only for mating with use. If they have inquired, it must hold significance. What use is your deceased brother? Roasted lamb has surely scorched your brain too. Esteemed Lord of Yen, why not slay him and inquire of us instead? We shall oblige. The barbarians were disgusted by the man's seemingly defiant demeanor. If you were truly unwilling to yield, it would have been more honorable to die in battle. Now, having been captured, bested in skill, and with the fate of your entire tribe in their hands, why not simply answer their questions? What purpose does this charade serve? If they are displeased, retribution is certain, and yet, your silence has cost 3 of your kin their lives. Humuli, you scoundrel. The barbarians glared furiously at tumuli, who gazed upon the scene with a heavy heart. My people, though unwilling to strike against the invaders, dare to heap scorn and punishment upon me. The Tuku fights desperately for our tribe. Where is your spirit and bloodline as children of the wolf god? Tumuli staggered to his feet, positioning himself between Mu Qing and the barbarian captives. Enough. Do not slay my kin any further. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed as Mu Qing, unmoving in his seat, wielded his blade with a single hand and swiftly severed the man's head. As his head fell to the ground, his eyes reflected a mixture of sorrow, fury, and disbelief. He could not comprehend why the opponent had struck without warning. Was there not a matter at hand that required his explanation? Mu Qing remained silent, while Mu Hu, as Mu Qing's spokesperson, spoke on his behalf. It is unclear what you are referring to with your question about the dog's name. Mu Hu gazed with disdain at the headless man sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his neck. Mu Qing found himself at a loss for words. How could something so contemptible, even in the eyes of a fool like a Hu, have grown to such proportions? Is the preservation of life on this vast prairie truly so remarkable? It seems unlikely that such attributes were acquired through experience. They were likely innate, bestowed from the womb. I shall grant you another opportunity. Let those who excel in horsemanship step forward. Mu Qing clapped his hands, observing the barbarian captives huddled together. After a moment, a young barbarian lad slowly rose to his feet. Mu Qing nodded, acknowledging the commendable bravery. Ride a horse and convey the news of our rampage across the grasslands to the various tribes in your territory. The young barbarian had anticipated death awaiting him, yet he was utterly astonished that they were instead granting him the task of delivering a message to the other tribes. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. This is your sole chance at survival. You would do well to cherish it. Mu Qing revealed a chilling smile, causing the young man to shudder with fear. At that moment, the youth could not discern the truth behind Mu Qing's words. He could only follow the instructions and sought out a warhorse from his tribe. Charging into the distance under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mu Shi squatted beside Mu Qing. Brother Qing, he said, with such words, we are treading on dangerous ground. If those barbaric tribes become aware of our movements, they may mobilize a large force to besiege us. With our limited numbers, can we withstand such an onslaught? Mu Qing, while gnawing on a leg of lamb, explained, rest assured, Uncle Lu, our mission is to divert the attention of the barbarians towards us, ensuring they do not have the opportunity to descend southward and disturb the borders. Furthermore, Mu Qing wore a faint, sardonic smile. I eagerly await their arrival, curious to see whether their numbers surpass the toll I will exact. On this vast grassland, apart from the cattle and sheep of the barbarians, the barbarians themselves serve as exceptional catalysts for Mu Qing's martial prowess. Currently, he possesses merely 11 quintessences of 5-star warriors, solid as a fortress. Yet there remains ample room for enhancement. To achieve such elevation, however, one must inevitably amass lives. It is clear that the Han clansmen from our homeland are not an option, thus the barbarians must bear the brunt of this necessity. After all, an inextricable blood feud exists between the two factions. Once satiated, Mu Qing proactively volunteered for the night watch, with Mu Hu accompanying him. Meanwhile, the others took turns guarding the captured barbarians, awaiting dawn for further actions. Mu Qing gathered all the longbows from the barbarian tribe and relocated them to a single tent. The stone 5-bow felt exceedingly light in his hands. He was in urgent need of a more formidable bow. Such a task was not difficult among the barbarian tribes on the grasslands, where curved sabers and longbows were the most commonly wielded weapons. The stone bow currently wielded by Mu Qing is a military-grade product, with each bow adhering to identical specifications. In contrast, the barbarian bows are rather haphazard, with each bow exhibiting varying degrees of strength. The progression of the prairie long bows ranges from the inferior quality to the exquisite. Prairie long bow, inferior, prairie long bow, slightly flawed, prairie long bow, good, prairie long bow, exquisite. Mu Qing has utilized a total of 81 prairie long bows to achieve the coveted 4-star synthesis, and that is the extent of it. The remaining prairie long bows lack even the qualification to participate in the synthesis process. Mu Qing tested the exquisite 4-star prairie long bow, estimating its draw weight to be approximately 3 stones. This can certainly be considered a formidable bow. However, for Mu Qing, it remained effortlessly manageable, allowing him to draw it fully with ease. Even with repeated rapid shots, he felt no sense of fatigue. Mu Qing felt that if he could further refine his bow to a 5-star excellence level, it would suffice for his needs. He swiftly slung the exquisite bow across his back, handing over the stone-grade bow he had replaced to Mu Shi. As for Mu Hu, he could not make use of such equipment that was more suitable for him. With the night watch approaching, Mu Qing did not hesitate. After successfully completing the refinement, he indeed ventured out to take turns keeping watch with the others. Mu Hu lay beside, soundly asleep, cradling a leg of lamb, occasionally licking it and smacking his lips before drifting back into slumber. Early the next morning, Mu Qing, after his watch, rose and rubbed his face with the remnants of snow on the ground. "Brother Qing, how shall we deal with these barbarians?" Mu Shi inquired tentatively. Mu Qing cast a sweeping glance over the remaining captives of the small tribe, having already condemned them to their fate in his heart. "Uncle Lu, please assist the clansmen in organizing the arms and supplies. Leave these matters to me." Mu Qing smiled broadly. "No one is better suited than I to determine how to handle the aftermath." Mu Shi remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. He could not fathom why Qing Guer harbored such a lethal disposition. Yet he understood that from this day forth, the frail and vulnerable would likely be queuing for rebirth. Whether this was a blessing or a curse eluded him. But witnessing the steady growth of Qing Guer and his kin's prowess and combat capabilities compelled Mu Shi to cultivate a heart of cold indifference. Alas, they were merely brutes. It was certainly preferable to suffering casualties among his own kin. Chapter 72. The essence of the horse route. This was indeed a diminutive tribe, with a population of less than 300. After enduring a harsh winter, their livestock had dwindled to fewer than 500. It was evident they had failed to gather sufficient provisions to survive the winter. Many cattle and sheep perished in the biting winds, ultimately becoming sustenance for the tribe. This single bounty was ample to replenish the supplies of Mu Qing and his companions. This was precisely why, although he held the rank of a lieutenant, Mu Qing chose to venture into the grasslands accompanied solely by his own tribesmen. The frontier troops lacked for neither steeds nor cavalry, with Mu Qing's prowess. He could easily command not just 50, but even 500 men. However, this was on the grasslands, in the territory of the barbarians, where agility and maneuverability were paramount. Moreover, the logistics for a contingent of 50 could be effortlessly managed by any small tribe, allowing for greater flexibility in resupply. Most crucially, these 50 individuals were Mu Qing's own kin, who held unwavering trust in him. Their synergy was impeccable, allowing them to coordinate their strategies with mere glances. Furthermore, while engaged in battle, he could continuously enhance his tribesmen's combat strength by bestowing upon them the essence he had collected, achieving a snowballing strategic advantage, a far more significant consideration than bringing 500 men. His warriors, clad in heavy armor, were elite cavalry, charging forth like land-bound tanks. An entirely different echelon compared to the light cavalry of the frontier troops. In guerrilla warfare, numbers do not equate to superiority, a lesson Mu Qing had long since internalized, having stood atop the shoulders of giants to view the world. After a brief moment, Mu Qing flicked the blood from his blade and glanced back at the eerily silent tribe before departing. This foray yielded 342 units of human essence, 436 units of sheep essence, 23 units of cattle essence, and 106 units of horse essence. He synthesized 5 units of 5-star sheep battle pack wolves from the sheep essence, equipping his kin's steeds and replacing the 100 layers of 2-star Ant King strength. The disparity in star levels and biological tiers between the two was not something mere layers could reconcile. In comparison to the 2-star 100-layer Ant King strength, the 5-star sheep battle pack wolves conferred superior environmental adaptability, leaping ability, and charging power to the steeds, even enhancing their combat prowess. Should he affix sufficient 5-star sheep essence to these steeds, Mu Qing had no doubt they could engage in battle autonomously. The human essence remained untouched for the time being, as Mu Qing aimed to pursue a higher star level. With this recent acquisition of horse essence, he could finally address the 2-star horse essence he possessed. Now armed with 106 units of horse essence, he was poised to synthesize a single 5-star horse essence. 1-star horse leading the way, 2-star horse soaring like a swan, 3-star horse racing like the wind, 4-star iron cavalry surging forth, 5-star formation horse, gale of the wind, augmenting linear impact and explosive power, akin to a warhorse galloping into the fray, unstoppable in its charge. After adorning himself with the quintessence of the 5-star steed, Mu Qing removed the 8 strands of the 2-star steed essence from his own body and combined them with the single strand from Mu Hu. thus forming a 4-star steed essence. In addition to enhancing his own capabilities, Mu Qing prioritized bestowing any essence that could bolster Mu Hu. Alas, his foolish brother lacked the ability to cultivate martial arts, rendering the formidable 7-star technique useless to him. Thus, Mu Qing endeavored to compensate with essence. Although the absence of cultivation techniques deprived Mu Hu of the profound benefits of marrow cleansing and scripture refining, the essence he possessed was the most splendid after Mu Qing himself, maintaining a formidable combat prowess, second only to Mu Qing. Coupled with his hearty appetite, carefree disposition, and commendable spirit, his overall momentum appeared quite promising. Feeling the surge of newfound strength within, Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction. With each wave of enhancement, he grew stronger with every adversary he vanquished. In this current state, who could discern whether he was a hero or an executioner? To the barbaric tribes of the plains, he was nothing short of a depraved beast, leaving devastation in his wake, obliterating not only humans but also livestock, cleaving them in twain. Yet, to the common folk of Yin, he was regarded as a guardian deity, a resplendent hero, for his presence kept the marauding tribes at bay, granting them a semblance of peace in their lives. Mu Qing's heart remains untouched by any notions of guilt stemming from the bloodshed. His decisions are dictated by the necessity of survival. Should he falter in his actions, the arrival of spring would awaken the grasslands, leading to a complete depletion of supplies for the border troops. Thousands would stand ready for slaughter, leaving the northern gates of the Yin state wide open, inviting the barbarian hordes to descend with impunity. Such a scenario is intolerable for Mu Qing. The Yin state is not vast. He has perused the cartographic scrolls within the general's tent and knows it encompasses at most a significant portion of Ji and a section of Jin. Should the barbarians advance unchecked, even his homeland would not be spared. Thus, Mu Qing steels his resolve. He believes that killing is the only solution, for through it, he may also grow stronger. Mu Qing rode to the forefront of the group, refusing to allow the journey to be a monotonous affair. Instead, he engaged the others in a discussion about the void-piercing arrow as they traveled, having recently mastered the sun-shooting celestial wolf technique for self-cultivation. It was now time for them to acquire a skill that would enable them to harness their inner energy for offensive purposes. In the Mu family village, no one inquired about the events that transpired thereafter. They were all acutely aware. Upon their departure, Mu Qing had issued a strict edict. Absolute obedience to military orders was imperative at all times, and any indulgence in the company of barbarian women was strictly prohibited. Should one feel the urge to engage in such pursuits, the military brothel within the camp was available, and the soldiers were not constrained. However, once on the grasslands, one must not allow such distractions to impede their duties. Consequently, the people of Mu family village were characterized by their rigorous training and cold demeanor. Beneath their armor, their eyes, hardened by countless battles, exuded an overwhelming sense of menace. Months of intense training and skirmishes had transformed these scions of the Mu family into merciless warriors. Only Mu, who retained an air of innocence, seemingly untouched by the grim realities around him. As Mu Qing and his companions arrived, the winds of the grasslands began to stir ominously. After their departure for the better part of a day, a horde of howling barbarian cavalry descended upon the small tribe. The young boy, sent by Mu Qing to deliver a warning, was struck by the sight of lifeless bodies scattered across the ground, causing him to tumble from his mount in horror. Devils! They are all devils! Mother! Mother! The boy scrambled through the blood-soaked earth, desperately searching for his mother, only to find her eyes forever closed. They are all gone. All are dead. We had laid down our arms. Why must they annihilate us? The boy clutched his mother's lifeless body, his mental defenses collapsing entirely. Chapter 73. Who urinates yellow? Awaken him. The cavalry leader dismounted, his expression grave. This brutality did not resemble the typical practices of the Yin border troops. Rather, it echoed the devastation wrought upon the 3 tribes that had fallen come winter. Yet, why had they slaughtered even the cattle and sheep? According to Yin customs, these should have been regarded as spoils of war, rightfully taken. Had the Yin gone mad? Why pursue total eradication? Did the elderly and children pose such a threat? The barbarian cavalry leader, adorned with 2 braided pigtails, furrowed his brow at the horrific scene before him. Mu, were you not equally ruthless when you raided the grasslands? Another burly barbarian scoffed. Now that the Yin have returned the favor, why do you wear such a countenance, as though you were an innocent? Just look at your expression. You appear as delicate as a tender rabbit. Muam's expression darkened upon hearing this. You wretched creature, how dare those Yin people act with such impudence on our grasslands? And yet you speak with such nonchalance? Has your heart been carried away by wolves? The man shrugged and replied, these petty tribes refuse to join us. They are foul and obstinate. Now that the Yin have slaughtered them, they remember us. What? Am I to offer them an apology? Enough, Muam interjected. Our foremost priority now is to locate that band of Yin cavalry, to sever their heads and display them upon the rear of our horses, rather than indulge in grievances. Muhimu mounted his horse. Following the direction of the departing hoofprints, we pursued them, intent on annihilating our foes. We must make it clear to them that the vast steppes belong to us, and that they cannot roam freely as they please. Muhimu was seething with rage. The young man, upon witnessing this, gritted his teeth, laid down his mother's lifeless body, and seized a curved dagger before mounting his steed. I shall also partake in this quest. I seek vengeance, and I shall honor my kin with the blood of the Yin people. The flames of retribution flickered fiercely in the boy's eyes. This time, they had brought along 300 valiant warriors from the vast steppe, more than capable of reducing those audacious Yin executioners to mere pulp. Even the young man brimmed with confidence in this regard. Otherwise, he would not have so decisively chosen to join the fray. These were the warriors of the great tribe, each capable of drawing a bow with a weight of 200 pounds, all having been raised on horseback since childhood. Unlike the fighters from his small tribe, these soldiers were seasoned veterans, forged in the crucible of prolonged training and relentless battle. They would undoubtedly triumph over the mere handful of Yin nationals. Muhammad also harbored a firm belief in this matter, although he was acutely aware that the opposing force, numbering in the dozens, was fully armored. The advantages and disadvantages of heavy cavalry were unequivocally evident. As long as he could latch onto them, he could effortlessly deplete their strength with long-range arrows. Bolstered by his own contingent of 300 valiant warriors, with a ratio of 6-to-1, the overwhelming numerical superiority left no room for defeat. Accompanied by the sound of whistles, the 300 barbarian cavalry surged forth in pursuit of Mu Qin and his companions. The blood-stained hoofprints clearly indicated a significant burden. Any adept tracker could easily discern the faint traces left behind. At the border of Yin State, the governor of Dingfang City stood atop the city walls, observing the vast army of border troops embarking below. He understood that the moment had arrived to determine the future trajectory of Yin State. My lord, should we close the gates tightly and seal off the news? Inquired the city guard commander, sword in hand, unable to suppress his probing question as he gazed at the imposing army below. There's no need, Governor Chen Yunlong replied slowly, shaking his head. The southern advance of the border troops, grand as it is, cannot be concealed from those with keen eyes. Moreover, the Duke of the State is proceeding south under the banner of righteousness, which grants him moral high ground. Now, we must observe how the one in the capital intends to respond. The city guard commander fell silent for a moment, but once the border troops depart, our gates will be wide open. Should the barbarians test us, can we withstand the onslaught? Chen Yunlong suddenly smiled, patting the commander on the shoulder. Thus, it falls upon your capabilities as the city guard commander. Do not let me awaken from slumber to find the barbarian's curved blade poised at my throat. The city guard commander felt an immense weight of pressure. I possess fewer than 1,000 soldiers for the defense, and with the 300 laborers within the city, we barely reach 1,300. If it weren't for the sturdy walls of Dingfang City, I would fear. The city guard commander felt a deep sense of despair. The city defenders and the border troops were entirely different entities. The former merely maintained order, while the latter constituted a formidable field army. They existed on entirely different planes. The city guard commander realized that the situation in the capital was precarious. He pointed to his own head, indicating his concern. How could they hastily ascend to power without first managing the border troops, and even sever their supply lines? What were they thinking? The weapons reside in their hands. If they refuse to provide supplies, do they expect us to simply acquiesce? We must urgently request the Duke of the State to rectify the situation. If the one in charge ascends now, it may spell disaster for Yin State. The city guard commander, having reached his limit, voiced his frustrations in full. Governor Chen Yunlong chuckled heartily. Look, you've become quite expressive in your urgency. He then tempered his smile. Yet, it is not difficult to comprehend. The one in the capital knows he cannot win the allegiance of the Duke of the State. He can only control the Duke's family and sever their supplies, all to convey a message. As long as you yield, the supplies will continue. In addition, The reason that individual from the capital dares to act so boldly is largely due to the support of the northern barbarians. Given the disposition of the Duke of the state, it is highly improbable that he would allow the border populace to suffer at the hands of these marauders, which has ultimately led to the current situation spiraling out of control. One can only say that Chun Yunlong, as a city magistrate, is a man of genuine merit, having risen through the ranks with diligence and experience. He can easily discern the intentions of the so-called new emperor in the capital. Alas, the new emperor has misjudged both the strength of the border troops and the resolve of the Duke of the state. With a hint of sarcasm in his tone, Chun Yuanlong observed as he gently stroked his beard. He pondered why they believed that by seizing the Duke's family and cutting off the supplies to the border troops, the Duke would still act in accordance with their expectations for the greater good of the frontier. The city defender, listening to the magistrate's somewhat mocking remarks, found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, "They have lived within the palace of the capital, viewing the world solely through the lens of eunuchs or ancient texts. How could they possibly understand these matters? Is it not said in the academy, why not eat porridge instead of meat? I believe the principles are quite analogous." Qin Yuanlong was taken aback by the city defender's unexpected articulateness. "You are correct. It is merely an innocent dream of a sheltered prince. With the armies advancing southward, this imperial dream is bound to awaken." The city defender murmured quietly. Perhaps it would be best for the Duke to splash some cold water on him to rouse him from this foolishness. Chapter 74. The Preparation of the Unknown Blade. "Young Master Qing, there are barbarians pursuing us from behind," shouted a villager from the Mu family, running at the rear of the group. Mu Qing abruptly yanked the reins, causing his steed to rear up, its front hooves striking the air twice before crashing back down. "Excellent. The barbarians have arrived, signaling that fortune is once again within our grasp." Mu Qing turned his horse's head, facing the approaching barbarian cavalry from behind. There remained a considerable distance between the two parties, allowing only faint echoes of shouts to be heard. Mu Qing leaned against the makeshift shelter, gazing out with a sense of ennui. It appeared that there were no more than 300 riders in sight. "Tell me, do you think these 300 riders are sufficient for us to vanquish?" Mu Qing turned his head to glance at the Mu clan members behind him, who instinctively formed a phalanx as they stood. "Haha. Dividing it among ourselves means each person only gets to slay 6. How unsatisfying, dear Qing." Indeed, it was far from satisfying. With Qing and Ahu present, they always managed to dispatch many more foes, and when calculated, it turned out that each individual hardly received 6 kills. Yes. Why don't you take a rest, Qing? Leave these brutes to us, with the phalanx. We can easily make them cry for their mothers. Mu Qing burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. "You fellows, have you spent too much time with young King Zhao? Why have you begun to boast so? Never underestimate your adversaries, unless you are following my lead." Mu Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he observed the approaching barbarian cavalry. He remained motionless, as did the people of his hometown. All were mounted on their horses, gripping their polearms tightly, their gaze fixed intently ahead. The barbarians gradually halted at a distance of 100 paces from them. It was indeed them. I would recognize that man even in ashes. The solitary wolf-like youth fixed a fierce gaze on Mu Qing, his tone dripping with a desire to devour him whole. "Behold, the little wolf cub we let slip away last night has returned with its pack." Mu Qing gazed into the eyes of the young boy, unable to resist teasing Mu Shi beside him. It seemed he must have realized that his tribe had perished. And here he was, rushing forth for vengeance. Just look at that glimmer in his eyes. At this moment, if he were to bellow, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank, it would surely have a formidable impact, wouldn't it? Mu Shi remarked. "They are merely 300 barbaric souls. Why waste words on them? Let us scatter them." Even the usually composed Mu Shi did not regard these savages with any seriousness. A few months prior, their strength was far inferior to what it is now. Yet they dared to follow Mu Qing in assaulting a barbarian tribe with a population nearing 2,000. It is needless to say that their current prowess has more than doubled. Let us prepare to charge, and first, let us unleash a volley of piercing arrows upon them. Mu Qing hung the at an angle on the saddle, utilizing the hooks provided on the saddles of the cavalry for the convenience of mounted archery. "Pay heed to the techniques I have imparted to you. You must have faith in yourselves and in me. There is absolutely no cause for concern." The group silently secured their and drew forth their stone bows. Mu Shi wielded the stone 5-bow, which had been exchanged for the Mu Qing's 3-star prairie longbow, approximately 3 stones in weight. With a vigorous kick to the belly of his steed, the old horse immediately galloped forward. The war horses of the others followed suit, and the phalanx of sharp arrows rapidly took shape. A conical phantom flickered above the heads of the assembly. As the practitioners switched their cultivation techniques, the effect of the military spirit intensified. Upon witnessing the charge of the Mu clan members, the barbarian warriors also rallied with shouts and initiated their own assault. Mu Qing, currently in the midst of the charge, narrowed his eyes, faintly perceiving a wolf-headed specter hovering above the heads of the barbarian cavalry. Indeed, this was rather intriguing. Mu Qing's lips curved slightly as he commanded, "Prepare the void-piercing arrow." In an instant, he, along with his companions, drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Their inner energy converged towards the taut arrowheads, following the intricate flow of the void-piercing arrow technique. As both sides drew closer, the adversaries began to launch their arrows. However, under the disorienting influence of the phantom arrowheads, they posed no threat to the Mu clan members. Release. Mu Qing aimed at the barbarian charging at the forefront and suddenly released the bowstring in his grasp. The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. As both sides were rapidly converging, the adversary had no time to react. The arrow pierced directly into his body. This is impossible. Mu Heimu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed down at the arrow that had completely pierced his chest, feeling the strength within him dissipating rapidly, his gaze dimming. He coughed violently, a torrent of crimson blood erupting from his throat, his body slowly collapsing from his steed. From Mu Qing's perspective, the released arrow seemed enveloped in a translucent aura, its overall speed and impact significantly augmented. This ethereal essence interacted with the wolf-headed apparition surrounding the opponent, remarkably evading substantial interference and striking true. Most of the arrows unleashed by the other tribesmen also successfully activated the void-piercing arrows. The power of the 4-star void-piercing arrows sufficient to drive the barbarians away. However, some tribesmen failed to unleash their arrows, hindered by the wolf-shaped specter's interference, rendering their attempts ineffective. The clash between the two sides was brief. As the distance of 100 paces swiftly evaporated, Mu Qing secured his bow, gripping the reins with one hand while drawing his broadsword with the other. As the vanguard, he bore the brunt of the impact, needing one hand to steady the reins. As the two forces intertwined, his broadsword swung, revealing to the barbarians why Mu Qing and his kin did not flee but instead launched a counteroffensive. With a single-handed swing of his broadsword, Mu Qing cleaved through the passing barbarian cavalry. The disparity between the broadsword and their curved sabers was stark. "Cut down their horses," a barbarian shouted. They realized that the armor worn by the Yin people was heavy, their weapons formidable and sharp, yet the protection of their steeds was not as robust, revealing an opportunity. After the initial clash, the barbarians, leaving a field of corpses in their wake, swiftly maneuvered their horses to re-engage, attempting to target the steeds of Mu's clan. Yet they found it difficult to keep pace with the heavily armored cavalry. Damn it, their steeds are thoroughbreds. Their horses are superior to ours. The remaining barbarians were taken aback, attempting to draw their longbows for a surprise strike on the horses. They realized that the Mu clan had already begun to alter their course. Mu Heimu is dead during the first wave of the charge. Let us take advantage of their slowed pace to disrupt their formation. Kill. With that, the barbarians charged forward, wielding their curved sabers as they lunged at Mu's clan amidst their maneuvering. Mu Qing raised his blade, commanding, "Prepare the battle axes and cleave them to pieces." Chapter 75. Are the barbarians not merely the captains of the transport teams? Lift your blades. Strike. The glint of the blades flashed, and fresh blood spattered, as both men and horses were shattered. Excluding Mu Qing's 25-pound sword, the other battle axes conformed to a standard weight of 20 pounds. To swing a 20-pound long-handled axe in a circular motion and cleave with it. What an immense concept that is. Historical records indicate that the Tang dynasty's battle axe weighed 50 pounds, which, when converted to the units commonly used by Mu Qing, approximates to around 20 pounds. Moreover, the small hammers specifically designed for breaking armor on the battlefield typically do not exceed the size of a fist, weighing no more than 5 pounds, necessitating a high level of physical prowess to wield such weapons effectively. A standard Tang broadsword, a formal weapon, does not surpass 2 pounds in weight. A baton, when swung and struck upon the head, can similarly deliver a fatal blow. This illustrates the formidable lethality of a 20-pound long-handled axe when wielded with full force. Historical accounts document that Li Sai led the most elite and largest contingent of battle axemen during the Tang dynasty, in the Battle of Xiangjisai. A formation of over 2,500 men, akin to a shield of blades, surged forward, and none could withstand their advance, stabilizing a slightly faltering situation. In the campaign against the Tubo, Li Sai triumphed with 5,000 battle axemen against 100,000 Tubo troops. Similarly, in the Battle of Henglusi, to cover the retreat of General Gao Xinji, he led 5,000 battle axemen in fierce combat against an 11,000-strong Arab army, ultimately returning safely to Wanxi. Yet, even at the height of the prosperous Tang dynasty, only this number of battle axemen was deployed. Lift your blades. Strike. Lift your blades. Strike. Pursue. Fire. With each urgent command from Mu Qing, the barbarians, like frightened dogs, attempted to flee. But bereft of the protection of formation and military spirit, they were unable to defend against the arrows, ultimately reduced to mere targets, shot through like hapless rabbits. Mu Qing flicked the knife in his hand, casting off the remnants of flesh and blood that clung to it. Their strength was commendable, yet their assaults lacked lethality and posed no real challenge. A more strategic commander might have fared better. It cannot be said that the troops emerged unscathed. Their armor bore numerous marks, and once the charge ceased, they lost the protective essence of the elite vanguard. Some of the barbarians attempted to launch surprise attacks with arrows, however, to penetrate the armor of the royal guard. Specialized armor-piercing tips were required. While the barbarians possessed the knowledge of such craftsmanship, it was impractical for them to equip every warrior with these advanced projectiles. Unfortunately, a few of the barbarians managed to escape. Shall we not pursue them? Mu Shi sat astride his steed, gazing into the distance, observing the hurried figures fleeing. Pursue them, but do so with restraint. We require them to relay our presence here to more of the barbarians. Under Mu Qing's directive, Mu Shi took the lead, galloping towards the direction in which the barbarians had departed. The others from Mu's hometown closely followed behind, and the entire procession instinctively formed a spearhead formation as they advanced. Observing this scene, Mu Qing felt a profound sense of relief. This exemplified the significance of his persistent emphasis on training everyone to assemble in a spearhead formation. Only by ensuring that they instinctively formed this formation whenever they charged on horseback could they enhance their chances of survival. Mu Qing remained to clean up the battlefield. Over 300 barbarian cavalrymen, embodying 300 curved sabers of the steppe and 300 longbows of the plains. Mu Qing, in a bid to seize the moment, swiftly and decisively utilized 243 prairie sabers to forge a 6-star supreme quality prairie saber, akin to the exquisite one previously sold for 800 taels. The bow, too, was directly synthesized to achieve 6-star supreme quality. Mu Qing knocked an arrow onto the string and, with a slight exertion, found himself unable to draw it back. Intrigued, he exhaled a breath of frustration, his arm exerting its strength, and gradually, the formidable longbow of the 6-star grassland was drawn to its full extension. Mu Qing aimed at a stone not far away and released the arrow, which struck the target with the swiftness of lightning, shattering it into numerous fragments. What a remarkable bow! It must be at least a 5-stone bow. Mu Qing was exceedingly pleased. The 5 stones roughly equated to about 600 pounds. With such a bow, the arrows it loosed would not only kill but would effortlessly pierce armor. Indeed, the barbarian is quite impressive. He is truly our chief transport captain. Mu Qing, accompanied by Mu Hu, pursued their own team and remarked to Mu Hu, who had been following closely beside him. The barbarian woman is not fair-skinned. Mu Hu, lost in thought, muttered to himself, delicious. The last one was better. Mu Qing, what am I trying to convey to you? What is so intriguing about the pale? You have allowed your mind to be corrupted, Ahu. Shouldn't you be confronting them instead? Mu Hu straightened his back and declared, I am not foolish. This feels splendid. Mu Qing. Haha. All right. Once we return to Dingfang City, Brother Qing will take you for a delightful experience. Go. Oh, excellent. In no time, the two of them, in their swift pursuit, finally caught up with the group. Mu Qing, having gathered his thoughts, arrived at the apex of the sharp formation. Brother Qing, what shall we do next? Inquired Mu Shi, tilting his head. Mu Qing once again handed the replaced sanshirba to Mu Shi. The 6th uncle tested the bow to ascertain its suitability. With the situation having shifted, we must endeavor to follow the panicked fugitives and uncover their tribe. Mu Qing licked his lips. Qing Gur, with just a handful of us, I fear we may not be able to shake the foundations of such a formidable tribe. Do you not think? Musher's expression was somewhat grave as he took the bow, testing its draw. It was a bit arduous, yet functional. Indeed, it was a fine weapon. He casually exchanged it for the stone bow he had previously used. He was particularly concerned that Mu Qing might directly assault the large tribe, which comprised thousands of inhabitants. This situation was markedly different from before, when the 200 elite soldiers and Lieutenant Luo Zhang were present. The disparity in impact and lethality between a charge of 200 cavalry and 50 was considerable. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing nodded solemnly. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, I shall not gamble with the lives of our kin. My sole intention is to stir this stagnant water. I aim to render these barbarians frantic, like lost dogs and fish that have slipped through the net." Mu Qing, naturally, would not underestimate the situation. Heavy cavalry is not invincible. One can effectively counter them by strategically digging numerous pits along their inevitable routes, rendering their steeds ineffective. Marshal Yu, with a wealth of experience, is well aware of how to confront heavy cavalry. As for Mu Qing, he does not consider himself invulnerable. Once he identifies the location of the barbarian tribes, diverting their attention towards himself is something he excels at. After all, he is a young man who has navigated the information explosion of later ages. Engaging in actions that may be deemed reckless yet devoid of etiquette is rather simple for him. Chapter 76, The Young Prince Zhao. I used to be a fool in the capital of Yin State, Shuayang. The news of the southern advance of the border troops had already reached the ears of the newly enthroned emperor, who remained ensconced within the palace. Related reports poured in like a flurry of snowflakes. A cacophony of shattering porcelain echoed within the Chaoyang Palace, followed by the furious roar of a man. The old curmudgeon, Di Rong, actually dared to lead the border troops southward under the pretense of upholding the rights of the legitimate heirs over the illegitimate. The gates of the frontier were wide open, allowing the barbarians to advance unimpeded. Di Rong, for the sake of your little nephew, you have abandoned the frontier you have guarded for decades. Di Rong, you are the greatest traitor of our nation. Summon the matriarch of the state protector and the former empress to me at once. The new emperor, Gao Wu, smashed everything on his desk that could be shattered, resembling an enraged lion. The guards, having received their orders, turned to leave. Gao Wu, panting heavily, glanced at a man standing below in scholarly robes. Lin Dejia. With the rebels approaching, do you have a plan? This man is his greatest support, the Shanhao Academy, the largest literary institution in Yin State, which has produced 2 imperial tutors and 2 chancellors, with alumni and former officials spread throughout the realm. The current head of the academy possesses immeasurable strength. Your Majesty, it is said that to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. We could recall the southern garrison to march northward. Flanking the rebels from both the front and rear, Lin Dejia spoke confidently. Firstly, we could persuade Prince Zhao and Di Rong to abandon their militaristic pursuits under the authority of the former empress and the matriarch of the state protector. Should they refuse, they would inevitably bear the shame of being unfilial. Secondly, Your Majesty could address the grave national matters to appease Prince Zhao and Di Rong, imploring them not to forsake the border populace. If they have any grievances regarding your ascension, they may come to the capital to discuss it in person, for the late emperor valued the well-being of the people above all else. Should they still refuse, they would then be labeled as disloyal. Lastly, Your Majesty could rally the families of the border troops to send letters to their loved ones. Although the troops are under Di Rong's command, their families are scattered across Yin State, igniting a sense of homesickness among the soldiers and preventing them from turning against one another. If Di Rong remains obstinate, he shall acquire the reputation of being cold-hearted and ruthless. Such a disloyal, unfilial, and unkind person, who would be willing to lay down their life for him? How could he possibly achieve anything? Lin, evidently self-assured, spoke in a manner that calmed Gao Wan's tumultuous emotions. Although this course of action might invite opportunistic aggression from other nations, once we gain control of the border troops, retrieving what has been lost will be as effortless as a flip of the hand for His Majesty. Gao Wan nodded slowly, acknowledging Lin's wisdom. To repel external threats, one must first secure the interior. I shall ensure that Di Rong becomes a figure of disloyalty, unfiliality, and cruelty. I desire his utter disgrace and demise. He then solemnly declared, the defense of the capital shall be entrusted to the Academy. All esteemed scholars, you are exceptional warriors, and it is imperative that you intercept the rebel forces outside the city walls. Lin bowed in compliance. As you command. The border troops. Uncle, ahead lies Luxiao City. Shall we circumvent it? Young Prince Zhao, mounted on his steed, surveyed the topographical map, embodying the demeanor of a youthful general. De Rong slightly inclined his head. Circumvent? There is no need. We are the rightful imperial army, bold and upright. We shall march forth, allowing you to witness that your uncle, the Duke of the State, is not merely a brutish slayer of barbarians. De Rong radiated confidence. Young Prince Zhao gazed at his uncle, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why does it seem as though I alone am inept? As expected, the grand army advanced with great momentum. The city gates of Lushao swung open, as if they were oblivious to the display. The city's defending officer, accompanied by over 1,000 troops and provisions, stood in formation outside the city, seemingly awaiting an inspection by De Rong. Upon seeing De Rong approach, the defending officer hurried forward. General, we have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. I have been preparing ever since I received word, and thankfully, we are not behind schedule. De Rong, atop his horse, noticed the eager officer offering to take his steed. You have done well, lad. This is His Highness, the Prince Zhao, my nephew. The defending officer promptly bowed. I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Prince Zhao. Young Prince Zhao was taken aback. The gates are wide open? Where is the governor? The officer pointed towards the city. He is inside, preparing provisions for the army. Lushao City may be small, but it must contribute something for the troops, mustn't it? Rest assured, I was promoted by the general himself, and the governor was elevated by the former crown prince. We are all allies here. Were it not for your orders, I would have merged these 1,000 men into the main army. The officer was quite talkative, and his spirits noticeably lifted upon encountering De Rong. General, why not reassign me back? It is quite dull to guard the city gate during such lively events. De Rong chuckled and chided. What nonsense. I entrust you with the rear command because I have faith in you. Do not be ungrateful. The city commander retracted his neck and chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Clearly, this scene had imparted another lesson to young Zhao Wang, revealing to him that the world encompasses more than mere violence and conflict. At this moment, he gazed at his uncle, whom he had always regarded with a sense of distance, and for the first time perceived that if he were not the son of his uncle's younger sister, he might have understood the bond they shared more deeply. He pondered why he had previously felt so estranged from his uncle. Moreover, he found it incomprehensible that his elder brother and uncle interacted without the slightest hint of royal pretension. In his prior understanding, a sovereign was a sovereign, and a minister was merely a minister. He, as a prince, had always viewed his uncle through the lens of an external minister. Now, however, he felt he had been raised in ignorance. With both his father and elder brother gone, the vast wealth they left behind seemed ever more unattainable. My uncle, it appears that the capital is already aware of our situation. I fear for my mother and the Duke of Zhangguo's household. Young Zhao Wang expressed his concerns. The smile of De Rong slightly faded. Indeed, they will likely exploit your mother and my family's vulnerabilities, but I am no idle bystander. As early as winter, I had arranged for my men to infiltrate various cities, reconnecting with my former subordinates and the Crown Prince's followers. The moment we raise our banner, the entire nation and even neighboring states will know that your mother and I are in the capital. I am prepared to engage them openly, without dragging our families into the fray. Victory and defeat will rest on our capabilities. Young Zhao Wang was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him. Thus, if they truly sought to act against his mother and his uncle's kin, regardless of the outcome, they would be branded as brutal and inhumane. Even if successful, their actions would be etched in the annals of history with a heavy hand. Moreover, could his uncle possibly be defeated? Young Zhao Wang squared his shoulders. Being an emperor certainly held its prestige, but being a nephew seemed even more formidable. Chapter 77. The Cavalry of Yin State. At last, you have arrived. It was only upon delving deeper into the grasslands that Mu Qing realized the situation there was tumultuous. Brother Qing, we have lost track of them. Those barbarians have scattered, and their whereabouts are unknown, reported a clansman who returned on horseback, delivering news to Mu Qing. Mu Shi's expression was somewhat displeased, while Mu Qing nodded slightly. It's quite normal to hide a couple of barbarians in such vast grasslands. Mu Qing was not disheartened. Instead, he resolved to change directions and deny the other party any opportunity. Mu Qing understood clearly that having lost sight of the opponent meant relinquishing the initiative. Only by making it difficult for the adversary to discern his patterns could he maintain the upper hand. After a brief respite, Mu Qing redirected his team, continuing deeper into the heart of the grassland. As the ice and snow melted away, life gradually returned to the prairie. Occasionally, One could hear the piercing cry of an eagle echoing in the sky. The raptor soared high above, its keen gaze relentlessly searching for prey below. The grassland was vast, so vast that even after an entire day's journey, Mu Qing and his companions had yet to encounter another tribe. That night, nestled between two small hills, the group gathered around a fire, savoring roasted meat, when suddenly, the darkness was pierced by the distant sound of hooves and shouts. The people of Mu family town rose with remarkable composure, mounting their steeds without a trace of panic. Meanwhile, the phalanx of sharp arrows had taken shape, poised to charge at any moment, with the forest of blades standing tall, their cold glimmers reflecting the flickering light of the bonfire, appearing exceptionally fierce. Mu Qing remained motionless, while Mu Shi became the pointed arrow of the spear. Mu Hu, realizing the situation, stood beside Mu Qing, holding a knife in one hand and his favorite lamb leg in the other. In the distance, the sound of hooves, drawn by the flickering flames, grew increasingly distinct and imminent. As they rounded the small hill, the two riders suddenly beheld the ominous silhouettes of fully armored warriors amidst the darkness. With a start, they hastily reined in their steeds, while the people of Mu's hometown looked down upon the two somewhat disheveled barbarians. Horses, being highly perceptive creatures, reflected the nature of their riders. Sensing the barbaric aura that surrounded the two, they began to fidget restlessly, eager to charge yet held back. The combat prowess bestowed upon them by the elite forces of the Five Stars essence, akin to wolves driving sheep, made them paw at the ground in anticipation. You are the cavalry of Yan. The leading barbarian, upon sighting the crowd, felt a surge of joy rather than fear. He dismounted swiftly and took a few steps forward, only to be halted by the sharp edge of Mu Shi's blade. Excellent! It is the cavalry of Yin, exclaimed the second barbarian, equally elated. The reaction of these two barbarians nearly caused the people of Mu's hometown to lose their composure. What sort of absurdity was this? After having slain so many of their kind, both sides seemed to have lost their wits, experiencing a situation they had never encountered before. The sight of barbarians expressing delight at encountering the Yin cavalry? General, we are from the Aduna tribe. We have been summoned by His Majesty the Emperor of Yin and have received protection from the border troops of Yin. The leading barbarian quickly explained, producing a blood-stained imperial decree from his leather attire. Although soiled, its form still bore the unmistakable insignia of the Yin Empire. Qinggur? Mu Shi was not well versed in these matters, yet the palpable excitement in the eyes of the two individuals before him was unmistakable. He could only turn to Mu Qing and say, "This is intriguing. Let them come forth." Mu Qing observed the scene before him, his mind continuing to whirl. He had not anticipated such a development, primarily because he had not heard anything of the sort from Di Rong. Of course, as merely a personal guard officer and having only been in the border army for half a year, it was reasonable for him to be unaware of many matters. With Mu Qing's directive, the two individuals promptly removed their curved sabers and circled around the crowd from Mu's hometown. General, the pursuing soldiers from the Chilla tribe are behind us. This place is not safe. The leader of the barbarians kept his head lowered, stealing glances at the young commander who sat calmly on a stone, savoring his meat. From behind, the sound of rapid footsteps could indeed be heard. How many were there? Mu Qing reached out to grasp the decree stained with blood, illuminating it with the flickering firelight as he inquired, "Are they here to hunt us down?" "Approximately 30 riders." The barbarian replied without a moment's hesitation. If one were oblivious to the number of pursuers intent on claiming his life, it would be better for him to perish. Merely a rabble, sixth uncle, do endeavor to spare two tongues. Upon hearing that these assailants were organized in units of 10, Mu Qing felt no inclination even to rise. He was disinclined to engage with any adversaries numbering less than 100. "Should we capture them all, or do you wish to leave some for slaughter?" Mu Shi inquired with a tilt of his head. Mu Qing smacked his lips and said, "Certainly, but only under the condition of absolute safety. The well-being of our kin is of paramount importance." Mu Shi nodded gently, giving a slight nudge to the horse's belly. The phalanx of sharp arrows began to advance slowly. Two barbarian warriors gazed on with profound envy and longing. These heavily armored cavalrymen wielding long-handled sabers were utterly distinct from the horsemen of their own tribe. A stark contrast indeed. Nearby, shouts echoed through the air. The pursuing barbarians called out, "Who are you?" "Mu Shi, I am your true father." As Mu Qing peruses the imperial edict, those individuals are indeed peculiar, insisting on granting others the opportunity to commence with a zero frame. Yet, With merely over 30 cavalry, the Mu family's people, confronted by the formidable phalanx, transformed from skilled warriors into harmonious singers with just a single glance. Mu Qing had essentially discerned the contents of this imperial decree. It was issued by the father of the young Zhao King shortly after his ascension, with the intent of manipulating the barbarian tribes to counterbalance one another. Thus, he selected several minor tribes for support, allowing them to accept the protection of the Yan kingdom while simultaneously opposing other barbarian factions. The Aduna tribe was among those chosen. Therefore, how will you demonstrate that you are indeed the Aduna tribe mentioned in the decree? How will you prove that this decree belongs to you and was not obtained through coercion? Mu Qing folded the imperial edict while the two individuals, momentarily stunned by the sight of the Mu clan's people fiercely battling the pursuing enemies, regained their senses. They hastily lifted their leather cloaks to reveal a character emblazoned upon their chests. General, this is the rule we established back then. Everyone from our Du clan must bear this character upon their hearts, identical to the one inscribed on the imperial edict. Mu Qing scrutinized closely. The characters matched perfectly. Yet why did your pectoral muscles appear so exaggerated? Are you masquerading as a man? A hint of embarrassment flickered across the filthy face of the barbarian. No, General. I am simply quite portly. Mu Qing nodded slightly and handed him the imperial decree. The pursuers have been dealt with. Now it is time to address you. Why have I not heard any news about you from the border troops? Or have you already forgotten your duties, opting instead to wield authority on the grasslands? It seems you have not adhered to the agreements made between both parties. Chapter 78. Adun Nabu. Mu Qing was no stranger to such matters. Throughout the history of the Eastern Dynasty, every possible means has been employed to counter the northern nomadic tribes. The Tang Dynasty, in particular, relied on numerous foreign vassal armies, such as the illustrious Ashina clan. Over time, they have seamlessly integrated into the Eastern Dynasty, adopting Han surnames like Shi and Li, and merging into various prominent families. Mu Qing observed that Adu bears a striking resemblance to this situation. General, initially we were commanded to roam the steppes, which afforded us a moment of respite, allowing our tribe to flourish and endure. However, as the conflict between the Yan kingdom and the grasslands erupted, we were branded traitors on the plains. Gradually, under the siege of other tribes, we retreated from the borders of Yan, yet we have never forgotten our true identity. This is precisely the reason why other tribes have relentlessly sought our extermination. So much has transpired during this time that it cannot be succinctly expressed in a few sentences. But we have steadfastly retained this imperial decree, with the hope that one day we may continue to graze under the rule of Yin and ensure the peaceful propagation of our clan. A trace of bitterness flickered across the face of the barbarian. What sacrifices have you made for the Yin kingdom? Mu Qing felt a sense of curiosity. He remained somewhat skeptical about the so-called Aduna. Instinctively, he found it difficult to place his trust in any barbarian. Or perhaps, you merely wish to rely on the state of Yin, seeking to gain from it? The barbarian replied decisively, of course we do. Over the past 2 decades, our Aduna tribe has answered the call to arms from the state of Yin, dispatching our warriors to battle more than 10 times, with countless lives lost. During the mandated herding period, we provide the border forces with 1,000 sheep, 50 cattle, and 100 war horses each year. The Emperor of Yin has even bestowed honors upon our Aduna tribe. All of this can be substantiated. We would never utter falsehoods. The barbarian spoke with evident pride. Initially, the Emperor of Yin had decreed that anyone who could procure war horses from the various tribes of the steppe would receive rewards. In an effort to significantly curb the rise of these tribes, the conditions were later relaxed, regardless of whether the horses were alive or dead, or even parts of horses. The individual with the greatest contributions could be granted special entry into the inner realm of Yin, receiving a piece of arable land to ensure a stable livelihood. Thus, our Aduna tribe devised means to acquire the war horses of tribes unwilling to assimilate, causing considerable distress among them, to the extent that a lack of horses led to our tribe being absorbed by larger tribes. It is precisely for this reason that we have garnered the enmity of the steppe tribes. Years have passed. We have been relentlessly pursued and besieged, and our population has dwindled. We have hidden away, thwarting the plans of the steppe tribes. But now, our temporary tribe has been discovered and breached, yet finally, we have laid our eyes upon the general. The barbarian spoke earnestly, tears welling in his eyes. Mu Qing couldn't help but scratch his head in perplexity. The former emperor's strategy was indeed ruthless, targeting the war horses of the barbarian tribes. Without their steeds, the fighting capability of the barbarians would diminish significantly, rendering them hardly a threat. If what he claimed was true, then the Aduna tribe must consist of formidable individuals. Their allegiance was remarkably steadfast. Could this be deemed treachery? In essence, does this mean that your Aduna tribe has been utterly annihilated? Mu Qing felt a tinge of regret. Within the borders of the Yin state, a multitude of people conspired with the barbarians to smuggle goods, and even among the nomads on the grasslands, there were those who had formed alliances with the Yin government. The entanglement between the agrarian and nomadic peoples seemed impossible to sever. Rest assured, General, over the years of evasion and concealment, we have fragmented our kin into smaller groups. What they have breached is merely a temporary encampment of ours. The barbarian wiped away his warm tears and declared with unwavering resolve, as long as the Yin army advances into the grasslands, we can muster 200 cavalry to support the great army. Mu Qing has indeed taken a genuine interest this time. If that is the case, please lead the way. I am quite curious to witness what this ado of yours truly embodies. After all these years of unwavering resolve, if what you claim holds true, I shall return and commend you for it. By the way, may I ask your name? Mu Shi and his kin have returned with the captured savages. I am called Yong, Aduna Yong, and this is my brother, Aduna Gu. Yong placed his hand upon his chest, bowing solemnly in greeting. Mu Qing straightened his posture. I am Mu Qing, the lieutenant of the personal guard camp of the Yin Kingdom's border troops. A glimmer of eagerness flickered in his eyes. But is it true that General D's personal guard camp is present? Has General D also arrived? Mu Qing gently shook her head, remarking, such mere brutes are hardly worthy of our great general's personal attention. Yong sighed imperceptibly, adding, come to think of it, I have yet to meet General D. However, my father has, and he spoke of General D as a formidable adversary, one who could stand against 1,000 foes. Brother Qing, having slain 13, there remained 22. Mu Shi strode purposefully to Mu Qing's side. Mu Qing drew the six-pointed curved blade from his saddle. Please wait a moment. My brothers, I shall attend to these captives. Mu Qing flashed a smile, and in an instant, a barbarian's head silently fell, blood splattering onto the nearby barbarian. Adunabu, you two wretched insects of the grasslands, you have conspired with the Yin people. The wolf god shall not bestow his favor upon you. You will die without a grave. Even the sun of the grasslands cannot cleanse the decay upon you. You are the sinners of the plains. You, Adunabu, are unworthy of being warriors of the grasslands. The animosity between the grasslands and the Yin kingdom is eternal. Do you think they will fully accept you? Ha ha ha. Our present is your future. We shall await you in hell. The barbarians hurled insults, causing the faces of Adunabu's two brothers to change slightly. Mu Qing did not impede them. After all, the insults were not directed at him. Moreover, such feeble words, if uttered in his hometown, would be unbearable even for his own family. Mu Qing proclaimed with unwavering confidence that he was the top scholar from Zuan. On the grand stage of Zuan, if you have a mother, come forth. The bravado of these brutes was nothing compared to the force of a mere fart he might unleash. Yet, he was swift in his actions, severing heads with precision. Only after he had dispatched a fair number did Mu Qing begin to inquire about their tribe's name, location, and population. Damn you, Yans, may you meet a wretched fate. With a swift motion, a head fell, and he turned to the next. What do you have to say? The offspring of wolves know no fear. With another decisive strike, a head tumbled down, and Mu Qing addressed the next. And you? With yet another swift cut, a head fell, and Mu Shi remarked, Brother Qing hasn't he even asked yet? Mu Qing, with a stoic expression, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, I thought he was about to vomit again. My apologies. As is widely recognized, I'm sorry and I apologize convey distinct sentiments. Brother Qing, allow me to take over. Your strikes are too swift and merciless, leaving them devoid of the anguish necessary to instill fear. Mu Shimao boldly recommended himself. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow. Sixth uncle. It seems your methods are rather reminiscent of my own, are they not? A hint of a cruel smile danced at the corners of his mouth. Observing their war horses, which had not been gelded, he commanded, Go, strip them of their trousers and deliver them to their steeds. I refuse to believe that their other mouths can withstand such treatment. Chapter 79. The essence of human assault. The breeding season for horses typically unfolds in the spring. Generally speaking, once March has passed, they enter a fervent phase. The robust and vigorous war horses are particularly magnificent during this time. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the two brothers, Mu Shi's eyes gleamed with realization. This indeed presented a novel approach to interrogation. Chingur, it appears you possess a rather wild spirit. Musher suddenly became enthusiastic. Quickly, bring a few people to lift him and send him over. He patted the face of the barbarian, saying, I hope you find that horse still possesses its charm. No. The barbarian, seeing his trousers being pulled down, turned pale with fear. He struggled desperately, yet he was utterly unable to escape the grip of the boys from Mu's hometown. I will speak. I will reveal everything. The barbarian's voice transformed, becoming sharp and piercing due to the sheer intensity of his predicament. Musher let out a sound of discontent. This has become rather dull. How about you pretend we never asked, and you remain silent while I conduct my preliminary examination? No. I will speak. We are from the Chilla tribe, numbering over 800, with more than 200 mounted warriors and 1,000 cattle and sheep, located to the northwest. The barbarian gazed at Mu Qing with terror in his eyes. A devil. This man is nothing short of a devil. What manner of person could devise such a method of interrogation? In comparison to this form of questioning, death would be the most merciful and effortless escape. How tiresome. Musher gazed at Mu Qing with a face full of regret. Why must you pursue them? Please, elaborate. Mu Qing candidly admitted that he was rather disinclined to witness such a scene. After all, he hailed from Dongda University, not a person like the third brother, who was cold and unfeeling. If it were not for the purpose of interrogation, how could he possibly propose such a gruesome method of torture? They are the traders of the grasslands, who have pledged their allegiance to your Yin state, yearning to become your subjects. Moreover, they have been spreading calamity among the other tribes on our grasslands, both overtly and covertly harming our horses and livestock. A bounty has long been issued against them on the grasslands. Since they have already loosened their tongues, the barbarian no longer held back, revealing everything he knew. Do not think I am unaware. Your Chila tribe initially flourished due to the support of His Majesty the Emperor of Yin State. Yet, not only have you betrayed His Majesty, but you have also frequently descended south to raid the grasslands. Adu Na, in a fit of righteous anger, exclaimed, Is it true that the men of the grasslands are nothing more than fickle beings like your Chila tribe? Oh, Mu Qing raised an eyebrow. Is that so? The barbarian, with a hint of arrogance on his face, replied, We are the eagles of the steppe. The Emperor of Yin is too easily deceived, providing us with weapons and resources to wreak havoc upon the other tribes of the grasslands. How laughable. You, the noble warriors of Aduna, willingly reduce yourselves to the dogs of the Yin Emperor. What do you hope to gain? Do you truly believe these people of Yin will advocate for you? The barbarian spoke with conviction, clearly looking down upon the two brothers from Aduna. Mu Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Why not? We can ride forth with our iron cavalry and shatter your Chilla tribe. All your cattle, sheep, and women will belong to the Aduna tribe, a fitting reward from the Yin kingdom for their loyalty to us. Moreover, I shall take them to meet our great general and to the capital, where they will be granted fertile lands to ensure a stable life. As long as they remain loyal, the Yin kingdom shall never forget them. Aduna Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood taller. Today, let the treacherous Chila tribe witness the fate of those who betray us. Mu Qing, how can you still take pride in this? You shall not have a favorable outcome. With that, the barbarian cast a resentful glance at the two brothers, Adu and his companion. With a swift flash of the blade, a head fell to the ground. After ascertaining the situation, Mu Qing immediately executed the remaining barbarians, collecting the essence of 22 souls. Thus far, he has amassed 364 essences in his possession. With outsiders present, he refrained from gathering the curved blades of the grasslands, as these would only hold value after achieving 5 or 6 stars. You two shall lead the way first. Let us check your temporary settlement to see if there is still hope, and then we shall proceed to the Chilla tribe. With a swift flick, Mu Qing cast off the bloodstains from the 6-star prairie scimitar, leaving behind only the glimmering blade. This scene caused Adu and his brother to gulp repeatedly, clearly recognizing the exquisite quality of the weapon. General, surely we are not enough. The Chilla tribe boasts over 800 warriors, Adu Na Yong remarked carefully. While attentively gauging Mu Qing's expression, Mu Qing nodded. A task involving 800 individuals holds some intrigue. Lead the way. What, are you afraid? Responded Adu Na Yong with unwavering resolve. A true man of the grasslands keeps his word. Since we have received His Majesty's sacred decree, we shall have no regrets. Adu Nagu added. To renege would be a sacrilege against the wolf god and the vast prairie. Adu Na Yong urged. Please, General, follow closely. Adu Nagu replied. Giddy up. The two brothers, Aduna, turned their horses around and galloped swiftly back in the direction from whence they came. Mu Qing, accompanied by the people from his hometown, began to accelerate gradually, trailing behind. Brother Qing, can these two barbarians be trusted? Mu Shi's steed resides at the right rear of Mu Qing, while Mu Hu occupies the left rear. Mu Qing shook his head, expressing uncertainty. One can believe it, yet not fully. Nonetheless, the imperial decree is indeed authentic. It is merely unclear whether their intentions have wavered in the interim. Regardless, the impact on us remains minimal. If true, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. Even if it were false, eliminating the matter would suffice. It is not a significant issue, and it spares us the trouble of searching for savages. Deep down, Mu Qing harbored skepticism. After all, this decree has lingered for many years, and the emperor recently succumbed to illness after being bitten by a dog. No matter how eloquently Adu speaks, it remains but one side of the tale. Were it not for the pursuit by the Chila, he might have even conspired with the brothers Adu to fabricate a story for precaution. However, witnessing the vehement disdain directed at their adversary only heightened Mu Qing's curiosity regarding the true nature of Adu's faction. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves shattered the tranquility of the dark grasslands, disturbing countless nocturnal creatures that only emerged under the cover of night. Mu Qing has not been idle. By now, he has acquired 11 essence of 5-star beings. He chose to continue synthesizing, aiming to transcend into 6-star. The essence of 5-star beings is as solid as a fortress, while the 6-star is as unyielding as rock. Physical attributes doubled, vitality doubled, recovery speed doubled, and basic resistance to impact doubled. He did not choose to halt, as he still possessed 8 essence of 5-star beings, which could easily propel him towards the essence of 7-star beings. Chapter 80, Essence of 7-star Beings, Steel Muscles, and Iron Bones. The 6-star essence, as unyielding as rock, transforms into the 7-star steel muscles and iron bones. It enhances excessive physical mass, rendering one exceptionally resilient from within. For a man, being tough is paramount. Thus, 11 essence of 5-star beings, as solid as a fortress, have been exchanged for a single essence of 7-star steel muscles and iron bones. Upon reaching 7-star, the description is surprisingly less grandiose than that of 6-star. Yet Mu Qing understands that the strength of an item is not solely determined by its description. The terms excessive and exceptionally tough contained within the 7-star steel muscles and iron bones invite contemplation. Once equipped, Mu Qing slowly closed his eyes, allowing his steed to carry him forward. After numerous prior experiences, he had gradually acclimatized to the sensations brought about by the enhancements. In simpler terms, it was considerably more exhilarating, and he had become somewhat accustomed to it, finding it merely adequate. The 7-star steel muscles and iron bones are undeniably powerful. However, due to the absence of those 11 essence of 5-star beings, while his overall strength has indeed increased, it is not as extraordinary as he had envisioned. Upon completion, Mu Qing distinctly felt his skin and muscles becoming noticeably firmer. He drew his waist knife and gently tested its edge with his finger, feeling the blades caress, yet not piercing his skin immediately. This clearly signifies the defensive enhancement bestowed by this essence, providing a measure of protection against inferior and slightly flawed weapons. Beyond that, the effect diminishes. While it may seem somewhat trivial now, this is merely a singular layer of effect. Should it reach 100 layers, would it not equate to possessing an innate layer of armor? Mu Qing was quite satisfied, and this defense was merely a supplementary aspect. The enhancement of overall physical prowess was of paramount importance. The bodily fortification bestowed by the 7-star steel and iron was unparalleled, far exceeding that of the 11-star fortress. Upon completion of the synthesis, Mu Qing had 2 remaining fortified essence in hand, which he directly bestowed upon Mu Hu, along with the existing one, thereby merging them into a 6-star rock-solid essence. Thus far, Mu Hu's collection of essences was quite opulent. Ant King's Might, Ant, 2-star, 100. Rock-solid, Human, 6-star, 1. Herculean Strength, Ox, 3-star, 1. Iron Cavalry Charge, Horse, 4-star, 1. Dawn Battle Sheep, Sheep, 6-star, 2. This was primarily due to his lack of understanding of cultivation, which prompted Mu Qing to take special care of him. Meanwhile, Mu Shi and others were still utilizing the 3-star human essence, Indomitable Will. The highest they possessed was a 5-star essence of the sheep, the Battle Sheep Pack. The 364 units of 1-star human essence at hand could only be synthesized into 4.5 units of 5-star fortified essence, which was still insufficient. Mu Qing shook his head, contemplating the synthesis of enhancements for Mu Shi and the clansmen during the next training session. It was imperative to bolster their strength. After a relentless sprint lasting over an hour, the brothers Adu Na gradually came to a halt. "General, beyond that small hill lies our temporary encampment, ablaze with fire. The Chil tribe has likely not yet departed." Adu Na gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with profound hatred. The other barbarian tribes besieging them evoked no sense of grievance, as they had also inflicted considerable strife upon other tribes. However, the Chil tribe was different. Like them, the Chil tribe had once received the protection of the Yin state. Yet now they shouted about the glory of the grasslands while turning against them. What glory could the grasslands possibly hold? If it were not for the Yin state's initial sheltering, granting them territory along the border for grazing and trade, the Chil tribe would have long been relegated to the dustbin of history. "Stay behind us. Do not obstruct our path ahead." Mu Qing waved his hand and slowly raised the unfamiliar blade. The people of Mujiaxiang uniformly raised their broad, over 1 meter long blades, forming a formidable shield of swords. Adu Na and his brother hurriedly steered their horses away to the side. The Adu Na tribe was engulfed in flames, with tents ablaze all around. The flickering firelight illuminated the blood-soaked ground, casting a ghastly glow. Beneath the bright moon and sparse stars, the essence of slaughter was laid bare, as the savagery of the marauders was vividly displayed. They were merciless not only in their southward advance against the grassland, but also towards their fellow tribes of the plains. Maniacal laughter and piercing screams shattered the night, with grotesque scenes unfolding amidst the flames. As victors, the Chila tribe exercised their rights with unrestrained fervor. Being fellow denizens of the steppe, they adhered to the principle of sparing those beneath the wheel. Yet, every man of the Adu Na tribe above that threshold was beheaded. Even the young boys were not spared, leaving only the younger women to endure their torment. Ha ha ha. Behold the fate of those who betray the steppe. The leader of the Chila tribe sat astride his warhorse, brandishing a bloodied head, savoring his conquest. This was the chieftain of the Adu Na tribe, who fought desperately but was ultimately outnumbered and executed. Tell the lads to revel in their triumph. The cattle and sheep of the Adu Na tribe are ours. Their women too, and their children shall grow to become our most loyal warriors. Let us judge these traitors under the watchful gaze of the wolf god. Ha ha ha. The leader of the Chila tribe laughed boisterously, his tone brimming with the joy of harvest and disdain for the Adu Na. Even now? Clinging to that imperial decree from 20 years ago, how foolish. Do you truly believe that in such dire straits, celestial beings would descend upon clouds of myriad colors to arbitrate on your behalf? The Adu Na tribe is nothing but worthless scum. The Chila tribesman laughed raucously at his words. On the ground lay an Adu Na woman, her limbs held firmly down, forced to turn her head aside, gritting her teeth to avoid looking at the grotesque face above her. Suddenly, she caught sight of tall figures slowly emerging from a nearby knoll under the moonlight. 1, 2, 3. The numbers grew. She discerned a shimmering silhouette of a battle standard, heralded by the tremors of the earth. Her pupils dilated in an instant. Instilled with these concepts since childhood, she recognized the emblem of the great flag, unique to the Yin state. The long flag flapped behind, trailing a lengthy strip of fabric. They have come. A flame seemed to ignite in her eyes. The man, who was currently basking in the thrill of victory, froze in surprise. What? He too felt the tremors, staring in astonishment. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The once boisterous camp of Adu Na was suddenly thrown into disarray, with the barbarian warriors frantically searching for their furs and weapons amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the heavy cavalry charging down the slope had reached an unprecedented speed. The grandiose imagery often depicted in novels, where tens of thousands of cavalrymen charge as one, is mere fantasy. Even with just 50 heavy cavalrymen, brandishing their formidable blades and launching a fierce assault, the spectacle remains profoundly awe-inspiring. Should there be hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen, and the means to sustain them, the ruler of the world would undoubtedly emerge. Chapter 81. Should loyalty to the Yin kingdom also be questioned? Mu Qing wielded a strange blade, effortlessly lifting the barricade ahead and hurling it forward. The blade descended at an angle, cleaving through the necks of both man and horse in one swift stroke. The warhorse beneath him charged forward like a bulldozer, ruthlessly pushing aside the headless carcass of the fallen steed, maintaining its relentless pace. The formation surged forward as if a searing steel blade had pierced through butter, easily penetrating the enemy lines. The chaotic resistance from the barbarian foes was negligible. Wherever the heavy cavalry passed, it was as though they were plowing through the earth, leaving no blade of grass untrampled beneath their iron hooves. Even if the strange blade were to remain motionless, the sheer momentum of the galloping warhorses would be too much for the barbarians to withstand. Mu Qing immediately spotted the individual carrying a severed head, slightly adjusting his direction to head straight towards him. The other party hastily discarded the head in his grasp, drawing his bow and aiming an arrow directly at Mu Qing before releasing it. Mu Qing gazed intently at the arrow. As expected, the hastily released shot, after being disrupted by the phantom of the sharp projectile, gently landed upon Mu Qing's armor. Mu Qing raised his broadsword and dispatched the foe from his steed with a single stroke, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen body. "Is this all you've got? Are you attempting to charm me?" The brothers Adu, who had rushed in at the rear of the formation, widened their eyes in astonishment once more. Although they had previously witnessed the prowess of this troop, Mu Qing and his comrades' combat capabilities exceeded their expectations by a considerable margin. Despite having merely 50 riders, the overwhelming force of their charge was palpable even from the back of the ranks. What truly astonished them was Mu Qing's formidable strength and prowess. Wielding such a massive blade, he was able to hurl a segment of a barricade and, with a single strike, eliminate the opposing leader. It was utterly mind-boggling. After the phalanx surged forth, they wheeled their horses, tracing a graceful arc before returning with renewed vigor. The chaos they unleashed had left the enemy reeling, and the barbarians fled amidst incredulous shouts. The heavy cavalry of Yin had arrived. The Yin soldiers had indeed come. Tu Ku was slain. They had cut him down. They attempted to flee, but the women of Adu, previously subdued, now surged forth like a tempest, entangling them, seizing their reins, refusing to let them escape. Mu Qing, returning with his men, plunged back into the fray with ferocity. "Let go! Let go! You madwomen!" The barbarians of the Chila tribe kicked and struck at the Adu women who clung to them, but regardless of the lashes or curved blades, the women resolutely held their ground. "You bullied us when the heavenly soldiers of Yin were absent. If the Yin soldiers arrive and you continue to torment us, then what would be the purpose of their coming?" A woman, wounded on her shoulder, gritted her teeth, allowing blood to flow freely, yet she would not relent. "No. Are you all out of your minds? Those Yin warriors charge without discerning friend from foe. We will all perish." The Chila barbarians were driven to madness, unable to comprehend why these women would engage in such self-destructive behavior. "If we die, let us die together. After all, we have already lost so many. Let us take one of you with us." The women, dragged along, merely glared at the barbarians with eyes full of hatred. The barbarians felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, a warhorse thundered past, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a barbarian's head fell to the ground. The warhorse, spared from being cleaved in two, stood bewildered, having lost its master. Quickly eliminate the remaining foes and gather all the Chila tribe members together. After charging twice, Mu Qing commanded the team to gradually halt their steeds. With a single order, the tribesmen immediately dispersed, forming small groups of 3 and 5, each tasked with the remaining living members of the Chila tribe. Adu Na and his brother had anticipated a fierce battle, yet they were taken aback by how swiftly the Chila tribe, which had occupied their temporary encampment, was vanquished after merely 2 charges. The desolation within their tribe, however, brought tears to the brothers' eyes. "Curse the Chila tribe. General, our chieftain has perished." Adu Na discovered the severed head of their chieftain, his face etched with sorrow. Their chieftain had met with His Majesty the Emperor and General D. He often instructed them that only by following the footsteps of the Yin kingdom could their tribe flourish. His greatest aspiration was to live like the Yin people, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. From Mu Qing's perspective, the current state of Adu Na's temporary tribe was considerably better. After all, had it been left to him, there would be not a single survivor in the encampment. As for the Chila tribe's policy of sparing lives beneath their wheels, were it up to him, he would have flattened them entirely. It is indeed a pity. I had wished to see what manner of leader would steadfastly strive to integrate into the Yin kingdom alongside you. Mu Qing's tone conveyed a subtle sense of regret. It appears that your tribe has also suffered a significant blow. You may remain here to handle the aftermath. We shall take care of the Chila tribe ourselves. Mu Qing glanced around, noting that only the young children and women remained. The cavalry mentioned by Adu Na Yong seemed a lost cause. No, General. To his surprise, Adu Na Yong raised his head earnestly. His Majesty the Emperor has instructed us. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This is merely a temporary tribe. Grant me half a day, and I shall return with 200 cavalry to aid you. Adu Nagu also nodded in agreement. Indeed, General, we have our kin hidden in other locations. Otherwise, our Adu Na clan would have been utterly annihilated by now. Mu Qing chuckled. Do you truly comprehend this? Adu Na Yong, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied, after enduring years of persecution, I have gleaned some insights. Tonight, I intended to seek out other members of my kin, but unexpectedly, fate led me to encounter the general. Adu Na Gai, filled with righteous indignation, declared, with the general by our side, we shall vanquish the treacherous Chilla tribe, making it abundantly clear that betraying His Majesty the Emperor is a path to ruin. Yes. Mu Qing opened his mouth, eager to express his thoughts, yet ultimately could only nod in agreement. Damn it. How is it that these barbarians exhibit greater loyalty to the Emperor than I, a citizen of Yen? Has the pervasive tide of competition finally reached this vast grassland? No. Is even this realm subject to such rivalry? Still Chapter 5, Chapter 82. They too were so courageous, yet they all perished. Such a sentiment is indeed strange. Mu Shi and his companions sat by the fire on the fur, while the remaining women of Adu Na were tending to the bodies of their kin. Despite their sorrow, some of these women devoted themselves to serving the group. With tender care, they wiped the bloodstains from the armor of the men, their eyes shimmering with a glimmer of warmth. Having spent more than half a year in the border army, it was the first time I encountered such fervent hospitality from these barbarians, and I found myself quite unaccustomed to it. Mu Shi lamented, I find myself feeling rather unwell. My hand is uncontrollably yearning to draw my blade. Mu Qing chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, look at this. My 6th uncle, once a simple and honest man, has now transformed into a weapon of murder, consumed with thoughts of violence and women. Upon hearing this, the others from Mu's hometown could not help but join in laughter. 6th uncle, if you bring back a wild woman, be wary of Aunt Six's wrath. Indeed, 6th uncle, you must be cautious. Do not return after 2 years with a child, for Aunt Six will surely give you a sound reprimand. Get lost, you mischievous brats. When have I ever consorted with other women? Mu Shi waved his hand and glared. Among the crowd, he was the only one who had married. His age was even on the verge of conscription, yet with a little financial persuasion, he could have easily evaded this military obligation. However, Mu's hometown was concerned that Mu Qing would bear too much pressure alone. Thus, they specially chose the steady Mu Shi to accompany him for support. As a result, Mu Shi's wife would enjoy the preferential treatment bestowed by the entire Mu clan. It was rather unexpected that while people within the country desperately sought alliances with the barbarians, betraying their own nation, the barbarians deep in the grasslands remained steadfastly loyal to the Yin state, clutching onto an imperial edict from 2 decades ago. Mu Qing's lips curled into a faint smile of mockery. In a nation like this, how can one speak of great unity? Mu Shi's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly whispered, Qing Guer, can such words be uttered? Mu Qing smiled gently. It's nothing to worry about. Relax a little, Uncle Lu. The words spoken here will not reach the kingdom of Yen. Mu Shi glanced around and finally let out a long sigh. While we may not comprehend these matters, it is undeniable that our Yen state has fared quite well over the years. Without considering others, even the lives of our Mu family in our homeland have not deteriorated. In fact, there remains a glimmer of hope. Mu Qing retorted, then, Uncle Lu, do you know the reason behind this? Mu Shi was taken aback. I want to know why. Did I become an official for this? He scoffed. Those in power may not necessarily possess more knowledge than you, but their connections are undoubtedly far more formidable. Mu Qing scoffed, remarking that this was due to the annual conscription of soldiers, with lives lost in battle each year. The state of Yin profited from warfare while simultaneously reducing its population. A diminished populace led to less strain on agricultural lands, thus creating an illusion of a bearable existence. In the early years of the late emperor's reign, he indeed dedicated himself to diligent governance, implementing a series of policies to rectify the bureaucracy and elevate the virtuous. The work of Adu serves as one testament to this. However, as the years progressed and he grew older, his ambition waned, leading him to focus on nurturing the crown prince. Consequently, the domestic landscape once again descended into chaos, resulting in the loss of the very successor he had meticulously cultivated. From our encounter with the bandits, dear 6th uncle, It should be apparent that a mere band of brigands holds no standing to collude with the barbarian forces, most likely. They are but the pawns of some influential figure. A small state like Yin, encompassing 2 provinces, has long been thoroughly understood by Mu Qing. Viewed through the lens of a modern individual and analyzed with the knowledge of subsequent eras, the situation becomes considerably more straightforward. Nevertheless, Mu Qing acknowledges that even with the insights of the future, he cannot alter the current environment. He does not consider himself more astute than the ancients, particularly those whose names have been immortalized in history, often occupying entire pages dedicated to their legacies. If His Highness the King of Zhao ascends to the throne, coupled with the guidance of the great general, the situation may improve somewhat, wouldn't it? Mu Shi, on the contrary, harbors unwavering confidence in young Prince Zhao. His Highness, the prince, is still in his youth, at a time when his potential is boundless. Moreover, with your personal guidance, young Master Qing, he is certain to excel. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing could not help but let out a bitter smile. Sixth uncle, you truly have unwavering faith in me. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this individual possesses remarkable adaptability. Although he has developed some less than desirable habits, he remains relatively untainted overall. However, it is best to refrain from contemplating distant matters for the time being. Let us first clarify the affairs at hand on the grassland. The prosperity and glory of our Mu family hinge upon whether the young Zhao Wang can succeed. Mu Qing rose and gazed into the distance. The rhythmic sound of hooves approached, echoing from afar. It was now morning, and the 2 brothers of Aduna had urgently departed in the latter half of the night to summon the young cavalry from other hideouts of Aduna. Now they returned, accompanied by over 200 Aduna horsemen. The people of Mu's hometown rose to their feet, warily gripping their weapons. Until the final moment, who could discern friend from foe? General, I have returned, bringing with me 100 brave warriors. General, I too have returned, accompanied by another 100 valiant souls. The 2 brothers, Adu and Na, dismounted swiftly from their horses and approached Mu Qing with haste. Mu Qing squinted as he observed the cavalry of Adu gradually coming to a halt. Adorned with felt hats, clad in sheepskin, wielding curved sabers, and carrying longbows upon their backs, they bore a striking resemblance to other tribesmen. At that moment, as they gazed upon the devastation within the camp, their eyes were filled with a tumultuous blend of fury and sorrow. The people of Mu's hometown could not help but murmur in doubt. If these individuals were to mingle with other barbarians, who could discern friend from foe? I cannot fathom it. They all seem to be cast from the same mold. Their appearances are identical, their attire indistinguishable, rendering recognition utterly impossible. Mu Qing stepped forward a couple of paces, surveying the Aduna cavalry. Your Aduna tribe appears quite formidable, he remarked, after enduring years of relentless pursuit. Even with your chieftain falling in battle yesterday, you still muster 200 horsemen. Quite impressive. Aduna Yong patted his chest proudly. It is all thanks to His Majesty the Emperor and the protection of the frontier troops. We possess the most fertile pastures, the sturdiest cattle and sheep. And our tribe is numerous. Aduna Gu licked his lips eagerly. General, just tell us how to proceed. It is not every day we encounter a general. We, the Aduna tribe, are ready to fight alongside you. Mu Qing nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing. You 200, we 50. Would you dare to charge against the 800 warriors of the Chil tribe? Adu Na Yong replied. A true warrior of the grasslands dares to charge at any foe. Adu Na Gu added. The timid cannot be deemed true warriors of the grasslands. Mu Qing smiled broadly, pointing at the corpses of the Chil tribe. They had shared similar thoughts, yet now their bodies lay lifeless and rigid. Chapter 83, The Falcon sends word to distinguish the cavalry of the Aduna tribe. Mu Qing mandated that they all bind their sleeves with strips of cloth. These strips, stained crimson with blood, provided a means of differentiation. The advantage of the barbarian cavalry lay in their lack of need for further training. They were adept in mounted archery. However, the disadvantages were equally apparent. They could not seamlessly integrate into Mu Qing's current forces, as they operated under entirely different combat systems. The barbarian cavalry had not undergone systematic training and could not form an effective phalanx. Their charges were often devoid of formation, and the ethereal manifestations of their military spirit predominantly resembled wolf heads, for they regarded themselves as descendants of the wolf deity. The wolf served as their totem. Forcing their integration into a phalanx would likely disrupt its military spirit. Instead of enhancing their combat power, it would considerably weaken it. In this world, the outcome of a battle is not solely determined by numbers. The cohesion of a unit's military spirit holds equal significance. After considerable exploration over the past 6 months, Mu Qing had begun to grasp some insights regarding the essence of military spirit. It intertwines with training, morale, numbers, and willpower. The higher the morale of a unit and the stronger their fighting spirit, the more potent and substantial their military spirit becomes. For instance, even with only 49 individuals, including Mu Qing, the military spirit manifested during their phalanx charge was no less formidable than when they had previously numbered 200. The military spirit of the phalanx was particularly effective for breaking through enemy lines. When the phalanx was initiated, it either shattered the enemy's formation or was halted. If the phalanx failed, they awaited slaughter. Thus, the phalanx demanded the highest caliber of strength at its forefront. Only those with formidable power, capable of crushing any opposing force, could unleash the phalanx's full potential. In essence, the significance of the phalanx lies in its offensive capability. Mu Qing harbored a profound confidence in himself. Otherwise, he would not have exclusively imparted the Fangshi formation to the others. It is indeed the Fangshi formation that is most befitting for heavy cavalry. The Chila tribe lies to the northwest of the Aduna tribe, and the group traveled at a leisurely pace, only entering the hunting grounds of the Chila tribe the following day. General, we are now approaching the pastures of the Chila tribe. What course of action shall we take? Please issue your commands. Aduna Yong clenched his curved dagger tightly. Indeed, General, let us strike them down. Aduna Gu was eager to engage. Mu Qing gazed upon the fiercely aggressive cavalry of Adu, whose murderous intent towards the Chila tribe surpassed even his own. Mu Qing pursed his lips and declared, "In a moment, you shall flank our ranks to assist in the charge. Be advised, it is imperative that you do not position yourselves in front of our formation. The cavalry's assault is relentless and cannot be evaded. We shall rest for half an hour to restore the strength of our steeds, and after this respite, we shall crush the Kale tribe. Continuous marching has severely drained the stamina of our horses. Prolonged riding also exhausts the rider. As the horses gallop, one must exert effort to maintain balance, whether seated in the saddle or standing in the stirrups. Both horse and rider require rest. During this interval, the steeds seek tender grass to replenish their energy. Fortunately, at the outset, we provided them with high-quality feed from the Aduna tribe, ensuring they are not deprived of sustenance. The warriors of the Aduna tribe quietly polished their curved blades, for this battle is one of vengeance for their fallen kin. The cavalrymen of Aduna vary in age, from youthful adolescents to weathered middle-aged men with grizzled beards. In response to Mu Qing's call, the Aduna tribe has rallied every capable warrior. These fierce individuals possess a sincerity that is truly formidable. Mu Shi stood beside Mu Qing, unable to suppress his admiration. "Brother Qing, how do you intend to handle this matter concerning Adu?" he inquired softly. Mu Qing's eyes flickered thoughtfully. "Let us observe their performance, if they indeed prove their worth. It would not be unacceptable to allow them to graze outside Dingfang City. However, it remains to be seen whether General Di and his men can succeed. It is somewhat premature to discuss this matter at present." Mu Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the integration of nomadic tribes is a task that requires decades, if not centuries, to accomplish. As it stands, even with the unwavering loyalty of Adu, it remains impossible for the Yen people to accept them. The animosity between the two ethnicities and their respective civilizations runs too deep. After a brief respite, Mu Qing rose once more and mounted his steed. "Form ranks. Let us vanquish the Chila tribe." Mu Qing shouted loudly, then suddenly waved his hand. "Charge." The heavy cavalry began to gradually accelerate, the sound of hooves growing increasingly thunderous. In just a few breaths, the phalanx of sharp arrows took shape, casting a shadow over the crowd. "Warriors of Aduna, stay close to our heavenly soldiers. Let us revel in the joy of battle. Let us vanquish them." The brothers of Aduna, brandishing their curved blades, resolutely chose to follow suit. Although outnumbered, the thundering cavalry instilled within him an unshakable confidence. He was unaware of what means the Chila tribe would employ to thwart such a charge. Few in number, yet their might was overwhelming. This is true cavalry. This is true manhood. The two brothers of Aduna gazed intently at the man leading the charge, their hearts surging with fervor. In the sky, a circling shadow caught the attention of Aduna. "General, the Chila tribe has likely discerned our position. A marksman has reached the Chila tribe. Their hawks are soaring above, delivering the message." Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and noticed a dark spot circling above the heads of the crowd. The term eagle shooting hand evoked some rather unpleasant memories for him, as he had previously been ambushed by the eagle shooting hand. a vivid recollection that lingered in his mind. Mu Qing harbors a profound grudge and possesses a narrow-minded disposition. Indeed, General, the archers are adept at training falcons to assist in locating targets and delivering messages. How infuriating. Our Adu also once had archers. Adu Na Yang haughtily exclaimed. Humph. Mu Qing let out a cold grunt, his eyes narrowing slightly as he skillfully replaced the unfamiliar dagger with his 6-star prairie longbow. He lifted his gaze to the circling hawk above, drawing an arrow and methodically pulling it back. His body swayed in rhythm with the galloping steed. Yet he exerted pressure with his legs to maintain a steady aim amidst the tumult. As his inner energy flowed into the arrow, he released it with a swift motion. The piercing arrow shot forth. With the might of a 3-stone bow combined with the force of the piercing arrow, it carved a dark streak across the sky. Hurtling toward the hawk, the bird instinctively sought to evade danger, but was nonetheless caught in the wake of the arrow's formidable power. Feathers scattering as it plummeted to the ground. What an excellent marksmanship, General! Adu Na exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mu Qing has begun to anticipate the encounter with the archer. He is aware that his earlier shot had missed entirely. It was merely the aura of the arrow that had surged through the air. Nonetheless, regardless of the process, the outcome remains unchanged. Chapter 84. They are merely puppets. The young Zhao Wang had envisioned numerous outcomes and had prepared himself for a fierce battle. However, he never expected that they would face no obstacles, making their way directly to the capital. Your Highness, the army will reach the capital by tomorrow. Let us rest today. Wang Nua suggested, adjusting the candle to enhance the light. The young Zhao Wang sighed and set aside his book. Is my uncle asleep? The Duke of the State is still inspecting the camp. With him present, there is no cause for concern. Your Highness may rest easy, Wang Nua replied. Standing by the table, the young Zhao Wang forced a bitter smile. Rest assured, I am indeed at ease. The gates of the cities along the route stood wide open, with military officials and dignitaries lining the path to extend their welcome. This was the influence of my uncle and my elder brother. Even in my brother's absence, the remaining legacy is sufficient to propel me to that esteemed position. Did you notice the officials along the way? What a terrifying allure they possess. Under such influence, how could that scoundrel, the 6th prince, possibly maintain his throne? Wang Nua was taken aback and quickly replied, The Duke of the State has utilized all his connections for your sake, demonstrating his sincere intentions. For you are his only nephew. He could only emphasize this, fearing that His Highness might whimsically suspect the Duke's widespread influence and begin to guard against him, potentially leading to a rift between uncle and nephew. After all, that position seems to possess an uncanny power to alter one's very essence. What are you insinuating, you rascal? The young Zhao Wang cast a glance at the eunuch who had watched him grow. You don't think I would fear my uncle, do you? Wang Nua forced a smile, not daring to respond. The young Zhao Wang, half smiling, gradually rose. I have long seen through that position. There is little merit in it. It is far better to be a person like Mu Qing, unfettered and free, with others to bear the brunt of troubles while I enjoy myself. If my uncle wishes to be emperor, as his only nephew, how could my status possibly falter? An emperor bears the weight of the nation upon his shoulders, while a leisure prince need only contend with the emperor. The blessings enjoyed are plentiful, yet the burdens are non-existent. Now, that is a life worth living. If only it were so, I could join Mu Qing, practicing martial arts and honing my skills daily. What a delightful existence that would be. Young Zhao Wang squinted his eyes, seemingly beginning to relish such a life. By day he toiled in the fields, by night he returned to seek the warmth of 2 fresh maidens, all while a lofty roof sheltered him from worries. You're daydreaming. I've sacrificed my long-standing reputation, and you must ascend the throne. Di Rong abruptly interrupted young Zhao Wang's reverie of indulgence by lifting the tent flap and entering without ceremony. Young Zhao Wang chuckled, Uncle, what does it matter who ascends? Di Rong shot him a stern glance. It matters. This is merely to acclimate you. The siege equipment is nearly ready. Tomorrow, the assault on the city commences, and the real, brutal battle is just beginning. You'd best brace yourself. Young Zhao Wang instinctively recoiled. After this battle, our Yin kingdom may suffer grievously. The aftermath will rest upon your shoulders as the new emperor. Remember, you must perform diligently. Di Rong patted young Zhao Wang on the shoulder, offering an encouraging smile before striding away. The thought alone made young Zhao Wang's head ache. Even if victory were achieved, the losses among the border troops would be considerable, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years to recuperate. Curse that damned 6th brother. Why won't he just perish? Young Zhao Wang muttered. Then, feeling somewhat helpless, he lamented. My father always admonished me for my lack of ambition while he indulged in raising dogs. And what has that led to? Wang Nuo, drenched in sweat, interjected, Your Highness. The late emperor has already passed. Such words cannot be uttered. Young Zhao Wang glared. One day, I too shall be emperor. What is there that cannot be said? If my father hadn't raised dogs, he wouldn't have been bitten, wouldn't have fallen ill, my elder brother wouldn't have encountered misfortune, and the sixth brother wouldn't have ascended. The Yin kingdom would still be stable. The truth is the truth. One cannot simply disregard reality because of the crown. Wang Nuo wiped his brow and began counting ants, pretending he had not heard. Young Zhao Wang stood still, gazing at the bustling camp outside, lost in thought. After a long while, he turned and returned to his seat, resuming his reading of the unfinished book. What is an emperor, after all? But a mere puppet upon the dragon throne? Born into royalty, no matter the struggles or efforts, it is futile. Even the paths of retreat visible to oneself are tethered by strings that manipulate one's fate. Young Zhao Wang began to immerse himself in literature, striving to enrich his knowledge and present himself as a true emperor. Deep within the steppes, the Chila tribe had indeed received the warning and had made adequate preparations. Consequently, this time, Mu Qing did not charge directly at the Chila tribe as he had in the past. The enemy dispatched cavalry that encountered Mu Qing and his companions halfway. Their leader was a robust man draped in white fur, with his right arm and shoulder exposed, showcasing his powerful musculature. From a distance, one could clearly perceive his explosive strength. With a swift motion, he drew his bow and released an arrow that soared nearly 200 paces, embedding itself firmly in the grass before Mu Qing. Mu Qing began to rein in the warhorse, bringing the charging cavalry to a gradual halt. With a stern expression, he fixed his gaze upon the burly figure in the distance. General, the grassy expanse ahead appears to conceal a pitfall, as if the enemy is attempting to warn us. Adu Na remarked, narrowing his eyes as he discerned the peculiarities of the terrain ahead. He swiftly urged his steed closer, raising his voice to sound the alarm. This is rather intriguing. Mu Qing observed as the archer gradually raised the longbow in their hand, making a gesture of provocation towards him, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of their lips. Unfazed, the opponent gallantly rode their horse to the side, skillfully avoiding the trap laid ahead. Mu Qing felt similarly. He too yearned to ascertain just how formidable this archer truly was. The two parties halted at a distance of approximately 50 paces, scrutinizing one another intently. Hey, Yin Run, is it your arrow that brought down my pet? The opponent inquired, gesturing towards the sky. Mu Qing spoke bluntly, You flew a tad too low, and I shattered it with a single shot. Now, allow me to test your mettle. On this vast prairie, strength reigns supreme, and your head shall be my trophy. The opponent raised his longbow, signaling his intent to challenge Mu Qing in a duel. Mu Qing's eyes flickered slightly. Do the people of this grassland still indulge in one-on-one duels? I have no interest. It would be wise for you to return to your comrades and await your fate with bated breath. Mu Qing waved his hand, and the team promptly moved in his direction, skillfully avoiding the pitfalls on the ground. You are a coward, the archer exclaimed in fury, releasing an arrow aimed directly at Mu Qing's head. Mu Qing seemingly transformed into a formidable being, deftly evading the arrow with an elegant tilt of his head. The archer, seemingly incensed, let out a furious roar and swiftly drew 3 arrows, unleashing them towards Mu Qing with great ferocity. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, brandishing his broadsword to deflect the 3 arrows. Feeling the force of the arrows colliding with his weapon, he realized that this old fellow possessed considerable strength. Moreover, the arrows were aimed at his steed, which was intolerable to Mu Qing. Without hesitation, he knocked an arrow and drew back his bow, channeling power into the piercing shot directed at the archer. The arrow flew with tremendous force, yet the archer nimbly leapt from his mount to evade it. A fine shot indeed, but regrettably paired with such a cowardly master. The archer bellowed, demanding an immediate duel. The members of the Chila tribe brandished their curved blades, clearly brimming with confidence in their archer. Mu Qing hesitated, contemplating the futility of his intentions, and ultimately decided to swallow his words. I shall indulge this fellow in a delightful escapade. Sixth uncle, you shall lead the charge and vanquish the savages. Mu Qing commanded with a swift motion, charging directly towards the crossbowman with a vigorous kick to his steed's belly. As he galloped, he knocked arrow after arrow, sending them flying forth. What a splendid approach. The crossbowman mirrored this, galloping towards Mu Qing while continuously unleashing a barrage of projectiles. The two adversaries exchanged fierce volleys, each employing formidable bows and deadly arrows. A single hit could potentially alter the course of the battle. At the moment their steeds crossed paths, Mu Qing decisively relinquished his longbow, brandishing his broadsword to cleave at his opponent. Clang! Sparks erupted as a notch appeared on the adversary's curved blade. "You draw your sword," he exclaimed. "Truly despicable, ye Yans. Full of treachery." The crossbowman instinctively drew his blade in defense, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow, and began to curse vehemently. "We are engaged in a contest of archery, yet you resort to swords. Where is your honor?" Listening to the opponent's loud accusations, Mu Qing furrowed his brow and turned his horse. He could not help but question why he was engaging with a fool. The other appeared far from dull-witted. Why then did he seem so absurd? What kind of gaze is that? Perhaps it was Mu Qing's look that made the crossbowman feel exceedingly uncomfortable, igniting a deeper fury within him. Mu Qing adjusted the angle of the warhorse. "I mean no offense, but I would like to inquire. Has the grassland begun to allow the foolish to take on the role of the archer?" Mu Qing galloped directly towards his opponent, who sought to create distance. Yet Mu Qing refused to grant him this opportunity. Upon their initial clash, the archer quickly discerned that his adversary possessed greater strength. "Damn it, stand still," he bellowed. "Today, I shall render you utterly defeated, you foolish simpleton." The opponent continuously clamored to engage Mu Qing in a contest of archery, insisting that otherwise, Mu Qing would be deemed a coward devoid of honor. Mu Qing was almost amused to the point of laughter, insisting on a one-on-one duel, yet forbidding me from wielding a blade, compelling me to rely solely on your preferred weapon of archery while maintaining a distance. How does one like this even evolve into a master archer? The opponent retorted, "If you're a real man, then compete with me in archery." Mu Qing, "If you were a real man, you would dare to challenge me to a duel." Opponent, "You wouldn't have the courage." Mu Qing, "I am not your father. There is no need to indulge you." He then let out a cold laugh. "Do you think that holding me back will be of any use? Take a look at the dire situation of the Chila tribe. Your little tricks are utterly futile against me." Meanwhile, the cavalry from both sides had long since engaged in fierce combat. The fortified forces of Mu family town, under the leadership of Mu Shi and Mu Hu, displayed formidable prowess, with their phalanx effect remaining largely unimpeded by Mu Qing's absence. They effortlessly tore through the cavalry formation of the Chila tribe. However, due to the proximity of the engagement, the speed of the warhorses was not fully unleashed. The cavalry of the Aduna tribe flanked the forces of Mu family town, while Mu Shi decisively commanded, "Dismount. Form ranks." The Mo Dao cavalry, when charging at high speed, are an unstoppable force, and even when dismounted, they retain immense power. The Mo Dao warriors are specifically designed as heavy infantry to counter cavalry. In the incredulous gaze of the barbarians from both the Chila and Aduna tribes, the heavily armored Mo Dao warriors, led by Mu Hu and Mu Shi, formed a precise line, with ample space between each warrior to wield their massive blades. Mu Shi, the unknown blade master, advanced without retreat. The people of Mu's hometown cried out, "Kill!" The Mo Dao formation advanced in unison, their blades swinging heavily, severing all the barbarians within their reach. Mu Shi bellowed once more, "Slay them!" The people of Muji Township advanced once more, ruthlessly exterminating the barbaric foes within their reach. Above their heads, a spectral image of a mysterious blade gradually took shape. With each cry of "Kill" from Mu Shi, the crowd would surge forward, inching closer. The reach of the rendered the curved blades of the barbarians utterly ineffective. To strike with their scimitars, they would first have to endure the onslaught of the, and beneath its relentless assault, both horse and man would be shattered. The people of Mujiatang stepped forward, treading upon the shattered remains of the fallen. What manner of army is this? Adu Nayong could not help but murmur. To be part of such a formidable force would truly be worth a lifetime. Adu Nagu could not suppress his yearning. Killing you, and then dealing with those fellows, should not pose a significant challenge. The expression on the archer's face grew solemn. Without further delay, he spurred his horse once again towards Mu Qing. Simultaneously, he opened his hand and swiftly retrieved 3 arrows from his quiver, releasing them in rapid succession towards Mu Qing, before hastily closing the distance on horseback. Mu Qing could not intercept and could only evade. Even he dared not endure the heavy arrows of the, not even a single shot. This was the ancient era, where a mere tetanus could be fatal. In battles, soldiers who succumbed to wound infections often outnumbered those who perished in combat. He was not idle either. He retaliated with his own longbow, and the opponent likewise refrained from taking the hit directly. Mu Qing donned a suit of armor, while he himself was clad only in leather. Yet, His agility surpassed that of his opponent. As they engaged in combat, the adversary similarly drew forth a curved blade, clashing it against Mu Qing's unconventional sword. At the moment of impact, Mu Qing sensed an unsettling difference. This time, the curved blade wielded by the was astonishingly formidable, producing sparks upon contact. A sharp, piercing aura surged forth as the blade descended. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed, perceiving an aura akin to a blade's edge. It was evident that the opponent had infused this energy into the weapon they wielded. However, to Mu Qing's astonishment, the adversary unexpectedly lunged at him as they brushed past each other. Mu Qing understood the opponent's intent. They sought to engage in close combat, aiming to restrict the effectiveness of his long-handled saber. Mu Qing released the foreign blade and, in a fluid motion, lunged down from his steed, drawing forth the six-star prairie saber. While he favored the foreign blade, it was not his sole weapon. As he channeled his inner energy, the saber in his hand emitted a resonant hum. The two sabers clashed with a resounding impact, and Mu Qing locked eyes with the archer, each understanding the gravity of the confrontation. Mu Qing's gaze was frigid, his lips curled in a menacing smirk. The archer's eyes were sharp, akin to a hawk that had locked onto its prey. Chapter 86, Special Essence. In the chaos of battle, there exists no grandeur in technique. Both combatants wielded their curved blades, targeting each other's vital points. A single successful strike could determine the outcome of the conflict. The dramatic exchanges depicted on television, characterized by back-and-forth exchanges and exhilarating, evenly matched duels, were nearly non-existent. In the brutal arena of warfare, the emphasis lay on speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Now, an additional layer of internal energy mastery had entered the fray. Mu Qing could sense the profound inner energy of his opponent during their clash, which far surpassed his own, cultivated over merely 6 months. However, Mu Qing's advantage lay in his formidable physical prowess and astonishing strength. The archer also perceived this, gaining a vivid understanding of Mu Qing's might. Were it not for his years of rigorous training, he feared he would not stand a chance against him. A shiver ran down the archer's spine. Narrowing his eyes, he seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat after a brief exchange, bringing his curved blade down with ferocity. To Mu Qing's astonishment, he beheld the phantom of a ravenous wolf lunging towards him. Acting almost instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the strike. As the wolf-like specter collided with the ground, uprooting both grass and soil in its wake. My word, what a technique! Mu Qing was suddenly startled. Wolf hunt. The flashed a grin, its aura surging as it lunged toward Mu Qing once more. A wolf? Mu Qing twisted his neck and cleared his throat, exclaiming, I shall strike you down like a dead dog. As the curved blade descended upon him, Mu Qing fixed his gaze without flinching. Swinging his own weapon toward the adversary's neck, adorned in heavy armor, he reasoned that a single blow would merely wound him, while he possessed the strength to assuredly sever the opponent's head. What a madman! Ultimately, the marksman recoiled, unwilling to exchange blows with Mu Qing directly, instead adjusting his stance to deflect the impending strike. Coward! Mu Qing scoffed disdainfully and continued to strike. Damn those Yin people, if you have the capability, then remove your armor. The eagle-shooting hero was filled with fury. Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. I am not your father. Why should I accommodate you? Regardless of whether you can hunt wolves or pounce like a tiger, today is your doomed day. Mu Qing's completely unguarded style of combat rendered the archer utterly passive, leaving him incapable of mounting any counterattack. Furthermore, Mu Qing's strikes were not only swift but also possessed immense power, compelling him to regard each blow with utmost seriousness. For any single slash could effortlessly cleave him in two. Moreover, what was the nature of his blade? How did he come to possess such a magnificent curved sword? Cursed be it, from whence did your weapon originate? It is a treasure of the nomads, you wretched thief. The archer seethed through clenched teeth. Mu Qing let out a cold laugh. Kneel and call me father, and I shall enlighten you. After another fierce clash, the archer gazed at the deeply nicked curved blade in his hand, breathing heavily. Despite channeling his inner energy into the weapon, it had become such a state, while the curved blade remained gleaming with a chilling light. Damn it, if only such a weapon were in my possession. Mu Qing observed the other party's gaze fixated on his curved dagger, an amused smile spreading across his face. He pointed behind him and asked, What do you see over there? The archer remained unfazed, retorting, Foolish. Do you take me for a child? You think such trivial tricks can, suddenly. He felt the rush of wind behind him. Instinctively turning his head, He was met with a volley of arrows hurtling towards his back. Swiftly, he swung his curved dagger, unleashing a wave of force to diminish the oncoming barrage. Just as he had neutralized the rain of arrows, he felt a chilling sensation against his back. Mu Qing's broad visage loomed behind him, single-handedly confronting the challenge. This is a battlefield, and your naive demeanor resembles that of a child. The archer, with eyes sharp as a falcon, gazed incredulously at the nearly vanquished Chila faction, his lips quivering, yearning to utter something, yet finding himself at a loss for words. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, and his final sight was a whirl, ultimately fixating on his own feet. Mu Qing directly pushed aside the headless archer, giving a thumbs up to the Mu family villagers in the distance. Well done. It was precisely the Mu family villagers who, having pierced through the Kair tribe, turned their formation towards the archer and unleashed a rain of arrows, creating an opportunity for Mu Qing. The forces of Aduna were currently engaged in eliminating the remaining warriors of the Kair tribe. Mu Shi approached with Mu Hu. Qinggur, you have taken quite a while this time. Mu Hu scratched his head and gently kicked the lifeless body of Shi Diao with his foot. Mu Qing nodded. Acknowledging the individual's prowess, his internal energy was profound, and his techniques possessed a peculiar flair. However, even if he refrained from intervening, he could not endure for long. His blade was lacking. He was not lying. The essence extracted after eliminating this person was distinctly different. The essence of the prairie child. It enhances archery proficiency to a minor degree, improves vision slightly, increases affinity with the falcon, and boosts overall physical attributes marginally. Undoubtedly, it is a superior essence, and it is evident that the starting point is considerably higher than that of ordinary individuals who have endured hardship. Mu Qing directly hung it on himself. However, he was aware that such essence could not be combined and synthesized through mere hard work and perseverance. He had been at the border army for half a year, and his time spent on the grasslands was not insignificant. This was only the second time he had encountered the eagle shooter. Moreover, given the prowess of the eagle shooter, if it chose to flee, it would indeed be a challenge to pursue. It was fundamentally impossible to amass and synthesize in abundance. As for that hawk, Mu Qing was indeed quite eager to capture one. This creature, as he had come to realize, was none other than the Heidongking, a medium-sized raptor that is classified not as an eagle but rather as a falcon, and notably, it is the largest among falcons, capable of reaching lengths of 50 to 60 centimeters. However, he understood that taming such a bird posed a significant challenge. While he felt confident in his ability to shoot it down, he deemed the prospect of domestication as impossible. General, all the Chila tribe members are here. Adu Na Yong sprinted over, brimming with excitement. His gaze fell upon the fallen archer, a fervent eagerness evident on his face. The general was nothing short of a celestial warrior, having effortlessly taken down an archer. Mu Qing shook his head and remarked, enough of this nonsense. The eagle shooting master indeed possesses remarkable skills, yet he is utterly unsuited to serve as a commander. How can one aspire to lead without being alongside their own troops? What kind of mindset is that? If he were to conceal himself within the ranks of the Chila army, his archery might not pose a threat to me. But it would be a different story for you. His arrows are swift, precise, and heavily weighted, coupled with his profound internal energy. Even armor may not withstand the impact. Mu Qing harbored a profound disdain for the unrefined demeanor of the. His conduct reflected a lack of responsibility, both towards himself and the valiant warriors who stood behind him. It is no exaggeration to assert that the swift downfall of the Chila tribe is intricately linked to this insistence on engaging him in a one-on-one duel. As one steps into the Chila tribe, it is high time for the loyalty of your faction, the Adu, to be duly rewarded. Mu Qing picked up his foreign sword and mounted his horse. Chapter 87. The Merit of First Assault Beneath the Capital of Yin State, Shuayang City. War horses whinnied and a throng of soldiers surged, with long spears piercing the air. A palpable military spirit enveloped the heads of the border troops, discernible to those versed in such matters, manifesting as a colossal character D. A towering arrow tower, measuring 5 to 6 meters, advanced slowly from the rear of the military formation, accompanied by a row of hastily constructed catapults, behind which were clay pots filled to the brim with incendiary oil. The entirety of Shuayang City was shrouded under the formidable presence of the border troops as the youthful new emperor stood atop the city walls, the bright yellow standard invigorating the defending soldiers. Gao Wu's countenance was grim. The four armies, Qi Jin, Du Mu, Fu Shui, and Li Tu, had failed to send any support to the capital. Truly, these were the loyal soldiers of Yin State. Excellent. How commendable. Your Majesty, The capital's defenses are robust, and the border troops excel in open battle. We merely need to rely on our fortifications and deny them any opportunity. Even the border troops would find themselves at a loss, Gao Wu asserted. Lin Dejia, along with the scholars of Shanhe Academy, stood resolutely upon the city wall. Some brandishing swords, others wielding brushes, presenting a striking contrast to the surrounding soldiers. This battle depends entirely on the academy. We must not allow these wolves with sinister ambitions to succeed, Gao Wu declared solemnly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Lin Dejia, with a sharp long sword hanging at his waist, its scabbard intricately engraved with landscapes, donned a scholar's robe and faced the border troops below. Your Majesty, shall we denounce the rebels down there? Gao Wu took a deep breath and replied, Very well. I wish to see why those border troops are so steadfastly loyal to the D-Rong. He approached the battlement and was momentarily overwhelmed by the seemingly endless ranks of border troops. However, he managed to maintain his composure, revealing none of his inner turmoil. Before he could finish, the catapults below received military orders, launching flaming oil pots toward the city wall. Shanhe, protect! Lin Dejia exclaimed, producing a thick brush with a swift motion, inscribing the character U in the air. The other scholars from Shanhe Academy followed suit. Each inscribed character transformed into a shimmering barrier in the air above the city wall, shattering the flaming oil pots upon impact, preventing any breach of the defenses. Excellent! The defending soldiers' spirits soared at the sight. With only a little over 2,000 men, the pressure of facing the mightiest of the border troops was palpable. Gao Wu, interrupted, grew even more displeased, tossing his sleeves in frustration as he retreated. I wish to see how the D-Rong will assault the city. Bring forth the sons and daughters of the D-Rong. Let them witness the rebellion of their father. Gao Wu commanded coldly. Lin Dejia hastily interjected, Your Majesty. That would only galvanize the border troops' resolve, placing us at a disadvantage in our defense. Gao Wan furrowed his brow. They have already rebelled. Why should I still hesitate? Bring all those from the Duke of the State's residence to the city walls. Let them witness the fate of treachery. He parted his lips, contemplating the idea of bringing the former empress as well, but reason cautioned him against it. Although he was not born of the former empress, by tradition, the empress is the true mother of all princes. To display his own mother at the city gates would spell the end of his reign. No one would pledge loyalty to such an emperor. Lin Dejia gazed at the emperor before him with disbelief. Your Majesty, you are the sovereign. How can you undertake such an act? This matter, approached differently and at another time, could serve as a warning to the rebels, but now is not the time. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Lin Dejia's intent was clear. Before the rebels laid siege, one could send them 2 severed fingers as a message. If they did not retreat that day, more would follow. Alternatively, allowing those in the Duke's residence to meet their demise quietly would suffice. Even if it became apparent that it was your doing, it would bear no consequence. However, to do so before your own guards, the soldiers below, and countless citizens of the capital is utterly unacceptable. Such actions would deter anyone from entrusting their families to the capital and who would dare to serve you loyally in battle. The rebels were already at the gates, launching siege weapons. What talk of righteousness could there be? Gao Wan frowned. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Only the victors have the right to speak. I refuse to believe that D-Rong cares for his family even a little. Lin Dejia opened his mouth, eager to continue his counsel, but Gao Wan waved his sleeve dismissively. My mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. I must ensure that all witness the consequences of treason. The eunuchs behind Gao Wan immediately departed with the guards. Lin Dejia's previously calm demeanor seemed to fracture. He stared blankly at the emperor before him. Was this truly the gentle and respectful 6th prince from their academy days? It was not a matter of requiring kindness towards D-Rong's family, but certain actions cannot be deemed acceptable. Lin Dejia and those from the surrounding Shanhua Academy fell into silence. Such a simple truth, the emperor could not possibly be unaware of it. He must have ulterior motives. They waited and observed. Moments later, the guards rushed in, breathless. Your Majesty, a knight has suddenly appeared at the Duke of the State's residence, and numerous citizens are spontaneously obstructing us. We cannot breach the gates. Gao Wan erupted with fury. See, the Duke's residence has long harbored treachery. Since my ascension, I have shown them great leniency, sending greetings daily, allowing them to live in peace, and yet they rebel against me. With a sudden wave of his hand, Gao Wan commanded, break down the door, kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. The guard fell silent for a moment, then clasped his hands and turned to leave. Outside the city, the catapults were relentlessly exerting their force, and the towering arrow towers steadily and slowly approached the city walls. They were crowded with archers wielding longbows, their robust forms fixated intently upon the figures atop the city walls. In their eyes, this presented an opportunity for unparalleled glory. A saying circulated throughout the Yin kingdom: if one craves promotion, one should enlist in the army. If one yearns for swift advancement, one should join the border troops. The first to ascend the city walls and establish a foothold would earn the distinguished title of first climber, a feat capable of propelling an individual to extraordinary heights. Many who achieved this honor ultimately attained titles and ranks. It could be said that those who survived after being the first climbers could lead lives of remarkable splendor in their later years. Even a mere foot soldier could be exceptionally promoted after achieving this milestone. The most representative examples include the Yang clan of Hongnou, such as Yang Biao and Yang Xiu from the Three Kingdoms period, Yang Jian from the Sui dynasty, Yang Guizhong from the Tang dynasty, and Yang Yi from the Song dynasty. The illustrious ancestor of the Yang clan, a humble soldier named Yang Shi, once seized a piece of Xiang Yu's thigh by the banks of the Wu River. All the soldiers of the border troops yearned for the honor of being the first climber. While winning the lottery remains an elusive dream, the path to the first climber's honor is tangible and within reach. It is there for those with strength and courage to seize. Chapter 88. Mastering the arts of literature and martial skills within the Duke of Zhen's residence. 50 fully armed soldiers stood in solemn formation. The elderly matron, Di Yang, supported by a woman, emerged with the aid of a cane. Young man from the Luo family, there is no need to be so apprehensive. Look, this old woman. Am not worried. Why should you be? The leader was none other than Luo Zheng. Immediately after mobilizing, he had brought 50 loyal guards, dispersing them to blend into the capital, solely to safeguard the Duke of Zhen's residence. At this moment, his face was concealed beneath a metallic mask, with a dagger in his left hand and a spear in his right. Old matron, the false emperor has already sent someone here. I fear the time has come for confrontation. It is far more reassuring for me to remain here on watch. Luo Zheng's voice, altered by the mask, bore a weighty tone, yet the expressions of all his guards, including himself, were resolutely steadfast. These 50 armored warriors could single-handedly hold the line in urban combat. Di Yang sighed. I cannot discern the true nature of this matter, nor do I wish to interfere. However, the lineage of the Duke of Zhen must not become a pawn of the false emperor. If the situation is dire, I implore you, young Luo, to grant us a swift end. We cannot allow ourselves to fall into the hands of the false emperor alive. If being taken is inevitable, then it must not be as living captives. The significance of the Duke of Zhen's family, whether alive or dead, displayed upon the city walls is vastly different. Luo Zheng replied solemnly, Rest assured, matron, as long as we stand, we shall not permit any emissary of the false emperor to breach these walls. On the other side of the yard, a tall figure clad in armor approached with purposeful strides, wielding a spear. What brings you here? The expression of Di Yang shifted slightly, as the woman supporting her exclaimed urgently, My son, what do you intend to do at this moment? The newcomer stood firm with his spear. Grandmother, mother, and father are away at war. Though I may be weak, as a son of the Di family, how can I cower behind others at this time? He turned to Luo Zheng and declared earnestly, From this moment forth, I shall serve as a soldier under your command. General Luo, ready for your orders. Luo Zheng glanced at the old matriarch, hesitant to make a decision on his own. Di Yang sighed softly, My son, if you have such resolve, then safeguard the inner residence. General Luo and his men are in perfect coordination. Your reckless addition may not yield favorable results. Luo Zheng added in agreement. Indeed, young lord, it is not yet time for that. Di Daler clenched his teeth, ultimately relenting. Outside, a commotion erupted as the gathered townsfolk shouted angrily, only to be suddenly met with cries of despair. Luo Zheng's expression changed. Please return to the main hall, old matriarch. Young lord, ensure her safety. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The 50 elite soldiers immediately dispersed. Di Yang realized her presence would only hinder the others, so she turned and made her way toward the main hall. The door was met with a thunderous banging, as those outside attempted to break it down. Mountain and river. Lead. Accompanied by a resonant voice, a figure draped in scholarly robes leapt into the air. Luo Zheng swiftly raised his hand. Fire. The soldiers drew their bows, aiming their arrows for a direct shot. Mountain and river, defend. The robed figure wielded a large brush, deftly intercepting the incoming arrows. Fire again. Luo Zheng commanded coldly. After 3 successive volleys, the robed man's expression finally shifted, and he slowly descended. Luo Zheng brandished his spear, opened the door. 2 soldiers stepped forward to unlock the barred entrance. As the door swung open, several individuals rushed inside. With a swift motion, the prepared elite soldiers thrust their long spears, impaling the intruders. Luo Zheng advanced, his spear darting like a swimming dragon, piercing all who attempted to cross the threshold. Outside, a group of soldiers clad in golden armor stood firm with their blades drawn. The robed man stood before them. "Who are you?" Luo Zheng inquired, standing at the doorway, spitting a thick phlegm. "I am Luo Zheng of the Border Army, conscripted in the 15th year of the Tianda era, with 76 enemy heads claimed in battle." From the steps, Luo Zheng looked down upon the throng of palace guards filling the street. "Luo Zheng of the Luo family? Why do you conspire against the throne?" questioned the robed man loudly. Luo Zheng scoffed. "To imprison the empress and pursue the legitimate heir. Even if he ascends the throne, he is merely a commoner. Even if he slays all in his path, history will record that Gao Wan is not the rightful successor." Impudent. With a swift gesture, the man in the Confucian robe commanded, "Seize them." The guards of the inner palace donned resplendent yellow armor, in stark contrast to the weathered black and red armor of the border troops. The palace guards wielded not only swords but also long polearms known as halberds. Both sides were clad in full armor, and Luo Zheng retreated within the grand entrance, where sharp spears thrust out from the threshold. One man could hold the gate against a multitude. Luo Zheng thrust his spear into the ground, and a spectral aura surged around his 50 personal guards, slowly manifesting the phantom of a battle axe. It was time for the ceremonial troops to witness what true warriors embodied. With a menacing grin, Luo Zheng lunged with his spear, colliding fiercely with the palace guards. Outside the city, the border troops commenced their siege. Towering structures were brutally erected atop the city walls, where archers rained arrows down from above. Soldiers streamed up the towers, rushing to the battlements atop makeshift wooden planks. A brutal melee ensued. Mountains and rivers, slaughter. The students of the Mountain and River Academy wielded their brushes, inscribing the word kill as bolts of energy struck down the border soldiers like lightning. Yet, a siege is not a turn-based battle. For every fallen soldier, 10 more would take their place. No matter how swiftly the students rode, they could not match the relentless pace of the border troops' assaults. Witnessing the carnage, Linda couldn't help but intervene. Mountains and rivers, retreat. A dragon-like surge of energy swept through, casting the affected soldiers off the city walls to plummet below. Observing this, the D-Rone commander coldly snorted and approached the war drum. The deep, resonant beats of the drum reverberated across the battlefield, enveloping the border troops in a palpable aura that gradually expanded, descending upon every soldier engaged in the siege. Those engulfed by this energy found their resilience against the peculiar attacks from the Mountain and River Academy considerably enhanced. A war of attrition commenced. With each inch of the city wall saturated with blood and flesh, young Prince Zhao stood in the command tent. Gazing at the throngs of siege soldiers and the flames consuming the battlements, his eyes filled with astonishment. Compared to the chaos of the Grass Valley, the shock of this battlefield was profoundly staggering. How could a struggle for power among a single lineage lead to such brutal combat among so many warriors? As he watched the walls stained crimson with blood, the young prince could not help but murmur, "Your Highness, they are also fighting desperately for their own futures. If Your Highness shows compassion, consider offering greater rewards to the families of the fallen and bestowing honors upon the meritorious after the battle," suggested Wang Nuor softly. "Those who learn both martial and literary skills sell their talents to the imperial family. The battlefield remains the swiftest avenue for warriors to ascend." Chapter 89. First. "Young brother Qing, General, the Chila tribe now belongs to you," exclaimed Adu Na, his face alight with excitement. Mu Qing traversed the village, gazing into the myriad of fearful eyes. What purpose could a mere yin person serve for the Chila tribe? Sixth uncle. "Gather a group to collect all the curved sabers and longbows from the Chila tribe." Mu Qing certainly did not forget this. "You should not be idle either. According to your customary practices on the grasslands, how should the Chili tribe be dealt with?" Aduna scratched his head and replied, "In such cases, we typically execute all the men, preserving only children under the age of 5 and women of childbearing age, while taking away all the cattle, sheep, and horses. If the pasture were more fertile, we would also consider leaving some for grazing." Mu Qing nodded. These nomads were not as ruthless as he. If it were up to him, he would have eradicated them completely without hesitation. However, he had conceived a new plan, and thus could not proceed in such a manner. The Chila tribe would fall under the dominion of the Aduna tribe, and those to be taken away should be selected, with those destined for execution gathered together. Aduna Yong's lips curled into a wide grin, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. I shall attend to this at once. He summoned the cavalry of the Aduna tribe and began a conspicuous selection of women of childbearing age. To Mu Qing's astonishment, the chosen women exhaled with relief and willingly stepped forward. Conversely, those who were older and not selected desperately endeavored to prove their own fertility. Yet they were unceremoniously pushed aside, their desperate cries echoing in despair. They all understood the implications of this selection. In the conflict between the two tribes, only those chosen by the victors had the right to survive. Being overlooked was tantamount to death. Even the visibly youthful children were selected. For those under 5 retained scant memory, and with proper nurturing, they could be transformed into formidable warriors in their teenage years. Qinggur, this is splendid. Mu was tugging at a young girl, seemingly not much older, who had 2 small braided pigtails. She beamed at Mu Qing, exclaiming with a playful laugh. Hee, Brother Qing, this is delightful. Mu Qing, what kind of switch has been activated for this foolish brother of mine? How did he begin to delve into the study of women? He stepped forward and gently grasped the chin of the young girl, examining her from side to side. She must have come of age. Although her skin bore the marks of sun and wind, her appearance was quite pleasing. So, have you taken a liking to her? Mu pushed directly into Mu Qing's arms. Here you go, Brother Qing. You first, Brother Qing. Mu Qing chuckled. Little Qing, you have not suffered in vain. Always think of your Brother Qing first. He pinched Muhu's cheek and then returned the boisterous young girl into his embrace. If Brother Qing does not want her, Ahu may keep her, but be sure to cleanse her before any play. Muhu scratched his head, uncertain why his own Qing'er was rejected. Yet it did not hinder him from swiftly pinching the barbarian girl beneath his armpit and making his way towards the nearest tent. He intended to purchase an imported lollipop. After being led by Mu Qing on several occasions, he had discerned the patterns of this affair and understood that the tent was the destination. The barbarian girl's complexion turned ashen, her teeth clenched in silence. As a woman of the grasslands, her fate had long been sealed. She realized that if none from the Adu tribe were among the newcomers, her chances of survival were grim. However, with the presence of those from the Adu tribe, she, as a young woman, had a higher probability of escaping death. General, I have selected 55 young ones and 123 women. The remainder, as per the plan, are to be executed. The members of the Adu tribe swiftly showcased their captures. Adu Yang pointed at the group of huddled barbarians and remarked, "These hold little value for us." Mu Qing nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall take it upon myself. He raised his unfamiliar blade and strode towards the crowd. General, are these individuals truly worthy of your personal intervention? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, General, why not take a moment to rest? We can handle this matter adequately. Adu's brother hastily suggested upon witnessing Mu Qing's intention to engage directly. Mu Qing waved his hand slightly, saying, "This is my amusement. You may continue with your own affairs." The two brothers, Adu and his companion, exchanged bewildered glances, amusement. Then they witnessed the stranger's blade sweeping horizontally, its cold gleam accompanied by a flash of crimson. Wherever the blade passed, those caught in its path were cleaved in twain. A wave of terror erupted from the crowd, filled with cries of fear and pleas for mercy. They attempted to scatter in a desperate flight, but were swiftly driven back by the prepared members of the Mu clan, who wielded their blades with relentless determination. Mu Qing stepped forward, wielding the unfamiliar blade once more. Another batch of adversaries was cleaved in two. He moved with an effortless grace, as though sweeping rapeseed flowers with a long staff, casually severing the lives of numerous foes with each stroke. Such a formidable display of lethality. Adu Na's eyes widened in disbelief. Could one individual truly enact such carnage? Adu Na murmured in awe, observing Mu Qing, whose movement showed no sign of hesitation from beginning to end. A chill coursed through the hearts of Adu Na's followers. The act of executing so many collectively pales in comparison to the singular prowess of one. Moments later, Mu Qing stood amidst a pool of blood and a heap of corpses, crimson flowing down the blade of his weapon. 437, not too shabby. Mu Qing felt somewhat unfulfilled. The two brothers, Adu and Na, wondered, has he not yet satisfied his thirst for blood? What kind of figure has the state of Yin dispatched to the grasslands? Are there no larger tribes in the vicinity? 5 or 800. Hardly enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Mu Qing emerged from the heap of corpses, his expression serene. Yet his words sent a shiver down the spines of Iduna and his brother. Indeed, there are many, but our numbers are limited, making it difficult to penetrate those vast tribes. Iduna, summoning his courage, remarked, even if the general is a match for 1,000 men, the strength of a person is finite, as is that of a warhorse. If 1,000 cavalry encircle us and attempt to crush us, we certainly would not withstand it. Mu Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the statement. You are correct, and I am not invincible. Thus, prudence is paramount. In your vast grasslands, is the only method of subjugating other tribes to begin with their children? Adu Nayong blinked and replied, not necessarily. If one can decisively defeat the adversary and eliminate or subdue their chieftain, most of the tribe's members are inclined to surrender. After all, once dead, there is nothing left, and their women and children will be taken. Many of the great tribes have risen in this manner. Mu Qing smiled. Isn't this quite simple? First, we shall annex the feeble to strengthen our own ranks, and then we will subdue the formidable. As for those of moderate strength, they will naturally choose to submit in due course. It is not a difficult task to drive wolves and devour tigers, leveraging strength against strength. We possess the capability, and you have the manpower. Let us first target that small tribe and rally our forces. Adu Nayong inquired, does the general imply that? Mu Qing flashed a smile and remarked, your Iduna tribe is on the brink of prosperity. Chapter 90. The 6-star arrows. The past few days have been a tumultuous journey for the Iduna tribe. Initially, they were discovered and relentlessly pursued by the Chilla tribe, resulting in catastrophic losses for their temporary settlement, culminating in the death of their chieftain. However, fate intervened as they encountered Mu Qing and his companions. Thanks to Mu Qing's literacy and his familiarity with the imperial edicts, he was able to navigate the situation adeptly. Had a lesser leader been at the helm, their fate would have been grim, disregarding any protests and treating them as mere savages. Under Mu Qing's guidance, they not only eliminated an archer but also decisively captured the Chilla tribe, successfully seizing their livestock, women, and belongings, driving a vast herd of cattle and sheep. The members of the Iduna tribe formed an extensive procession as they journeyed back to their homeland. With the entirety of the Chilla cavalry perished, the captured women were fortunate enough to receive a warhorse each, allowing for a swift return. The wild girl, whom Muhu had his eyes on, was among them. Her features were relaxed, and it was evident that she was no longer an innocent maiden. However, the barbarians were indifferent to such matters, and so was Ahu. He simply did not comprehend. All he knew was the thrill of battle, exhilarating. His expression clearly revealed his profound admiration for the wild girl. Mu Qing chose to remain until the end. There were still over 300 curved blades and longbows at the Chilla camp awaiting his attention. He continued to expend 243 curved blades and longbows, which he meticulously combined to forge a 6-star prairie curved blade and a 6-star prairie longbow. He did not waste the arrows. They too could be synthesized. The barbarians' quivers were plentiful, for as a nomadic people, each warrior typically possessed no fewer than 10 arrows. This implies that, essentially, every 3 quivers could be transformed into a 4-star arrow. Moreover, there were more than 300 quivers present on site. Mu Qing toiled tirelessly for an entire day, ultimately managing to forge 106 4-star arrows. Rather than ceasing his efforts, he chose to continue the synthesis. The 106 4-star arrows yielded 35 5-star arrows, yet he persisted in his endeavor. After expending 33 5-star arrows, he successfully crafted 11 6-star arrows. This time, he decided to halt his work. The 6-star arrow rested in his hand, its surface a deep, obsidian black, as if its very material had transformed. The arrowhead was long and razor-sharp, glimmering with a subtle, frosty radiance. As he grasped the arrow, he felt a connection akin to that with the 6-star grassland curved blade. Sensing that it could channel his inner energy, Mu Qing contentedly stored the crafted arrows in his quiver. When paired with the 6-star prairie longbow and utilized with the piercing arrow, the result would be formidable. The only drawback is that once the arrows are released, the likelihood of retrieval diminishes significantly. The larger the battlefield, the more challenging it becomes to recover them. Furthermore, the nature of the target plays a crucial role. If it is an ordinary flesh and blood quarry, there remains a chance of recovery. However, if the target is a heavily armored shield or suit of armor, the damage inflicted on the arrowhead would be considerable, rendering it unusable even if retrieved. Mu Qing soon caught up with the main force. The others were oblivious to what had transpired. Through this encounter, Mu Qing discovered that the scimitar possessed unique advantages in terms of slashing. It proved especially effective during high-speed charges. The inherent curvature of the blade allowed the wielder to effortlessly slice through the enemy's defenses while in rapid motion. The returning party, laden with spoils, brought immense joy to the women and children of the temporary Aduna tribe. The exhilaration of a bountiful harvest dispelled some of the shadows cast by the losses the tribe had endured. The entire Aduna community became bustling with activity, reinforcing their tents, constructing sheepfolds, and organizing their populace, all engaged in a lively flurry of labor. Mu Qing and the people of his hometown from the Mu family steadfastly chose not to remove their armor, remaining vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. As soldiers of the Yin kingdom, they had found a semblance of ease in the Aduna tribe, where the women graciously presented them with succulent roasted lamb. The gazes of these women upon Mu Qing's companions were laden with desire, driven by primal instincts. Many of these women had lost their men to the blades of the Chilla tribe, leaving them in a period of longing. They were eager to bear the offspring of formidable warriors, a notion akin to propagation. Mu Qing did not permit his clansmen to vent their frustrations at this moment. He had not forgotten that they were still being hunted by the grassland. They could pause to recuperate, yet they could not linger indefinitely. Sixth uncle. Ensure that the clansmen rest well and practice their skills. By tomorrow morning at the latest, we shall resume our journey. Mu Qing reassured, rest assured, dear Qing. Everyone is well aware. Mu Shi solemnly stated, the young ones are all aware that the current circumstances are extraordinary. It is not imperative for them to dwell on the trivial matter of mere 2 taels of meat, except for Mu Hu, who truly lacks this understanding. However, he does not engage in cultivation, and Mu Qing is too indifferent to quibble over such matters with him. The innocence of youth is best cherished in happiness. While the others were engrossed in their training, Mu Qing amalgamated the essence of those individuals at his disposal. Along with the resources from the Chilla tribe, Mu Qing possessed a total of 801 units of 1-star essence. To synthesize a single unit of 5-star essence, a substantial 81 units of 1-star essence are required. Thus, with the essence on hand, he could only produce a maximum of 9 units of 5-star essence. Mu Qing was not one to be complacent. He began by bestowing upon his a formidable 5-star essence, starting with Mu Shi. Additionally, Mu Shi possessed 2 3-star essences, indomitable in nature, which Mu Qing skillfully combined with the remaining essence to forge another 5-star essence of unparalleled strength. Seizing this opportunity for cultivation, Mu Qing adorned 10 of his clansmen with a 5-star essence each, while he could have adorned himself as well. The fate of that lone archer served as a cautionary tale. Solitary endeavors were to be strictly avoided. That evening, Adu's warriors, having toiled through the night, eagerly divided the newly arrived women among themselves, contributing wholeheartedly to the expansion of Adu's faction. At the break of dawn, Mu Qing and his companions awoke promptly. Yong, you shall lead 100 men to accompany me, and Gu, take the remaining 100 to safeguard our tribe. Mu Qing chose not to have all the Aduna cavalry accompany him this time. In the absence of sufficient warriors to guard the tribe, chaos could ensue under the current circumstances. The designated Aduna, Yong, lifted his chin, exuding pride as though he were leading a victorious parade. Meanwhile, the chosen Aduna, Gu, gazed enviously at his elder brother and then turned his longing eyes toward Mu Qing. Nevertheless, he understood that someone had to remain to safeguard their home. Otherwise, if they returned to find members of other tribes sowing their fields, it would spell great trouble. Mu Qing, accompanied by the villagers of Mu Family Township and 100 cavalrymen of the Aduna, galloped towards the vast grasslands. In the mountain hollow on the western side of Tsushin, a squadron of cavalry trotted along a rural path, trailed by 2 pack horses laden with various items. The midday sun of early spring began to impart warmth, and beneath the trees, elderly men basked in its rays. It was still too early for the busy farming season, allowing the villagers some leisure time. Excuse me, is this Mu Family Township? Upon noticing the movement, the leading cavalryman urged his horse forward, dismounted, and bowed respectfully. The elder hastily rose, exclaiming, No, no. This is indeed Mu Family Township. What business do you have, military gentlemen? Upon confirming they had reached Mu Family Township, the cavalryman exhaled in relief, striving to adopt a more amiable expression. Do not be alarmed, good sir. We hail from the Frontier Army, under General D's command. You have a resident named Mu Qing, correct? The elder's anxiety intensified, and he trembled slightly. Why yes, there is. Young Master Qing, gazing at the cavalrymen burdened with their goods. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Oh no, why has he fallen? The cavalryman exclaimed, rushing to assist. Leave my grandfather alone. A youthful voice piped up as a child, around 6 or 7 years old, dashed forward, his face streaked with tears. He boldly positioned himself before the elder, glaring defiantly at the cavalryman. My uncle Ching is also a soldier and a scholar. I am not afraid of you. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others, and villagers began to emerge from their homes, gradually converging towards the scene. Among them was a white-bearded elder, leaning on a wooden cane, who approached with a trembling gait. I am the chief of Mu Family Township. Do not harass the others. Bring your concerns to me. What's going on, Lao Chi? He inquired, glancing at the elder still seated on the ground. The elder's lips moved faintly. They have come for young Master Ching. The cavalryman opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, the faces of those before him turned pale in unison. One woman, overwhelmed, fainted, collapsing backward. Previously, visitors had come seeking someone, but they bore tidings of both compensation and the death of Xiao Sanzi. Fangirl, Fangirl. Amidst the chaos, the crowd flailed about, fanning and pinching the woman, ultimately rousing her from her slumber. The chieftain's hand trembled upon the staff he clutched. Initially, though his gaze was clouded, it held a spark of vitality. In this moment, however, it transformed into a lifeless, despondent stare. The cavalryman was bewildered by the suddenness of this change. What of Qing Gur? Was he valiant in battle? The image of Mu Qing, adorned with a string of enemy heads and drenched in blood, galloping fiercely with his weapon in hand, surfaced in the cavalryman's mind, prompting him to swallow hard. Indeed, he was remarkably courageous. The elder slowly closed his eyes. I knew it all along. He is indomitable, striving for supremacy wherever he goes, fearing to let us down. The cavalryman grinned. Not just him. The rest also knew who, once resolute, could even outlast the general in obstinacy. In the crowd, a couple fainted, eyes rolling back. The elder trembled as he spoke. Even a who. What of Musher? How does he perceive the situation? Musher? The cavalryman recalled the image of Musher, dragging the eunuch who had gotten stuck in the hemp rope, and he swallowed again. Musher. He is indeed formidable. The old chieftain seemed to lose all strength, becoming hunched. My dear soldier, I yearn to know, how many have returned? Returned? The cavalryman paused, realizing that the people from Mu's hometown, under Mu Qing's leadership, would even form a group to relieve themselves if Mu Qing did not return. Neither would the people of his hometown. Not a single one returned. They all remained upon the plains. With a sudden gasp, the old chieftain collapsed to the ground, his breath shallow, teetering on the brink of death. The people of Mu Family Township felt as though the heavens had collapsed. A wave of sorrow began to spread among the crowd. What manner of battle had so ruthlessly claimed the lives of an entire generation of young people from Mu Family Township? Even Qing Gur. I had always asserted that the battlefield and the examination hall are worlds apart. Yet Qing Gur, unable to quell his concerns, insisted on accompanying us. Not a single one returned, not a single one. A sentiment known as despair began to permeate the hearts of the townsfolk. But then, the cavalry stood in stunned silence. What are you all doing? Why weep over such a fortuitous event? Are you shedding tears of joy? A good fortune? The people of Mu's hometown glared at the cavalryman. Our kin, our hope, fighting valiantly for the nation, perishing on the battlefield. And you dare to proclaim this a good thing? What is your true intent? In such a brutal conflict, why are you unscathed? The people of Mu Family Town resembled wounded tigers, seething with the desire to devour the cavalry whole. Dying on the battlefield? One cavalryman paused, acknowledging, indeed. There was one who perished amidst the fray, but the general has ensured a proper burial, and the corresponding compensation should have already reached your Mu Family Town. As he was a trusted soldier of the general, the great general had generously provided double the compensation. At that moment, the cavalrymen in the rear could no longer contain themselves, and one stepped forward boldly. Centurion, would you care to hear what we are discussing? Is this truly appropriate? He quickly proclaimed, there is no need for such concern. Mu Qing is unharmed, Mu Hu is safe, and the warriors of Mu Family Town are all well. Their absence is due to a mission they are tasked with on the grasslands, not because they have fallen in battle. We are not here to deliver condolences. We come in the name of the great general and His Highness Prince Zhao to bring you gifts. As he spoke, he gestured for the others to bring forward 2 pack horses. Dear people of Mu Family Town, this is a token of appreciation from the great general and His Highness Prince Zhao, who are grateful for your nurturing of such an exceptional talent. These provisions will assist the children in their education, provide you with farming tools, and help repair your homes. allowing you to await the triumphant return of Mu Qing and his comrades with peace of mind. The cavalrymen vocally conveyed their mission. The elderly patriarch, lying on the ground and nearing the end of his days, felt a surge of vitality flood his heart, and with a brilliant gleam in his eyes, he rose swiftly with the aid of his cane. The despair that enveloped the people of Mu's hometown was instantly dispelled, replaced by a vibrant sense of hope. Is Qing'er unharmed? Are all my fellow clansmen safe? The old patriarch fervently grasped the hand of the cavalryman, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Rest assured, Mu Qing now serves as a lieutenant in General Di's elite guard, directly following his orders, and has even instructed His Highness, Prince Zhao, the cavalryman replied solemnly. What a relief. Ha ha ha, everything is well. Come, Fong girl, step forward. Did you hear that? Qing'er is safe. The woman was pushed to the forefront, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. This is Mu Qing's elder sister. She raised him from childhood. Fong girl, now you can rest easy. The old patriarch clutched her arm, his heart swelling with comfort. What are you all standing there for? Slaughter a couple of chickens to welcome our military guests. Oh no, we dare not. If Lieutenant Mu finds out we slaughtered 2 chickens from Mu's hometown, he would surely have our heads. The cavalrymen quickly waved their hands in refusal. Is my Qing'er truly that formidable? Fong girl pondered, recalling how Mu Qing had once sent the imperial edict eunuch spinning with a single kick, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Indeed. Chapter 5, 10,000 words. Chapter 92. The banner of the king shifts on the city walls. Mu Qing was unaware that while Xiao Zhaowang was besieging the city, he was also preoccupied with delivering warmth to Mu's hometown. On the vast grasslands, and within the capital, the tides of fortune shifted rapidly, with ownership changing hands within mere days. And the resplendent yellow banner was severed from its pole. As the flag emblazoned with the character D was hoisted atop the city walls, the gates of Shuayang swung wide open, allowing the border troops to surge into the city. Defeated. The state of Yan had no capable warriors to assist me. This defeat is not my fault. Gao Wei stood solemnly in the hall, a sharp sword gripped firmly in his hand. Your Majesty, it is premature to speak of defeat at this moment. Clad in scholarly robes, Lin Dejia held a sword in one hand and a brush in the other. Our Shanha Academy is willing to help Your Majesty leave the capital, to temporarily evade the storm and seek a resurgence. Gao Wei let out a bitter laugh. Lin Dejia, where can I go? Lin Dejia replied earnestly, anywhere is fine. We can head to the Central Plains. The Central Plains are vast and rich. Our Shanha Academy has had relations with the Chongming Academy of Lu State. Your Majesty could further your studies there and plan for the future. Gao Wei tightened his grip on the sword. You wish for me, the sovereign of Yan, to flee to Lu State like a lost dog, and to become a student of Chongming Academy? After a moment of silence, Lin Dejia spoke slowly. Your Majesty, only by surviving can we discuss other matters. If Your Majesty wishes to prove your righteousness, you must first escape. If you possessed formidable strength, the situation would indeed be different now. Gao Wei sank into turmoil, listening to the increasingly encroaching sounds from outside, and finally managed to utter, very well. I concede this round. I shall return to Yan. Moments later, the grand doors of the hall were forcefully flung open, and the fierce border troops stormed in. Where is the pretender emperor? Search. We must see the living or the dead. First, find the empress. The crowd was in disarray, but their eyes shone with determination. Indeed, breaching Shuayang was far simpler than gaining admission to its halls through examination. Had it not been so, these border soldiers would have never set foot within the grand doors of Chaiyang Hall in their lifetimes. Once the dust settled, the hour had far surpassed noon. Di Rong entered Chaiyang Hall, leading Xiao Zhaowang, as the civil and military officials awaited on either side. The border troops, under the banner of the legitimate heir, had brazenly attacked the capital. How could these officials be unaware? However, many officials secretly endorsed this notion. Even if the late emperor had passed, and the legitimate eldest son was gone, there remained the legitimate second son. How could a mere 6th prince, a son of a concubine, presume to ascend? To address you as Your Majesty is simply due to your current authority over the capital. Yet to expect us to share in your fate is rather naive. Clearly, you are not fully aware of your position and your control over the court. You do not even possess a single army that would unconditionally obey you. How dare you sit upon the throne of Chaoyang and issue commands? Behold, the young Zhao King merely sought solace in the sympathetic ear of his uncle. Yet the efforts he has exerted over the past few months to cultivate loyalty and garner support have utterly lost their efficacy. What purpose does it serve? The young Zhao King gradually approached the throne in the Chaoyang Hall, buoyed by the encouraging gaze of Di Rong behind him. After taking a couple of steps, he hesitated and turned his head. Di Rong's expression instantly shifted to one of disapproval. Without needing to ponder, he comprehended the young man's intent. Do not compel me to chastise you at the zenith of your glory. The young Zhao King discerned the thoughts reflected in his uncle's eyes. With a resigned sigh and a heart full of trepidation, he ascended the platform step by step. As he gazed upon the throne that symbolized imperial authority, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion, despite his earlier hesitation. This was the ultimate aspiration of all men. He turned around and, beneath the watchful eyes of the multitude, gradually took his seat, exhaling deeply. Long live your majesty. Di Rong was the first to bow. Subsequently, countless soldiers and officials collectively proclaimed, Long live your majesty. Observing the sea of heads before him, the young Zhao King was filled with a sense of grandeur. How fares my chief eunuch? At this moment, Mu Qing was not idle. After days of traversing the grasslands, his face inevitably bore the marks of his journey. The originally handsome and fair complexion was now adorned with traces of wind and sun, taking on a wheatish hue. Opposite him stood a robust horseman, surrounded by a throng of spectators. This scene was not a novel occurrence. The people from Mu's hometown remained calm and composed, steadfast as ancient stones. In a swift charge, the burly man was unceremoniously struck down from his steed by Mu Qing's horizontal blade, crashing to the ground. Bravo! Young Master Qing, truly magnificent. The villagers of Mujiabian rejoiced, and Adu Nayang joined in their jubilant celebration. Mu Qing rode back, looking down from a lofty height at the robust barbarian. What say you? Will you submit? The burly man gritted his teeth and rose, declaring, I may have lost in horsemanship, but let us compete in archery. Should I lose in archery as well? My tribe shall yield. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow. Very well, let us compare the distance and accuracy of our shots. The burly man removed his longbow. That yurt is 100 paces away. We shall see who can strike the small flag atop it. Mu Qing squinted and said, All right, you go first. So it won't be said that I am bullying you. The burly man, undeterred, drew his bow, focused his breath, and released the arrow, striking the flagpole with precision. Excellent. The tribesmen of the barbarian could not help but shout. Mu Qing remained still upon his steed, promptly retrieving his 6-star grassland longbow. He was acutely aware that the barbarian's archery was indeed remarkably precise. While Elbu could strike a spear from a distance of 150 paces, this barbarian had demonstrated the ability to hit a flagpole the thickness of a forearm from a distance of 100 paces, which was already a testament to his prowess as a marksman. Archery, after all, was not akin to firearms. Even the latter had its parabolic trajectories. Mu Qing gradually drew back the long bow, the piercing arrow swirling with energy. The arrows launched by the 3-stone bow, enhanced by the piercing arrow, surged forth, propelled by a fierce gust towards the flagpole. With a swift whoosh, the flagpole, as thick as a forearm, vanished in an instant. The scene fell into a profound silence. The barbarian warriors stood agape, utterly bewildered, unsure how to process what had transpired. To assert that it had missed would be to betray their own conscience. For the display of might was undeniable. Yet, if it had struck true, the target had vanished entirely. How could one reckon that? One of the burly barbarians licked his lips, his arms falling limply to his sides. I concede. In terms of brute strength, horsemanship, and archery, you surpass me by far. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of our clan. Mu Qing lifted his chin slightly. The number of cavalry behind him had long surpassed 500. A judicious choice indeed. Thus far, Mu Qing had dealt with 4 small tribes. Among them were those who preferred death over submission, and Mu Qing, in his magnanimity, granted them a merciful passage. As of now, the number of barbarian cavalry under Mu Qing's command, combined with the more than 100 riders from the Chaoka tribe, was nearing 700. The total population of all the tribes exceeded 3,000. Courage, I shall say, your Adu tribe is destined for prosperity. Mu Qing, wielding a foreign blade, stood steadfast upon his steed. Chapter 93, The Forging of Leather Armor. Surely, you must be capable of this? 700 light cavalry from the grasslands and 50 heavy cavalry from Yen State. Mu Qing now moved with an air of confidence. In truth, had it not been for the larger numbers needed to confront greater tribal factions of the grasslands, Mu Qi would have preferred to eliminate these brutes and replace them with more refined warriors. The subdued tribesmen were seamlessly integrated into the Aduna clan. Their loyalty remained uncertain. Yet the Aduna clan had withstood the test of time, proving themselves worthy in Mu Qing's discerning gaze. Despite the impending fragmentation of his own tribe, they clung to the imperial edict bestowed by the Yin Emperor. If all the brutes were of such ilk, how could the Yin state ever engage in conflict over the northern frontier? And could the Yin state truly be confined to merely these two provinces? The consolidation of these numerous small tribes would require patience. Those tribes would drive their cattle and sheep southward to formally unite with the Aduna clan. Once the amalgamation was complete, the Aduna clan would advance toward the borders of Yin state. Having finally discovered a tribe loyal to Yin, Mu Qing intended for the Aduna clan to serve as a springboard for his campaign into the grasslands, and he could not allow them to be eradicated so easily. Aduna Yong was appointed as the direct leader of this 700-strong grassland cavalry. Mu Qing himself felt a sense of incredulity. He was merely a minor officer, overseeing no more than a little over 200 individuals, while Aduna Yong, if assigned to the border troops, could command a number sufficient to be a cavalry captain. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a position of authority over him. With 700 cavalrymen from the steppe at his disposal, Mu Qing finally dared to take decisive action against the vast tribes of the plains. The Aduna tribe had risen to prominence, and now it was time to give back to the people of his homeland, the Mu family. The spoils derived from the annihilation of a major tribe would undoubtedly elevate both the quality and status of human and livestock resources. A task has been entrusted to you, Mu Qing advised. Even if your tribe lacks the capability to forge iron armor, you must at least learn to craft rolled leather armor. With so many cattle and sheep at your disposal, why not make use of them? Regardless of the outcome, when I return to the Aduna tribe, I expect to see a standardized production of rolled leather armor. While sheepskin is not particularly suitable for armor, cowhide is exceptionally appropriate. Mu Qing once encountered a documentary that examined a piece of cowhide that had merely undergone wind drying. This cowhide, with its hair still intact, exhibited remarkable rigidity. Utilizing conventional weapons such as single-handed swords, hand axes, and even two-handed axes, it was evident that only a heavy two-handed axe could cleave this resilient material with ease. Ordinary lightweight blades and swords struggled to penetrate it thoroughly. This serves to illustrate that the defensive capabilities of leather armor are, in fact, not to be underestimated, even if they pale in comparison to the formidable protection offered by thick chain or plate armor. In ancient times, the affluent and noble often employed rhinoceros hide to craft their leather armor. Such armor weighed merely half that of iron armor while boasting comparable defensive prowess, and its production was straightforward, requiring no intricate processes. While rhinoceros hide may seem extravagant to Mu Qing, ordinary cowhide posed no issue. However, in comparison to rhinoceros hide, the defensive capability of regular cowhide is significantly diminished, necessitating multiple layers to achieve adequate protection. It would require layering up to 5 times to match the thickness of rhinoceros hide. The resulting leather armor would effectively withstand slashing attacks, yet it would lack sufficient resistance against penetrating damage from arrows. Nevertheless, Mu Qing was unconcerned. If he could amass a substantial quantity of standard leather armor, he could proceed with synthesis. He was confident that the synthesized armor, once reaching 6 stars or above, would yield impressive results. He planned to commence with leather armor synthesis, with aspirations to craft standard iron armor in the future, ultimately evolving into a multifaceted powerhouse, adept in both close combat and ranged attacks, and boasting formidable defenses. It is not merely a suggestion, it is a call to action for those who lack ambition. Why is there such a deficiency in craftsmanship and technology? Mu Qing felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction as he encountered numerous small tribes on the grasslands, yet could not find a suitable leather armor. The 6-star curved sabers, 6-star longbows, and 6-star long arrows had all been crafted, but progress remained stalled at the 6-star leather armor. Up to this point, there had been no advancements whatsoever. Aduna Yong felt somewhat humiliated by the remarks directed at him. He too sensed a degree of injustice. General, it is not that our Aduna tribe is lacking. At our peak, we were but a little over 1,000 souls, lacking even a permanent settlement on the grasslands. Venturing deeper into the plains, to the north and west, one encounters vast expanses of fertile land, where the larger tribes reign as the true lords of the grasslands. We are, at best, mere footnotes in their stories. Those great tribes have reportedly already established their khanates. In recent years, the fierce battles with the border troops have also been orchestrated by them from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing's first reaction was Golden Horde. It was the domain allocated by Genghis Khan to his 4 sons. Among these, The vast territory in the east constituted the Yuan dynasty. The expansive golden horde spanned the Eurasian continent, casting a significant shadow over the various Russian principalities. If such a scenario were to unfold, one could not underestimate the power of the nomadic tribes of the steppe. As Mu Qing rose with an air of invincibility, he soon realized the importance of a steady and methodical approach. It became clear why the border troops remained stationed without movement. They must coordinate effectively with Dingfang City. It was no wonder that the border army seldom initiated attacks on the grasslands. It appeared that their engagements were merely minor skirmishes, with a few small tribes banding together to contest the grasslands, which amounted to little more than trivial altercations. This revelation clarified many of Mu Qing's ponderings. If he could lead a mere handful of individuals alongside Adu to swell their numbers to 2,000, then surely the border army, having toiled for years in the rugged lands of the Dirong, could achieve far greater feats. He had fancied himself as the Monkey King, causing a stir in the heavenly realms, when in reality, he had merely disrupted a couple of villages on the grasslands. This realization rendered the situation even more intriguing. A single Khanate, without a doubt, could provide him the opportunity to fully harness the essence of these vital lines. Mu Qing, lost in thought, tightened his grip on the unfamiliar blade. Instead of feeling a twinge of fear, a surge of excitement welled up within him. The vastness of the world was indeed captivating. As they journeyed northwest, Mu Qing discerned that they were venturing deeper into the grasslands, in stark contrast to the open plains outside. With the cavalry of 700 Adu, the task of scouting no longer fell upon the shoulders of the people from his hometown, for these light cavalrymen were far more agile. The following morning, the scouts returned with news. "General, we have spotted a cavalry ahead, numbering over 500. It appears that an important figure is passing through." Mu Qing tightened his grip on the unfamiliar dagger. "It sounds like a significant figure. Are there other savages in the vicinity? I cannot see any for now. But once we ascend that small hill, we shall behold the entire troop." The scouts certainly asserted this. "Let us take a look." Mu Qing decisively declared that they had come to stir up trouble and would not let the opportunity slip away. Chapter 94. The Unknown Blade. No turning back. When Mu Qing and his companions galloped onto the small hill, they immediately spotted the cavalry below. The opposing force was several hundred meters away, their blue and white triangular flags fluttering in the wind. A uniform line of chestnut horses, their hooves gleaming white, stood ready. The figures that appeared on the small hill caught their attention, prompting an immediate adjustment in their formation. "Charge with me." Mu Qing flicked the reins of his steed and charged towards the approaching battalion with fervor. Uncertain of the nature of this assembly, he sensed that it likely harbored significant figures among the barbarians. The phalanx of sharp arrows swiftly took shape, the acceleration from above propelling the warhorse to remarkable speeds. The spectral image of the arrows nearly materializing into a tangible force. 700 cavalrymen from the Adu Na followed closely behind, their curved sabers glinting as they brandished longbows and sharp arrows to provide cover for the heavy cavalry's charge. The opposing cavalry, undeterred, met the onslaught with a countercharge of their own, advancing boldly towards Mu Qing and his troops. As the distance between them diminished, both sides commenced the volley of arrows. The countercharging battalion was similarly enveloped by a spectral wolf's head. With increasing velocity, the moment of collision approached. However, the space between the opposing cavalrymen suddenly widened. The spectral arrows clashed with the wolf's head, and with an indomitable spirit, Mu Qing surged ahead into the heart of the enemy formation. His 2-meter-long saber danced vigorously, relentlessly cleaving down any adversary who dared to cross his path. Under the leadership of Mu Qing, the 50 riders from Mu's hometown moved as a cohesive unit, cleaving the attacking force in two. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. Instead, it surged forward, penetrating the ranks of Adu's light cavalry. The disparity between the two sides was unmistakable. Adu's cavalry was evidently not on par with their adversaries. The opposing warriors lowered their bodies, their curved blades crossing at their sides, emanating sharp, menacing energy that felled every Adu cavalryman within reach. Mu Qing did not alter his course, his aim steadfastly directed towards the heart of the opposing convoy. At that moment, a figure clad in a brownish-yellow cotton robe among the enemy cavalry leapt into the air, wielding a staff with fervor, bringing it down with force. A colossal shadow of the staff materialized, imbued with an overwhelming power, hurtling towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing tightened his grip on the charge. "Let us see whether his life is resilient or if the of our heavy cavalry proves more formidable." The sharp arrow's phantom clashed fiercely against the phantom of the Zen staff, and in an instant, both were obliterated. Yet, shortly thereafter, the sharp arrow's phantom re-emerged. Mu Qing let out a cold laugh. It seems that I possess merely 50 cavalry, had my elite troops been present. What could this old llama possibly use to confront the indomitable spirit of my spear-wielding army? Nevertheless, as long as the core of the army remains intact, the spirit of the spear-wielding soldiers, though momentarily shattered, shall undoubtedly re-emerge. The only consequence is that the charge of my men has slightly slowed under this fierce assault. The llama in the yellow robe continued to brandish his staff, which radiated with a resplendent golden light, exuding an imposing presence. The arrow pierced through the air. With a thunderous shout, Mu Qing drew forth a 6-star arrow. The remaining members of the Mu clan, aside from Mu Hu, swiftly raised their longbows. The essence of their military spirit clashed with the ethereal image of the golden staff, while Mu Qing rallied the others to gather their piercing arrows. Release. At Mu Qing's command, a barrage of arrows, imbued with a chilling aura, surged forth, aimed directly at the yellow-robed llama. Among them, Mu Qing's arrow resembled a bolt of black lightning. The 6-star arrow, empowered by the immense force of the 3-stone bow, created a visible whirlwind of energy. The llama's expression shifted dramatically as he crossed his staff before him, summoning a phantom golden bell that inverted to intercept the barrage of arrows, producing a resonant toll. Just as the llama began to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly perceived Mu Qing's arrow. The black whirlwind struck fiercely against the golden bell. With a spurt of blood, the llama coughed violently. The 6-star arrow shattered, dispersing into a flurry of dark rays that pierced several surrounding warriors, leaving them with gushing wounds. What a terrifying shot! A finely dressed man within the ranks brightened at the sight. Observing that Master Mingji could not withstand the onslaught of the 50 heavy cavalry, he urged, "What are you all waiting for? Go lend your assistance. If they breach the princess's defenses, none of us shall escape unscathed." Yes. The surrounding warriors immediately spurred their horses forward. Unlike the external prairie tribes, they were armed with long blades and carried 2 bone daggers at their waists. Mu Qing felt a sense of misfortune. Where on earth did this grand llama come from, causing the entire phalanx to slow its momentum? Typically, heavy cavalry that loses speed becomes perilous. However, Mu Qing and his companions were an exception. The charge of the heavy cavalry phalanx was merely one of their common tactics. Blade masters, form ranks. Mu Qing dismounted swiftly, giving his horse a firm pat on its rear, allowing it to roam freely. These were seasoned steeds of the border troops. Remarkably intuitive. 50 adept bladesmen formed 2 lines, with Mu Qing at the center, Mu Hu to his left, and Mu Shi to his right. As the cavalry armed with long knives charged forward, Mu Qing gripped his weapon tightly. Bladesmen, advance without retreat. Strike. With a commanding shout, the ethereal silhouette of his weapon descended in unison with his voice. All bladesmen collectively swung their weapons, the heavy blades slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The chilling gleam of their weapons forced back the advancing cavalry, and those unable to evade were cleaved in half by the whirling strike.